Chapter 1. The system malfunctions. Li Yishi is uneasy. Master, my lifespan has come to an end. We must part ways forever. I have imparted all that I can teach you. I hope you live a joyful life. The voice of the system suddenly echoed in Li Yix's mind. The abrupt change rendered Li Yishi incapable of accepting the reality. What do you mean you have taught me everything? I have yet to begin my cultivation. The unexpected proclamation startled Li Yishi, who bellowed, "No, please no. System, I need you." Dressed in white, Li Yix's expression shifted dramatically. Fear etched across his face. Boom! Yet, amidst Li Yix's despair, the system erupted with a thunderous explosion. It's destroyed, it's all over. What should I do now? How am I to proceed? This place is fraught with peril. In utter desperation, Li Yishi cast a glance at his surroundings, his face a mask of terror. With a system at one side, one would ascend to the pinnacle of existence, indulging in the beauty of life and commanding the world, yet, for him, it was merely a trap. Life had not even truly begun, and the system had already failed him. This world is perilous, and he is but an ordinary person. It's all over, it's all over. In the Jiuxiao continent, during the ancient war of myriad clans, countless formidable beings had perished, and the very ground beneath him was once a battlefield, a resting place for the mighty. This area had become a forbidden zone, rife with the uncanny. At night, darkness descended, an eerie blackness consuming all life. The night was filled with terrifying howls that sent shivers down one's spine. By day, dreadful beasts roamed, towering beast kings like mountains and colossal birds that blotted out the sun. A mere breath from them could spell doom. Li Yishi had long yearned for the system to bestow upon him supreme techniques and countless beginner's gifts to empower him for survival. However, the system had merely taught him to read and gain wisdom. Li Yishi had believed that rewards would follow, but now it had suddenly exploded. Despair enveloped him completely. This place was steeped in the uncanny, with glimpses of powerful beings soaring through the air as a mere mortal. How could he escape this forbidden zone? Vwif, vwif, vwif. The sound of barking jolted Li Yishi from his panic and confusion. Looking down, he saw a large dog beside him, nuzzling against him persistently. "Dehei, are you hungry?" Li Yishi bent down to pat the large dog's head. It was his only companion capable of speech. Dehei, with a hint of spirit, nudged Li Yishi affectionately. "I'm hungry too, we'll go make dinner." Li Yishi exhaled and headed toward the kitchen. The system had exploded, but he still needed to survive. On the outskirts of the forbidden zone, piercing roars echoed. "Su Feishuan, where do you think you're fleeing? Ahead lies the ancient forbidden zone. Today, let's see who can rescue you. Hand over the Star Emperor's decree, and I may consider granting you a swift death." Outside the forbidden zone, a chase ensued, two figures plunging deeper into the ancient domain. At the forefront was a strikingly graceful young woman, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her figure dashing through the void, leaving behind a trail of phantoms, her speed astonishing. Yet, her complexion was pale, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Pursuing her was an elder, shrouded in a cloud of darkness, appearing like a specter from the depths of hell. "Black demon, you will not obtain the Star Emperor's decree. My master will arrive shortly," Su Feishuan declared defiantly. "Huh? You must be nearly drained. How much longer can you last? Your master is indeed powerful, but he cannot arrive in such a short time. I have ample time to eliminate you." The sinister black demon grinned with greed. The Star Emperor's decree was the key to unlocking a relic. Entering the relic would undoubtedly enhance his strength further. In a world where power reigned supreme, who would not go mad for strength? The direction in which Su Feishuan fled happened to lead her to where Li Yishi resided. How can there be someone living here? This is a forbidden zone. Could it be a hidden master? After leaping 100 miles, Su Feishuan spotted Li Yix's courtyard and dashed towards it recklessly. It was her only hope for survival. Beyond that lay the death zone of the forbidden area, an absolute dead end for her. "Su Feishuan, you should surrender." The black demon also caught sight of the courtyard, his expression chilling, his voice like that of an ancient cavern of ice. He could not afford to give Su Feishuan even the slightest chance. As soon as the black demon's voice fell, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. After the blood sacrifice, a monstrous hand emerged from the dark cloud, reaching directly for Su Feishuan. Not a chance. Boom! With resolute determination, Su Feishuan detonated her golden core, unleashing a terrifying force that countered the black demon's vicious strike. Her body shot forward, propelled by her last ounce of strength. She landed within the courtyard. She's actually detonated her golden core. The black demon was taken aback by Su Feishuan's decisiveness. A courtyard suddenly appearing within the forbidden zone was an exceedingly strange occurrence. The black demon dared not let down his guard, his mental energy enveloping the courtyard, only to find it occupied by a mere man and a dog, his heart finally easing. Just an ordinary person. As long as I don't disrupt anything else, it should be fine. Su Feishuan, the Star Emperor's decree is mine. The black demon, eyeing the unconscious Su Feishuan, surged towards the courtyard. Yet, as his body approached the courtyard, an overwhelming pressure erupted, immobilizing the black demon midair. His face drained of color. Terror filled his eyes. For at that moment, a small cat in the courtyard had locked onto him. Originally a docile, charming pet, it had transformed into a forbidden existence, akin to a divine entity as it gazed at the black demon. Its eyes were filled with disdain. With a single blink, the black demon at the heavenly core realm exploded into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Meow. With a languid stretch, the cat sauntered away. What's that? Is there a beast intruding in the courtyard? While preparing dinner, Li Yishi was startled by the sound of Su Feishuan crashing into the courtyard, his entire body trembling. His grip on the knife turned pale from exertion. With the system destroyed and relying on nothing, he was already anxious, and now fear gripped him even tighter. Damn it, I must close the door first. Li Yishi stealthily approached the door, but just as he was about to shut it, he caught sight of Su Feishuan in the courtyard, leaving him utterly astonished. A woman? Li Yishi was taken aback. How could there suddenly be an inexplicable woman in his courtyard? This was the first occurrence in 3 years. In this moment, Li Yishi was exceedingly cautious. He did not rush out, but instead scrutinized Su Feishuan. Meow. The cat gently pawed at Su Feishuan and meowed at Li Yishi, seemingly testing the waters. Perhaps there is no danger. Summoning his courage, Li Yishi stepped outside. Are you injured? Indeed, a cultivator. Glancing at Su Feishuan's attire, Li Yishi confirmed her identity. Anyone who could venture into the Forbidden Zone was certainly no ordinary individual. Of course, this was entirely unexpected for him. Li Yixis mind whirled as he decided to tend to Su Feishuan. Hoping to forge a favorable connection, perhaps she could lead him out of the Forbidden Zone. The danger was immense, and if this woman turned out to be a demon, so be it. He was resigned to his fate. Miss, wake up! Li Yishi approached, calling out softly, but Su Feishuan remained silent. He reached out to check her breath and found a faint trace of life. She's still alive. A cultivator possesses formidable strength and vitality. She should awaken soon. I must leave a good impression. Li Yishi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as she was alive, his hopes of escaping the Forbidden Zone remained intact. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of Su Feishuan's mouth, fetched clean water from the ancient well, and fed it to her. As for treating her injuries, Li Yishi was at a loss. Yet, the seemingly ordinary water entering her body unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, causing Su Feishuan's shattered meridians and golden core to begin to recover at an astonishing pace, as if she had consumed an extraordinary elixir. The pallor of her face regained a hint of color in the blink of an eye. Indeed, as expected of a cultivator, the recovery is remarkably swift. Watching Su Feishuan's transformation, Li Yishi felt envious and secretly astonished. When would he possess such strength? Cultivators are indeed terrifying. Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff. The large dog beside him let out a bark. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Li Yishi hurried back into the kitchen, resuming his tasks. After Li Yishi left, spiritual energy began to emanate from Su Feishuan's body, enveloping her entirely as her internal injuries healed rapidly. The golden core shattered, severing her martial path. It was a widely known fact among warriors that divine elixirs could not cure this. However, at this moment, Su Feishuan's exploded golden core began to reconstitute itself. Wow! Su Feishuan, seated on a chair, coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and awoke. The black blood contained numerous impurities from her body. Am not dead? Su Feishuan glanced around the courtyard, momentarily dazed. She had detonated her golden core after all. In the next moment, her expression shifted as she discovered that her golden core was intact, albeit dim. This left Su Feishuan in disbelief. Could it be that I am dreaming? Miss, are you awake? Li Yishi, who had been attentively observing Su Feishuan, naturally stepped forward at the first opportunity. After all, this was a formidable individual, deserving of a favorable impression. Did a senior in the courtyard save me? Su Feishuan, shaken to her core, cast a glance at Li Yishi and discovered he was an ordinary person. Yet, she dared not show any hint of disrespect. With a smile, she inquired, for anyone associated with a divine being capable of restoring her golden core, even if merely a mortal, was not someone she could afford to offend. Senior? My dear lady, it's just me Hurino Senior's present. I am but a humble mortal and possess no healing skills. I merely offered you a sip of clear water, hardly a life-saving act. It is you who is remarkable, after all, for you are no ordinary person. Li Yishi explained with a smile. This was indeed a significant figure. Perhaps he was testing her, assessing whether she was one to take undue credit. She must leave a good impression. Li Yishi stood there in the courtyard, wearing a bright smile. Both felt that the other was not to be trifled with. Clear, what do you say? Clearly, that senior does not wish to reveal themselves. Indeed, saving me is a great fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Feishuan bowed deeply to Li Yishi, expressing her gratitude for his care. Su Feishuan could hardly believe that her self-destructed Dantian had not only reformed, but had become even more refined, as if tempered countless times. At this moment, she could still feel the spiritual energy within her, which could not simply be water. It must belong to the true master of the courtyard, who preferred to remain unseen and thus dismissed her in this manner. Restoring a golden core was an extraordinary power. Su Feishuan felt an even deeper reverence for the master of the courtyard. If only she could receive a few pointers, the benefits would be immeasurable. Not daring to linger, she realized that if the senior chose not to meet her, there was no reason to stay. Should that senior become displeased, it could spell doom for Taiching Palace. Sir, I am Su Feishuan, a disciple of Taiching Palace. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Such immense kindness must be etched in my heart. Su Feishuan bowed again. Please, I am unworthy. I am merely a common mortal and do not merit such titles. Miss Su, you may call me Li Yishi. Li, the tree of wood Yishi, the remembrance of the past. Li Yishi laughed, clearly delighted, yet felt unworthy of Su Feishuan's grand gesture, and quickly stepped back. This was indeed a significant figure. If he were willing to linger, it could only bode well for her chances of being taken along. Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff. At that moment, a large black dog appeared, barking a few times. Oh, by the way, Miss Su, I hope you do not mind my humble fare. Taiching Palace was renowned as a powerful entity. Their meals must surely be exquisite. Li Yishi felt his simple fare was inadequate, yet he could not dismiss her, feeling quite awkward as he was genuinely hungry. Thank you, young Master Li, for your hospitality. Feishuan is eternally grateful. In an instant, Su Feishuan was elated, as this meant she could stay without question. That senior would not blame her. She was here by invitation. Once the meal was served, Li Yishi, unable to contain himself, began to feast, for he was truly famished. Su Feishuan felt quite embarrassed, as she must uphold her graceful demeanor. At that moment, her curiosity lay more with the surroundings than the food before her. As a rising star of Taiching Palace, she had tasted countless delicacies. Lifting the cup of water Li Yishi had poured for her, she took a casual sip. In the next instant, her expression changed drastically. Su Feishuan lost her composure once more, for she realized that what she had drunk was not mere water, but a precious spiritual liquid condensed from spiritual energy. Even within Taiching Palace, spiritual liquid was exceedingly rare and not something she could normally access. Yet here, Li Yishi treated it as common water. Miss Su, is the water not to your liking? Shall I fetch you something else? Noticing Su Feishuan's expression, Li Yishi hurriedly rose. This was a significant figure. Whether he could remain here depended entirely on her satisfaction. No, no need. It is delightful. I have never tasted such exquisite water before. Su Feishuan quickly replied, draining the cup of spiritual liquid in one go. As the abundant spiritual liquid coursed through her, it seemed to embody the power of the great Tao, continuously transforming Su Feishuan's body. In an instant, her golden core became extraordinarily radiant, and in the following moment, she ascended to the realm of heavenly core. Moreover, her body underwent tremendous changes, though the anxious Su Feishuan had yet to realize it. Previously, she had merely been at the earth core level. Otherwise, she would not have been pursued so pitifully by the black demon. I drank a cup of water and advanced. Su Feishuan was incredulous. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts. To think that spiritual liquid could be treated as water was an immense stroke of fortune. What advancement? Miss Su, what is the matter? Li Yishi was bewildered, entirely unaware of what Su Feishuan was referring to. Senior, no, nothing. I merely recalled something. At this moment, Su Feishuan's heart was in turmoil. She looked at Li Yishi with entirely altered eyes. Even an ordinary person consuming spiritual liquid would instantaneously succeed in foundational establishment. Even a pig would exhibit changes. Yet, Li Yishi showed no sign of transformation whatsoever. Su Feishuan realized there could only be one possibility. That was, Li Yishi was unfathomably deep, an existence she could not comprehend. Perhaps he was at the pinnacle of martial arts, an ancient ancestor of a realm beyond. Miss Su, I have already stated that I am merely immortal. There are no seniors here. I have lived here for many years. Li Yishi reiterated. Young Master Li, I apologize for my rudeness. Su Feishuan responded, her body trembling. Her heart was filled with trepidation. For many years, how much spiritual liquid has he consumed? Immortal? Who will believe your words? Li Yishi, it seems this senior surname is indeed Li. Remembrance of the past. Remembrance of the past. Could it be that this senior has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, unrivaled in the world, and, weary of slaughter, has taken on the name Ishi to recall the days of yore? Was he embodying immortal, reminiscing about the past? It must be so. Indeed, he was the supreme being who saved me. In remembrance of the past, it seemed this senior sought to live as a mortal, reflecting on earlier days, having grown weary of deceit and treachery. I have finally grasped it. Su Feishuan was utterly astonished. Upon realizing this, she became acutely aware of the situation. To restore a golden core was an astonishing feat. Yet he chose to remain hidden here, clearly disenchanted with the machinations of the world. Do not call me young master, just call me Ishi. Li Yishi felt thoroughly anxious. This was indeed a true heavyweight. Please, do not refer to me as young master. It truly unsettles me. No, young master. You are worthy of such a title. You saved Feishuan. My life now belongs to you. If you continue to refuse, I shall be at a loss for what to do. My master taught me that one must repay kindness. Having gained insight, Su Feishuan dared not address Li Yishi by name. Very well, very well. Miss Su, please sit. Li Yishi felt quite helpless indeed. Cultivators transcended the realm of mortals and were truly polite. Sir, you must also take a seat. Su Feishuan, not daring to sit, urged Li Yishi. Li Yishi hastily complied. Feeling that Su Feishuan was exceedingly courteous and cultured, how could a mere mortal allow her to stand? Yet once seated, he felt awkward, unsure of how to converse. Li Yishi could only transfer food from his plate to Su Feishuan's. Miss Su, please. Young Master Li, I am actually not hungry. Su Feishuan was taken aback and quickly replied. Yet after speaking, she froze, realizing she had refused. If the water was spiritual liquid, then what could the food possibly be? How could I have turned it down? How foolish of me. Am I a pig? No, I am even more foolish than a pig. Su Feishuan scolded herself 100 times. This was an unparalleled opportunity, and I had turned it down. However, seeing that Li Yishi was not paying her any mind, she blushed and hurriedly placed the food in her mouth. Upon tasting the food, her expression shifted once more. In her vision, a sword appeared, an unparalleled divine sword, as if it descended from the heavens. As it moved, a thunderous clap echoed, shaking the void. This is the true essence of the purple lightning sword of Taiching Palace. In an instant, that essence vanished. Su Feishuan was unable to seize it. What sort of ingredients were in this food that it could evoke such enlightenment? Just moments ago, she had been pondering that if she mastered the purple lightning sword, she would not have been pursued by the black demon. And yet she had glimpsed the true essence of the sword. As Su Feishuan contemplated shamelessly indulging once more, the last piece of food on her plate was swiftly snatched away by the large black dog leaping from the ground. Her chopsticks hung in midair, creating a most awkward moment. The large black dog, with its back towards Su Feishuan, was exceedingly vigilant, hastily swallowing its prize. Su Feishuan wore an expression of reluctance. I have missed an opportunity. To alleviate the awkwardness, Su Feishuan quickly offered, Young Master Li, allow me to help you clean up. There's no need. I am but a mortal and have long since adapted. How could a powerful cultivator like Miss Su engage in such menial tasks? Li Yishi stood up hurriedly to tidy up. Watching Li Yishi enter the kitchen, Su Feishuan let out a long breath. Today had been truly unbelievable. She had encountered a supreme being. The clear water was a precious spiritual liquid. A single morsel of food could lead one to enlightenment. How utterly astonishing. As if caught in a dream, in an effort to ease her mind, Su Feishuan diverted her gaze, surveying the grand hall. It was of little consequence that she had looked away, but upon glancing back, she was taken aback. For a piece of calligraphy had utterly drained the color from her face. Having endured countless tribulations and perils, even if my soul were to scatter, my spirit remains. I shall battle through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, though the 6 realms are ever-changing. I shall endure eternally. I am a person who cannot be vanquished even in 100 battles. The heavens cannot extinguish me. The earth cannot entomb me. Even if my soul were to disperse, my spirit shall never fade into oblivion. Now, as I reunite my soul and recreate my flesh, I have finally returned. Each word seemed to contain boundless enchantment, threatening to consume her very essence. Startled, Su Feishuan hastily recoiled, daring not to cast another glance. Having endured countless tribulations and perils, even if my soul were to scatter, my spirit remains. I shall battle through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, though the 6 realms are ever-changing. I shall endure eternally. I am a person who cannot be vanquished even in 100 battles. The heavens cannot extinguish me. The earth cannot entomb me. Even if my soul were to disperse, my spirit shall never fade into oblivion. Now, as I reunite my soul and recreate my flesh, I have finally returned. Su Feishuan murmured to herself, her spirit nearly fleeing from her body in fright. What manner of existence had she encountered? Battling through 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, the 6 realms cannot hold sway over me. The heavens cannot extinguish me. The earth cannot entomb me. What kind of being is this? Miss Su, are you admiring the calligraphy? I beg your pardon, this phrase is something I came across in a book. It was merely a diversion, a triviality. His name must be Dugu. Li Yishi felt a tinge of melancholy. He had seen this from the god tomb and found himself yearning for earth, for this place was indeed perilous. Dugu, you say? Dugu, solitude. So, this supreme being, standing at the pinnacle, has felt the pangs of loneliness. Observing Li Yishi, who was now lost in reminiscence, Su Feishuan experienced a moment of enlightenment. At this moment, Li Yishi stood there as if he had emerged from the primordial era, appearing incomparably majestic in Su Feishuan's eyes. It dawned on her that he was indeed that supreme being. Chapter 3. How can the supreme existence conceal itself from Fei Xian? Fei Xian. At this moment, a voice resonated from the periphery of the ancient forbidden land. The sound was not loud, yet it eerily traversed the expanse of several dozen miles. Within the tone, there lay an urgency akin to that of a mother who has lost her child. One could palpably sense the emotional turbulence embedded within the utterance. The ancient forbidden land, even at its outer fringes, was fraught with peril. Teeming with numerous beast kings, Tio's search for someone in such a place was almost tantamount to courting death, underscoring the gravity of the situation and urgency. A panic, a tension that was unmistakable. Master. It was the master. The master had come that Su Fei Xian, momentarily struck dumb by the awe of Li Yishi's brushwork, was instantaneously roused by the voice. It was her master's voice. One she knew all too well. Simultaneously, Su Fei Xian sensed the urgency within the tone and recognized the dangers of searching for someone in the ancient Forbidden Land. The one searching for Su Fei Xian was none other than her master. The leader of Taiqing Palace, Xinqing at this moment. Xinqing wore a visage marked by anxiety, her complexion remarkably pale. Her garments were somewhat tattered, clearly the remnants of a recent battle, as she had not found the time to tidy herself. Su Fei Xian was not merely her disciple. She was also the pride of Taiqing Palace. In recent years, as talents dwindled, Su Fei Xian, at such a tender age, had cultivated herself to the realm of Earth Dan. Embodying the hope of Taiqing Palace, the martial path is divided into various realms: body refinement, human Dan, Earth Dan, Heaven Dan, Divine Dan, Celestial River, Celestial Path, Heavenly Martial, Earth Martial, Divine Martial, Nirvana, Reincarnation, Divine Fire, and True Divinity. Currently within Taiqing Palace, the strongest was Xinqing, who had only reached the realm of Divine Dan, and due to a battle several years prior, her foundation had been compromised. Henceforth, her cultivation would stagnate at this level, and the hope for the palace's growth rested solely upon Su Fei Xian's shoulders. The competition for the Star Emperor's token was also aimed at allowing Su Fei Xian entry into the ruins for further advancement. Following the trail of energy, Su Fei Xian had ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land. And how could Xinqing not be anxious, knowing that this place was a deadly ground for Su Fei Xian's level of strength? Just as despair loomed over Xinqing, a resplendent firework erupted in the sky. Capturing her attention, that it was the communication method of Taiqing Palace. Fei Xian. Good, you're alive. Xinqing's heart swelled with joy as she hastily soared into the air. Before long, she finally beheld Su Fei Xian in the courtyard. Her aura steady, and her heart soared with elation. Fei Xian, you're unharmed. At last, master can rest easy. Xinqing flew before Su Fei Xian, joyfully appraising her disciple. Another practitioner. Is she your master? Surely, her strength must be formidable. What should I do? How can I bridge the gap? She is a powerful being. Within the courtyard, Li Yishi was fretting, continuously pondering how to establish a rapport, yet all these practitioners were titans in their own right. As an ordinary mortal, he possessed nothing of value to offer. Practitioners only had eyes for treasures that could aid their cultivation, but as a mere mortal, devoid of qualifications, magical artifacts, or spirit stones, what could he possibly do? Alas, Li Yishi, though smiling on the outside, felt utterly dismal within. Racking his brain, he could not conjure any worthy offerings, and inwardly, he cursed his predicament. Sigh. Being immortal is indeed challenging, that I end the void, Xinqing. Upon confirming Su Fei Xian's safety, inquired, Fei Xian, what of the Black Demon? If Su Fei Xian was safe, it seemed the Star Emperor's token was secured. Yet Xinqing was curious how Su Fei Xian had evaded the Black Demon. A being of the initial stage of Heaven Dan, despite Su Fei Xian's exceptional talent, her cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of Earth Dan. How had she escaped? The Black Demon, at this moment. Su Fei Xian also appeared taken aback. After being rescued, she had remained in a state of shock, momentarily forgetting about the Black Demon. Observing Su Fei Xian's expression, Xinqing was perplexed. The Black Demon had been pursuing Su Fei Xian. Fei Xian, did the Black Demon not chase you? The Black Demon was relentlessly pursuing me. In a moment of peril, unable to flee, I detonated my Golden Dan, and after that, I knew nothing. Su Fei Xian recounted the truth. Genuinely unaware of the Black Demon's situation. You detonated your Golden Dan? Foolish girl, cease your nonsensical talk. Do not frighten your master. You are perfectly well. How could you have detonated your Golden Dan? Were you not startled? It is my inadequacy as a master for not being able to protect you. Xinqing's eyes brimmed with tears. No, master. I truly did detonate my Golden Dan. It was the supreme existence here that assisted me in reconstituting my Golden Dan. Look, I have even stepped into the realm of Heaven Dan. Master, there are great fortuities and opportunities here. Perhaps you might break through as well. At this moment, Su Fei Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xinqing, her master, was as dear to her as her own parents. Years ago, due to a great war, her foundation had been damaged, halting her advancement at the Divine Dan realm. If her Golden Dan could be reformed, then healing Xinqing would be a simple matter, merely requiring a cup of pure water. A wondrous elixir, it would undoubtedly cure her master's afflictions. That Su Fei Xian felt that the elixir was extraordinary, harboring mysterious powers. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to have made such significant progress, even allowing her Golden Dan to reform into a more refined state. Reforming the Golden Dan. Great fortuity, great opportunity. At this moment, Xinqing felt as if she were in a dream. Her spiritual energy swept across, discovering that Li Yishi was merely an unequivocal mortal, the most ordinary kind. Could such a person truly be the supreme existence? Surely not. Yet the earnestness in her disciple's eyes was undeniable. Moreover, Su Fei Xian had never been one to deceive her. Xinqing could indeed sense that her disciple had genuinely broken through to the realm of Heaven Dan. At this moment, even the matter of the Star Emperor's token was forgotten. Regardless, today she must express her gratitude to the one who had aided her disciple. If indeed they were a recluse of great repute, it would be an immense boon for Taiqing Palace that Su Fei Xian pulled her master down hurriedly. Li Gongzi, this is my master. Xinqing Li Yishi, about to speak, was preempted by Su Fei Xian. So it is the master of Taiqing Palace. Today's visit is a blessing for this humble man. Please, do come inside. Li Yishi, filled with trepidation, feared inadvertently offending them. Li Gongzi, if we are unwelcome, we shall not impose. You, Li Gongzi, are my savior. Fei Xian addresses you as Gongzi out of respect. I implore you not to decline. Su Fei Xian, somewhat anxious, recognized that while her master might receive great fortune, if Li Yishi were to refuse, all would be in vain. Her words became somewhat flustered. Having been raised by Xinqing since childhood, akin to a biological mother, Su Fei Xian wished to seize this opportunity. Li Gongzi saved Fei Xian. It is a profound grace that deserves her respect. Xinqing expresses gratitude to you, Gongzi, for saving my disciple. Such immense kindness is beyond repayment. Xinqing also spoke, choosing to trust Su Fei Xian. And no matter what, this person must not be offended. Otherwise, Taiqing Palace would cease to exist. At this moment, Xinqing was also deeply concerned. The supreme existence, if angered, would surely bring calamity. Please, both of you. Li Yishi forced a smile, feeling utterly flustered, his mind buzzing with confusion, that he felt quite helpless. That he had read that practitioners were typically proud individuals. Yet here they were, treating an ordinary mortal with such courtesy. Was it possible that all practitioners in this world were so polite and composed? How strange. However, regardless of his thoughts, Li Yishi dared not be careless. For perhaps this was a test from a great figure. One misstep could lead to disaster. Carefully, he led the two into the main hall. Upon entering, Su Fei Xian felt that before the supreme existence, her modest intentions would surely be transparent, only serving to incite disdain. Her master's injuries had likely already caught Li Yishi's attention, so she had no choice but to lay bare their purpose. With a thud, Su Fei Xian knelt down. Li Gongzi, Fei Xian has a request. I hope you will grant it. Su Fei Xian's sudden kneel startled Li Yishi, causing his mind to whirl in confusion. What is happening? Impy with a grim expression, Li Yishi hurriedly grasped Su Fei Xian. Miss Su, please do not frighten me. I, Li Yishi, am merely an ordinary mortal. I possess no extraordinary abilities. That if there is anything I can do to assist you, please instruct me. Please have a seat. That I will fetch you some water. We can discuss matters afterward. Li Yishi at this moment is truly in a state of panic. Women indeed are troublesome beings. That I am but a mere mortal. Please spare me the turmoil. Resigned, I go to pour some water, stepping outside to catch my breath, overwhelmed by anxiety. That Su Fei Xian seems to harbor no ill intentions. Yet with Xinqing present, if she feels humiliated and seeks to retaliate. As an ordinary person, I fear I would be doomed. That I cannot accept such a grand gesture from Su Fei Xian. It could be fatal. That I, in my past life as a citizen of Earth, I was well aware that some individuals possess far too many schemes. Xinqing could easily conspire to eliminate me. I am but an ordinary being. How can I contend with these formidable practitioners? Young master. Observing Li Yishi's departing figure, Su Fei Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. The young master has truly seen through everything. Since he has chosen to become mortal, he surely does not wish for me to speak. Indeed, Before the young master, nothing can be concealed. If I were to hide my thoughts, it would likely incite his disdain. The young master has evidently discerned the extent of my master's injuries and understands what I seek. He wishes to remain in this ancient forbidden zone, embodying a mortal to reminisce about his past life. I cannot disrupt his existence. The treachery of the cultivation world must not exist here. This is a sacred place that must be protected. Could he truly perceive our innermost thoughts? Qing, standing nearby, wore a solemn expression, her curiosity about the so-called spirit liquid intensifying that it truly as Fei Xuan described. In the realm of divine pills, after all, what one can perceive is limited, an existence of such grandeur is beyond my comprehension that this moment. Qing is exceptionally grave, awaiting Li Yishi. Master, you are saved. Su Feishuan gazed at Qing with unwavering determination, her face alight with joy. Chapter 4. Is this truly the Nine Heavens spirit liquid? Could it really be as Feishuan claimed? Su Feishuan's resolute gaze caused Qing to doubt herself. After all, she is not an extraordinary figure capable of seeing through anyone. The self-detonation of the golden core is something Qing had never heard of. The shattering of the golden core is irreversible. However, cultivation is inherently an act of defying the heavens. Can it truly be irreversible? Seeing the unwavering determination in her disciple's eyes, Qing smiled and said, Master is eagerly anticipating it. Soon, we shall have our answers. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Yes, Master, our Taiching Palace is saved. Once Master S' foundation is restored, we shall be free from the threat of the earthly fiend sect. Su Feishuan's joy was boundless. Qing also smiled, beginning to survey the hall. The ancient forbidden land had revealed a courtyard, a most extraordinary occurrence. While courtyards had been discovered before, they were all desolate and lifeless. Yet here, there were signs of habitation. This alone was difficult to explain, shrouded in mystery. Qing's gaze fortuitously fell upon a painting, as its position was quite conspicuous and bore no concealment. Evidently not a significant item, that a painting can reveal much about a person's preferences and habits. Enduring countless tribulations, even if my soul were to scatter, my spiritual awareness remains. Battling through countless reincarnations, even amidst the impermanence of the six paths, I shall attain eternal life. I am a person who cannot be vanquished in 100 battles. Heaven cannot extinguish me, nor can the earth entomb me. Even if my soul is scattered, my spiritual awareness shall never fade. Now, as I reunite my soul and reconstruct my body, I have finally returned. In that instant, these words transformed into swirling vortices, seemingly capable of devouring all, consuming the very heavens. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Qing's lips. She felt her soul quaking, as if the words from the painting sought to consume her essence. Dominating everything. The overwhelming force was indescribable, suppressing all in its wake. Moreover, Qing sensed that within each character lay an unfathomable principle, vast and encompassing, as if embodying all the laws and rules of this world. The principles of reward and punishment. Simultaneously, she glimpsed a path that belonged to her alone. Qing distinctly felt that her path had gone awry. To put it plainly, she had strayed onto a divergent road. Oppressed by Li Yishi's path, just a single glance nearly shattered her resolve. Furthermore, the words inscribed upon the painting were utterly terrifying, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Even a true deity would perish. After all, given the cycle of epochs, the 5 declines of heavenly beings are hard to withstand. Master, Su Feishuan nearby was alarmed, her complexion paling, her mind in turmoil. Why did Master suddenly spit blood? Is it possible she sustained injuries while contending for the Star Emperor's decree? Suppressing it until now. All of this is my fault. If not for me, Master would not be in this state. Su Feishuan was terrified, fearing the loss of her master, wishing to rush to find Li Yishi. Yet she dared not leave for a moment, fearing she might never see her master again. Feishuan, Master is fine. It was an accident. This place is the abode of a great being. We must not act disrespectfully. Qing, shaken, was now deeply wary of this place, fearing to disturb the supreme existence. Should they be displeased, it could mean their annihilation with a mere wave of the hand. Thus, she quickly raised her hand to silence Su Feishuan. preventing her from uttering a sound. Moreover, this was a blessing in disguise. She had realized her path was flawed, that in the future, the way ahead would be remarkably smooth. Yes, Su Feishuan hurriedly quieted down, suppressing her emotions. This place indeed demanded reverence. Master is fine. Instead, she has gained something beneficial, that I glimpsed the painting, which contains terrifying principles, that it was my path that had gone awry, and I now understand where my path faltered. If my foundation can be restored, the way ahead shall be unobstructed. With a flick of Xin Qing's hand, the blood on the ground evaporated without a trace, filling her with immense joy. Yes, Su Feishuan's expression shifted. The worry in her eyes vanished. She too understood the painting's extraordinary nature. Its magical essence was undeniably potent. Su Feishuan quickly composed herself, wearing a smile that Master's well-being surpasses all else. Indeed, opportunities abound in the presence of supreme beings. Perhaps, to them, these matters are but commonplace occurrences. Perhaps something done with a mere flick of the wrist. That moment, carrying water. Li Yishi entered with a beaming expression, completely unaware of the events that had transpired in the hall. Ladies, the water is here. Yishi moved swiftly, not daring to delay. This was his chance to leave the ancient forbidden zone. The host. He must ensure there were no grounds for criticism. Thank you, young master. Xin Qing and Su Feishuan hurriedly stood, bowing respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. Please have a seat. The arrangements here are rather humble. Feel free. This is just the life of mortals. Drink, Li Yishi urged, placing the water before Xin Qing. Young master, you should sit as well. Yishi did not take a seat. How could they dare? No need. You both drink first. I will fetch some fruits. With a smile, Li Yishi exited the hall, leaving no opportunity for conversation with Su Feishuan and Xin Qing. He arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once again, the hall was left with the anxious Su Feishuan and Xin Qing. The master Su Feishuan gazed at the water, her breath quickening with excitement. After witnessing the marvel of the painting, Xin Qing dared not underestimate this clear water. Anxiously lifting the cup, she drank deeply. The clear water entered her mouth. The power of the spirit liquid erupted within her, akin to a divine remedy, steadily repairing her damaged foundation. Xin Qing's expression shifted. Her understanding was utterly overturned. Spirit liquid? This is no ordinary spirit liquid. The effects were far beyond that of common spirit liquid. It should be classified as an even more precious essence. One sip not only mended her damaged foundation, but also began transforming her very constitution. This moment, she could feel the changes within her body. Something deep within her bloodline was awakening. Her physique strengthened, her innate talents surged, and the limitations of her body were continuously shattered. In the next moment, she realized her body felt incredibly light, able to distinctly sense the flow of the wind. With a flick of her fingertip, a vortex of wind materialized. This is the spirit body of wind. Gazing in astonishment at the swirling air at her fingertip, she was utterly stunned. The next moment, upon seeing the empty cup, a realization struck her, and her mouth formed an A shape. This is the Nine Heavens spirit liquid. Xin Qing recalled the legendary divine substance, terrified beyond measure. The Nine Heavens spirit liquid had been produced so effortlessly. What kind of existence is this? Her reverence for Li Yishi reached its zenith. Xin Qing, being significantly older and the head of the Taiqing Palace, possessed a broader breadth of knowledge. She began to grasp the deeper secrets at play. Chapter 5. The Peach of Immortality, a treasure of the celestial realm? Uncertainty breeds no fear. Rather, the more one knows, the deeper the trepidation becomes. The Nine Heavens spirit liquid, in Xin Qing's memory, is a substance of divine nature. Something encountered solely within ancient texts, never before mentioned to have manifested in the world. It belongs to the realm of myth. Yet now, not only has she seen it, but she has also partaken of it. Truly astonishing. Xin Qing felt a sense of daze. It was almost unbelievable. However, all of this is indeed real. Fei Xian, this is the Nine Heavens spirit liquid. How can I express my gratitude to you, esteemed senior? At this moment, Xin Qing was more anxious than Su Feishuan, losing her composure and at a loss for what to do, having received such a miraculous treasure. In contrast, Su Feishuan remained far more composed. After all, she had been shaken before, and witnessing her master's current anxiety only steadied her further. Master, Do you remember the senior's name? Li Shi. The surname is likely Li. The character had been explained to me by the senior. Meaning to remember. And she referring to the past. The nine heaven spirit liquid has repeatedly conveyed to us that this is pure water. Master, the senior must certainly be a figure standing at the pinnacle of the firmament. Perhaps a being who governs all realms. Their appearance here must be to experience mortal life and reminisce about the ways of humanity, though we absolutely cannot refer to this as a divine object. Otherwise, it would surely invoke the senior's displeasure. Let us address the senior as Gongzi, as it seems they are not particularly averse to this title. Ishi, to remember the past, it seems the esteemed senior is indeed savoring the experience of mortal life. Perhaps reminiscing about some bygone events. We must not disturb that. Fei Xian, you are truly wise. Otherwise, I fear I would have invited calamity upon us. Xinqing gazed at Su Fei Xian, her eyes brimming with joy. Her disciple was indeed astute, whereas she herself had nearly caused trouble. Yet both were filled with anxiety. That an exalted being would prepare fruit for them was indeed perplexing. They dared not leave. Feeling quite unsettled and could only converse in hushed tones. Master, does this calligraphy contain the essence of the Tao? Why can I not perceive it? Su Fei Xian was apprehensive of the dreadful power emanating from the calligraphy. Yet who among practitioners does not yearn for the Tao? Your cultivation is somewhat lacking, thus you cannot see it. In time, you will understand the preciousness of this calligraphy. Xinqing replied with a serious expression. Master. Su Fei Xian wished to speak further, but was silenced by Xinqing's gesture. She quickly retracted her words, for speaking of treasures in front of Gongzi was not appropriate, as Su Fei Xian then said. Master, Gongzi's calligraphy is undoubtedly transcendent, surpassing those so-called masters that I believe this artwork, if sold, would fetch an astronomical price. No, such a notion would only tarnish its worth. I consider it a priceless treasure, Su Fei Xian declared earnestly. Indeed, to equate it with mundane prices would be to taint a sacred object. Upon reaching the door, Li Yishi happened to overhear this and smiled faintly. Miss Su, you render me quite embarrassed. This calligraphy was merely a casual creation, rather trivial, intended to express some memories, hardly worth mentioning. Li Yishi replied with a hint of resignation, reluctant to elaborate. To possess such profound power of the Tao, and yet to dismiss it as a mere whim. Su Fei Xian and her master gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes gazing at Li Yishi with awe. They had heard tales of many exalted beings who, possessing extraordinary cultivation, enjoyed masquerading as mortals to engage with the world. Today, they had encountered one with such thoughts, they scarcely dared to breathe, their hearts racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The nine heavens spirit liquid. Now fruits presented to them. The exalted one did not seem to despise their presence. That Li Yishi approached, smiling. Please, take a seat and feel at ease. All right. Xinqing replied, somewhat lost in her thoughts. Su Fei Xian, feeling slightly better, discreetly surveyed the surrounding items. Previously captivated by the calligraphy, she had yet to examine anything else. Noticing an ancient zither in the pavilion outside the hall, she couldn't help but inquire. Does Gongzi enjoy playing the zither? It is merely a pastime to alleviate boredom when there are no guests. Li Yishi casually remarked. Su Fei Xian, maintaining her composure, quickly signaled to Xinqing, attempting to strengthen their rapport with Li Yishi. She then suggested, I have a friend who has immersed herself in zither artistry for many years. Perhaps I could bring her here to exchange ideas with Gongzi next time. Su Fei Xian's friend indeed possessed remarkable skill in the zither, and considering Li Yishi's apparent boredom, it might bring him joy. Xinqing was quite pleased with this proposal. The friend in question was the most accomplished zither player she had encountered. Inviting her here could potentially earn Li Yishi's favor. Li Yishi waved his hand with a wry smile. Perhaps not. I am but a novice myself. Su Fei Xian, being a practitioner, likely had friends who were also cultivators. Although Li Yishi could play the zither, he felt unworthy to engage in such discussions with practitioners. That in his eyes, cultivators were celestial beings, far beyond the reach of an ordinary mortal like himself. Who knew if their discussions might unleash sound waves that could obliterate him? Though he had never witnessed it, Li Yishi imagined that was the nature of practitioners at this moment. He had set down the peaches he was holding and smiled. Please enjoy. They are not yet ripe, but still quite sweet. What Li Yishi had brought were peaches freshly picked from the orchard, still green and unripe. What is this? Qing and Su Feixian looked at the peaches. Puzzled, they had never encountered such fruit before and pondered what miraculous fruit Gongzi had presented. "This is a peach. Have you truly never seen one?" Li Shi asked curiously, although this was not Earth. Peaches were quite common there. Could it be that this world truly lacked them? The expressions of the two did not seem to convey deception. "Gongzi, we indeed have never seen a peach. May I ask what its origin is?" Qing inquired hastily, for this peculiar fruit was a novelty to her, Li Shi, unaware that Qing, though new to the Tao, could sense the Tao's resonance emanating from the peach, recognized it as a divine object. How could she not be apprehensive? Naturally, she wished to know its origins, for it might prove of great use in the future. Qing was fervently eager for such knowledge. "Ahem, that if you are unaware, I shall gladly explain," that Li Shi smiled, oblivious to how, after a brief interaction, he had transformed into quite the chatterbox. Yet Qing and Su Feixian held no such thoughts when an exalted being spoke. It was a blessing, a tremendous fortune. Li Shi did not speak immediately, but pondered for a moment, preparing his words. However, the sight of him at this moment appeared different to the two. He seemed to merge with heaven and earth, embodying both simultaneously. With their anticipation mounting, Li Shi began, according to legend, "Peaches are not of the mundane world, but treasures of the celestial realm." Every year, on the third day of the third month, the Queen Mother of the West holds a grand celebration, serving peaches as the main dish to feast upon the gathered immortals who come to celebrate her birthday. It is said that the Queen Mother's peach orchard contains 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bear fruits that mature every 3,000 years. Those who eat them attain immortality and enlightenment. The next 1,200 mature every 6,000 years. Those who consume them soar into the heavens, achieving eternal life. The final 1,200 have purple veins and fine cores, maturing every 9,000 years. Those who partake will share longevity with heaven and earth, and their lives will align with the sun and moon. Li Shi spoke thoughtfully, gradually revealing the tale, that he was earnest in his narration, oblivious to the astonished expressions of Qing and Su Feixian. The two were utterly captivated, realizing that this indeed was a divine object. Every 3,000 years, those who consume it attain immortality. Every 6,000 years, those who partake soar into the heavens, living eternally. Every 9,000 years, those who consume it will share the lifespan of heaven and earth, aligning their existence with the sun and moon. Qing and Su Feixian stared at Li Shi in disbelief, as if they had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Chapter 6. The indication of the exalted being. Li Shi remained oblivious to the two. Continuing, peaches have always been sacred objects of the celestial court. However, during the cycle of epochs, a piece of stone used to mend the heavens absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, transforming into a spiritual entity. The stone monkey became sentient, its wisdom extraordinary. Seeking immortals and the Tao, it faced tribulations and, through fortuitous circumstances, became a disciple of the patriarch Bodhi, mastering the 72 transformations, the somersault cloud, and immense supernatural powers, able to travel vast distances with a single leap. The patriarch Bodhi, aware of the past and future, foresaw that his disciple would inevitably cause a calamity of immense proportions, thus expelling the monkey from his abode, cautioning him never to disclose that he was his disciple. Eventually, the monkey, endowed with extraordinary powers, formed an alliance with the supreme demon king and seized the dragon king's treasure. The sea-stabilizing needle. As his weapon, he donned the golden armor of the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, the purple gilded crown of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Chin, and the cloud-walking shoes made of lotus silk from the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun. At this juncture, Li Shi couldn't help but reminisce about the grandeur of the great sage, pausing momentarily. The dragon race's sea-stabilizing needle, the golden armor of the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, the purple gilded crown of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Chin, and the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes of the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun. Each utterance from Li Shi resonated like roaring waves in the minds of Qing and Su Feixian. The dragon race, a race of immense power, had actually bowed before the stone monkey. How astonishing that even the proud dragon race would submit. Just how formidable must the monkey's powers be? Qing and Su Feixian dared not breathe. sensing that Li Yishi seemed lost in his own memories. This was perhaps a matter witnessed by an existence of supreme stature. Indeed, such an existence had visited the celestial realm. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at Li Yishi. Li Yishi continued. Later, the monkey's remarkable powers reached the ears of the Jade Emperor in the celestial court, and he was bestowed with an official position in the celestial realm. However, one day, the monkey inadvertently discovered that his rank was quite low, leading to a great uproar in the heavenly palace, where he brought the peaches from the Pan Peach Festival back to Huagua Mountain. The monkey horde carelessly tossed the peach pits around, and thus the earthly realm came to possess the Pan Peaches. After speaking, Li Yishi glanced at the still-shocked duo. Ladies, would you care for some peaches? Seeing Qing and Su Feishuan rendered speechless, their faces awash with astonishment, Li Yishi couldn't help but chuckle. Go ahead, Su Feishuan and Qing quickly regained their composure, responding in haste, their minds still buzzing. Ladies, do indulge, that Li Yishi reiterated, before picking up a green pan peach to savor. The day was rather warm, and having just finished a meal, he found himself in need of a refreshing fruit. Enjoying the pan peach was simply delightful. Witnessing Li Yishi's blissful consumption, Qing couldn't resist and also picked up a pan peach, slightly dazed, and took a big bite. Crunch! How crisp! How sweet! The moment the peach entered her mouth, a surge of energy flowed along her lips and teeth, teasing her tongue like a mischievous child. Instantly, a rich aroma exploded on her palate, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. Delicious, truly delicious. She had never imagined that the pan peach could be so exquisite. With a gulp, as she swallowed, that magical force began to radiate throughout her body. What is this? She couldn't help but take another bite, this time a substantial one. The taste was crisp and delectable, while a vast and mysterious power surged into her mouth, exploding in her abdomen. Crunch, crunch! She lost herself in the moment. The exquisite flavor combined with the dense, mysterious energy almost rendered her incapable of rational thought. All that occupied her mind was one singular thought: to eat more. Before long, one pan peach was devoured. After finishing his own, Li Yishi quietly observed Qing. His brows slightly twitched and a hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. Is this woman truly a practitioner, the master of Taqing Palace? Over a mere peach, is it necessary to react this way? Qing, noticing Li Yishi's gaze upon her, felt her fair face flush with embarrassment. Lowering her head in shame, her eyes darting away, not daring to meet his. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of heat enveloped her entire being, as boundless spiritual power erupted from her golden core. Qing's pores opened wide, and an enigmatic sensation flooded her mind. Like a divine awakening, certain obscure insights crystallized at that instant. She had broken through. Quite inexplicably, a glimmer of bewilderment lingered in her eyes as she glanced at the peach pit before her. Disbelief etched on her features. This pan peach is indeed a divine object. Even in its unripe state, it bears a trace of Tao rhythm. How extraordinary! Beside her, Su Feishuan's expression transformed entirely, her mind buzzing. Qing hastily rose, bowing respectfully to Li Yishi. Thank you, esteemed senior, for granting me the peach that aided my breakthrough. The address shifted to senior, a complete loss of composure. Transitioning from the realm of divine elixirs to the celestial river realm was an arduous endeavor, requiring profound comprehension of the yin and yang of the celestial river above the nine heavens. Yet with just one spiritual fruit, the feat was accomplished. However, Li Yishi's expression darkened. Did I ask this person foolish? Eating a peach without any semblance of decorum, lacking the demeanor of a leader, and now this turns into mockery. I am merely a mortal. Your breakthrough is of no concern to me. And to thank me for bestowing you a peach, does eating my peach grant you your breakthrough? This is akin to a wealthy individual thanking me for giving him a toy car while he drives his luxury vehicle. It is utterly grating that I've stated before. I am but a simple mortal. And this peach is merely an ordinary pan peach, not the legendary kind. Such tales are just that, tales. Why thank me, calling me senior? Am I that old? Moreover, I truly am a mortal and lack such capability. Li Yishi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, his tone becoming less cordial. Inwardly scolding himself, if I were a big shot, would I be so cautious as to serve you, hoping you would take me away from this wretched place? I could simply leave in a flash. What of practitioners? Can they trample upon the dignity of others? Xinqing's heart seized with fright, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. Have I angered the Supreme Being? How could I have forgotten this? Their intention is to remain immortal. Hastily, Xinqing sought to remedy the situation, apologizing. My lord, I beg your pardon. I was overly excited just now and spoke out of turn. My lord, my master broke through and was overwhelmed with joy. Please do not take offense that Su Feishuan quickly interjected. Seeing Li Yixi anger, she had awakened from the storytelling reverie. Please sit. There's no need for alarm. It was merely a slip of the tongue. After expressing his ire, Li Yixi felt a pang of trepidation. I actually lost my temper with them. What a fool I am. Sighing inwardly, Li Yixi felt that all his prior efforts might have been in vain. Wong. The large black dog ambled over, barking at Li Yixi. By here, instinctively, Li Yixi grabbed a pan peach and tossed it to the dog, as was customary that he had not plucked many peaches, not expecting that the lofty practitioners would enjoy them. The dog swallowed it whole, seemingly quite satisfied before wandering off to digest. Seeing only one peach remaining in the dish, Su Feishuan quickly grasped it, realizing the opportunity it represented. Xinqing also discreetly snatched the peach pit. Looking gratefully at the large black dog, I am no match for the wisdom of the black dog. The peach pit cannot be an ordinary item. It must be a treasure. To divert Li Yixi's attention, Su Feishuan quickly attempted to change the subject, exclaiming, My lord, your calligraphy is indeed exquisite, a true marvel. Pointing directly to the artwork, Li Yixi responded, It's just average, nothing special, that he felt quite confident in his calligraphy. Standing to examine the piece more closely to know, this is simply a treasure, not an ordinary object. Su Feishuan insisted eagerly, that a treasure, you say? If Miss Su likes it, then I shall gift it to you. Li Yixi smiled. Regarding it as mere characters. Su Feishuan felt as though she were hallucinating that moment. The large black dog's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. It leaped up and bit the artwork, swallowing every character whole before turning to flee. What the debai? In an instant, Li Yixi's expression soured. The artwork had been devoured by the dog. Knowing Su Feishuan's appreciation, Li Yixi, having encountered countless people, understood that this opportunity to curry favor with a powerful being had vanished. Xinqing and Su Feishuan exclaimed simultaneously, astonished as such a treasure simply vanished. The large black dog vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the three utterly bewildered. Miss Su, I shall send you another one in the future. Li Yixi sighed, wishing to shift the topic, yet at a loss for words. Having not rested after his meal, he instinctively yawned. Seeing this, Su Feishuan exchanged a glance with Xinqing, suddenly realizing. They thought Li Yixi was signaling that they could take their leave. Hastily, they bowed to Li Yixi at My Lord, we have been away from Taqing Palace for some time. We are unsure of its current state. We apologize for the disturbance. Next time, we shall bring friends to play a piece for you. After bowing, they quickly exited the courtyard. Li Yixi opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it. It seemed he would never escape this wretched place. Chapter 7. The Supreme Demon Emperor Who. Xinqing exhaled a long breath, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Moments ago, she had thought she might perish for exposing the identity of a supreme being. Thankfully, the supreme being had merely dismissed them. Master, let us depart. Su Feishuan urged Xinqing. Yes. Xinqing nodded. It is time to go. With a sigh, she prepared to take flight. That moment, Su Feishuan's gaze fell upon a dark iron plate, her expression one of shock. Hearing Su Feishuan's voice, Xinqing followed her gaze and exclaimed in delight, The Star Emperor's Order. The dark iron plate was none other than the Star Emperor's Order. No one had anticipated that the relic key. The Star Emperor's Order, which had been fiercely contested, now lay discarded like refuse. My Lord has slain the Black Demon, and yet did not retrieve the Star Emperor's Order. Su Feishuan was quite taken aback. Silly girl, the Star Emperor's Order is merely the key to the tomb of a being at the Divine Pill Realm. Inside lies nothing more than the cultivation legacy of a practitioner at the Divine Pill level. Xinqing gazed at Su Feishuan, reminding her that it was not Xinqing who had become arrogant after his breakthrough, but rather Xinqing believed that in Li Yixi's eyes, this was nothing but garbage. After all, Li Yishi drank water infused with the essence of the nine heavens. How could he possibly care for such commonplace items? Coincidentally, in the courtyard, Li Yishi noticed that the two had not departed immediately and stealthily approached. Just in time to overhear Qing's words. The Star Emperor's order is merely the key to the tomb of a being at the Divine Pill realm. Inside lies nothing more than the cultivation legacy of a practitioner at the Divine Pill level. Each word detonated in Li Yishi's mind like thunder. Her expression soured, akin to having tasted bitter melon. There exists a cultivation legacy right before me, yet I failed to notice it, repeating in her mind. Just a cultivation legacy of a divine pill being, garbage. Toss it away. Toss it away. I shall retrieve it, as she continued to mutter. Disappointment washed over Li Yishi the next moment, as her incantation bore no fruit. Su Feishuan hastily tucked away the Star Emperor's order, and the two soared into the sky. What a waste, that is garbage. Throw it away. Li Yishi exclaimed, hands on her hips, feeling as though she had been blind for years, having narrowly missed a fortuitous encounter. Time to wash up and sleep, Li Yishi lamented, her face filled with despair. The first wave of people she had encountered in 3 years had just left, and she felt utterly hopeless. When would she ever escape? With a heavy heart, she turned and entered the house. Master, with your breakthrough to the heavenly river realm, our Taiching Palace shall finally be free from humiliation. The Earth Fiend sect can no longer act tyrannically, seizing our cultivation resources. Su Feishuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed, it is time to settle accounts with the Earth Fiend sect. For years, they have bullied our Taiching Palace. The debt is due. Qing's gaze darkened at the thought of the Earth Fiend sect, clearly harboring resentment from the years of their bullying. Qing sensed the elevation of his cultivation. His eyes glazed over. Today's harvest felt like a dream. The two soared on their swords, traversing the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Land. Qing had ascended to the heavenly river realm, and his courage had swelled significantly in the vicinity of the ancient Forbidden Land. However, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious aura emanated from their bodies, awakening those who had long been in slumber. One by one, the Beast Kings, entrenched in deep sleep and cultivation, gradually opened their eyes, their pupils instantly turning blood red. All the Beast Kings fixed their gaze in the same direction. Roars erupted, shaking the previously tranquil outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Land, as if the very heavens were quaking. Massive beings, whose presence felt capable of shaking the world, surged towards a single point. Master, Master, what is happening? Why have all the beasts awoken at the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Land? Su Feishuan's eyes reflected a hint of terror at the sound of the beastly roars. The collective fury of the beasts, in a place already synonymous with death, was enough to incite fear. Despite her recent breakthrough to the Divine Pill realm, even at the periphery of the ancient Forbidden Land, she could fall at any moment, still akin to an ant to be cautious. Something must have emerged within the ancient Forbidden Land that has drawn these Beast Kings' attention. Qing's eyes brimmed with dread and apprehension. Suddenly, a piercing bird call shattered the air. Its sound grating and resonating through the void. That a gargantuan bird materialized, its wings spanning a distance of several miles with a mere flap. The aura it exuded rendered Qing and Su Feishuan breathless. In an instant, they had no time to evade as the colossal bird descended upon them, looming like a deity, its crimson eyes glaring down, and its enormous claws threatening to ensnare them, as if to imprison the very heavens. In that moment, even Qing, at the heavenly river realm, lost control of his body. The void itself was dominated by the giant bird, and annihilation was imminent. Su Feishuan and her master cried out in despair. Just then, amidst their hopelessness, a sudden barking echoed. The once formidable and ominous bird, resembling a deity, lost its overwhelming aura in an instant, its crimson eyes turning clear and filled with fear, restoring control over their bodies. Su Feishuan and Qing felt as though they had just returned from the brink of hell. They saw a lazy, earthy dog striding towards them in the void. What is this? Su Feishuan gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the dog. However, she quickly found solace in the presence of an extraordinary figure. How could there be mere ordinary beings? The dog was none other than Dehei, the companion of Li Yishi. With each step, Dehei grew exponentially, exuding a fierce aura that was both languid yet overwhelming, shaking the very heavens. Upon reaching the two, Dehei underwent a transformation, morphing into a colossal black hound with eyes that seemed capable of devouring the universe. Its fur, elongated several times, billowed in the wind, and Su Feishuan observed glistening scales upon Dehei's body, reminiscent of dragon scales, radiating a chilling brilliance. With a single snap of its jaws, Dehei consumed the previously formidable bird, as though it could swallow vast expanses of land. The beast kings, rushing towards them with blood-red eyes, regained their clarity, prostrating themselves on the ground, emitting low whines of submission. None dared to defy that Dehei's massive head loomed before the two. Humans produced the Pan Tao and the Peach Pit. It commanded coldly, "Oh yes, senior," they stammered, hastily presenting the fruits that Dehei regarded the hovering Peach and Pit, exhaling gently. The arcane aura enveloping them was swiftly sealed. After completing the task, Dehei cast a dispassionate glance at the pair. Though the sacred fruit is not yet ripened, it is still a creation of fortune, a fatal temptation for these beast kings. The aura has been sealed. You may take it as your boon from the master. As for the scrolls, they are beyond your grasp. Should you possess them, your demise would be swift. Thus, I shall consume them. Be gone. And remember, the master seeks only to experience mortal life. Never claim the master as an exalted being. Having delivered its warning, Dehei transformed back into an earthy dog, wagging its tail as it vanished. Puffing heavily, Su Feishuan and her master exchanged glances filled with trepidation. An unparalleled demon emperor? Was the dog beside the young master truly an unparalleled demon emperor? How audacious to claim the title of emperor! Su Feishuan's mind swirled with confusion. Xinqing stared at the empty sky and the retreating beast kings, taking a long while to regain his composure. Chapter 8. The arrival of the strange at the edge of life and death in the ancient forbidden land. Numerous figures emerged and a monk stood suspended in the void. Clad in a cassock, hands clasped, chanting softly, golden light radiating from behind him that a throne floated in the air, upon which sat a man whose vitality was as radiant as the sun, exuding an aura of terror. There was also a valiant figure in golden battle armor, emanating boundless golden radiance, wielding a golden war spear that instilled fear in all. Behind these three figures stood countless others, each exuding a terrifying presence. Surpassing even Xinqing, who had broken through to the heavenly river realm. At the center of this triad of forces stood a massive ancient tomb, its stone tablet evidently pried open, signifying that someone had ventured inside. The three factions remained eerily quiet, even the formidable figures closing their eyes in meditation. Yet, the atmosphere was palpably tense, unlike the calmness of the three, as if they were all awaiting something. Bah! In the next moment, the previously silent entrance of the ancient tomb erupted with sound and a disheveled figure emerged, appearing utterly disheveled and spitting out a mouthful of phlegm, clearly displeased, the spittle laced with blood. Fear flickered in his eyes. The moment the shabby figure raised his head to gaze into the void, his expression shifted drastically, paling. The cold man on the throne, the valiant warrior wielding the golden spear, and the monk surrounded by Buddha light all opened their eyes simultaneously, fixating on the ragged man. Tomb King, how have you fared? Tomb King, this territory is guarded by my blood-war nation. Everything here belongs to us, and no one shall take anything away. The cold man on the throne spoke with authority. Bah! What day is it today? Have I truly forgotten to consult the almanac? How unfortunate. Baijian Wang, why are you silent? Are you merely here to watch the spectacle? The scoundrel mockingly remarked, this king has come to retrieve something. You shall not take it, Magong Wang, Baijian Wang replied coldly, revealing no hint of his intentions. So, does this mean I have labored in vain? For whom? Pray tell. The scoundrel sneered at the next moment. He spun around and dashed toward the hidden escape route. However, the three formidable beings unleashed their attacks upon the ancient tomb. As the three assaults descended, a chilling smile crept upon the scoundrel's lips. His body came to an abrupt halt as he struck the ancient tomb fiercely once more, then retreated explosively. A resounding boom echoed through the tomb, followed by a roar of furious madness. The scoundrel transformed into a fleeting shadow and fled. Just then, the ancient tomb erupted, revealing a colossal entity. A terrifying black mist erupted, and the eerie roars of a grotesque army filled the air, shaking the very earth, as though the gates of hell had swung open. The immense figure within the black mist extended a decrepit, parched hand reaching out towards the three individuals, colliding violently with their fierce attack. The three formidable beings were sent reeling backward, spitting blood, their eyes filled with horror. Magong Wong, you shall perish. Their gazes were icy. Realizing they had been ensnared, the scoundrel, known as Magong Wong, paid them no heed and fled for his life. Magong Wong, do not escape. The three, their expressions grim, turned to pursue him. None anticipated that Magong Wong would provoke the bizarre and act so recklessly. The strange phenomenon descended, impervious to divine beings. The black mist swiftly blotted out the sun that I in the courtyard where Li Yishi resided. He slept with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the tranquil courtyard erupted into chaos. Dahei lifted his head towards the sky, barking several times. The pet cat glanced up, its eyes filled with disdain, before returning to its slumber. Sparrows on the eaves chirped excitedly that a golden fish leaped from the pond, creating ripples before splashing back into the depths. The peach tree in the backyard instantaneously grew to an immense size, overshadowing the courtyard. The bizarre phenomenon descended past Su Feishuan and Xin Qing, who had not yet flown beyond the outskirts of the ancient forbidden ground, were instantly filled with terror. The strangeness arrived in the blink of an eye, leaving them no chance to escape the forbidden area. They turned and fled towards Li Yishi's residence, which was much closer. Hoping they could reach it in time, the only chance for survival, praying that Li Yishi could withstand the bizarre onslaught. Damn it! How unfortunate! Magong Wong's expression darkened. The bizarre phenomenon had arrived, and these rascals showed no signs of sparing him. Magong Wong, surrender the dragon-slaying battle axe. Today, I shall spare your life, that a cold voice echoed from behind. The dragon-slaying battle axe? Is this it? Magong Wong brandished a large, dark axe in his hand and turned to the pursuers with a derisive smile. Come, take it. Not afraid of death. Let us engage in battle. Come on. Magong Wong taunted. The three behind him fell silent, their expressions grim. Should they force Magong Wong into a frenzy and provoke him into a fight, they would undoubtedly be caught by the bizarre, facing near certain death. Thunder rumbled ominously from the darkness behind, as if countless strange creatures writhed within. Mysterious and unfathomable, some beast kings that could not evade the dark shroud were instantly transformed into skeletons, their bones eerily quivering as they became part of the bizarre horde. Upon reaching the vicinity of the courtyard, Su Feishuan and Xin Qing suddenly heard Dahei's transmission and saw the three formidable beings approaching. Drawn by the bizarre phenomenon, their expressions changed in an instant. They did not enter the courtyard but stood guard before it, urgently stating, "Esteemed elders, you cannot enter the courtyard. Our master is sleeping inside and must not be disturbed. Get lost. Who dares obstruct our path? Mere ants. The bizarre can only be repelled by ancient relics of the Forbidden Zone. What nonsense about a master. Just a mere mortal. Step aside." A guard beside Shuizhan Wang glanced at the courtyard, seeing through their ruse, and struck out with a palm towards the two that, however, in the next moment, a peachwood branch enveloping the courtyard suddenly pierced through the void, passing over Su Feishuan and Xin Qing's shoulders, causing the guard, who had surpassed the Tian'er realm, to explode into oblivion, leaving no trace behind but at that moment. The three formidable beings and Magong Wong halted, their eyes filled with terror, unwilling to advance a single step, for moving forward would hasten their demise. The four of them then realized that the bizarre darkness behind them had ceased its advance. Within the darkness, the thunder roared, as if confronted by a formidable foe. In the next moment, the hesitant bizarre darkness abruptly enveloped them, tentatively launching an attack. The peachwood branch beside Su Feishuan and Xin Qing elongated infinitely, piercing into the bizarre realm, where agonized wails erupted. The bizarre darkness exploded, its furious roars filled with unwillingness, vanishing at an astonishing speed into the horizon. That it was clear that it had suffered a crushing defeat. The peach branch returned to its normal state, and the massive peach tree that had enveloped the courtyard shrank back into an ordinary peach tree. Shuizhan Wang, Baizhan Wang of the Golden Ancient Clan, and the monk from Tianlong Temple gazed in astonishment at the peach tree behind the courtyard, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had witnessed a tree so powerful that it could repel the bizarre. Su Feishuan and Xin Qing were equally astonished. The two exchanged glances at the azure peaches hanging from the tree. Could it be that our master can pluck those fruits? Is our master the guardian of this world? Their minds went blank. Chapter 9. There are some things that are impossible. The moment the peach wood repelled the bazaar from the forbidden zone, the onlookers in front of the courtyard were filled with endless terror and shock that no one had expected that such an existence could repel the bazaar. How impressive! If I had hidden in the courtyard, would I have been safe? Could I have escaped this calamity? While the crowd remained in shock, the thoroughly scoundrel-like Mugong Wang, Zhou Tong, found his blood and energy in turmoil from the injuries sustained in the cave. Compounded by the relentless pursuit of these individuals that at this moment, he was fortunate to be alive, but escape was no longer an option. Kong Chan, the abbot of Tianlong Temple, Baijian Wang of the Golden Ancient Clan, and Shuizhan Wang, known for their ruthless bloodshed, were all formidable presences. The divine weapons in their hands were the result of their near-fatal experiences in the cave, and they were unwilling to relinquish them so easily. Moreover, many sought Zhou Tong's life. Surrendering them would not guarantee survival. Over the years, he had angered numerous powerful factions by robbing graves. Zhou Tong, in his scoundrel-like state, kept his eyes darting, pondering how to fend off his pursuers and escape. Yet, time and again, he found no glimmer of hope. Master. In the next moment, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, a cold smile spreading across his face. Hey, you want it? I shall not give it to you, with a sneer. Zhou Tong discreetly inched closer to the courtyard, being exceedingly cautious, afraid of awakening the stunned onlookers. Zhou Tong was naturally one to cherish his life, and after witnessing the terror here, he dared not directly enter the courtyard. Even though his spiritual sense indicated that there was only a mere mortal within, he had clearly heard Su Feishuan and Xin Qing refer to someone as master. Zhou Tong was no fool. He deduced that Xin Qing and Su Feishuan might know the owner of the courtyard, and his objective was to forge a connection with them. Zhou Tong approached Xin Qing and Su Feishuan, addressing them. Xin Gongzhu, it has been a long time since we last met. I did not expect you to have broken through to the Tian'er realm. Congratulations. Zhou Tong was exceptionally polite, bowing to Xin Qing and adopting a posture of a peer. Lowering his stance to seek assistance, that I ask that you, Mugong Wang? Xin Qing, hearing the familiar voice, awoke and looked at Zhou Tong with uncertainty. Yes, it's me, Zhou Tong. Just call me Zhou Tong. No need for formalities. Those who have achieved greatness come first. I sense a trace of Dao rhythm about you. Xin Gongzhu, it won't be long before you reach the same realm. That I humbly request your assistance. I wish to present something to our master. I believe only someone of his caliber is worthy of using it. No one else qualifies. Zhou Tong wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand as he produced the dragon-slaying battle axe. Upon seeing the dragon-slaying battle axe, both Xin Qing and Su Feishuan gasped in shock. The aura emanating from the axe was simply too terrifying that it was undoubtedly a divine weapon, one whose rank they could not comprehend. The blade's brilliance left them breathless. Even in the absence of any wielder, Su Feishuan and Xin Qing exchanged glances, feeling apologetic. Zhou Xianzhong, we are unsure if our master will appreciate it. How about this? Our master is currently napping, and once he awakens, we will inform him to see if he wishes to meet you. Su Feishuan and Xin Qing believed that Li Yishi was undoubtedly omnipotent. He seemed to have knowledge of everything that transpired outside, and thus, none dared to take the lead. Moreover, the young master, surnamed Li and named Yishi, was merely a mortal, incapable of cultivating. Xin Qing discreetly conveyed her thoughts. Although Zhou Tong had offended many, he had some connection to the Taiqing Palace, and she feared that Zhou Tong might provoke Li Yishi's displeasure. She subtly reminded him of the young master's mortal status, aware that Li Yishi disliked being referred to as a senior. Li Yishi, a mortal? Zhou Tong muttered to himself upon hearing Xin Qing's words. What did Xin Qing mean by that? Zhou Tong, where are you heading? The cold voice of Kong Chan from Tianlong Temple interrupted, having overheard Zhou Tong and Xin Qing's conversation. Today, we must seize the dragon-slaying battle axe. It is a divine weapon that must be acquired. In Kong Chan's eyes, the courtyard merely held a sleeping mortal, indicating that the master was absent. As for the peach wood, if it were a concern regarding the battle axe, it would have been taken already. Its absence suggested indifference, and since the peach wood had not harmed them, it implied a lack of concern for their presence. Their current objective was to avoid damaging any part of this place, lest they provoke the peach wood's wrath. Perhaps the peach wood's duty was merely to guard this forbidden zone. Kong Chan resolutely concluded. The Blood War King of the Blood War Nation remained silent, his attention focused on the courtyard before him, beyond which lay the territory of the Blood War Nation. And it was also his fief. Such a presence posed a significant threat to the Blood War Nation. The 100 Battles King of the Golden Ancient Clan stood quietly, not uttering a word. Leave? When did I say I was leaving? This place is my destination. I came here to retrieve an axe for the young master to chop wood. The young master's axe is not very sharp. Zhou Tong remarked, thinking of Shen Qing's reference to mortal, casually referring to the dragon-slaying battle axe as a mere wood-chopping tool. Are you certain? Are you sure you know the master of this courtyard? Kong Chan shot Zhou Tong a cold smile. Blood War King seeks an audience with a senior. I was unaware that a senior resided here and apologize for the intrusion, that I do not know who this esteemed individual is. But if they guard this place, they protect the vast territories of the Blood War Nation, and thus, the nation should pay them homage, the Blood War King declared, ignoring the two, stepping forward into the void and speaking loudly. Damn it, why am I dreaming again? I am but a mortal, not some senior or exalted being. What on earth is happening? I am truly no extraordinary figure, just an ordinary man that as the Blood War King's voice echoed inside. Li Yishi was jolted awake from his slumber, his eyes bleary and filled with irritation. He pressed his hands against his face, rubbing it in frustration, his expression dark. What is wrong with this day? This cursed place. I must leave soon. That he cursed a few times, pulling the blanket over his head to continue sleeping. That Li Yishi felt exceedingly vexed. The notion of anyone being present was impossible. He had been here for 3 years and had only encountered 2 formidable women, neither of whom he could cling to for support to escape this dreadful place. Now, he believed the voice to be a mere figment of his imagination. There could not possibly be anyone around. However, outside, Shen Qing and Su Feishuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon hearing the anger and irritation in Li Yishi's voice. Their gaze towards the Blood War King altered. Your Highness, I am Shen Qing, the Palace Master of Taiqing. The young master is napping and must not be disturbed. That if the young master were to become enraged, it would not bode well. Knowing the Blood War King's ruthless nature, Shen Qing quickly intervened, aware that Li Yishi had granted them an immense opportunity. Even if it cost them their lives, they had to persuade these individuals. The young master had chosen such a secluded place for a reason. He must cherish tranquility and should not be interrupted. You are Shen Qing, the Palace Master of Taiqing? I have heard of your name, but do you think a mere being of the Tianhe realm has the right to warn me? The Blood War King's domineering demeanor bore down on Shen Qing, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her complexion paling. Enough. I understand who this young master is that I have trained for over a century. Could I not see through this place? Much of what exists here lacks a sense of time. It has been no more than 3 years, and the youth within has a bone age of merely 20. How could he possibly be an extraordinary being? He is nothing more than a mortal, an insignificant insect. The Blood War King scrutinized every detail with keen perception. Unlike ordinary beings, the Blood War King possessed extraordinary eyesight. And his spiritual power was formidable. He discerned that Li Yishi was truly immortal, unwaveringly confident in his conclusion. Are you certain, Iron War King? Kong Chan inquired, directing his gaze at the Blood War King. Iron War King, do you doubt me? The Blood War King's expression darkened at Kong Chan's words. That in a swift motion, Kong Chan lunged toward Zhou Tong, coveting the divine weapon, choosing to trust the Blood War King. However, as he took a few steps, his body suddenly froze in place, an angry voice echoing in his mind. Damn that bald donkey! How dare you act recklessly here, where the young master resides as a sacred ground? I shall punish you with death. Kong Chan's attack left Zhou Tong terrified. He was severely injured and could not contend with Kong Chan yet. He noticed Kong Chan's body had inexplicably become immobile, his eyes wide with fear, unable to feign otherwise at that moment. The Blood War King narrowed his eyes, and the 100 Battles King retreated a few steps without drawing attention. All present turned their gazes towards the chicken before Kong Chan, which appeared to be an ordinary hen, devoid of any supernatural qualities. Yet, this seemingly mundane chicken caused everyone to change color, for they perceived an aura of the Tao emanating from it. The hen, now radiating Taoist essence, rendered Kong Chan immobile, subduing all present, a feat none could replicate. Suddenly, The hen opened its mouth and unleashed a flame, silencing Kong Chan and reducing him to nothingness. After vanquishing Kong Chan, the rooster clucked a few times and returned to its flock, as if to convey, "I am merely an ordinary chicken. Pay me no mind." The flame of Zhuge. Zhou Tong gasped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. He had encountered the divine beast Zhuge here. What manner of place was this? Was that mortal truly just a mortal? Zhou Tong's mind buzzed. Zhuge. Xin Qing and Su Feishuan beside Zhou Tong had their mouths agape, their eyes filled with terror. That hen was, in fact, Zhuge, the supreme divine beast. Your Highness? Why does that voice sound so familiar? Isn't that Xin Qing's voice? Could it be that I am dreaming again? Surely not. Did I not just leave? Li Yishi found himself uncertain, his drowsiness dissipating. He rose from his bed and approached the door, only to be taken aback. Elated yet startled, he was thrilled to see living beings once more. Especially powerful cultivators. Alarmed, he realized it was a regional lord, whose voice was quite unfriendly. When a king is enraged, heads roll. What should I do? What should I do? Li Yishi felt anxious, unsure if he could afford to offend this lord. He could not delay. He needed to step out, for if this lord were to become angry, he would be doomed. Hastily, Li Yishi flung open the door and stepped outside. Miss Su, why have you returned? Li Yishi smiled. Come, let us rest in the courtyard. Being familiar with these two eased his tension. He needed to practice his speech to avoid awkwardness. Young Master Li, I am Zhou Tong, that I have obtained an axe. Quite sharp, and I intend to present it to you for chopping wood. Zhou Tong hurriedly entered, presenting the axe before Li Yishi, embracing a sense of desperation, for death seemed inevitable, and he held onto a glimmer of hope. Considering the strangeness of this place, indeed, I happen to be in need of a wood-chopping axe. Thank you. Upon noticing someone speaking to him, and that individual being rather disheveled, Li Yishi felt a surge of joy. For he had finally encountered a seemingly normal person that in Li Yishi's perspective, cultivators were invariably beings of considerable concern for their appearance. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, the Blood War King and the 100 Battles King fixed their eyes intently on him, eager to witness how he would take hold of the dragon-slaying battle axe. They were acutely aware that the dragon-slaying battle axe weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds, that if Li Yishi were merely a mortal, his demise would be inevitable. Furthermore, within the axe resided a formidable entity, the spirit of the weapon itself, an ancient and fearsome dragon, which would never permit a mere mortal to wield it. Yet in the next moment, Li Yishi effortlessly grasped the dragon-slaying battle axe and swung it a few times, seemingly quite pleased. Before the onlookers, he cleaved a piece of firewood. Quite sharp. I am thoroughly impressed, Li Yishi beamed at Zhou Tong. Genuinely delighted, for his previous attempts at chopping would have been hampered by inadequate tools. But now, all was well as long as the young master is pleased, Zhou Tong replied, his lips twitching as he struggled to respond. He cast a furtive glance at the firewood, yearning to unleash a roar, yet refraining from uttering a sound. His heart was tumultuous with overwhelming waves of emotion. The wood he had just witnessed being chopped was none other than the heavenly sound divine wood, a supreme wood capable of aiding enlightenment. What sort of existence was Li Yishi? A mortal? How absurd! Zhou Tong harbored a profound resentment towards the Blood War King. This was an extraordinary figure indeed. Is your so-called mortal so formidable that he uses divine wood as kindling? Amidst his internal turmoil, Zhou Tong forced a broad smile and spoke. Young master. Xin Qing and Su Feishuan hurriedly bowed, relieved to see Li Yishi so fond of the axe. Their anxieties dissipated. Had the young master not taken to it, they would have been at a loss for how to manage Zhou Tong's actions. Esteemed General, honored Prince, please come in and rest. The wind outside is fierce. Though our abode is humble, it offers shelter from the tempest. Li Yishi eagerly extended an invitation to the Blood War King and the 100 Battles King, who were suspended in the void. While he completely disregarded Zhou Tong and the others that in his eyes, it was the external figures who were truly formidable, noble, and powerful, capable of determining life and death with a mere word. He longed to bid them farewell, but lacked the courage. Thus, he mustered his resolve to invite them in. The moment Li Yishi extended his invitation, the countenance of the Blood War King and the 100 Battles King shifted dramatically, particularly that of the Blood War King, whose eyes were filled with trepidation. Should they enter or not? The Blood War King was thrown into disarray, his previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. Had he not previously belittled this individual as an ant? The Blood War King stood rigid, panic-stricken. "Thank you, young master. I shall intrude." Then, the 100 Battles King quickly descended to the ground, his golden armor dissipating, replaced by a simple black attire. Ancient Battle was merely his title. His true name was Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan understood that refusal was not an option. He had not offended this unparalleled figure, and now it was the Blood War King who should be fearful. If the latter intended to kill him, it would not be so troublesome. He felt a great sense of relief as he bowed to Li Yishi and entered the courtyard. "Thank you, young master, for the invitation. That I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses. Please do not hold it against me that my cultivation is limited, and I mistakenly perceived you as a mere mortal. I beg for your forgiveness." The Blood War King, filled with trepidation, was capable of humility in this moment. Bowing directly to Li Yixi, the 100 Battles King, kneeling before such a transcendent being did not diminish his dignity. "Your Highness, you are overly concerned. I am but a mortal, as you have perceived. Please come in," Li Yishi urged, somewhat alarmed, hastily preventing the Blood War King from kneeling. "Thank you, young master." The Blood War King inwardly exhaled, following Li Yishi into the courtyard. "Everyone, please sit that I apologize for the simplicity of this place. Do not take offense that I shall return shortly." Feeling uncomfortable, Li Yishi chose to leave, offering a nervous smile as he departed. However, unbeknownst to Li Yishi, his exit allowed the others to breathe a sigh of relief. It was he who had instilled genuine fear in them. The heavenly sound divine wood. This is indeed the heavenly sound divine wood. As Li Yishi left, Zhou Tong rushed forward, sensing its authenticity and exclaiming, "Is it truly the heavenly sound divine wood?" The expressions of the Blood War King and Gu Zhan shifted dramatically as they hurried over. Upon inspection, their faces paled. The heavenly sound divine would have been used by Li Yishi as fuel for the fire. Both men felt their minds buzzing in disbelief at the existence of such a terrifying entity. "This place is humble and desolate, lacking in provisions. Please, everyone, simply partake of some water." Li Yishi approached with water in hand. "Young master, allow us to assist you." Su Feishuan and Xin Qing offered to help. But Li Yishi promptly declined, insisting that they were guests that him. They were all formidable figures. He dared not impose upon them. Being able to serve them water was a rare opportunity, and he filled their cups to the brim. "Thank you, young master." Su Feishuan and Xin Qing hastily consumed the water, aware that the spiritual liquid would dissipate. "Senior Zhou Tong, please drink," Su Feishuan urged after finishing her drink, turning to Zhou Tong, who was still fixated on the heavenly sound divine wood. Given Zhou Tong's grave injuries, the 9 heaven spiritual liquid was of utmost importance. With many enemies, his survival was precarious. Feeling indebted to the Taiching Palace, Su Feishuan believed it only right to lend a helping hand. Zhou Tong, though somewhat distracted, acknowledged his thirst and lifted the cup, drinking deeply. Just as he was about to resume his examination of the heavenly sound divine wood, a tremendous and mysterious force erupted within him, rendering his body momentarily immobile. "What is this?" Zhou Tong was astounded, hastily glancing at the now empty cup. "What sort of substance is this?" His mind swirled with disbelief. Noticing Zhou Tong's astonishment, Su Feishuan quickly conveyed through sound transmission. "Senior Zhou Tong, this is the 9 heavens spiritual liquid." "The 9 heavens spiritual liquid?" Zhou Tong felt his mind falter, grappling with the realization that the water he had drunk was indeed the fabled 9 heavens spiritual liquid. He sensed his injuries rapidly healing, without a hint of residual danger. Such wounds would have taken him no less than half a year to recover from on his own, yet now, in the blink of an eye, he felt revitalized, even old ailments vanishing in that moment. He felt as though his body had reached a state akin to that of a preternatural being. "Your Highness, are you not thirsty?" Zhou Tong seized the opportunity and swiftly drank from the cup before the Blood War King, who appeared somewhat distracted the next instant. The Blood War King erupted in fury that he was a prince after all, and it was audacious for anyone to act so brazenly. Even if he chose not to drink, no one should touch his cup. However, witnessing the changes in Zhou Tong's physique after consuming the liquid, the Blood War King's expression shifted yet again that he quickly glanced at the empty cup, his face alternating between shades of green and white. A whirlwind of shock and rage. Possessing a divine perception, he instinctively recognized the value of the water. His expression turned exceedingly complex as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong swiftly distanced himself, gambling on the notion that the Blood War King would not dare to act against him in this moment, and he found himself less fearful than before. With his injuries healed, his sole focus was on escape. And the Blood War King would not be able to stop him. Ji Yuzhan, having noticed the Blood War King's reaction to the cup, shot Zhou Tong a murderous glance, piecing together the situation, and hastily grasped his own cup. Upon inspection, he felt an indescribable shock. As a powerful member of the Golden Ancient Clan, he was well-versed in many matters and, upon sensing, recognized the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid. His eyes brimmed with delight as he promptly retrieved a jade bottle, storing all of the Nine Heavens spiritual liquid within. Ji Yuzhan expresses his gratitude for the water. Young master, should you require any assistance, the Golden Ancient Clan shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for you. Ji Yuzhan, eager to depart, bowed gratefully to Li Yishi. That is unnecessary. I am but a mortal, Li Yishi replied. Supporting Guzhan, his heart racing. Young master, Guzhan began, but Li Yishi interrupted him. My lord, I truly am a mere mortal, yet there is indeed one matter in which I require your assistance. Gritting his teeth, Li Yishi felt it was essential to speak plainly. Who knew when another cultivator might arrive? If they were willing to assist him, he could finally escape this wretched place. Please, speak freely. The Golden Ancient Clan stands ready to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. Guzhan insisted that it is not so severe. As you are aware, this place is fraught with peril, that I humbly request that you guide us away from here. Li Yishi pressed, glancing at the large black dog beside him. Guzhan, bewildered, struggled to respond. Meanwhile, Su Feishuan quickly transmitted her thoughts. Senior 100 Battles King. The young master has assumed the guise of a mortal to reflect upon the past. He may be deeply entrenched in his memories and reluctant to act. Li Yishi, the Battle King, pondered for a moment and finally grasped the situation. Young master, leave this matter to my Golden Ancient Clan. In 3 days, our formidable warriors will arrive to assist you in departing from the Forbidden Zone. Farewell, young master. We shall meet in 3 days. The ancient battle hurriedly bowed to Li Yishi, exited the courtyard, and soared into the sky. Agreed. 3 days hence. Li Yishi felt a mix of confusion and apprehension. Uncertain of the truth of the matter, could he not simply leave with his own strength? Why the need to wait 3 days? Yet, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He, such a powerful practitioner, is unlikely to speak falsehoods. After waiting for 3 years, 3 days should pose no issue. A smile graced Li Yishi's face as a flicker of hope emerged. The Battle King, traveling through the skies, was lost in contemplation. The courtyard of Li Yishi, nestled amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, must have been meticulously chosen by him. To relocate, it would require a monumental effort, likely necessitating the collective might of the clan's strongest members. However, with the Nine Heavens spirit liquid, the clan elders would be hard-pressed to refuse, for it held immense significance for them. Chapter 12. The Ancient Clan's Shock. Young Master, Zhou Tong also has matters to attend to. I thank you for your gracious offering of water. Seeing the Battle King depart, Zhou Tong seized the opportunity that he knew that if he left now, the Blood Battle King could not obstruct him, nor would he dare, especially since he had gifted treasures to Li Yishi. Should the Blood Battle King intervene, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Li Yishi, a risk the Blood Battle King would not take. Yet, Zhou Tong understood that if he delayed, the Blood Battle King might have arranged for powerful experts outside, making it difficult to escape. Given that the Blood Battle King's territory lay just beyond the Forbidden Zone, be cautious of the dangers in the Forbidden Zone. Li Yishi expressed his satisfaction with Zhou Tong, acknowledging the hardship he endured without an axe for chopping wood. Thank you for your concern, young master. I shall surely express my gratitude in the future. After bowing, Zhou Tong hastily departed. Your Highness, Li Yishi's gaze fell upon the Blood Battle King, feeling a sense of unease. What should he do with such a formidable figure present? Just as Li Yishi felt agitated, the Blood Battle King abruptly rose and addressed him. Young master, the blood battle is stationed at the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Should you require arrangements, I will certainly come to express my gratitude in due time. Will your Highness not stay a moment longer? Li Yishi's heart leaped with joy, perceiving the Blood Battle King as magnanimous. Yet he still inquired politely, "No, I thank you for your generosity." The Blood Battle King bowed and exited the courtyard, his expression darkening as he watched Zhou Tong vanish from sight. Zhou Tong, a man on the brink of death, has unexpectedly seized my opportunity that if I had the Nine Heaven Spirit liquid, I could surely break through to a new level. Young master, we shall not disturb you further, Su Feishuan and Qing also interjected. Initially intending to leave, their return merely a brief interruption. Indeed, wishing you both a safe journey, Dadel Aishi smiled, preferring the company of Su Feishuan and her companions over the imposing figures of the Blood Battle King. As it was far more relaxed, standing at the courtyard's entrance, Li Yishi rested his hands on his hips, exhaling with a face full of hope. The Golden Ancient Clan, with a lineage spanning millennia, lay nestled within the depths of a rugged mountain range, reminiscent of a celestial palace. Its architecture spanned an entire mountain range, with cities and palaces stretching endlessly, shrouded in ethereal aura. Cascading waterfalls flowed gracefully, surrounded by mighty rivers, while a golden radiance enveloped the skies, exuding an extraordinary presence. Atop the highest peak stood a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and adorned with spiritual energy that transformed into a golden hue, coiling in the air like a divine dragon, evoking an instinctive reverence. There lay the sacred grounds of the Golden Ancient Clan. Outside, the temple stood fearsome guards, their piercing gazes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Inside, the elders of the Golden Ancient Clan had gathered. Ancient Battle, having hastily traversed the distance while burning his vitality, finally returned, disregarding his exhaustion as he made his way directly to the temple. Uncertain if he would be granted entry, clan leader Ancient Battle requests an audience, claiming to bear news of utmost importance concerning the rise and fall of the Golden Ancient Clan that a guard entered to report. Nonsense. Ancient Battle is merely an upstart youth. How dare he presume to speak of such matters regarding our clan's fortunes? An elder rebuked sternly. Convey this. The clan leader, Gu Ao, furrowed his brow, but ultimately decided to grant an audience. As Ancient Battle approached the temple, it was his first time stepping foot in this hallowed place. The temple loomed colossal, resembling the visage of a golden ancient deity, showcasing unparalleled might and invincibility. The opulent hall was heavily guarded, a stronghold of the Golden Ancient Clan. Taking a deep breath, Ancient Battle entered the temple. Bowing to the clan leader and the elders, he addressed them. Ancient Battle pays respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders. Seated upon the throne, clan leader Gu Ao appeared somewhat pallid. Yet his presence remained formidable. An elder regarded the kneeling Ancient Battle with a measured tone. Ancient Battle, what news do you bring that pertains to our clan's rise and fall? Speak truthfully, for if not, you shall not leave this temple today. The elders were deliberating over the succession of the clan leader position. Gu Ao's voice softened. Speak. Do not waste time. In any realm where people gather, there exists rivalry. The Golden Ancient Clan was no exception, as some vied eagerly for ascendance. Elders, do you think I am mad? Speaking nonsense to disrupt the assembly and unsettle the clan is a grave offense that I, Ancient Battle, cannot bear. However, I interrupt this meeting because I believe the matters discussed here can come to a close. Presumptuous, drag him out and execute him. The elder's expression turned frigid in an instant. Ancient Yin, Ancient Battle is my great-grandson. I am still the clan leader. Gu Ao, seated upon the throne, coughed slightly, but his authority remained unchallenged, causing Ancient Yin to feel a chill. Ancient Battle, speak your mind, Gu Ao. Wearied, urged, for his injuries were severe. Without his suppression, the Golden Ancient Clan might descend into internal strife. Ancestor, I have obtained a divine artifact that could aid in your recovery. Ancient Battle anxiously produced a jade vial, offering it forth. Ancient Battle, unless it is the legendary Nine Heaven Spirit liquid, no divine artifact can heal the clan leader's wounds. Is this what you refer to regarding the clan's rise and fall? Ancient Yin scoffed that it would merely prolong your lifespan. Why do you struggle so? Why do you assume it is not the Nine Heaven Spirit liquid? Ancient Battle retorted coldly, harboring a deep disdain for Ancient Yin. What is this? Gu Ao inquired as he accepted the jade vial. Responding to the ancestor, this is the Nine Heaven Spirit liquid, Ancient Battle exclaimed with fervor. The expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically, some skeptical, others ecstatic, and a few dismissive. After all, the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid was a fabled divine artifact. Is it truly the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid? Gu Ao's countenance transformed as he uncorked the jade vial. The moment he did, his expression changed profoundly. It was indeed the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid. Gu Ao's hands trembled violently with joy as he drank it down in one gulp. The elders held their breath. Their emotions a tapestry of anticipation, anxiety, anger, and disbelief. Boom! In the next instant, an unmatched aura erupted from within Gu Ao, awakening his essence. The Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid coursed through his meridians, continuously mending his once-decayed body, revitalizing his withering vitality. His aged visage morphed repeatedly, transforming into that of a youthful countenance, exuding an overwhelming aura. Impossible! How could the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid exist in this world? The elders who sought to replace him turned ashen. The once fading Gu Ao now radiated a terrifying might, shrouded in an unfathomable presence. Those who disrupt my golden ancient clan shall face annihilation. With a mere thought, those who pressured him to abdicate were instantly obliterated. How could one who reached such heights show mercy? Congratulations, ancestor. The clan members, overwhelmed with excitement, bowed deeply to Gu Ao. Ancient battle. What do you desire? The ancestor shall grant you anything. The Gu Ao's gaze fell upon ancient battle. Ancestor, ancient battle desires nothing. The unification of the clan is the greatest blessing. That my great-grandson has acquired the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid and has promised an unparalleled expert of favor. I implore the ancestor to lead the clan's warriors to fulfill this request. Ancient battle, amidst his joy, quickly articulated. This is a grave matter. If Li Yishi is enraged, it could spell disaster. Oh, what is it? Gu Ao's expression grew solemn, that if the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid was indeed a bestowed treasure, it must be tied to a significant task the clan needed to undertake. The unparalleled expert requires our clan to exert the power to move mountains and fill seas, relocating his residence to another location. Drinking water, it is the Nine-Heaven Spirit Liquid. Raising chickens, it is the divine beast vermilion bird. The firewood is the heavenly sound divine wood. One tree can repel the uncanny. Upon hearing this, the Golden Ancient Clan was engulfed in shock. Was this a divine being? They hurriedly made their way towards the ancient Forbidden Zone. Chapter 13. The terror of the Golden Ancient Clan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the cliff before the courtyard, a man and a dog stood poised at the precipice. Sigh. Li Yishi stood with her hands clasped behind her, adorned in a flowing white robe, her long hair dancing gracefully in the wind. She gazed up at the sky, her expression one of profound melancholy. At her feet, a large black dog lay, also staring into the distance, oblivious to the nature of its master's wistful reflections. When will this ever end? She muttered to herself. The yearning to escape this perilous ancient forbidden zone felt akin to scaling the heavens. The system had caused her considerable distress, but if only it had imparted me with cultivation techniques instead of merely teaching me the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, machinery, and technology, that I in this desolate place, devoid of any human presence, she could only entertain herself. Young master. A voice echoed from afar, breaking through Li Yishi's despair. Who's that? Has someone else entered the Forbidden Zone? A flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps it was a good person who could lead her to freedom. She hastily suppressed her discontent and turned eagerly. Golden Ancient Clan. Truly, as a clan of cultivators, they were indeed men of their word. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Yishi's face lit up with a smile, having feared that Gu Zhan from the Golden Ancient Clan had forgotten her. Yet, it was understandable that he hadn't come to assist her directly, given their tenuous connection. Now that they had arrived, she couldn't help but marvel at the integrity of the cultivators in this world, who were consistently good-hearted and remarkably composed, even towards mortals. Gu Zhan. I knew you would come, Li Yishi said with a smile. Whatever the young master commands, the Golden Ancient Clan shall fulfill without fail. Yishi's gaze shifted to the individuals accompanying Gu Zhan. There were quite a few. She felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had so many come? Was the path out of the ancient Forbidden Zone truly fraught with such danger? A wave of emotion washed over her. Such kindness. To send so many for her safety. Young master, These are the elders of my golden ancient clan, and this is our clan leader. Gujan quickly introduced the Guao. Meet the young master. The moment Guao appeared, Li Yishi was taken aback. His prowess was unmatched, and his understanding of the Tao surpassed that of all present. Guao had been observing quietly, his heart now tumultuous. Strangely, he felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, not due to his own concerns, but because upon glancing at Li Yishi, he was inexplicably drawn into her emotional state. That in her presence, the essence of the Tao seemed to resonate profoundly, as if the very principles of this world danced in harmony with her being. Such an astonishing spectacle was unprecedented for Guao. He dared not speculate on the depths of Li Yishi's cultivation. It was clearly beyond the comprehension of the Golden Ancient Clan, a being not to be trifled with. Clan leader, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Li Yishi said, hastily returning the gesture of respect when she saw Guao bow. However, her act of courtesy caused Guao's expression to shift dramatically. As he instinctively recoiled, fearful of such deference, that Li Yishi remained silent, inwardly marveling at the politeness and serenity of the cultivators in this realm. Even as a mere mortal, she was not permitted to express her gratitude. Yet in recent days, she had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Guao understood that today's visit was of utmost importance, and he dared not waste the time of such an extraordinary individual. To do so might invite disastrous consequences. Young master, it is indeed wise to wish to leave this ancient forbidden zone. It is quite desolate here. May I inquire where you wish to go? Guao asked with utmost reverence. The other elders of the clan stood silent, too awestruck by their surroundings to speak. In the distance, a few earthbound creatures cried out, their bodies radiating the essence of the Tao. They understood that these were divine beasts, the Zhuke, and dared not move or even breathe audibly, standing still in anticipation of orders. Before such transcendent beings, there lay both opportunity and peril. A single misstep could lead to their demise. Where to indeed? Li Yishi pondered, feeling a headache brewing. What destination should she choose? Previously, her sole desire had been to escape the ancient forbidden zone. But now, since the question had been posed, she realized she ought to contemplate her options more carefully. This place was the stronghold of the Blood War Kingdom. On that fateful day, when the Blood War King had descended with overwhelming might, it was clear he was a formidable threat. Remaining here could invite hostility. She decided it was best to put considerable distance between herself and this realm. Turning to Guao, she declared, Clan leader, having been here for quite some time, it would be prudent to venture far away. Perhaps to another human kingdom. Your command is my decree. Young master, please allow me to escort you indoors to rest. The process of relocating this terrain may cause some tremors, and I ask for your forgiveness. Guao said, bowing his head earnestly. Very well. Li Yishi responded with a wave of her hand, dismissing his concerns without truly listening. As long as I can leave. Understood. Move out. Guao commanded, and all of the Golden Ancient Clan's powerful members departed in unison. Wait, are we not leaving together? Li Yishi inquired, her confusion palpable. However, the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. She felt the very ground beneath her shift. She witnessed the earth fracturing in the distance, rivers ceasing to flow, and the ground beneath her feet quaking violently. In an instant, the entire mountain began to ascend, soaring through the clouds. What is happening? Is this the power of a cultivator? Li Yishi was utterly astounded. She had only wished for Gujan to take her away, never anticipating that he would bring so many individuals to transport everything around her, even the mountains themselves. What extraordinary means, in stark contrast to Li Yishi's shock. Guao and the others from the Golden Ancient Clan were drenched in sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably, stunned into silence, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Today, they had come to assist Li Yishi in her departure, only to discover that not even their strongest members could sway a single blade of grass or tree in this place. As they stood in disbelief, commands echoed in their ears, and figures appeared, orchestrating the movement of this terrain. The Golden Ancient Clan, despite its stature, realized just how insignificant it truly was, perhaps even less than an ant, merely dust in the grand scheme of things. Today, they bore witness to the legendary divine dragons, the sacred Zhuke, colossal divine turtles, the fearsome nine-headed lions, and the unparalleled golden-winged duping, renowned for its unmatched speed, They beheld the terrifyingly majestic peach tree that defied imagination. The relocation of this landscape was performed by these supreme, divine beasts. While they stood by, mere spectators, for these divine creatures commanded them to remain silent. All these wonders transpired while the young master experienced life as a mortal. Today, the entire Blood War Kingdom was left in awe. Beyond the borders of the Blood War Kingdom, a mountain soared into the sky, leaving countless cultivators in shock. They witnessed a multitude of divine beasts accompanying it, reminiscent of the ancient legends of supreme sovereigns traversing the skies. Striking terror into the hearts of all, this spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. Have they departed? Outside the ancient Forbidden Zone, atop a grand city, the Blood War King's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How audacious he had been that day. Fortunately, the Supreme Being had not taken offense. Otherwise, the fate of the Blood War Kingdom would have been dire. Farewell, young master. At the Taiching Palace, Xinqing and Su Feishuan bowed to the void, in their eyes. Such an exalted presence was not to be disturbed in the blink of an eye. Countless divine beasts traversed vast distances, leaving behind myriad legends. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog lay beside Li Yishi, barking a few times. In the next instant, all extraordinary phenomena vanished, concealed from sight. Soon, a picturesque and populous kingdom emerged. Under the guidance of numerous divine beasts, the mountain descended from the void, seamlessly integrating into the landscape. The chosen destination was not a bustling town, but rather a tranquil, secluded village where cultivators were few, yet the spiritual energy was abundant, and the scenery delightful. As the mountain settled, the flora and fauna erupted with vibrant vitality, leaving the members of the Golden Ancient Clan gaping in astonishment. The plants swiftly mended the broken earth, seemingly as if they had never been disturbed, leaving no trace behind. Once the ethereal beings had completed their tasks, they appeared immensely joyful. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Yishi remained awestruck. Grappling with the terrifying prowess of cultivators, everything settled. The once absent earthbound creatures returned, and golden fish splashed into the pond, but a large turtle emerged, leisurely sunbathing, while sparrows returned to the eaves. A kitten entered the courtyard, prancing with feline grace. In the distance, the members of the Golden Ancient Clan exchanged glances, the trepidation in their eyes still evident, as they gasped for breath, as if they had just returned from the underworld. Clan leader, one by one, the gazes fell upon Gu Ao. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ao turned to face the crowd and coldly declared, "I am about to announce something important. Those who defy this will face merciless consequences. From this day forth, Gu Zhan shall be the heir to the chieftain of my Golden Ancient Clan. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices." He continued. "And do you still remember my previous words? Everything that has transpired is the doing of our Golden Ancient Clan. It is our merit." The corners of Gu Ao's mouth quivered, yet he spoke with unwavering authority. The onlookers exchanged glances and hurriedly nodded in agreement. They understood the gravity of the situation, fearing for their lives should they oppose. Each one feigned the demeanor of formidable cultivators as they made their way into the courtyard. "Gu Ao, I pay my respects to you. Young master, may I inquire if this place pleases you?" Gu Ao inquired nervously. "Clan leader, thank you. Please allow me to bow before you," Li Yishi said, his heart brimming with joy as he finally departed from the wretched ancient Forbidden Zone, reveling in the normalcy of mortal life. However, Gu Ao stepped aside once more, too intimidated to accept Li Yishi's grand gesture. Li Yishi, unperturbed, greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated. From a distance, he could see the bustling market. "Everyone, please come in for a drink," Li Yishi eagerly invited. "Today, I must properly entertain these benefactors." "No need. Young master, you are too kind. We have merely employed a few minor tricks, and we would not wish to trouble you further. The path is yet unformed, and it would be arduous for you to descend the mountain, and we shall take our leave once we finish our tasks." Chapter 14. Every gesture and movement is a path. Minor tricks. You say, it is no wonder that an ancient clan possesses such power to shift mountains and part seas. Deeming it merely insignificant, Li Yishi felt a sense of dread wash over him, utterly astonished by the formidable abilities of the cultivators. Indeed, this was the realm of cultivators, and as a mere mortal, he felt inconsequential. With urgency, Gu Ao and the others exited the courtyard, unable to linger any longer. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear, them, the master of countless divine beasts, was an entity of unfathomable existence. How could mere mortals ever hope to walk alongside him? Having completed the transaction, they were eager to depart. Clan leader, the water the young master drank was none other than the nine heavens spiritual liquid. We have missed a crucial opportunity, one elder hastily communicated. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, their hearts raced. The nine heavens spiritual liquid could instantly elevate their prowess. It was a divine treasure. Are we courting death? Did you contribute today? Greed invites peril. Our golden ancient clan is merely performing a play. Can you disturb even a speck of dust here? Gu Ao reprimanded coldly, though internally he felt a void, acknowledging the missed opportunity. However, it was true that they had not exerted any effort. Such treasures were not to be trifled with. Gu Ao felt that the karmic debt had been settled. Having taken what was not rightfully theirs, they feared the repercussions for clearing paths and diverting waters. It was a trivial task for Gu Ao. With a command from Gu Ao, the elders of the Golden Ancient Clan unleashed their various spells, forcibly carving a winding path through the mountains. After completing their task, the members of the Golden Ancient Clan dared not linger and swiftly departed. Once tranquility was restored, Li Yishi stood in the courtyard, sighing, this place is truly delightful. It is a pity that these cultivators are so immensely powerful. Though they are kind to others, forging connections with them is a daunting endeavor. If only I could befriend them, perhaps I might tread the path of cultivation. But alas, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. At least I have entered the realm of the ordinary. Yet, he lamented, but I lack money. This thought weighed heavily on him, for a life without currency in the mortal world was exceedingly constraining. Thankfully, he was self-sufficient. While Li Yishi pondered, he noticed Big Black kick a stone on the ground, causing it to transform into an object that landed on the stone table. What is this? The next moment, Li Yishi saw a bag resting on the table. He approached and opened it, his eyes lighting up as he hurriedly bowed to the void. The bag was filled to the brim with silver coins, leaving him even more grateful to the cultivators. Truly, a cultivator understands my financial plight and has arranged everything so meticulously. It is time to head to the market and procure some parts. Eventually, I shall repair the robot, and my yard will have an all-purpose assistant that if they call me young master, how can I be without a steward? Cooking for myself feels beneath my dignity, a young master. I must embody the essence of one. Li Yishi had an all-purpose robot, a reward from the system, but during its learning phase, it was disassembled by him, resulting in a damaged part in the ancient forbidden zone. He could find no iron, and thus could not forge the part, leaving it abandoned in the courtyard. Now, an opportunity had finally arisen. Once repaired, he could truly experience the life of a young master. Although he could not cultivate, he must live comfortably. With Big Black by his side, Li Yishi made his way to the market, feeling at ease amongst the vibrant life around him. Doctor, please save my daughter. Please, I will agree to any condition if you can save her. At that moment, a couple wept bitterly in front of medical hall, holding a little girl whose eyes were tightly shut. Be at peace. She is poisoned, and this toxin is beyond my capability to cure. It has already invaded her vital organs. Even divine beings cannot save her. You must leave. The owner of the medical hall, a middle-aged man, bore a look of helplessness that he truly felt powerless. This was no ordinary poison, that he knew that even if he sacrificed all his cultivation, he could not save her. Curious, Li Yishi approached and observed the scene. Taking in the condition of the little girl, seeing the despair of those around him, he contemplated intervening. Wait, perhaps there is still hope. May I attempt to help? I have studied some medical techniques that may prove useful. Li Yishi said, frowning as he looked at the little girl in the woman's arms. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Li Yishi, and he felt a surge of nervousness, though the system had taught him medical skills. He had never tried them on a living person and was uncertain of his ability to save her. Young master, the poison has already spread to her heart. Even cultivators would be powerless. Only someone of extraordinary strength could extend her life. The doctor of the medical hall shook his head and stated directly, I believe Li Yishi was too young to comprehend the toxin's terror. Young master, I beg you, please save my daughter. As Li Yishi prepared to withdraw, the woman rushed forward, grasping his arm in desperation, as if a drowning person clinging to the last straw. Her plight was heart-wrenching. What could be more precious than life? To lose a child before one's time is a profound sorrow. I shall try. Li Ishi resolved to take a gamble. Young master, you will understand once you observe. I do not deceive you. This is a case even divine beings cannot save. The doctor shook his head. The onlookers clearly trusted the doctor's skills, voicing their objections to Li Ishi. This is a life. Precious beyond measure. Let him try. I have studied some medical techniques. I should be able to save her, Li Ishi asserted, raising his head. Humph. Who is this young master who thinks himself a miracle worker after learning a bit of medicine? Some whispered derisively. Yet they did not dare to stop him. What if a miracle occurred? The apprentices in the medical hall thought otherwise. They revered their master, well aware of his remarkable skills and status as a cultivator. Could a mere mortal surpass a divine physician? They awaited Li Ishi's impending failure. Li Ishi stepped forward to take the girl's pulse. That moment, countless gazes fixated on him, eager to see how he would attempt to save her. After examining her pulse, Li Ishi produced a set of golden needles from his robes, showing no hesitation as he swiftly pricked the little girl's acupoints. His technique was extraordinarily rapid and fluid, each movement precise and flawless. In the next moment, the golden needles began to vibrate, channeling profound energy into the girl's body. The lifeless child suddenly erupted with a terrifying vitality, and moments later, she expelled a mouthful of black blood. Awakening from her stupor, a miracle. She is alive. Surrounding witnesses were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief that Li Ishi's medical prowess had transcended the extraordinary. Despite his youth, he possessed a terrifying skill, the essence of the Tao in medicine. Is this the supreme art of healing? The proprietor of the medical establishment, as a practitioner, naturally perceived things beyond the ken of ordinary mortals that he beheld with remarkable clarity, the essence of the Tao. Li Ishi unexpectedly ventured into the realm of medicine, and within that aura of Tao, he instantaneously grasped certain perplexities surrounding his medical skills. The physician of the clinic was visibly shaken, realizing he had encountered a true divine healer. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, utterly astonished that someone so gravely poisoned could still be saved. Thank you, divine healer. We are willing to toil like oxen to repay your life-saving grace towards our daughter. At this moment, the most astonished and elated were the couple, their eyes brimming with joy as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Li Wai and no need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter. The child remains quite weak and requires nourishment. That I lack the medicinal herbs here, so I kindly ask this physician to prescribe some remedies for her recovery, Li Ishi said with polite grace. Thank you, benefactor. The couple's eyes were filled with gratitude. The ability to save a life brought great joy to Li Wai. As he prepared to leave, one of the physicians hurriedly called out to him. Young master, please wait a moment. Do come inside for a while. The physician wore an anxious expression, not wishing to miss this rare opportunity. Li Ishi smiled and readily agreed, thinking it best to forge connections in this place where he, a mere mortal, had come to reside. The more friends, the better. After the couple departed with their prescribed remedies, the doctor trotted over to Li Ishi, bowing deeply. My apologies for the wait. Young master. Not at all. Please have a seat. Li Ishi replied with an air of elegance. In the presence of mortals. Li Ishi was more casual, yet his demeanor was perceived differently by others. The physician sought knowledge, and Li Ishi answered every inquiry without reservation. There was nothing he did not know. Following an enlightening discussion, the doctor was astounded by Li Ishi's extraordinary medical prowess and bowed in a gesture of apprenticeship. That is unnecessary. I am but a humble mortal, not a divine healer. Let us be friends henceforth. Li Ishi quickly declined. No. Today's revelations have transformed my understanding of medicine entirely. My talents are limited, so I cannot formally take you as my master. But you shall forever remain my esteemed teacher in my heart, that I shall undoubtedly utilize the medical knowledge you impart to heal the world. Li Ishi was left speechless, ultimately accepting the bow. Reflecting on the politeness that permeated this world. Regardless, it was a fortuitous connection, and in the future, he would have an acquaintance at the marketplace. After inquiring further, he learned the location of the blacksmith shop and made his way there, as crafting the necessary components was his foremost task. Once he restored the all-purpose robot, he would gain an invaluable servant, thus easing his own burdens. Though the distance was short, the physician named Meng Hao insisted on accompanying him. Chapter 15. The Young Master, a celestial being throughout their journey. Meng Hao was exceedingly attentive, continually extolling the virtues of the blacksmith shop. Young Master, this forge has an excellent reputation in the marketplace. The blacksmith, Tang Yin, is a remarkably talented youth whose skills in metallurgy are truly exceptional. You will undoubtedly be satisfied upon meeting him. Moreover, he possesses considerable innate talent and is a practitioner of the human Dan realm. Meng Hao spoke with an air of mystery that a practitioner of the human Dan realm? Upon hearing this, Li Yishi was taken aback that it was astonishing to think that a blacksmith could be of such caliber. His interest in Tang Yin's craftsmanship was piqued. He had great faith in the abilities of a practitioner. Li Yishi speculated that perhaps this blacksmith was experiencing life through his craft. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, the two made their way to the blacksmith shop, which was quite sizable, with the words Tang's Forge prominently displayed at that moment. A young man was vigorously swinging a hammer, seemingly crafting some object. Tang Yin, Meng Hao, clearly familiar with him, called out from a distance. Uncle Meng. Tang Yin paused, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached, his demeanor warm and inviting. Having spent years at the forge, his skin was somewhat tanned, and he possessed a robust physique with striking features. If he were to dress up, he would undoubtedly be quite handsome. Uncle, what brings you here today, and who is this? Tang Yin inquired, eyeing Li Yishi with curiosity. Just call him Young Master. Today he requires some items to be forged, so I brought him along. Meng Hao hastily introduced. Hello, Li Yishi responded with a smile, recognizing that this seemingly young man was indeed a practitioner. Meanwhile, the large black dog strolled off to the side to cool off. Greetings, Young Master. What items do you wish to forge? Tang Yin asked cautiously, fully aware of Meng Hao's formidable reputation and recognizing the esteemed status of Li Yishi. It is merely a matter of crafting some components. I apologize for the trouble, Li Yishi replied, promptly producing the design blueprint. The intricacy of the design rendered Tang Yin's expression grave. May I inquire if the young master has any specific requirements? Tang Yin asked, not daring to underestimate the request. None, other than that the materials must consist of the finest refined iron, Li Yishi stated with a smile. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Tang Yin took a deep breath and entered the forge. The task at hand was quite delicate, prompting Li Yishi to follow him inside, wary of any potential mishaps that could render their efforts futile. As Tang Yin retrieved the refined iron and began striking the glowing metal to remove impurities, Li Yishi furrowed his brow. The method employed seemed rather clumsy, and the resulting product would undoubtedly fail to meet his standards. Young Master, is there something amiss? Tang Yin asked, noticing Li Yishi's serious demeanor. You should not strike it in that manner. A different approach is warranted. Observe closely, Li Yishi said, entirely focused as he took the hammer from Tang Yin's hands. Though Li Yishi was not skilled in blacksmithing, he instinctively felt that the method of striking was inefficient and that an alternative refinement technique was required. Otherwise, it would be a waste of iron. This instinct compelled him to take action. Uncle Meng. Tang Yin glanced towards Meng Hao, uncertain of how to proceed as the hammer now rested in Li Yishi's grasp. Shoo, pay close attention, Meng Hao urged, witnessing the transformation in Li Yishi's demeanor as he gripped the hammer. The air around him seemed to shimmer with the essence of the D.A.O. In an instant, Li Yishi commenced, his focus unwavering. Each resounding strike echoed from Tang's forge, eliciting a myriad of emotions from Tang Yin. Shock, awe, fear, and exhilaration. His body trembled with excitement. He, Tang Yin, was hearing the music of the Tao for the first time. Every blow from Li Yishi resonated within him, awakening a profound yearning. Tang Yin began to realize that the war hammer was meant to be wielded in this manner, as he continued to observe. Tang Yin was drawn into a state of enlightenment, as if witnessing a transcendent master imparting wisdom. The sounds of the forge reverberated in his mind like the tolling of ancient bells, echoing the teachings of the celestial hammer of the vast heavens. With each strike, a path of legacy unfurled in Tang Yin's mind. The celestial hammer. His heart raced, as if each blow had the potential to shatter the very heavens. At the same time, he perceived a technique. The celestial hammer, chaotic gale. With the final strike, every impurity was eradicated from the iron before Li Yixide it is complete. I am merely adept at refining, not forging. The rest is up to you. Li Yishi spoke to Tang Yin, simultaneously feeling a twinge of guilt for having asked a fellow practitioner to step aside in order to take matters into his own hands, uncertain if he had inadvertently offended the individual. "Yes, my lord," Tang Yin exclaimed joyfully, for in his eyes, being able to forge for Li Yishi was a lifelong honor. With a single instance of crafting, he could pave the way to unparalleled greatness. Had it not been for Meng Hao's telepathic warning that his master was not fond of accepting disciples, Tang Yin would have already prostrated himself in reverence. "My lord, water." As Meng Hao emerged from his state of enlightenment, his aura surged once more, and he hurriedly prepared fresh water for Li Yishi. "Thank you to Li Yishi," unaware that Meng Hao was a practitioner, accepted the offering and took a sip, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang Yin as he crafted the item. Having received the profound teachings from Li Yishi, Tang Yin's skills had improved tenfold. What would have been a formidable task now felt significantly easier. After half an hour, the item was finally completed, adorned with intricate and esoteric patterns, the purpose of which Tang Yin could not discern. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Tang Yin inquired nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Perfect, thank you," Li Yishi replied with a respectful bow, and Tang Yin discreetly stepped back. "But I have yet to express my gratitude for your teachings." A bow from such a revered figure was a weighty honor indeed. "My lord, may I inquire where you reside? I wish to pay you a visit. Your method of refining iron has greatly benefited me, and I shall carry it with me for the rest of my life," Tang Yin said respectfully, "down on the eastern peak." "Do come visit when you have the time," Li Yishi replied hastily, eager to return and conduct experiments. Before departing in a flurry, leaving Meng Hao and Tang Yin behind. "The southern peak?" Meng Shu queried, "But there are no mountains to the south, only a gorge," Tang Yin said, puzzled, glancing upwards towards the south. "This," he gasped in astonishment upon witnessing a mountain peak where there had once only been a vast gorge, now shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise, the path of medicine, the path of blacksmithing. "My lord is a celestial being," Meng Hao remarked, utterly bewildered. Chapter 16. Playing with the paths of heaven and earth with a gentle creak, Li Yishi opened the courtyard door, his face beaming with joy. With the components now in hand, all that remained was to assemble them, and his all-purpose robot would be ready for use. The thought of his previous comfortable life filled him with excitement. In a corner of the courtyard, Li Yishi retrieved his robot, Old Bai, and began assembling the crafted parts. The task was completed swiftly to Li Yishi's robot, resembling a young man of 11, appeared neat and capable. After clicking the start button, the all-purpose robot finally sprang to life, bowing to Li Yishi with perfect decorum. Old Bai greets the mastered. Li Yishi felt immense satisfaction. "Go ahead." He waved his hand, and the robot entered the house, busily starting to clean both inside and out. In the distance, 3 figures soared on swords. Suddenly, they heard the cry of a Zhuke, drawn in by the sound, and glimpsed a fleeting glimpse of its true fire. That is, the trio halted, their eyes filled with awe. Exchanging glances, they hurried into the forest. As they approached, they saw a small chick trembling, its body enveloped in flames, the very fire they had seen flash in the sky moments before. Above the chick, a dim Zhuke phantom lingered. Though faint, it radiated an overwhelming divine presence. The Zhuke chick undergoing rebirth. The trio gasped in horror. They had encountered the rebirth of a Zhuke chick in this place, which would undoubtedly grow into a formidable Zhuke divine beast that if they captured it now, it would become the guardian deity of their sect, ensuring its longevity. Relying solely on the Zhuke, they could dominate the region. Though they appeared to be flying on swords, their cultivation path was not of swordsmanship, but of fire. They were disciples of the Liuhua sect, practicing spells intrinsically linked to flames. Thus, encountering the Zhuke divine beast chick, especially one of such modest strength, ignited their excitement. Zhuke, the divine beast of fire, is perfectly aligned with our Liuhua sect. They exchanged determined glances and hastened towards the direction of the chick. Yet, the clever chick, upon sensing their approach, took flight. They pursued recklessly, but soon lost sight of it. "Brother Zhangming, what should we do?" One of the young women, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "It's vanished." Its speed is incredible. This is an unparalleled opportunity for the Liuhua sect. Do we truly have to give up? Purple Yin remained calm. Zhang Ming reassured. The Zhuke is a divine beast. It cannot be so easily found. If it were, it wouldn't be a supreme divine beast that we must search meticulously. If we can nurture it into the guardian beast of our sect, we could change our name to Zhuke Divine Sect. With the Zhuke, we would dominate the region. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. Indeed, Brother Ming is right, another member chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently entered the mountain peak where Li Yishi resided. Purple Yen, look. Over there. Zhang Song, Zhang Ming's younger brother, spotted the chick once more. Quick, follow it. The trio exchanged excited glances and hurried after it. However, upon catching up, their bodies froze in place, fear overtaking their expressions as beads of sweat formed on their brows. The joy in their hearts was swiftly replaced by terror, as they felt as if they had been crushed by a mountain. Unable to move even an inch, helplessly watching the chick land among a flock of chickens. Only when a large rooster shifted its gaze did the pressure on them dissipate, before they could comprehend the situation. They spotted a young man in white, carrying a basket, walking among the chickens, feeding them. Brother, Yun Zian exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Here stood someone treating a Zhuke as mere poultry. Yun Zian felt as though she were hallucinating. Purple Yin, do not act recklessly, Zhang Song warned urgently. Brother, have you noticed the anomaly here? The spiritual energy is far denser than anywhere else. This is a true treasure trove. Have we stumbled into the hidden abode of a supreme being? Zhang Song's voice trembled slightly. Purple Yin, we must be cautious that Tio keep a Zhuke as a chicken. This person must be an extraordinary figure that we should not hide. Let us approach and pay our respects. If this elder wished to harm us, we would have perished already. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, speaking sternly to his companions. What they did not realize was that the threat they had sensed was not Li Yishi, but rather the mature Zhuke, that very rooster. The trio approached Li Yishi with utmost reverence. Ah, how delightful it is to leave the forbidden zone and encounter a person so easily, Li Yishi remarked, continuing to scatter food. Elder, we are disciples of the Liuhua sect, that we were unaware of your meditative retreat here and apologize for the disturbance. We implore your forgiveness. The three bowed, their hearts racing with trepidation. Elder, Li Yishi replied, you are mistaken. I am but a mere mortal. There is no need for apologies. That he smiled as he continued with his task. That a mortal? Zhang Song was at a loss, internally fretting. What should we do? It seems this elder is not easy to approach. Meanwhile, Yun Zian quickly transmitted her thoughts. Brothers, this elder claims to be immortal, likely disillusioned by the deceptions of the cultivation world and seeking solace in a simple life. To be able to raise a Zhuke as a chicken, his strength must be unfathomable. If he prefers to disguise himself as a mortal, we should treat him as such. Indeed. Purple Yin, you are wise to grasp the elder's intent so swiftly. Sister, how shall we address the elder? Zhang Ming inquired anxiously, feeling momentarily dazed, and looked to Yun Zian for guidance. The elder is dressed in white, resembling a refined gentleman. Let us refer to him as Gongzi, young master. Yun Zian proposed eagerly that a person on the road as exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world. Sister Purple Yin is right. We shall call the elder Gongzi. The trio exchanged glances, promptly bowing once more to Li Yishi. Thank you, Gongzi, for your forgiveness. Noticing their continued politeness, Li Yishi chuckled. Guests are welcome. Do not mind the formalities. Follow me. Thank you, Gongzi. The three followed Li Yishi, their apprehension palpable as they entered the courtyard. Welcome, esteemed guests, please, Li Yishi gestured. And as they approached the door, it swung open, revealing the robot old Bai, bowing in greeting. What is this? Yun Zian's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, her eyes filled with terror, for she sensed not a trace of the vitality of a living being emanating from Lao Bai, but rather the cold essence of iron and the aura of intricate arrays, causing her soul to tremble with shock. The notion of a supreme artifact, one that had given rise to a spirit, flooded the minds of the three with overwhelming intensity. Zhang Song even gasped audibly, only to be hastily silenced by Zhang Ming. What is the matter? Li Yishi inquired, perplexed. Yun Zian quickly replied, My lord, we are utterly astonished by this supreme divine object. We hail from a lesser sect and have little experience. She spoke with urgency, not daring to conceal any part of her astonishment. Supreme divine object. You misunderstand. I am but a mere mortal, and how could I possess such a thing? This is merely a robot crafted through some minor techniques that my laziness compelled me to create it to assist in my daily affairs, Li Yishi explained. With that, Li Yishi stepped into the courtyard. Minor techniques? The idea of employing a supreme artifact as a servant caused the minds of the three to buzz with disbelief. What manner of being could this be? Zhang Ming and Zhang Song followed in a daze, their minds reeling from the astonishing sights they had just witnessed. Senior brothers, the fact that our Lord employs a supreme divine object as a servant indicates he is genuinely experiencing the life of a mortal. We must exercise restraint and avoid alarming him, Yun Zian urged, taking a deep breath as she transmitted her thoughts. Indeed, junior sister Zian is right. Let us heed her advice. The two agreed, now looking to their junior sister as their anchor. Do any of you know how to play chess? At that moment, as tension hung thick in the air, Li Yishi turned to them with a smile. Today, I feel particularly joyful and believe it is the perfect time for a game. Li Yishi stood by the chessboard, a vision of anticipation to my Lord. I do know how to play. I often engage in matches with my father, the sect leader. Yun Zian replied swiftly, eager to please Li Yishi, confident in her superior skills. Very well. I am feeling a bit restless today. Let us play a game, Li Yishi said, holding the white pieces. Lady, please. Yes, my lord. Though Yun Zian was initially confident, as she grasped the black pieces and prepared to make her move, her gaze fell upon the board, and she was instantly taken aback. The intricate lines crisscrossing the chessboard transformed in her perception into a vast net enveloping the heavens and the earth. Swirling with countless paths of the D, as a practitioner of only the Earth Dan realm, her mind went blank, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. Regret coursed through her. How could she have been so reckless? Playing chess with an unparalleled master was no trivial matter. It was akin to engaging with the myriad paths of existence. Yun Zian was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of realization, and merely the first move took her several breaths to deliver it. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, initially brimming with confidence, turned pale as they noticed her distress. They exchanged frantic glances, their minds churning with unease. Half an hour later, the chessboard had seen scarcely a dozen pieces placed, with Yun Zian still struggling under Li Yishi's guidance. Her clothing was now drenched in fragrant sweat, and she could bear it no longer. Conceding defeat, that my lord, your chess skills are extraordinary. I admit my loss, she said, bowing respectfully. Very well, let us conclude here, that Li Yishi sighed, disappointed that he could not enjoy a more engaging match, suspecting that Yun Zian's skills were rather average. Perhaps due to her identity as a practitioner surrounded by ordinary players who had led her to mistakenly believe she excelled. Junior sister. As Li Yishi contemplated, the two companions beside Yun Zian were rendered speechless. At that moment, Yun Zian appeared utterly flustered, yet they perceived an aura of the Tao radiating from her. Chapter 17. Opportunities abound. The aura of the Tao can only be glimpsed when one has encountered its profundities without the capacity to fully assimilate them. The mysteries of the Tao are elusive and difficult to manifest materially. Yet having merely played a game of chess, merely a few moves, Yun Zian found herself imbued with an overwhelming essence of the Tao, a richness that was beyond her ability to absorb entirely. The two men were filled with an intense envy, realizing that proximity to an unparalleled master was indeed rife with opportunities that a single game had catalyzed Yun Zian's transformation. It seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. They were astounded by the sight before them. Utilizing the vermilion bird as mere livestock, employing the myriad paths as a chessboard, and having a supreme artifact that birthed a spirit as a servant. They found it all utterly incomprehensible. They remained in shock. The beleaguered Yun Zian experienced a sudden surge within her, her golden Dan undergoing a transformation as she ascended to the realm of heavenly Dan. The residual aura of the Tao still lingered on her, but it was swiftly absorbed. Her cultivation level now matched that of her slightly older companions. Yun Zian understood the significance of this moment and bowed deeply to Li Yishi, recognizing it as a gift from a master. However, Li Yishi, modestly regarding himself as merely a mortal, elicited a gentle smile from Yun Zian as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance in chess." "Not at all. It was a trivial matter," Li Yishi replied, "that I in future games. Do not play against those who flatter you. They might mislead you into thinking your skills are remarkable when they are merely ordinary. When you encounter a true master, you shall face inevitable defeat." That Li Yishi, mistaking Yun Zian's gratitude as mere acknowledgement of his few suggestions, felt compelled to impart this lesson. Youth is often accompanied by naivety, and one can easily be deceived. He sighed. "Esteemed ones, could you lend me a hand? I am in need of firewood. I have none left." Lao Bai's gaze fell upon the two, idly, standing nearby. Prompting him to speak, the ASA robot, he was oblivious to the concept of reverence, only aware of the rational utilization of resources. However, his tone resonated with an air of authority to Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, who regarded him as a formidable figure. "Senior, we will attend to it immediately." Being in the presence of such an extraordinary being made them acutely aware of the need to tread carefully, and they were elated by Lao Bai's request. Approaching the area designated for chopping wood, they prepared to use their spells for the task. However, as their magic struck the timber, they were met with expressions of sheer horror. Exchanging glances, their souls quaked in disbelief, for their spells left no mark upon the wood, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Yet, they were painfully aware that their magic had not dissipated. The sheer might of their spells was utterly insufficient to affect the wood before them. "Hey, you two can't even chop wood?" Lao Bai's irritation flared as he observed their stunned silence. "The intellect of humanity is truly worrisome. Just swing the axe. Chop with all your might." "Yes, esteemed one, we understand," they replied, wiping the fine beads of sweat from their brows, nodding earnestly. Zhang Ming hurried towards the axe, but as his hand grasped the handle, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. The weight was staggering, nearly rendering him incapable of lifting it. "Zhang Ming, what's wrong? Hurry up and get moving. Don't dawdle." Zhang Song urged anxiously. "Senior brother." Zhang Ming's expression was one of utter bewilderment. That it wasn't that he was slow. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the sheer gravity of the situation. This axe was not merely heavy. It radiated a pressure that made him tremble, that he had never encountered such a formidable weapon, one that dwarfed even their sect's own fire seal. To find such a weapon employed merely as a tool for chopping wood was unfathomable. Summoning all his spiritual energy, Zhang Ming finally managed to swing the axe. Yet after cleaving just a few logs, he found himself drained of all energy, unable to move another inch. "Senior brother, it's your turn." Zhang Ming, in a state of shock, passed the axe to Zhang Song. Upon grasping the axe, Zhang Song's countenance shifted dramatically. He too sensed the surging power within the axe, akin to a dragon roaring in fury, its pressure overwhelming. Realization dawned on Zhang Song as he understood why Zhang Ming had struggled so. It was due to the difficulty of wielding such a transcendent weapon. "Useless. Were you two doing this on purpose? The fire is insufficient. Hasten to gather firewood. We need to add more logs." Old Bai urged impatiently, observing the two as they dawdled, their laborious chopping leaving them breathless, inciting his ire. Upon witnessing Old Bai's fury, the two men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they commenced a frenzied chopping of wood. Disregarding their depleting spiritual energy, drenched in sweat if entranced, they gradually found themselves inexplicably enjoying the task of chopping wood. With each cycle of consumption and recovery, their strength burgeoned unnoticed. Zhang Song, the most powerful among them, during the process of chopping, discovered that his understanding of the Tao inexplicably deepened. Already formidable in strength, in the next moment, with a resounding crash, he unexpectedly broke through from the celestial Dan realm into the divine Dan realm. "Senior brother," Zhang Ming beside him looked on in shock at Zhang Song. "Zhang Ming, what do you feel?" Zhang Song inquired, astonished, gazing at Zhang Ming. "What feeling?" Zhang Ming replied, bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the meaning behind Zhang Song's words. Zhang Song hastily communicated through thought. "Do you not feel that the aspects of cultivation you once found perplexing are now inexplicably clear?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's body quivered slightly, and in the next moment, a look of astonishment enveloped his face, that he too realized that the areas of his cultivation that had previously eluded him were suddenly comprehensible. The two stood there, dumbfounded, overwhelmed. Could it be that chopping would aid in comprehending the Tao? Fool! Are you both idiots? Old Bai, unable to tolerate their stupor any longer, exclaimed in exasperation. Senior, immediately. The two resumed chopping wood, yet they fervently exchanged thoughts. Senior brother, what is happening? I feel that here my thoughts are extraordinarily agile. Several of the bottlenecks in my cultivation have become effortlessly clear. Could it be that this place aids in understanding the Tao? Zhang Ming expressed, his countenance filled with astonishment. The notion that chopping could facilitate comprehension of the Tao seemed surreal. Yet reality affirmed its truth, that as they fervently communicated, they simultaneously engaged in fervent practice. Boom! In the next instant, an aura erupted from within Zhang Ming. Senior brother, my divine fire technique has suddenly reached the 4th level. Zhang Ming exclaimed, exhilarated. The two were once again struck dumb, momentarily forgetting their wood chopping, for it was indeed capable of aiding in understanding the Tao and enhancing their comprehension abilities. Get lost, though this wood is unique. And most people have never even seen it. Your disappointment in me is too much. The two brothers were directly shoved aside, that I asked the wood special. As they were pushed away, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song's expressions shifted. Their gazes fixed upon the wood, their minds buzzing. They realized that being pushed aside had dulled their thoughts considerably to this moment. Even a fool could discern that their ability to grasp those obscure cultivation bottlenecks was due to the wood's influence, rather than an increase in their own intellect. Divine wood. It must be divine wood, capable of assisting one in comprehending the Tao. To think it was being used as firewood, their hearts ached, but here, they could only watch helplessly as it was burned, not daring to exhale a single breath. Junior brother, our comprehension is lacking. We must enhance it. The junior sister had made several moves in chess, enveloped in the rhythm of the Tao. Breaking through a realm, as we chop wood, we benefit immensely. I have also broken through a realm, and you two have made progress in your divine fire technique that we have entered a place of opportunity. Everywhere is ripe with potential and the teachings of the Tao that we must grasp the essence of the Supreme Masters. The Master leads one to the door, but cultivation must rely on oneself. How could a Supreme Master directly guide us in our cultivation? We are merely of ordinary aptitude. Such exalted figures would hardly take notice of us. Even those peerless prodigies of the great sects would find it hard to catch their eye. Thus, their aid is subtle. We must discern it ourselves that if we fail to understand, it is a sign of being unworthy of opportunity. It must be so. Junior sister's chess moves embody the Tao's rhythm. The young master is not merely playing chess. He is guiding the junior sister. Our wood chopping is intended to bring us closer to the divine wood, aiding our understanding of the Tao. Yet here we are, lost in thought, wasting precious time while the senior is growing impatient, deeming our comprehension too poor. Zhang Song lamented with regret etched on his face. Senior brother, next time, I will seize the opportunity presented by the senior. Zhang Ming replied, his expression pained. Fools, can't you chop wood and kindle a fire? Old Bai, witnessing their bewilderment once more, could no longer contain himself. Yes, senior, in unison, the two exclaimed, their eyes suddenly alight with realization. They exchanged a glance. Both enlightened. The senior was bestowing yet another opportunity upon them, allowing them to interact with the divine wood and comprehend the D. As they added wood to the fire, they laughed heartily, continuously grasping the methods of cultivation. Advancing at an astonishing pace, their joy boundless. How can cultivators be so oblivious? Can this truly aid in cultivation? Old Bai observed the two, regarding them as if they were simpletons. Are you so blissfully content? Even while tending the fire? Ah, the cultivators of this world are truly benevolent, Li observed from a distance, a smile gracing her lips that in her interactions with the cultivators, Li Ishi discovered, astonishingly, that she felt no pressure at all. Truly remarkable. All the reasons seemed to converge on the kindness of the cultivators. Only this could explain it. Otherwise, how would a mere mortal draw the attention of a cultivator? Beside Li Ishi, Yun Zian was equally astonished. For she had also received a message from Zhang Song. Tio seized the opportunities here. One must comprehend the senior's words to this moment. Following closely behind Li Ishi, Yun Zian remained ever vigilant, pondering the meanings behind her casual remarks. Fearing they held deeper significance. Much remained unclear, and she felt an overwhelming impatience, chastising herself for her perceived foolishness. Today, feeling in good spirits, I shall paint a picture. Ishi approached the table, suddenly inspired, a smile lighting her face. The young master is painting. Yun Zian, lost in thought, quickly assisted Li Ishi in laying out the paper, her mind racing. What opportunity could the young master be bestowing? Could it be related to painting? Chapter 18. Supreme Treasure. Holding the brush, Li Ishi seemed to instantaneously merge with the universe, the essence of the Tao flowing throughout her being. Yun Zian, beside her, was instantaneously filled with delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yun Zian sensed she was beginning to understand. The young master was inviting her to perceive the Tao within him, to know. That is not it. Since the young master spoke of painting, the opportunity must surely relate to the art itself. Could it be that the opportunity lies within this very painting? Yun Zian's heart raced. Yet, still, Li Ishi made no move. Did I end the next moment? Li Ishi murmured. Chushan, the moonlight ignites the fire in drought. This is raised. Old customs burn the flood dragon, invoking thunder and rain. Exploding, the demons weep, collapsing, the misty shadows rise. The boiling waters, all roots are of antiquity. The green forest reduced to ash, the clouds have nowhere to dwell. As night falls, it is glaringly clear. The new autumn shines upon the cowherd and weaver. The wind stirs the giant flames, the rivers sends up columns of smoke. The mundane burns Kunlun. Light pervades the shores of islands. The stench reaches the charred serpent. Its roar entangles the fierce tiger. The divine being has soared high, no stone or earth in sight, that if you dare to slander, rely on this to approach the luminous. Thin barriers worry the long officials, profoundly ignorant of the essence, who can extinguish the distant flames, fearing the encroaching walls, sweating. I lie at the river pavilion, deeper still, the breath is like threads, after a moment of contemplation. The brush moved with divine precision. Li Ishi's every stroke flowed. Yun Zian felt breathless, as if a path of the Tao was unfolding before her eyes. That I understand now. It was all wrong before. The young master wanted me to focus on the painting before me. As a disciple of the flame sect, I cultivate the path of fire. So naturally, the young master must guide me in the profundities of the path of flames. The essence of the path of fire, the profundity of the flame path. The more she observed, the more astounded Yun Zian became. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Before Li Ishi's brush, a celestial path of flames unfurled. And Yun Zian's understanding was continuously reshaped. The astonishment in her gaze did not wane. Rather, it intensified. That a spiritual awakening. Deep within Yun Zian's heart, a tumultuous resonance echoed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, who were tending the fire, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they too realized that the brush in Li Ishi's hand had transformed into a dragon of fire. Boom! At this moment, as if a thunderclap reverberated in their minds. The two individuals felt as though a fiery dragon had penetrated the depths of their consciousness. The mystical technique they practiced, the divine fire art, seemed to shatter its limitations in an instant, propelling their cultivation to unprecedented heights at a terrifying velocity. Beside Li Ishi, Yun Zian sensed an inferno igniting within her, as if it threatened to consume her entirely, her eyes filled with sheer horror. She could no longer bear to witness. The path of this flame was too formidable, surpassing her comprehension. To persist in observing would only lead her astray into madness. Although she yearned to behold the essence of the flame's path, she felt she had reached her limit. If she continued, her very being would be incinerated. With great reluctance, she closed her eyes, understanding that further contemplation of the great Tao would only destabilize her heart. Li Ishi abruptly halted, gazing at the work he had produced that day, a frown creasing his brow. To know, the flame is not portrayed thus. I have failed to capture its quintessence. Disappointment washed over him as he regarded his own painting with dissatisfaction. Yun Zian, with her eyes tightly shut, was struck with astonishment. The painting encapsulated the grandeur of the Tao, revealing the true essence of the path of fire. If this artwork were to be unveiled, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed, for it possessed the power to aid one in comprehending a transcendent path. Yet, in Li Ishi's eyes, it was merely a flawed creation, without hesitation. He discarded the brush, leaving behind ink stains that marred the canvas. Just as Yun Zian opened her eyes, a wave of turmoil surged within her heart. the masterpiece, imbued with the essence of the Tao, had been crumpled and tossed into the trash by Li Yishi, regarded as nothing more than refuse. Did I ask there a flaw in this painting, young master? Yun Zian inquired incredulously. Indeed, it does not convey the true essence of the flame. It is worthless. Perhaps my artistic skills are still lacking, and my understanding of fire remains immature, failing to encapsulate the flame's inherent rhythm, Li Yishi lamented. Under the system's tutelage, Li Yishi's painting skills were extraordinarily advanced, leading him to set exceedingly high standards for his own work. This painting did not reflect the image of fire he envisioned, and thus he deemed it a failure. Li Yishi was oblivious to the Taoist's profound nuances and the significance of cultivation. Perceiving the artwork as flawed and unsuccessful, hearing Li Yishi's nonchalant remarks, Yun Zian felt parched, her heart brimming with admiration for his unparalleled insight into the Tao him. A transcendent path bore imperfections. While to her, the painting was an invaluable treasure. If the Flame sect were to acquire it, it would signify an extraordinary opportunity, dramatically enhancing their power and elevating them above all other sections. I must obtain this painting, she resolved, her excitement palpable. Junior sister. At this moment, Zhang Ming and Zhang Song approached, drawn by Yun Zian's gaze, their eyes falling upon the crumpled paper in the trash. Senior brother. This is a supreme treasure that if we acquire it, our flame sect will surely flourish. Yun Zian communicated telepathically. That a treasure, you say? Zhang Ming and Zhang Song recalled the brush that had danced like a fire dragon, pondering whether the young master's painting concealed some extraordinary opportunity. As Li Yishi sipped his water, Zhang Ming bent down to retrieve the paper, unfolding it to reveal a fire dragon soaring into the sky. Quickly stowing it away, suppressing his astonishment, the overwhelming essence of the Tao, rich and terrifying, radiated from the painting, particularly the essence of the flame's path. Zhang Ming felt his heart race as he recognized the value of this treasure. This painting is an unparalleled gem for our flame sect, more precious than our foundational techniques. The trio was struck with awe. Meanwhile, Li Yishi, having finished his drink, turned to see the three huddled together. Frowning in confusion at their solemn expressions, that he felt confident in his artistic abilities, yet their intense focus on what he deemed a failed draft intrigued him. This is merely a flawed sketch. If you desire it, take it. However, I doubt you will glean much from it. Thank you, young master, for your generosity, Yun Zian expressed. Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, upon hearing Li Yishi's words, were overwhelmed with excitement, nearly prostrating themselves before him. This was an unmatched treasure, and they had not known how to voice their desire. It seemed the young master had seen through their intentions and offered it to them willingly. They bowed deeply, filled with gratitude to this moment. While their hearts raced with exhilaration, they also felt the weight of responsibility. Such a precious treasure must be swiftly returned to their sect. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thank you for your invitation, young master, though we must attend to urgent matters at our sect and take our leave. The three exchanged glances before respectfully addressing Li Yishi. Won't you stay for a meal? It will be ready shortly, Li Yishi smiled. Alas, young master, time is of the essence, and we cannot afford delays. Once we have resolved our affairs, we shall return to express our gratitude, and at that time, we shall surely trouble you again. They spoke earnestly. Very well, then. Until we meet again, Li Yishi replied with indifference. The trio turned and hurried away, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 19. The crisis of annihilation facing the Flame sect. It is a pity that today, a celebration should have been in order, perhaps a housewarming of sorts. With the assistance of the Golden Ancient Clan, the courtyard had traversed an immeasurable distance to appear within the borders of the Zhao Kingdom. Transforming from a perilous realm into the safe human world, Li Yishi deemed this a momentous occasion worthy of celebration, wishing to share a meal with the three members of the Flame sect. Yet they seemed to have pressing matters to attend to. Li Yishi felt a tinge of regret that this joy could not be shared. 1,000 miles to the south, a vast mountain range known as the Heavenly Fire Mountains lay sprawled across the land. Within this mountain range stood a magnificent palace, surrounded by countless courtyards, suffused with an abundance of fiery, spiritual energy, a veritable paradise for cultivators with fire attributes. This was the very location of the Flame sect. With tens of thousands of disciples, the Flame sect was a formidable force in Zhao Kingdom. Yet today, it lay eerily silent. The once bustling sect, brimming with disciples, now appeared desolate, a haunting emptiness permeating the atmosphere. Above the martial arts arena of the flame sect floated a black, lotus-shaped flame, quietly suspended in the air, its presence alone suffusing the space with an ominous energy that threatened to engulf everything in flames. The sheer power radiating from it was enough to instill terror in the hearts of onlookers. Not far from the lotus flame stood several figures, their demeanor one of dejection and despair. At the center was a middle-aged man with a red flame emblem emblazoned upon his brow. This man was none other than Yun Xiao, the sect leader of the flame sect that I in this moment. Yun Xiao bore none of his former confidence or the regal bearing of a sect leader. Instead, he appeared utterly despondent, surrounded by companions who wore expressions of grim resolve, as if prepared to face death itself. "Have the members of the sect dispersed?" he asked, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Brother Xiao, everyone has fled. Those ingrates escaped at the first opportunity. After years of consuming the sect's resources, we were indeed blind. I even persuaded some loyal disciples to leave, fearing that facing the Black Lotus Demon King with more people would only lead to their demise. They're young and devoted to the sect. Yet they still have their futures ahead of them. I could not bear to condemn them," his wife replied, her tone laced with melancholy. Yun Xiao spoke slowly. "Do not blame them that we are facing the Black Lotus Demon King. It is an insurmountable challenge. The path of fire that the Black Lotus walks is too fearsome. When the Black Lotus gained sentience, it should have been eradicated that we once believed it to be a heavenly spirit, a cherished treasure nurtured by our ancestors, having absorbed their lifeblood and essence. However, who could have foreseen that after transforming into a demon, the Black Lotus would inherit the most malevolent of desires, deeming itself the very essence of heavenly flames, believing all who cultivate fire techniques differently must perish, unworthy of existence. Only its lineage is deemed legitimate, and it alone possesses the right to impart its teachings. As long as the Black Lotus Demon King lived, it would spell disaster for all practitioners of the path of fire. That an aged elder, unwilling to depart, vehemently declared, "Elder, cease your words. All is fate, merely the cycle of cause and effect. Our ancestors once sacrificed their heart's blood and souls, which was the cause. Today is merely the consequence. You should leave." Yun Xiao, in a state of despondency, replied, "Xiao Gu, I shall accompany you that I have already sent word to Xian, forbidding her return to the flame sect, that we have already left our bloodline. Even in death, we leave our mark upon this world. To die alongside you brings me great contentment," that Yun Xiao's wife chimed in. "Sect Master, we few old ones, with our limited talents, cannot hope to break through. The end is nigh. Death is inevitable. Before we perish, let us shine once more. Even if we cannot vanquish this evil, we shall at least splatter it with our blood." Several aged elders grimaced, their faces marked by resolute determination. "Father, mother!" At that moment, an anxious voice rang out from outside the flame. Sect. 3 figures soared through the air on swords, their eyes filled with urgency as they beheld the desolate flame sect. The newcomers were Zhang Ming, Zhang Song, and Yun Xian. "Xian Yu." The wife gazed at her daughter with despair. She had already sent word to Yun Xian, instructing her not to return to the sect, yet here she was again. Was this fate? "Xian, leave. What are you doing back? Get lost." "Zhang Ming and Zhang Song, I command you both to take the resources and leave immediately, at once." At this moment, Yun Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier resolve faltering. Yun Xian was his only daughter. How could he bear to see her march toward death alongside them? This was an impossible battle to win the sect master. If the Black Lotus Demon King did not kill them, he would relentlessly pursue them. Only their deaths would appease the demon, and he longed for his daughter's survival. However, his plans had now crumbled. "Master, we cannot leave. We return without a care for everything to assist the sect master in battling the enemy," Zhang Song urgently declared. "Silence. Battle the enemy. Do you know how terrifying they are?" Yun Xiao's anger surged. "Father, we have brought supreme treasures that can surely repel the enemy. During our training excursion, we encountered an unparalleled master. To that master, these treasures may be trifles, but for our flame sect, they are invaluable. With this treasure, you and the elders will surely break through. We will not be without fighting strength," Yun Xian insisted. Convinced that the painting could achieve this, did the master grant you a divine pill capable of shattering barriers? An elder inquired hastily. No, elder, the reclusive master bestowed upon us a rough draft of a painting. Zhang Song quickly replied that a rough draft. The elder shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing the elder's disappointment, Yun Zian quickly interjected. Father, elder, this is no ordinary rough draft. The rough draft of an unparalleled master cannot be trivial. In a world where the vermilion bird is raised like a mere chicken and the Tianyin divine wood, which aids enlightenment, is used for firewood, the axe meant for chopping wood can become a divine weapon. And even the greatest of divine weapons can only serve as a servant. This draft contains the essence of the flame path, rich in Tao rhythms. It must assist you in breaking through. Senior brother Zhang Ming, quickly unveil it. Yun Zin urged anxiously that as the draft was revealed. Yun Xiao, initially skeptical, glanced at it casually, only to become utterly transfixed. His eyes brimmed with fervor as his aura surged violently. Unmatched in dominance. Step aside, the sect master. He is about to break through. The elders of the flame sect, witnessing Yun Xiao's transformation, turned pale and hastily retreated. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yun Xiao. Surpassing the celestial river realm, but he has broken through. He truly has. The elders of the flame sect, each with astonished expressions, had never anticipated that a crumpled draft could enable Yun Xiao, the sect master at the pinnacle of the celestial river realm, to achieve a breakthrough after 10 years of stagnation. They gazed at the wrinkled painting before Yun Xiao, their eyes alight with brilliance. What a fearsome treasure this was. He has broken through. He has broken through. Father, you have succeeded. I knew it would help you break through. At that moment, Yun Zian was as joyous as a child. Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, sect master. The others hurriedly knelt, their eyes filled with elation, from the depths of despair. They now glimpsed hope. Who would not rejoice at that moment? Yun Xiao stared at the crumpled draft floating before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yun Xiao, a figure of great renown, had inexplicably broken through a decade-long barrier with the help of a discarded draft. Realization dawned upon him. He grasped the essence of the flame path. This is the Tao rhythm. No wonder. It was my understanding of the Tao that had gone awry, leading me astray that moment. As Yun Xiao sensed the Tao rhythm from the draft, everything became clear to him. Yun Xiao, are you ready today? I, the Black Lotus, shall send you down to hell. Just as the flame sect's members rejoiced, a figure, arrogant and sinister, appeared on the horizon. A figure, stepping upon a black lotus, sped toward them. The black lotus that had been hovering above the flame sect's martial arena instantly merged into the Black Lotus Demon King's body. Cloaked in a black robe, he descended upon the flame sect. The heavens seek to obliterate my flame sect. Upon seeing the Black Lotus Demon King descend, despair filled the eyes of the onlookers. Just as Yun Xiao had broken through, their excitement was dashed. Despite being at the same level, Yun Xiao could not possibly contend with the Black Lotus Demon King, who had transcended to the celestial realm many years prior. What a pity! Had I obtained such a treasure sooner, my flame sect would not fear this mere Black Lotus Demon King. That Yun Xiao's face twisted in frustration. Sect Master, flee! We shall confront the Black Lotus Demon King on your behalf. The elders of the flame sect exchanged determined glances and charged at the Black Lotus Demon King. Mere ants, do you think you can obstruct me, the Black Lotus? Prepare to perish. The Black Lotus Demon King scoffed. Extending a hand, suddenly, a black lotus bloomed, and its terrifying power erupted, transforming into a raging black flame that engulfed several of the celestial river elders, obliterating them into ashes. Black Lotus, the cycle of cause and effect. Let us fight. Yun Xiao's eyes burned crimson as he thrust the draft into Yun Zian's hands and charged toward the Black Lotus Demon King. Fight? Yun Xiao, do you believe you have the right? Only my Black Lotus flame path is the true flame path. All other paths of fire are but waste. Today, I shall show you the difference. The Black Lotus descended, ready to annihilate heaven, earth, and the world. As his words fell, an overwhelming force exploded forth, directly crushing Yun Xiao, who was grievously injured and coughed up blood. Before he could even evade, the Black Lotus Demon King flickered and appeared beside Yun Xiao, seizing his head, ready to extinguish him on the spot. Black Lotus Demon King. Wait, you claim your black flame path is the true flame path, the strongest. Are you certain? Yun Xian's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze on the Black Lotus Demon King. Little girl, do you doubt me? Have you not seen how utterly powerless your father is before my path? The Black Lotus Demon King paused momentarily, sneering at Yun Xian. Yes, that's so. I do not believe your black flame path to be the strongest. Today, I have encountered someone even more powerful. He is the true, invincible being of this world, but if you do not believe me, watch. Yun Xian hurled the draft at the Black Lotus Demon King. Initially disdainful, the Black Lotus Demon King's expression shifted as he sensed the Tao rhythm within the draft, nearly causing his malevolent flames to waver. Damn it. My path is the supreme path of heaven and earth. Whose path is this? The Black Lotus Demon King, disregarding Yun Xiao, appeared before Yun Xian, seizing her and demanding, do you wish to meet him? If you fear you cannot withstand the master, and are unafraid of death, I shall take you to see the creator of that painting. Yun Xian gasped for breath, staring fiercely at the Black Lotus Demon King. She firmly believed that Li Yishi could slay the Black Lotus Demon King. Thus she harbored no concerns for his safety, that in her eyes, the only one capable of saving the Flame Sect was the reclusive Li Yishi, who was experiencing life as a mortal. Are you trying to provoke me? In this world, who does the Black Lotus dare not meet? I shall see who it is. Lead the way. With a forceful exertion, He Lian watched as the draft in her hand instantaneously turned to ashes. Grasping Yun Xian, she stepped into the void and vanished. Xian. At that moment, Yun Xiaojing's eyes widened with alarm, and he hurriedly pursued them into the air. He Lian, possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm, moved with remarkable speed. A day later, her figure appeared at the foot of the mountain where Li Yishi resided, making her way directly to the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard's threshold, He Lian showed no signs of slowing, intent on forcefully breaching the entrance. However, just as she approached, a statue before the courtyard eerily opened its eyes that in an instant, it sprang to life, wielding an iron whip that struck with deadly intent. Who dares to disturb this place? Die. The iron whip emerged, and terror flooded He Lian's eyes. Despite her formidable strength as the Demon Queen, she found herself rendered immobile by the strike, her form shattered. Years of cultivation and power dissipating into a single black lotus that fell before the courtyard. The once majestic figure of He Lian reverted to that of the statue. Witnessing this scene, Yun Xiaojing was filled with astonishment. The statue possessed sentience, capable of annihilating the powerful He Lian Demon Queen with a single blow. Father, do you now believe me? Young master, is this not the work of a reclusive master, perhaps even a celestial being? They are merely here to experience life, Yun Xian remarked, and the moment He Lian arrived was destined for her demise. With a smile, she reached to retrieve the Black Lotus, a treasure of immense value. No, Xian. He Lian has consumed the heart's blood and soul of our ancestor. She is already transformed into a most sinister entity, one we must not approach that it can devour human souls. The consequences are dire. Let us depart. Our visit today is too hasty to pay proper respects to the young master. We must prepare a fitting tribute before our next visit. Yun Xiaojing stated gravely. Chapter 21. The Terror of He Lian Xian. Let us go. His wife echoed solemnly. Li Yishi has saved the entire Liwa sect. We must express our profound gratitude. To approach without adequate preparation would be a grievous disrespect to the master. Yes, mother. Yun Xian bowed to the courtyard before departing. The group turned and soared into the sky. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Li Yishi in white robes. Where is everyone gone? I distinctly heard voices. Confusion etched across his face as he pondered if he had misheard. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed the Black Lotus lying before him. What is this? Li Yishi approached. Intrigued and picked up the Black Lotus for inspection. As he examined it, a wave of dark energy surged from the lotus, creeping toward his palm. Yet in the next moment, that dark energy was swiftly dispelled. Could this be a treasure of the practitioners? Grasping the Black Lotus, Li Yishi felt a warmth radiating from it, piquing his curiosity. Could I have stumbled upon a treasure? After a thorough inspection, he discerned nothing extraordinary about the Black Lotus and carelessly tossed it onto the table before returning to his tasks. As Li Yishi departed, A visage gradually materialized above the black lotus, its eyes filled with sheer horror. What is this place? Who are these people? The soul of the He Lien Demon King wore a mask of fear. After being shattered by the stone statue, he was utterly suppressed that I in this place. He dared not release even a hint of his presence. Initially, he had tempted Yun Zian but had retreated in fear, not daring to make a second attempt, lest he be annihilated by the spirit of the statue. The moment he was picked up by Li Yishi, he saw a glimmer of hope. Yet He Lien was bewildered. He found himself incapable of even ensnaring the soul of a mere mortal. Confounded, he suffered yet another injury. Though perplexed, he felt fortunate to have escaped that place. Heaven had not forsaken him, and as He Lien began to levitate. Preparing to break free into the void, a sudden, overwhelming aura descended upon him that a figure, emanating a terrifying and righteous force, drew a line in the air before him. With that single stroke, 3/10 of He Lien's demon soul dissipated. At that moment, He Lien's soul trembled violently, gripped by utter terror. What in the world is this? Old Bai happened to stroll by, noticing the black lotus on the ground and picking it up for examination. Curious. It actually contains the power of flames that IT seems quite potent. I could inscribe a formation with it and use it as a fire stove, saving me the trouble of chopping wood in the future. The He Lien Demon King's soul trembled with madness. From Old Bai, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying Tao power that pressed down upon him, nearly obliterating his essence. Helplessly, he watched as the automaton, Old Bai, took a carving knife and began to modify him. After the alterations, he was confined beneath a black iron pot. The sight of that dark pot filled He Lien with despair. It possessed the power to bind heaven and earth, rendering him incapable of even coalescing his soul that I in his heart. He roared helplessly, "I am the chaos black lotus of the universe." His impotent cries were completely sealed within the black lotus. In a cold, snow-capped mountain, a figure with unwavering resolve approached. Unwavering in his determination, IT was Tang Yin, who had journeyed thousands of miles that a silhouette emerged, blocking Tang Yin's path. Tang Yin, do you not understand that this place is beyond your reach? Do you not intend to give up? The newcomer, a robust youth, regarded Tang Yin with disdain. Give up? Why should I? My father is still waiting for me. Step aside, or kneel, Tang Yin declared, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Oh, the gates of the refining sect are not for the son of a sinner to tread upon. Let me see your strength. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility, the youth retorted defiantly. Get lost. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Tang Yin, instantly subduing the youth, who fell to his knees in terror, unable to rise. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Tang Yin paid him no mind, merely walking past. Today, he was determined to traverse the hellish path of the refining sect and rescue his father. Imprisoned within Dai in his despair, guided by Li Yishi's counsel, he glimpsed a flicker of hope. At that moment, figures began to appear, their eyes filled with disdain. Even though Tang Yin had subdued Tang's son, as he approached the entrance to the hellish path, a war hammer manifested in his hand, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. They gazed at the Hautian hammer in Tang Yin's grasp, feeling their souls tremble. The hammer soul. He has awakened the hammer soul, one by one. They struggled to fathom the scene before them. They watched in disbelief as Tang Yin, wielding a hammer, charged into the hellish path. An elderly figure appeared, his eyes filled with shock. Tang Yin has awakened the hammer soul. It is heaven's favor upon our refining sect, granting his father, Tang Tian, absolution. Indeed, ancestor. The elders of the refining sect bowed their heads in reverence. After Tang Yin emerges, bring him to me. The voice of the patriarch trembled as he uttered his command before retreating into the grand hall. When will I be able to cultivate? I truly envy those practitioners that if only I could be that unparalleled sovereign. At a table, Li Yishi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sky. He lifted his brush and inscribed upon the rice paper a phrase from his memory. 1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes of hardship, time fleeting since ancient times, in the blink of an eye. Undying body, indestructible soul, shaking the ages, unmatched by anyone. Chapter 22. The emergence of evil. After reviewing the words before him, Li Yishi felt a profound satisfaction. Come, Dahe, let us go to the falling immortal gathering and take a look. Li Yishi concealed her despondent emotions as she ventured out with her dog. The bustling scene of Luosian Market remained as vibrant as ever. "Young Master Li, are you here to join the market?" Greeted a voice. "Greetings, young Master Li. Greetings, divine healer," called out some individuals who had witnessed Li Yishi's miraculous healing from a distance. "Hello, everyone," Li Yishi replied courteously with a nod. Just then, a voice filled with terror pierced the air. "This is terrible. Uncle Zhang's son has been taken away by a blood shadow. Help!" A chilling cry of fear echoed through the once tranquil market. "What? A blood shadow? Curse it! Once again, it's the blood demon. We must slay him!" At that moment, figures began to dart out, each riding swords and their eyes ablaze with fury. Clad in black armor, they radiated an intimidating aura. Li Yishi recognized them as the demon-slaying guards of Zhao, a force dedicated to safeguarding the populace. "Please, I beg you, save my son. He is only 3 years old," cried a middle-aged farmer clutching a steaming bun, his face a mask of terror and despair. "Do not worry, Uncle Zhang, we will certainly bring your son back," the captain of the demon-slaying guards assured him, his expression grim. "Young Master Li, I implore you, accompany the captain to rescue my son. You are a divine healer. And the blood shadow feasts on the blood of children to gain strength, that if my son still breathes, I beseech you to save him," Uncle Zhang pleaded, dropping to his knees before Li Yishi, who had displayed miraculous medical skills before. "Uncle," Li Yishi began to speak, intending to clarify that she was merely an ordinary person, but was interrupted by the captain of the demon-slaying guards. "Time is of the essence. If we delay, it could spell disaster." The captain seized Li Yishi and soared into the sky on his sword. It that moment, Dahe, her loyal dog, clung tightly to her. The demon-slaying guards, guided by their instincts, plunged into a dense forest, landing cautiously. The captain turned to Li Yishi and said, "Young Master Li, the blood shadow is cunning and formidable. Please stay here while we subdue it, and we shall immediately take you to rescue the child." With that, the demon-slaying guards vanished from sight in an instant. Li Yishi gazed at the serene forest, feeling a twinge of fear, and quickly embraced Dahe. "Wong, Wong, Wong." Dahe barked a few times, breaking free from Li Yishi's grasp to pursue the demon-slaying guards. "Damn it, Dahe, cursed dog," Li Yishi cursed under her breath as she hurried after him. She could not afford to lose her only companion. Within the forest, the faces of the demon-slaying guards turned pale. For before them stood not just a blood shadow, but behind it loomed a demonic apparition, shrouded in a cloud of blood, with several desiccated corpses already lying at its feet, their blood evidently consumed by the blood demon. The blood demon, the blood shadow, is merely a puppet crafted by the blood demon. Panic gripped the guards as they realized the true nature of their foe. The blood demon was no mere human, but a sinister entity forged from blood and malice, wielding unpredictable and wicked powers. They could contend with the blood shadow, but against the blood demon, survival seemed impossible. Excellent. Finally, some cultivators have arrived. The blood of cultivators is far superior to that of mere mortals. By devouring your blood, I shall restore a fraction of my power. The blood demon jeered, having just escaped from a prison of confinement, its strength severely depleted. The blood demon extended its hand. A colossal skeletal hand reached toward the demon-slaying guards. Slay the demon. The guards, filled with dread, combined their powers to unleash a formidable technique that a blade of light struck the skeletal hand with a thunderous crash, shattering their formation, yet managing to thwart the blood demon's attack. How amusing. No wonder you are the demon-slaying guards. Your combined technique is indeed impressive. Otherwise, you insignificant insects would be obliterated by merely a flick of my finger. But can you withstand my next strike? The blood shadow hissed ominously. Once again, the skeletal hand lunged toward the guards. Wong, Wong, Wong. Just as the blood demon unleashed its terrifying blow, a series of barks erupted. To everyone's astonishment, a large black dog emerged from the depths of the forest, its eyes filled with disdain. Who dares to disrupt my feast? Just a wisp of a demonic soul, occupying an ancient corpse. And yet you presume to act with impunity, the black dog declared, exuding an air of superiority to a formidable beast. How intriguing. Devouring you would aid in my recovery, the blood demon retorted, sensing the vitality within Dahe. How dare you speak to me so? Were it not for the urgency of the situation and my master's imminent arrival, I would relish in teaching you the meaning of suffering. Dahé scoffed. Die. With that, Dahé's form began to transform, becoming a towering and majestic entity, standing 10 feet tall, resembling a divine being. In a heartbeat, the demonic soul shrieked in terror, attempting to flee from the corpse, but under Dahé's devouring might. It was powerless to escape, consumed alongside the blood shadow puppet. Returning to its original form, Dahé turned to the stunned, demon-slaying guards and coldly declared, "Remember, my master is on their way. While my master experiences the life of a mortal, the blood demon is slain by you, and the child saved is your doing. As for me, I am merely a humble dog." "Yes, esteemed one." The guards trembled in fear, afraid that Dahé might turn on them. "Wong, wong, wong." Dahé barked a few times, prompting Li Yishi to follow the sound. "Damn it, Dahé, why are you running? Do you not realize how dangerous this place is?" Li Yishi scolded, kicking at Dahé. Dahé hurriedly approached, feigning innocence. The guards trembled at Li Yishi's actions. "Young Master Li, the blood shadow has been vanquished, but the child lies unconscious. We beseech you to assist," several of them urged, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Everything is fine. He merely fainted. Let us hasten back. The child's father is undoubtedly anxious," Li Yishi replied, cradling the child and checking his pulse, sighing in relief. "Indeed, indeed," the guards stammered, their hearts racing as they escorted Li Yishi back to Luoxian Market. In Luoxian Market, anxious figures awaited, particularly the Zhang family, who were pacing nervously, their legs trembling, repeatedly murmuring their son's name. Upon hearing that their child had been taken by the blood shadow, the mother fainted on the spot. "Look, they are back!" The crowd, having kept a vigilant watch, erupted in excitement upon spotting the figures approaching from the horizon. "Have they saved him?" The farmer's anxiety intensified as he awaited the outcome. With a flurry of movement, the captain of the demon-slaying guards landed, accompanied by Li Yishi. "Young Master Li, is my son still alive?" The farmer inquired anxiously upon seeing the child in Li Yishi's arms. "He's fine, just asleep. Here you go." Li Yishi gently handed the child back to the farmer. "Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, esteemed demon-slaying guards." The farmer expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to the guards to the sight of the farmer's bow. The guards exchanged glances, but upon meeting the gaze of Dahé, they quickly straightened up, not daring to show any signs of weakness. "Return home. Take good care of your child. The blood shadow has been slain by the esteemed guards, so you need not worry any longer," Li Yishi encouraged, patting the farmer's shoulder. "Thank you, young Master Li," the farmer said again, bowing before hastily leaving with his son to awaken his wife. "Thank you, esteemed ones. Your efforts today have been invaluable." The farmer expressed gratefully to Li Yishi felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had hardly contributed at all, merely a hindrance. "You mustn't say such things. Without your presence, we would have been powerless to aid the child who fainted from fright." One of the guards insisted. Who among them would dare to accept such a greeting, deftly evading it without leaving a trace? They clasped their hands in salute to Li Yishi, who, upon noticing the large black dog, felt a sense of relief wash over the gathered crowd. Glad that nothing had gone awry, in haste, they bid their farewells and departed swiftly. After a moment of peril, soaring through the clouds, Li Yishi felt a surge of excitement within. At that moment, he spotted a storyteller in the distance, captivatingly recounting tales, and his curiosity compelled him to approach. The storyteller, an elderly gentleman, fanned himself as he spoke of the extraordinary and bizarre happenings across the continent. Li Yishi, enraptured by the narrative, listened intently. Upon finishing his tale, the old man's gaze fell upon Li Yishi. Recognizing him as a scholar, he quickly rose to pay his respects, saying, "Young master, you too are a person of letters. You must possess vast knowledge. My tales are but old, worn-out stories that everyone has grown weary of. I see you are not from this locale. Might you regale us with a story of your homeland?" Master Li, upon hearing the old man's invitation, those who had been sipping tea and resting suddenly found their interest piqued. The elderly storyteller's repetitive tales had indeed become tiresome, yet with no more engaging stories available. They were eager to listen. With the old man's encouragement, Li Yishi felt no inclination to decline, finding comfort in the camaraderie of those around him. After a moment of contemplation, observing that most of the audience were children, he decided to share a mythological tale. Knowing well how fond children are of such stories, Li Yishi chose to recount the most classic of all, Journey to the west did I end the beginning, when chaos reigned and heaven and earth were yet unformed. No one was to be seen. It was only when Panga shattered the primordial void that the distinction of purity and turbidity was established. His voice resonated, but unbeknownst to him, a group of demon-slaying guardians lingering in the distance were rendered utterly astonished. They witnessed the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the sky above the T-Pavilion, an array of strange occurrences, from the birth of the Monkey King to his training in the Bodhi Cave. They were gripped by an inexplicable fear. Them. This was no mere story. Who could conjure such a terrifying world unless they had witnessed it firsthand? As Li Ishi recounted the Monkey King's rampage in the Eastern Sea, rain began to pour down upon Lok Saiji. Li Ishi paused, realizing it was time to return home. This rain, could you cease? He murmured to himself while standing in the T-Pavilion. The moment his words fell, a golden apparition vanished from the pond in his family's courtyard, ascending into the clouds and transforming into a magnificent dragon. After the dragon exhibited its divine powers, the torrential rain ceased instantly. The clouds parted, and sunlight flooded the T-Pavilion. The captain of the demon-slaying guardians, captivated by the tale, had quietly entered the pavilion and overheard Li Ishi's words to that moment, as the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. The sunlight poured down, his gaze fixed on Li Ishi in sheer horror. Such is the power of one's words manifesting reality. This must be reported to the prince. A celestial being has descended upon Lok Saiji. The captain's heart raced with trepidation. Should the celestial being be angered, the Zhao kingdom would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the prince of southern Zhao, upon hearing of the celestial presence at Lok Saiji, wore a sardonic smile. He was well aware that celestial beings could not possibly exist in this world. However, as he listened to the teachings of Bodhi and the Monkey King's tumultuous exploits in the Eastern Sea, his eyes widened in disbelief. 72 transformations, the somersault cloud. Each technique was astonishing beyond comprehension. The Eastern Sea, home to the Dragon Palace, had been thrown into disarray, a shocking upheaval. When he heard Li Ishi declare the manifestation of words, he was so astonished that he rose from his throne. That I must pay a visit to Lok Saiji. You all, take care of the affairs of the Southern Zhao Palace in my absence. After giving his orders, the prince vanished from the Southern Zhao Palace. Meanwhile, the Flame Sect, led by Yun Xiao, brought the treasured Liang Heavenly Stone with him, accompanied by Yun Xian, to Lok Saiji. The patriarch of the Refiner Sect also set off for the Zhao Kingdom with Tang Yin. Upon arriving at Lok Saiji, the prince of southern Zhao did not immediately seek an audience, but rather inquired about Li Ishi's situation, wanting to ascertain whether it matched the reports. When he learned that even a dog accompanying Li Ishi was of supreme existence, his eyes widened in astonishment that no longer did he harbor doubts. Without a doubt, a celestial being had appeared in the Zhao Kingdom. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse, gazing at the sudden appearance of a mountain that seemed to transcend time itself. Terror filling his gaze, that he understood that it was a vast and perilous gorge. Yet at that moment, it had transformed into a magnificent peak, shrouded in mist, resembling an otherworldly realm. That as the prince reached the foot of the mountain, he even heard the call of the vermilion bird, his heart trembling in trepidation. That in the midst of his shock, several figures descended. Indeed, the leader of the Flame Sect had arrived, accompanied by his wife and Yun Xian. Yun Xiao, why have you come here? The prince of southern Zhao, disguising himself as a young master, was not recognized by Yun Xiao, though the prince was well aware of Yun Xiao's identity as a prominent figure in the Zhao Kingdom. Today I, Yun, have come to pay my respects to Master Li, to express my gratitude for saving my Flame Sect. Might you be a friend of Master Li? Yun Xiao asked, careful not to appear presumptuous. Master Zhao, you flatter me that I am unworthy of being called a friend of Master Li. I merely heard of his esteemed name and came to seek an audience. The prince of southern Zhao replied hastily. Though he was a prince, he recognized that in the eyes of celestial beings, a mere worldly prince held no significance. Even if they remained within their abode, they were still aware of the affairs of the world. And he dared not speak carelessly, lest calamity befall him. That I see, Master Li is indeed extraordinary. May I inquire where you hail from? Yun Xiao inquired, feeling a sense of ease now that they were not discussing Li Ishi as a friend. Perhaps they could converse respectfully with the prince. That I am Zhao, named Zhao Zhenyu. The prince of southern Zhao smiled. Upon hearing the name, Yun Xiao's body trembled. and he quickly bowed that I, Yun Shao, the leader of the Flame Sect, pay my respects to Prince Jinyu. Respectfully greeting your highness. Yun Shao's wife and Yun Zian also hurriedly bowed in reverence, but there's no need for excessive formalities. This is Master Li's abode. He regards himself as an ordinary person. And we are but mere ants, devoid of distinctions of nobility or strength. Please, Brother Yun, be seated. Brother Zhao, please. The two exchanged glances, inhaling deeply before all four hurried up the mountain. Though they were cultivators, they chose to walk instead of flying, showing respect for Li Yishi. Upon reaching the courtyard, the Prince of Southern Zhao cautiously glanced at the two stone statues before the entrance, an inexplicable fear enveloping him. Had Yun Shao not mentioned that the spirits of these statues had slain the Black Lotus Demon King, he would have merely considered them ordinary sculptures. Yet now, upon closer inspection, he shuddered. These two statues seemed to embody mighty divine generals, vanquishing demons and suppressing the realms. Yun Shao, I pay my respects to Master Li, he said, inhaling deeply as he bowed outside the courtyard. Creak, the courtyard door swung open, and Lao Bai peered out, quickly bending to greet them. Welcome, everyone. But at the sight of Lao Bai, both Yun Shao and Prince Zhao Jinyu trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Senior, please. Neither dared to accept the greeting, for in Lao Bai, they sensed an overwhelming aura of wisdom and power. They believed him to be an unparalleled artifact, though they could not fathom why Master Li had chosen to shape him in human form. Please, both of you, do not stand on ceremony. He is merely a robot. Do not mind it. Lao Bai, prepare some fruits. It's hot, and the journey up the mountain must have tired everyone. That IT will quench your thirst. That Li Yishi issued his orders. He led the four into the courtyard. Once inside, the atmosphere was charged with tension. This place was undeniably extraordinary. They settled. Yun Shao was at a loss for words and hastily retrieved the Liang Heavenly Stone. Master, on this first visit, I bring a humble gift. Please accept it. Last time, my daughter benefited greatly from your guidance, and was even bestowed a renowned painting by you. That I hope you will not refuse this modest offering. Yun Shao stood, presenting the Liang Heavenly Stone before Li Yishi. Ah! The Prince of Southern Zhao, Zhao Jinyu, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the Liang Heavenly Stone. This was the Flame Sect's ultimate treasure. Training upon this stone could multiply one's cultivation speed several times over, and it offered boundless insights into the way of fire. However, now he found Yun Shao offering their sect's treasure as a mere token of gratitude. Zhao Jinyu felt an urge to curse Master Yun. This is too much. Li Yishi quickly declined. That Yun Shao was the father of Yun Zian. The leader of the Flame Sect was indeed a formidable figure, a person of great renown. How could he accept such a gift? Please, Master, do not refuse. That in winter. It may help you stay warm. Yun Shao urged earnestly. Well, that does sound beneficial. Then I shall graciously accept it. This object is indeed a splendid treasure for warmth during the winter days. One need not suffer from the cold. Upon hearing Yun Shao's words, Li Yishi was immediately filled with joy, unaware that this was a precious artifact of the Fire Sect, believing it merely to be a warming item, which he accepted without hesitation. Moreover, he promptly retrieved the tools and divided the blazing sunstone into 4 pieces, placing them in the 4 corners of the hall, instantly transforming the room into a realm of comfort, where autumn metamorphosed into a warm spring. That Li Yishi was thoroughly satisfied. Zhao Jinyu trembled slightly as he watched, but upon reflecting that this was an immortal, he soon felt at ease. After all, a piece of blazing sunstone indeed possessed such efficacy. Could it be regarded as a supreme treasure otherwise? Having witnessed the casual sketches of Li Yishi, which were akin to divine artifacts, Yun Shao remained remarkably calm, even expressing relief that the blazing sunstone had been procured. Otherwise, had other items been brought, they might have failed to meet the young Master's standards. Esteemed guests, please indulge in the fruits. Old Bai presented the fruit platter while bowing to the assembly and then retreated. Please, a slice of watermelon to quench your thirst. That Li Yishi took the lead in seizing a piece of watermelon and began to relish it. Now that the atmosphere was as warm as spring, it was indeed a splendid time for enjoying watermelon. Thank you, young master. Yun Shao and her companions exchanged glances, and the 3 of them commenced tasting the fruit, while the king of Jinan remained still, preoccupied with the astonishing script newly inscribed by Li Yishi. 1,000 tribulations, 100 lifetimes, fleeting through the ages, in the blink of an EYEN undying body, an indestructible soul, resonating through the ancient and modern. Unmatched by any. Upon seeing the characters, Zhao Jinyu felt a terrifying aura of the Tao. The essence of that aura gradually coalesced on the parchment, revealing a silhouette imbued with melancholy, standing silently, yet commanding like the sovereign of the cosmos. Enduring through time. Even after experiencing countless tribulations, it remained unyielding and invincible, suppressing all adversaries in the world. The figure shaped by that aura bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yishi, the king of Jinan. Zhao Jinyu felt a tremor in his soul that he speculated that Li Yishi might be an immortal descended to the mortal realm. However, immortals are not inherently indestructible. If Li Yishi were indeed eternal in the celestial realm, what kind of existence was he? Zhao Jinyu felt even more astonished. As the king of Jinan glanced at Li Yishi and his companions, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Yun Xiao and her companions as they indulged in watermelon with evident disdain, leaving him perplexed. For before Lady Yun Xiao lay 6 pieces of watermelon rind, yet she continued to devour the fruit voraciously. The king of Jinan couldn't help but frown, deeming it a breach of decorum. However, in the next moment, an aura erupted from Lady Yun Xiao's body. Despite her efforts to suppress it, Zhao Jinyu, being a cultivator of the Tongtian realm, still sensed it. The disdain in his eyes swiftly transformed into shock, for it was the aura of the Tongtian realm, indicating that Lady Yun Xiao had broken through to that level. "Thank you for the watermelon, young master." Blushing, Lady Yun Xiao hurriedly bowed her head, gazing at the rinds on the table. Sit. Here, consider it your home. No need for excessive formalities, just a few slices of watermelon that if you enjoy it, feel free to take some with you when you leave, Li Yishi said with a smile. Indeed, the king of Jinan was not a fool. He looked at Lady Yun Xiao in astonishment. Could it be? At that moment, he contemplated a dreadful truth. He might have just brushed past a great opportunity. The young master spoke of the Monkey King possessing 72 transformations. Could this watermelon be a transformation of something else? Chapter 25. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing eternal life as he gazed at the last piece on the platter. The king of Jinan cautiously took it and placed it in his mouth. The next moment, a change overtook his expression. Indeed, he had successfully missed an opportunity, his face suffused with bitterness. The flesh of the watermelon was not only exquisitely delicious, tantalizing his taste buds, but the juice also contained a rich essence of the Tao. The king of Jinan realized that Lady Yun Xiao's breakthrough was facilitated by this essence. Initially, her comprehension of the Tao was somewhat lacking. Yet the Tao contained within the watermelon had precisely helped her to bridge that gap. Simultaneously, he noted that both Yun Xiao and her daughter, Yun Zian, were experiencing a surge in their auras, equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation. It was an unsettling feeling, realizing he had missed a fortuitous chance. Young master, Tang Yin requests an audience. That moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Tang Yin? Li Yishi pondered for a moment. Recalling who Tang Yin was, a smile gracing his lips, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to this individual. For although he appeared rather ordinary, he had assisted in crafting several components for Old Bai. Without his help, Li Yishi would have truly struggled, as he was no blacksmith. While he could manage some basic tasks, anything beyond that was beyond his capabilities. Please take a seat. I shall welcome a friend. Li Yishi said with a smile that he rose and walked toward the entrance to a friend. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, everyone was astonished. The young master was an immortal, thus his friends must surely be influential figures. Each of them was unable to remain seated, hastening to follow Li Yishi in welcoming this esteemed individual. Who would dare to be negligent at this moment? Yun Zian's cheeks flushed with anticipation as she pondered how remarkable the young master's friend might be. Old Bai, hurry and welcome your benefactor. Without his assistance, you would still be languishing in the corner. Li Yishi jested. As Li Yishi opened the courtyard door, he found an old man and a young boy standing outside, both appearing exceedingly nervous. The reclusive sage. Upon seeing Li Yishi, Tang Hai was instantly struck with awe. Clad in a pristine white robe, Li Yishi seemed as though he had descended from the celestial realm, exuding an ethereal presence. Young master, I am Tang Hai, here to pay my respects. Tang Hai hurriedly bowed to Li Yishi, his eyes filled with astonishment, as he vaguely perceived an aura of rules accompanying Li Yishi. Rules, what were they? Though Tang Hai had never encountered them directly, he had read about them in ancient texts that as the supreme elder of the artifact refining sect, he had visited the Tao Palace and listened to the teachings of the Tao. At that time, the great masters spoke of the Tao and rules, yet Tang Hai found it all rather esoteric and incomprehensible. However, witnessing the aura of rules that seemed to linger around Li Yishi, he began to grasp what rules truly meant. After all, rules were intangible, unseen. Yet in Li Yishi's presence, he strangely sensed their existence. Furthermore, the battle spirit was a supreme entity that could only be condensed upon complete comprehension of the foundational principles of that Tao. Yet Li Yishi, with a mere casual swing of the hammer, guided Tang Yin to comprehend and condense a formidable battle spirit, even awakening a legacy that he recalled what Tang Yin had mentioned regarding the towering Haotian sect and the illustrious war god hammer. Those 10 words resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. He envisioned a deity of battle emerging into the world. The Haotian hammer and the chaotic gale were utterly astonishing, leading Tang Hai to realize that the artifact refining sect was not merely adept at crafting artifacts, but also possessed offensive capabilities. The chaotic gale hammer technique was terrifyingly powerful. Based on Tang Hai's knowledge, even the supreme techniques of the Tao Palace might not surpass it. He vaguely speculated that perhaps Li Yishi had bestowed upon Tang Yin an unparalleled legacy from a sect known as the Haotian sect. Thus, upon encountering Li Yishi in person, Tang Hai dared not show any disrespect or dissatisfaction. Even though he himself was a practitioner of the Tianwu realm, Tang Hai was diminutive, standing at only 1.60 meters. As he bowed to Li Yishi, he appeared even shorter. However, in Li Yishi's eyes, Tang Yin had rendered him significant assistance, and Tang Hai's garb indicated he was an elderly figure, presumably an ancestor of Tang Yin. How could Li Yishi accept such a bow? Thus, at that moment, Li Yishi quickened his pace to support Tang Hai, his hand brushing over Tang Hai's head. In that instant, Tang Hai was taken aback. As if the world around him had transformed, he gained a newfound understanding of this world. His previous perceptions were utterly overturned. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing eternal life. Tang Hai's heart surged tumultuously. On this day, he finally comprehended the meaning of those words. In that moment, his realm ascended to the Earth Martial Realm, surpassing his current understanding of rules. As soon as his cultivation improved, he would undoubtedly become a formidable practitioner of the Earth Martial Realm. And once the rules of heaven and earth converged, he would step into the realm of divine martial prowess. This moment, Tang Hai could not help but feel awestruck. Elder Tang, please rise. Li Yishi gently grasped Tang Hai's shoulder. Urgently speaking, thank you, young master. Tang Hai felt immobilized by Li Yishi's gentle hold and dared not move, merely halting his gestures of reverence. However, his respect for Li Yishi was akin to that for a deity. Greetings, young master. Tang Yin also hurriedly bowed. Enough of this. Come inside and spare us the formalities. We are friends, and you have rendered me tremendous assistance. Li Yishi let out a mocking laugh and dragged Tang Yin into the courtyard. This scene left Yin Xiao and the others feeling envious to the point of tears. They had come to realize that Tang Yin was not a peerless master, but merely a young lad at the Celestial Dan realm. A junior of the refining equipment sect, with a bone age of 18 or 19, he could only be considered a genius, and his realm was still unstable, having recently made a breakthrough. However, upon seeing Tang Hai, their expressions shifted to one of utmost respect. They surmised that Tang Hai was the supreme elder of the refining equipment sect, a being of the heavenly martial realm who had visited the Tao Palace to seek enlightenment. In the Zhao Kingdom, only the ruler, Zhao Jinyu, the father of the king, had the privilege to visit the Tao Palace for teachings. This individual could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Zhao King, and his status was beyond question. In the face of Li Yishi, he exhibited even greater reverence than they did. Yet, Li Yishi remained oblivious to the refining equipment sect and the Tao Palace. In his eyes, Tang Yin had assisted him, and Tang Hai was merely an esteemed elder of Tang Yin. Elders deserved respect. Honoring one's elders and cherishing the young are traditional virtues. Thank you, young master. Tang Yin's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly bowed, remembering the words of his ancestor. The young master might be a celestial being, and one must not be careless. The group swiftly entered the courtyard. Old Bai, thank you, benefactor. Upon entering, Tang Hai and Tang Yin were once again taken aback, for they beheld a being that had birthed a powerful weapon spirit. Bowing to Tang Yin, Chapter 26, The Sun and Moon in the Cup. The supreme divine weapon was revealed. The moment Tang Hai laid eyes on Old Bai, he was utterly horrified. Such a being bowed deeply to Tang Yin, offering great respect to the supreme elder of the refining equipment sect. Tang Hai had forged countless divine weapons, yet none had ever birthed a weapon spirit. Those weapons were merely termed divine weapons. To be classified as such, they required the additional descriptor of being sharp instruments. However, the presence before him had given birth to a weapon spirit, and the spirit was immensely powerful. This was undoubtedly beyond an ordinary divine weapon. The newly born weapon spirit possessed wisdom akin to that of a child, only able to grow with the passage of time. Yet, the Old Bai before him spoke with remarkable maturity, which was terrifying. Moreover, Tang Hai sensed a profound and terrifying resonance of the Tao emanating from Old Bai. The divine weapon comprehending the Tao was indeed formidable. Senior. Who are you? Tang Yin quickly stepped back, his eyes filled with astonishment, startled by Old Bai's a member of the refining equipment sect, although he had been expelled. Tang Yin still understood how fearsome a weapon spirit could be, especially one as mature as Old Bai. What's senior? Just call him Old Bai. He's merely a robot. A small trick. Moreover, a small part of his body was crafted by you. Wasn't it? Li Yishi patted the still-shocked Tang Yin on the shoulder and smiled, inwardly bemused. These cultivators truly were something else. This was not a weapon spirit, but simply a remarkably intelligent, all-purpose robot. I crafted a part? Tang Yin looked at Li Yishi, his mind filled with countless questions. Indeed. That day I asked you to craft something. It was just a part of him, perhaps 1/10,000th, Li Yishi replied with a smile. Well, what? Young master, Old Bai was only completed a few days ago. Tang Hai gazed at Li Yishi in sheer terror. Yes, Li Yishi chuckled. However, upon receiving Li Yishi's affirmative answer, the crowd's eyes were filled with fear. A robot, merely a small trick. Each of them felt that Li Yishi's skills were astonishing, that in just a few days, the weapon spirit had been nurtured to such a terrifying level. Truly, one could not help but attribute everything to the methods of a celestial being. The craftsmanship was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a weapon spirit to become so formidable in just a few days. Seeing the astonishment of those around him, Li Yishi knew that even if he explained what a robot was, they would struggle to comprehend. Therefore, he opted not to explain and instead led the group into the hall. Today, he must properly entertain Tang Yin and express his heartfelt gratitude. Without Tang Yin, he would likely still be engaged in menial tasks, but now, everything was handled by Old Bai. Old Bai, prepare tea for our benefactor. Li Yishi guided everyone to sit down and gave a command. All right, benefactor, please wait a moment. Old Bai bowed and entered the room to brew tea. Soon, Old Bai returned, carrying tea and serving each person a cup before stepping aside. Everyone, this tea is exquisite. I usually hesitate to indulge. This tea is quite unique. Ordinary tea grows in the soil. Yet this tea takes root in the stream, with its roots untouched by a speck of dirt. The water brewed from it is ethereal, allowing one to feel as though they are floating, their eyes filled with the sun and moon. Li Yishi spoke with pride. Indeed, he cherished this tea, for there was only one tea tree in the stream behind the courtyard, and it bore very few leaves. Today, in order to thank Tang Yin, he had Old Bai pluck a few leaves. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, Zhao Jinyu, the king of southern Zhao, felt a sudden thirst. His gaze fixed intently on the half-cup of tea before him, as if fearing it would be snatched away. The Yunxiao family also wore expressions of eager anticipation. Conversely, the newly arrived Tang Yin and Tang Hai merely looked on with slight anticipation, curious to taste the flavor of the celestial being's tea. Thank you, young master. They all quickly expressed their gratitude. Please, Li Yishi gestured with his hand, satisfied as he raised his own cup of tea and began to savor it with closed eyes. Seeing Li Yishi indulge in his tea, the others relaxed. A tea this moment. The most anxious was none other than the king of southern Zhao, who had recently missed an opportunity. He held the teacup tightly in his hands. Casting aside all notions of elegance and royal dignity, consumed solely by the desire to seize the opportunity within the cup. The Yunxiao family was somewhat better off, but their movements were still swift. Tang Yin and Tang Hai, observing the urgency of those around them, hurriedly lifted their own teacups. Tang Hai brought the teacup to his nose and took a whiff, his expression shifting instantaneously. His eyes widened in horror. In that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the Tao, as though he glimpsed his own path. Such a shocking experience left no room for Tang Hai to remain composed. The Tao, which was inherently intangible and invisible, now felt as if he was lying within it, belonging to his own path. This was an unparalleled opportunity for him. Looking down into the tiny teacup, he saw the sun, moon, and heavens. That it was as if the cup contained not water, but the celestial bodies and realms of the universe, that he perceived countless paths and the rules of existence. What kind of tea is this? At this moment, a petrified Tang Hai's eyes were filled with astonishment, that he recalled Li Yishi's words about it growing in the stream, untouched by dirt. Tang Hai understood this was an opportunity, and he grasped the significance of Li Yishi's words about properly hosting them today. This treatment was indeed extraordinary. Suppressing the shock within, Tang Hai downed the tea in one go, leaving no trace of the tea leaf behind. As the liquid slid down his throat, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, he felt his spirit leave his body, soaring to unimaginable heights. Time passed unmeasured before Tang Hai's spirit encountered a great river, within which he beheld a towering tree that reached the heavens. The river spanned the entire space, with no end or boundary in sight. Today's curiosity struck him. He reached out to touch the water in that instant. His spirit seemed to experience countless years, overwhelming fatigue, threatening to plunge him into slumber. Even a cultivator of his caliber would not feel weary after a decade without sleep. Yet now he felt an unrelenting exhaustion. The droplets of water resting in his palm, he witnessed the myriad experiences of the world. Tang Hai was utterly horrified, hastily casting the river water away, retreating to a minuscule tributary of the vast river, where he found familiarity, feeling his spirit grow at an accelerated pace. Was this river the time-space river above the 9 heavens? Tang Hai was filled with dread, pondering if this tea had been harvested from the time-space river. Growing in the stream could indeed provide an explanation. In Chapter 27, one thought, heaven's tribulation annihilated. When Tang Hai awoke, he found his body shrouded in an intense and rich resonance of the Tao. His face was one of shock. At this moment, he was certain it was the river of time. The Tao dwelled within the river of time, and only powerful deities could carve their paths within it. Ordinary deities could only assimilate and merge with the paths forged by others. How far one could traverse in the river of time, and how much one could integrate represented their understanding of the Tao. Within the boundless river of time, Tang Hai had taken but a few steps, signifying his meager comprehension of the DAT this moment. Tang Hai noticed that others were still enraptured, while Li Yishi had long since awakened. Young master, Tang Hai was about to rise and pay his respects, expressing gratitude for the bestowed teachings, but was halted by Li Yishi's wave of his hand. There is no need for such formality. In the vast sea of humanity, finding oneself at the same table is a matter of fate. Tea is merely a cup of tea. Nothing to be overly courteous about that. Yishi smiled as he looked at Tang Hai. What is the scenery like in the long river? How far can one travel? Every time Li Yishi sipped tea, he felt as if he were soaring through the clouds within that long river. Traversing its depths, Tang Hai, filled with curiosity, wondered if he shared the same sensation. Young master. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, Tang Hai felt a wave of shame wash over him that he had dared to engage with the waters of the time river, exhausting his energy and missing the opportunity for enlightenment. Noticing Tang Hai's hesitation, Li Yishi interjected, "The scenery in dreams may vary from person to person. It is best not to dwell on it. This tea has the remarkable ability to elevate one's soul, and they are nearly awakening now that I hope they behold beautiful vistas." Yishi chuckled. "Thank you, young master." Tang Hai bowed deeply before Li Yishi, revering him as a deity. That a single cup of tea had taken them on a journey through the river of time. The value of this tea was beyond words. Yet apart from expressing gratitude, Tang Hai found himself at a loss for how to convey his feelings that Li Yishi did not refuse. The tea was indeed precious, yielding only a few leaves each year, and he was reluctant to consume it himself. Seeing that the others had not yet awakened, Tang Hai took a deep breath and asked, "Young master, are you familiar with the Haotian sect? What are the characteristics of the Haotian hammer?" Tang Hai's heart raced with anxiety. This felt like a probing into secrets that he had searched through ancient texts without finding even a hint about the Hautian sect or the Hautian hammer, unsure of how to guide Tang Yin in his cultivation. Hence the daring inquiry. Awakening the supreme battle spirit, Tang Hai naturally wished for Tang Yin to advance further. Yet he was uncertain how to instruct him, but he hoped Li Yishi might offer some guidance. Hautian sect, Hautian hammer. Do you know of it? I encountered it in Dolo Continent. The Hautian hammer is reputed to be the #1 weapon spirit in the world. Its power and offense is unparalleled among all weapon spirits. Have you also traversed Dolo Continent? Li Yishi gazed at Tang Hai with curiosity. Suspecting he too had crossed over from Earth, it felt like a reunion with an old friend in a foreign land. Dolo Continent was indeed a masterpiece by Tang Jia Sanshao. Was it not? Tang Hai, however, had only ever been to Daogong and had never left the continent, let alone ventured into Dolo Continent. Only the young master possesses such vast abilities to wander through the myriad realms, he hastily replied, shaking his head, that I am but a mortal. Dolo Continent is merely a book I have read. How could I possibly enter the world within the pages? Li Yishi felt compelled to correct Tang Hai, saying, what vast abilities. I am merely here, having yet to travel the 9 heavens. Internally, he muttered a curse. I believe you, young master, Tang Hai said, his nerves fraying. Suspecting Li Yishi was reluctant to discuss Dolo Continent, but he felt a pang of anxiety at having directly referred to Li Yishi as possessing vast abilities, fearing it might displease him. Fortunately, Li Yishi did not show anger, easing Tang Hai's heart slightly, and he refrained from further inquiries about the Hautian hammer. Had Li Yishi known that at that moment, Tang Hai was imagining what it might be like for him to wander through the myriad realms, he would have been furious. He had long yearned for cultivation, yet now, even the methods of cultivation were beyond his grasp, let alone discussing wandering through the myriad realms. At that moment, the others began to awaken slowly, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Upon realizing their growth, they were overwhelmed and bowed to Li Yishi in gratitude for his teachings. However, Li Yishi felt that the recognition of his fine tea was only to be expected. As for the concept of Tao, he was entirely oblivious. It was simply a peculiar tea that grew by the stream. I have glimpsed the Tao. It must be the river of time. What treasure this truly was, for it was certainly not just tea. The king of the south wore a look of terror as he discreetly stowed the tea leaf from his teacup into his storage ring. Urgency etched on his face that he had to take it back to see if his father could enter the river of time and attain enlightenment. The Yin-Shao couple exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had encountered a series of extraordinary events today. They were now on the threshold of the heavenly martial realm, and with time, they would soon step into that realm. Boom! At that moment, deep within the mountains, the sound of thunder echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Tang Hai and his companions were filled with awe. Within the depths of the mountains, a great demon was undergoing tribulation, specifically the 9-fold tribulation of demon beasts. Should it survive, the great demon would take on human form. Generally, it was rare for demon beasts to face the 9-fold tribulation, as most preferred to retain their original forms, fearing that transformation would leave them vulnerable and in a perilous state. Moreover, transforming was an act against the natural order, with slim chances of success. Damn it. Why has the thunder suddenly appeared, and so terrifyingly at that? It must have claimed numerous lives, Li Yishi said, visibly displeased. However, upon hearing Li Yishi's words, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, fear evident in their eyes. That was the heavenly tribulation, and the young master had dared to openly curse it. Everyone, perhaps a treasure has been unearthed somewhere. Shall we go take a look? Li Yishi suggested suddenly. Since the young master wishes to go, we shall accompany you. Tang Hai responded, uncertain of Li Yishi's intentions, for the thoughts of an immortal were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Nevertheless, he hurriedly spoke up. With a wave of Tang Hai's hand, a flying boat appeared. Such a treasure! Truly befitting a cultivator, Li Yishi exclaimed, excitement in his eyes as he boarded the flying boat with the others. Heading toward the source of the thunderous roars, simultaneously, a black fish vanished into the void within the pond. As the flying boat approached the deep mountains, Li Yishi spotted a woman being struck by lightning. His expression changed, and he shouted in fury, "Stop! You blind thief of heaven!" Li Yishi's roar terrified the others. Cursing the heavens was a grave sin. Yet, in the next moment, they were stunned, the ominous black clouds gathering above. Brimming with terrible thunder, dissipated upon the utterance of Li Yishi's words, and the sky returned to clarity, as if the dreadful heavenly tribulation had been frightened away. In the courtyard pond, a shadow fell into the water. The great black fish floundering. The gazes directed at Li Yishi were filled with reverence, for to extinguish the heavenly tribulation with a mere thought was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 28. The frightened crowd at the moment the heavenly tribulation vanished. Countless eyes turned to Li Yishi. However, at that moment, Li Yishi felt no awareness of their reverent stares. Instead, a grave expression clouded his features as he looked at the figure sprawled on the ground. Quickly, let us see if that girl is still alive. Saving her is paramount. That accursed thunder is truly malevolent. All life is precious. How could it indiscriminately extinguish existence? Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, Tang Hai's eyes widened in fear. Anxiously glancing at the sky, dreading divine retribution. Noticing nothing amiss, he hastily said, "Young master, please wait. We will get there immediately to that moment." Tang Hai's mind was buzzing. Still in shock from Li Yishi's display, Tio extinguished the heavenly tribulation with a mere thought. Openly rebuking the heavens was profoundly shocking. Even immortals faced tribulations, and yet Li Yishi had made the terrifying ninefold tribulation dissipate with a single curse. Hearing Li Yishi's command, they dared not delay for a moment. Swiftly maneuvering the flying boat toward the location, as they drew near, their eyes widened in astonishment. Not due to Li Yishi's actions, but because of the figure injured beneath the heavenly tribulation. Even unconscious and wounded, the atmosphere around her radiated a fearsome demonic aura, captivating those nearby. This great demon, they feared, could crush them with a single blow. Despite the peril, they were tempted to seize this opportunity to eradicate the demon. But with Li Yishi present, none dared to move or entertain such thoughts. The oppressive aura emanating from the demon was overwhelming, making it difficult for anyone to approach the fallen figure as the flying boat landed. The others were still at a loss when Li Yishi, not waiting for their reaction, rushed forward to check the aura of the fallen figure. Excellent news, she is still alive. Let us return quickly. If we delay, she may not survive, Li Yishi exclaimed, lifting the figure and boarding the flying boat. Yes, young master. Tang Hai was truly taken aback this time. The wounds inflicted by the heavenly tribulation were deemed incurable, a consensus well known among practitioners. Only by overcoming the tribulation and receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, under the rewards of the rules, could one hope to erase the scars left by the heavenly trial. However, today he unexpectedly heard Li Yishi claim that healing was possible. Did this not imply that, with Li Yishi present, the tribulation would become a mere jest? As long as one could curry favor with this esteemed individual, any encounter with the tribulation could be effortlessly resolved. At this moment, Yun Xiao, Zhao Jinyu, and others were left in a state of mental disarray. The notion that the injuries from the heavenly tribulation could be remedied was utterly unfathomable, especially considering it was the formidable ninefold heavenly tribulation. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Yishi hastily carried the woman into the house and urgently instructed, "Old Bai, prepare to save her." "Yes, young master." Old Bai quickly set to work. "Esteemed guests, I fear I shall be unable to entertain you today. Perhaps you could return in a few days." Li Yishi turned with an apologetic expression, urging them to leave. In Li Yishi's eyes, saving lives took precedence over all else. This was the ethos of a healer. A healer must save the dying and heal the wounded. "Indeed, young master, that we shall visit again at a later date." The guests bowed deeply to Li Yishi and cautiously exited the house. Once outside the courtyard and away from the mountain peak, each expelled a deep breath of relief. "Tang Lao, may we take a brief respite at the Lihua sect?" Yun Xiao extended an invitation to Tang Hai. "Yun Zongzhu, I shall not impose further on you. Today, the opportunity bestowed by the immortal must be digested in solitude. We have all gained immensely. Since the young master has assumed immortal guise, we must remember one crucial thing. All matters concerning the young master must remain confidential. Otherwise, the immortal's abode is a sacred place. And countless individuals will come seeking the young master, disrupting his desire for a simple life. Should the young master become angered, the consequences would be dire. You understand." Tang Hai looked at Yun Xiao and Zhao Jinyu. "Tang Lao, we comprehend." Both Yun Xiao and Zhao Jinyu responded solemnly. Simultaneously, their hearts soared with joy. The presence of the young master signified unparalleled opportunity, and none wished to disseminate news of him, as long as they frequently visited the young master. The opportunities he casually bestowed would suffice to elevate them to the highest echelons. Who would willingly share such fortune? The gifts I prepared this time are rather shabby and unworthy. I must return and prepare something more fitting for the next visit. Tang Hai murmured. Tang Lao speaks the truth. I too must return to the royal capital to prepare that I hope the young master will find my offerings to his liking. Zhao Jinyu, in an anxious state, hastily bowed to the two, to very well. Tang Lao, Wang Yi, let us part ways for now and gather again another time. The group separated, each heading in different directions. Father, is the young master truly an immortal? Yun Zian exclaimed, dazed. Previously, Li Yishi had already seemed exalted in her eyes, but what she witnessed today shattered her understanding anew. The young master is beyond our comprehension. A mere thought can extinguish a heavenly tribulation. This is no longer simple verbal magic, she pondered. Zian, you are indeed your father's lucky star. He replied that I am the capital of the Zhao kingdom. Resplendent and majestic, the palaces stood in abundance, exuding the grandeur befitting royalty. At this moment, Zhao Jinyu was consumed by anxiety, directly brandishing his token as he forcefully entered the palace. That it was not until he reached a certain residence that he halted. Wang Yi, may I inquire what brings you here with such urgency? Should the king become aware, it may not bode well for you, a hunched old eunuch remarked, blocking Zhao Jinyu's path. The sight of this figure sent a shiver down Zhao Jinyu's spine. This man was the second most powerful individual in the Zhao kingdom. Though he appeared as a frail old man, the number of dignitaries who had perished at his hands was staggering. Even as a prince, Zhao Jinyu dared not provoke him lightly. Eunuch, please inform my father. Town South Prince Zhao Jinyu urgently seeks an audience regarding an important matter. Zhao Jinyu lowered his voice. Wang Yi. The Zhao kingdom is at peace, and the populace is content. What could possibly be so urgent? Should I disturb the king's leisure? You are well aware of the consequences, the old eunuch replied nonchalantly. Eunuch, I assure you this matter is indeed of utmost urgency. I implore you to convey my request. Should my father express displeasure, I shall bear all responsibility. Zhao Jinyu insisted, unwilling to delay further though. It seems the matter is genuinely pressing. Why not share the details with this old servant? It would allow me to gauge the situation better. The old eunuch's small eyes narrowed with interest. Eunuch, this pertains to the royal family's legacy. Do you wish to court death? Zhao Jinyu's expression turned icy. Such a rare opportunity, if known to this old eunuch, could lead to disastrous consequences for the Zhao kingdom. Therefore, Zhao Jinyu was no longer respectful. Even if it meant offending his father today, he needed to deliver this opportunity to the king. Those tea leaves may very well assist my father in breaking through. The refining tools sect was not far from the Zhao kingdom. In Tang Hai's significant improvement posed a threat to the kingdom's foundation. Zhao Jinyu hoped his father could receive Li Yishi's help to elevate their strength. Since you insist, I shall report to the king. However, whether the king will meet with you, I cannot say. Wang Yi, please wait a moment. The old eunuch turned and proceeded to the royal residence. Watching the old eunuch enter, Zhao Jinyu's expression was one of anticipation. Within the palace, King Zhao was currently enjoying drinks and laughter with the queen. Your Majesty, Town South Prince seeks an audience, claiming it is of great urgency that I could not dissuade him, and if I had continued to impede him, he might have stormed into the palace. The old eunuch entered, panic evident on his face that a cold smile crept upon his lips. Town South Prince dared to show off in front of him. He would not allow Zhao Jinyu to have an easy time. King Zhao had never held affection for Town South Prince. What? Town South Prince? Does he not know this is my palace? He dares disturb my leisure? King Zhao's voice turned frigid. Your Majesty, one must consider that Town South Prince is also your blood relative. How could this old servant dare? The old eunuch feigned fear, prostrating on the ground. Go, this is my treasured sword. Any who defy me may be slain without hesitation, King Zhao declared, tossing a weapon from his side. That be why your command, Your Majesty. The old eunuch smiled, for this was precisely what he desired. Today, he would have Town South Prince kneel before him. Upon hearing this, Town South Prince was filled with hope, envisioning a brilliant future for the Zhao kingdom. However, the next moment he was met with a cold, loathsome visage. The old eunuch, brandishing the king's weapon, approached step by step, his eyes glinting with icy intent. Prince of Town South, the king has decreed that no one shall be received today. Please take your leave. What? I must again trouble you, eunuch, to inform my father that this matter is of utmost urgency. I beseech an audience with him. Zhao Jinyu implored once more. Do you not understand my words, Town South Prince? The king has stated he shall not meet with anyone, that if you do not withdraw. Do not blame this old servant for being ungracious. The king's weapon is akin to the king's presence. Do you wish to defy that? The old eunuch's lips curled into a cold smile. Wielding the king's sword, he embodied the authority of the king himself. At this moment, he had the power to dispose of Town South Prince, which would greatly benefit the prince he supported, after all. While King Zhao held disdain for Town South Prince, the latter was the strongest among the princes, posing a significant threat to the crown prince's position. Father, your son seeks an audience. I have urgent matters to report. Zhao Jinyu's expression turned cold. Damnable servant, how dare you obstruct me? Zhao Jinyu sensed that the old eunuch was aligned with the crown prince and wore a frosty demeanor. Previously, he had been immensely wary of this man due to his formidable strength. However, having received fortune from Li Yishi, he had undergone a transformation and was now capable of dealing with this old eunuch. Town South Prince, this is the royal residence. You are being unruly, kneel, the old eunuch exclaimed, filled with delight. This was the outcome he had sought, providing him justification to act against Zhao Jinyu. Unruly, a mere servant, begone. Zhao Jinyu's fury erupted, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. The oppressive energy was terrifying, instantly paralyzing the old eunuch, who understood the magnitude of Zhao Jinyu's power. Yet, the aura unleashed by Zhao Jinyu now filled him with dread. That in that moment of fear, Zhao Jinyu struck. Zhao Jinyu launched a powerful punch at the old eunuch. With a resounding crash, the old eunuch was sent flying. The blow landed squarely on his dantian, shattering his golden core. Shock filled the old eunuch's eyes, his face paling as he was overwhelmed by fear. His body crashed into the palace, and he cried out, Your Majesty, Town South Prince defied the king's order and forcibly entered the palace, that I was merely trying to dissuade him when he launched a surprise attack and crippled my golden core. The old servant knew he had been rendered helpless and sought to accuse Zhao Jinyu before he could enter the main hall. Unfilial son. Upon hearing these words, King Zhao was instantly engulfed in a fit of rage. Father, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss, one that pertains to the very survival of our Zhao state, that if this wretch obstructs me, I shall be compelled to take action. Should I reveal this grave matter to you, and you decide to execute me, I shall harbor no grievances. Entering the hall was Prince Jinnan, who afforded the old eunuch no opportunity to waste his breath. Did I ask that so? Then pray tell, what is this significant matter? If there is none, I shall execute you for your treachery. At this moment, King Zhao was seething with fury, perceiving Jinnan's behavior as a blatant provocation. Father, must you truly speak such words before all these witnesses? Jinnan's expression shifted slightly. Your Majesty, please, grant the old servant your judgment. At this juncture, the old eunuch's eyes glinted with malice, eager for Jinnan's downfall, wishing to see King Zhao promptly strip him of his title. In a realm of tranquility, how could there be a matter of great import? If they disperse, and should you show mercy, Jinnan's transgressions may go unpunished, for he is of royal blood. Speak, and do so in front of all present. I wish to see what great matter permits you to disregard my authority. King Zhao declared, his voice laced with fury. Jinnan, the king has spoken. Do reveal your thoughts. Your insolence demands our scrutiny. And in times of peace, what calamity could possibly threaten the foundation of Zhao? The queen, at this moment, also sneered. Indeed, what nonsense is this? Jinnan, upon hearing these remarks, smiled, for he was confident that by speaking before them, their fates would be sealed. King Zhao would undoubtedly silence them. Then I shall speak, but first, allow me to offer father a cup of tea. Jinnan produced a teacup from his storage ring, having prepared the tea leaves with alchemical fire along the way. Tea, are you now afraid, Jinnan? Or does this tea harbor some ill intent towards the king? The old eunuch screeched. Jinnan did not even glance at the eunuch, focusing instead on King Zhao. Father, I have traveled 100,000 miles today solely to present you with this cup of tea. Your esteemed self will understand its nature after partaking, for it is celestial tea. Celestial tea? Jin Nan, have you lost your senses, or have we? Does such tea even exist? Have you encountered celestial beings who bestowed it upon you? The assembly scoffed in unison. You speak rightly. I have indeed encountered celestial beings today. Else how could my power have surged so rapidly, enough to incapacitate that old dog who obstructed my father's fortune? Father, please trust me for once. Jin Nan knelt before him, that moment, King Zhao. Hearing Jin Nan's words, turned his gaze upon him, sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from his son. With a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, he regarded the hovering Is that so. If you assert this, I shall see for myself what marvel this tea possesses. King Zhao lifted the cup and drank deeply. The onlookers' faces were filled with trepidation, fearing the tea might be poisoned. The liquid crossed his lips. King Zhao's expression transformed, his eyes wide with terror. The shock in his voice brought the old eunuch great delight. Guards, Jin Nan has poisoned the king. Execute this traitor. The eunuch's voice echoed through the hall. With that command, figures swiftly emerged, encircling Jin Nan, their eyes cold with murderous intent. Fool! Jin Nan, undeterred by the eunuch's elation, retorted mockingly, Why do you hesitate to act? Seeing no movement from the crowd, the eunuch's tone turned icy. At this moment, silence reigned in the hall. King Zhao's gaze was frigid, the atmosphere in the chamber plummeting as if trapped in an eternal winter. You seek death. Without warning, King Zhao struck the eunuch, reducing him to a mist of blood. Leave, guard the palace. Without my command, none shall enter, not even if the kingdom falls. The decree was made. The queen and several concubines beside King Zhao were instantly obliterated, their forms dissolved by his merciless hand. Just as Jin Nan had anticipated, those who had overheard what they should not have were not spared by the ever-cautious King Zhao de. Where does this tea originate? Whatever the cost, it must be acquired. It is truly remarkable, capable of aiding one's enlightenment. Yet that wretched eunuch has interrupted my trance. King Zhao was consumed by fury, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the eunuch. Father, we cannot procure this tea, for it is a gift from a celestial being. Unless the celestial being chooses to bestow it upon us, to contend for it could spell the swift demise of Zhao. I must report to you, Father. I am guilty. This tea is merely a leaf brewed from those I have previously consumed. I did this solely to make you believe that a celestial being resides within our Zhao state, capable of bestowing power upon us. Jin Nan declared urgently. What? Is this the second brew? King Zhao was taken aback, realizing the implications of a second infusion. The tea's potency would be even more formidable. He gazed at Jin Nan in astonishment that if a single cup possesses such divine qualities, it could well be that deities truly dwell within Zhao, for otherwise, this phenomenon is inexplicable. Speak quickly, Jin Nan. You are innocent of any wrongdoing. This is an extraordinary opportunity, a monumental fortune for our Zhao. King Zhao exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Let us go at once to meet the celestial being. This moment, King Zhao was genuinely exhilarated. Earlier, when he tasted the tea, he had brushed against the profound truths of the path. Alas, the old eunuch's shrill cries had jolted him from that transcendent state, depriving him of potential gains. To sever one's fortunes is akin to slaying one's parents. Thus, regardless of how long the eunuch had served him, there was no hesitation in King Zhao's heart. Another reason was that a useless pawn served no purpose and would only widen the chasm between him and Jin Nan. King Zhao was well aware of the eunuch's actions over the years. A ruler cannot be foolish, and the eunuch had served as a balance among the various royal factions. Yet now, he was of no further use. His death would yield greater value. Hence King Zhao's lack of mercy. This moment, Jin Nan felt a tinge of disappointment, sensing his father's coldness. Yet such was the nature of royal blood. Father, now is not the time to pay respects to the celestial being, for he is preoccupied with saving a life and likely has no time for us. Jin Nan spoke candidly, recognizing that at this moment, Li Yishi indeed had no time to entertain them. Should they intrude, it would only serve to aggravate Li Yishi. I just dismissed you. Why have you returned? Even an ordinary person would find such behavior quite vexing. I in the presence of a celestial being. A mere earthly monarch might barely register as an ANT.to save a life. How splendid! In order to rescue, one must possess potent elixirs. In Zhao, no place possesses more medicinal treasures than our royal capital. We can provide any elixir required by the celestial being to save a life. King Zhao smiled, seizing the opportunity. However, Jinnan's lips twitched with unease. This is indeed an opportunity, yet the celestial being's patient is not one who would be cured by ordinary medicine. Why do you remain silent? Are you unaware of the nature of the ailment? King Zhao queried, perplexed. Father, the remedy needed for that ailment is something we cannot procure even a single stalk of. Jinnan's countenance was one of bitterness. Elixirs capable of dispelling heavenly tribulations were rare, and not even the lofty Dao Palace could guarantee possession of such a remedy, that he expressed doubt about Li Yishi's ability to save the patient. What? In Zhao, are there truly remedies I cannot provide? Has the celestial being departed to seek out elixirs? King Zhao asked, his anxiety palpable. The celestial being has not left Zhao. He remains in his dwelling. Yet the patient's affliction is unique, not something ordinary elixirs can remedy, Jiannan stated solemnly. What ailment is it? King Zhao's mind was in turmoil as he pressed for answers at this moment. He was desperate to meet the celestial being. It is an injury from the heavenly tribulation that a great demon has endured the ninefold heavenly tribulation and was wounded. The young master rescued him, and now he is devising a method for healing. Jiannan elucidated. Absurd. Jiannan, are you attempting to deceive me? King Zhao retorted incredulously. I am in the midst of the heavenly tribulation. There exist only the deceased and those who have transcended it, since that monstrous being still lives. It must have survived the tribulation. Having passed through the heavenly trial, it is certain to have received the rewards of heaven and earth. At most, it may be somewhat weakened, requiring only a few precious herbs to restore its vitality. There is no need for any further healing. At this moment, the king of Zhao no longer referred to Zhao Jinyu as Yuer, feeling instead that the prince of the south, Zhao Jinyu, was mocking him. Father, you must understand, how did that great demon manage to survive? The prince of the south, Zhao Jinyu, hastily interjected that he did not blame his father for his fury, for it was impossible to believe without witnessing it. Then do enlighten me. How did it survive? Did it simply vanish midway through the tribulation? The king of Zhao retorted, his face contorted with rage. Father, you are correct. It disappeared halfway through the tribulation. Zhao Jinyu recalled that horrific scene. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The memory was simply too terrifying. Even now, after much time had passed, he still felt a tremor of shock. What did you say upon hearing this? The king of Zhao's anger intensified. His own son had audaciously come to the royal capital to jest with him. Father, this matter cannot be fabricated, nor can it be faked, for it was witnessed not only by myself, but by others as well. Elder Tang Hai of the refining sect, the young prodigy Tang Yin, and the couple Yun Xiao and their daughter from the fire sect. Zhao Jinyu spoke bitterly, understanding that his father's skepticism and fury were entirely justifiable, given the incredibility of the situation. What? You are not the only one who encountered the celestial being? The king of Zhao fixed his gaze upon Zhao Jinyu. That in truth, I merely happened upon it. Father, Zhao Jinyu replied. The fire sect's Yun Xiao was the most prepared, even offering the sect's treasured Liang heavenly stone to the celestial being, which was used to fend off the cold winds. The refining sect also had its advantages, as Tang Yin even lent a small hand to the celestial being. That it was due to Tang Yin that the celestial being bestowed the celestial tea, which is of great value in the eyes of the celestial. Zhao Jinyu stated solemnly. What? So now it seems that the Zhao kingdom is the most estranged from the celestial being. Pray tell. How did the tribulation vanish? The king of Zhao demanded, his expression one of disbelief. Because midway through the tribulation, my son scolded it, and the tribulation, in its fright, vanished without a trace. With but a thought from my son, the tribulation ceased to exist, and the heavens returned to normal. Zhao Jinyu spoke candidly. A mere thought extinguished the tribulation. The king of Zhao's body trembled violently. Incredulity etched upon his features. Think that someone possesses such power to extinguish the heavenly trial. The king understood that Zhao Jinyu would not dare to deceive him. There was no benefit in lying about such matters. With other witnesses present, the truth of it was likely beyond doubt. In that moment, the king of Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He dared not approach hastily. Such a being, with a mere thought, could bring about his demise from thousands of miles away. It could be a fortuitous encounter or a tremendous calamity to Yuer. What do you think we should do now? The king of Zhao eventually calmed himself and inquired, "Tio, pay our respects to the young master and present him with our treasures may seem rather pedestrian. Yet it is the most prudent course, as we are unaware of his preferences," Zhao Jinyu suggested. "Moreover, Father must remember, the celestial being is not a true immortal, but merely a mortal who prefers to be addressed as young master," Zhao Jinyu hurriedly reminded him. "Indeed, your reminder is well taken. This is a reclusive celestial being." The king of Zhao sighed, that I in another chamber, upon the bed, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly awakened. Where am I? Did I not die? Confusion filled her eyes as she pondered her inexplicable presence in this place. She had underestimated the terrifying ninth heavenly tribulation that I in her perception. When the eighth tribulation descended, she had already perished. Yet now, she astonishingly found herself alive against all odds. She had clearly failed to transcend the tribulation. Why was this so? Was it merely the final illusion? "You are awake," came the voice of Li Yishi, who couldn't help but smile at her. The woman's condition had seemed exceedingly grave, yet fortunately treatable, had it been any later. The outcome could have been dire to in Li Yishi's eyes. Saving a life was more virtuous than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of joy. The woman, upon seeing Li Yishi's face, was struck with shock. She had been saved by a human. How could this be possible? Her astonishment was perceived by Li Yishi as a touch of vulnerability. "Do not be afraid, my lady. The wretched thunder has dissipated, and you are unharmed. You have preserved your life, and as long as you live, I can heal you," Li Yishi reassured her. Indeed. At that moment, looking upon the countenance before her, the woman inexplicably felt a surge of trust. Yet in the next instant, her expression shifted once more, for she recalled Li Yishi's address. "My lady, it was impossible to fully transform without successfully transcending the tribulation," as her gaze swept over her own body. She was rendered speechless. She had indeed completed her transformation, and quite successfully at that. The only regret was the grievous injuries within her body. Perhaps she would not survive for long. "My lady, come, drink this medicine first. It may be bitter, yet it will greatly benefit your body," Li Yishi said with a smile, offering the prepared herbal concoction to her lips. "Thank you, young master," the woman replied as she opened her mouth and consumed the medicine. Li Yishi, satisfied, took the empty bowl and exited the room. However, as soon as he left, the woman on the bed was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. She discovered that the injuries inflicted by the heavenly tribulation were rapidly mending within her. What had once seemed impossible to heal was now being restored at an astonishing pace. What sort of method is this? Am I dreaming? The woman's eyes were filled with incredulity. This was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, Li Yishi returned with fruit in hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Come, try this fruit. It's quite sweet." After taking the medicine, "It is most suitable to consume." He offered the fruit to her lips. The woman slightly parted her lips and swallowed the fruit. As it entered her mouth, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly coursing through her limbs and body. The previously unhealed injuries began to mend in a peculiar manner. What is this? This is the essence of the Tao." The woman was astounded, pondering the nature of the being before her. Heal injuries from the heavenly tribulation and repair the fissures of the Tao. What kind of existence had she encountered? What divine fruit was this? "My lady, I have yet to ask your name. I am Li Yishi, with the surname Li, and my name means to remember the past." Li Yishi smiled. I am Hu Qingyun." The woman contemplated for a moment before hastily responding. "Hu Qingyun, a beautiful name. My lady Qingyun. May I inquire where you hail from? Do you have any kin? Your absence must surely cause them concern," Li Yishi asked. "Home? I have no home." A look of desolation enveloped Hu Qingyun's face. "The Qingxiu realm is likely already in ruins. I truly have no home left." The woman known as Hu Qingyun was a celestial fox in human form. No home. Upon hearing this, Li Yishi's expression became complex. "My lady Qingyun, since you are without a home, let us consider this place as your temporary abode. There are no others here, and until you find a suitable place to go, you may stay here for now." Li Yishi spoke with kindness, having experienced the feeling of being alone and without family. In that moment, he felt a surge of compassion for her. "Thank you, young master." Hu Qingyun bowed respectfully to Li Yishi. "No need for thanks. It is but a small matter that a healer's duty is to save lives and alleviate suffering, that I see your aura has returned to normal, though your body appears somewhat frail. I shall find a way to restore your strength. You may rise and walk about. It will help to invigorate your limbs." Then Ishi smiled warmly. "Thank you for your trouble, young master." At that moment, Hu Qingyun descended from the bed and stepped into the hall. Her beautiful eyes began to survey her surroundings. That it was not a concern to look away, but upon glancing at the walls, her expression changed dramatically. The characters and paintings on the walls were strikingly evident, catching Hu Qingyun's eye. Thousands of tribulations, 100 lifetimes of difficulty. Time passes swiftly like a fleeting moment. That an undying body, an immortal soul, shaking the ancient and shining through the ages, unmatched by any. The words conveyed a sense of antiquity and dominance, each character imbued with a rich essence of the Tao, leaving Hu Qingyun in a state of shock. The essence of the Tao. This artwork contains the essence of the Tao. What kind of place is this? Is it the celestial realm? Young master, he is merely an ordinary mortal. No, the young master is not an ordinary person. How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying abilities? Initially, Hu Qingyun believed that Li Yishi was just an ordinary man, but at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards him. Hu Qingyun's ability to transform and her audacity to confront the nine heavens tribulation reveal the astonishing nature of her strength. However, Hu Qingyun lacked the ability to manifest the Tao rhyme. This calligraphy, judging by the paper and the characters, was clearly written recently. She couldn't help but be astonished. She also noticed the extraordinary Liang heavenly stone in the corner of the hall, a treasure being used merely for warmth. Each item in this place left her utterly astounded. "Miss Qingyun, do you enjoy melodies? Allow me to play a piece for you," Li Yishi said from a distance, suddenly intrigued. "Thank you, young master," Hu Qingyun replied, nodding hastily, still overwhelmed. In the courtyard, as the sound of the zither resonated, fish heads bobbed to the surface of the pond outside, while the large turtle sleeping by the pond opened its eyes. Sparrows descended from the eaves, and the free-range chickens rushed over. A pet cat leaped onto Li Yishi's lap, and countless small creatures emerged, closing their eyes as they listened to the enchanting music. The droplets from the pond seemed to suspend in the air, floating gracefully. What kind of melody is this? Upon hearing the music, Hu Qingyun was once again taken aback, feeling as if her mind had been illuminated. The world before her appeared transformed in that very moment. Chapter 32. A blade of grass can slay stars. The zither's notes filled the air. All beings within the mountains bowed in reverence. Mice emerged from their burrows, standing upright in salute towards the direction of the courtyard. Ants tore through boulders, bowing towards the heavens, while the floor surged with frenetic growth. Yet at this moment, Li Yishi felt nothing. Completely immersed in his performance, a charming smile gracing his lips as his hands danced over the strings. Clad in white, he swayed with the wind, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Beside him, Hu Qingyun transitioned from shock to terror, and then to profound gratitude, bowing deeply to Li Yishi. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Gradually, she seated herself, beginning to cultivate, completely absorbed in the music, under the enchantment of the zither's melody. Hu Qingyun felt her soul strengthening at an alarming rate. The cultivation of the soul is notoriously difficult, yet in this moment, she was astonished to sense her spiritual power growing at a terrifying speed. The magic of the music was astonishing, facilitating the growth of her soul, an utterly incomprehensible phenomenon, especially for a creature of her kind, representing an unparalleled chance. Outside the courtyard, a blade of swordgrass danced wildly, as if trembling under some monumental transformation. The next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted, cleaving the heavens with a brilliant flash. Beneath the sword light, a star in the nine heavens shattered spectacularly. This sight captivated Hu Qingyun, sending shockwaves through her mind. A single blade of grass, capable of slaying stars. Murmuring to herself, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Quickly, she gathered her focus, striving to refine her soul with the aid of the zither's music. At this moment, Hu Qingyun felt immense gratitude towards Li Yishi, believing that he had bestowed upon her this incredible opportunity. She vowed silently, "I must not let down the young master's nurturing." As the final note of the zither faded, Li Yishi slowly opened his eyes, a look of contentment upon his face. Today his mood was exceptionally good. However, he remained oblivious to all that had transpired. "Thank you, young master." Hu Qingyun bowed deeply to Li Yishi, her appreciation genuine. Her spiritual power had more than doubled, equivalent to a century of arduous cultivation that I haven't played in a while. My skills have become somewhat rusty. Li Yishi smiled. At the foot of the mountain, two figures descended. "Father, this is precisely where the young master resides," the Prince of Jinnan promptly introduced. The visitors were none other than the Prince of Jinnan and his son. "Come, let us pay our respects to the young master." Zhao Wang inhaled deeply and began to ascend the mountain. In the courtyard, Li Yishi was tending to Hu Qingyun's injuries. "Young master, Zhao Zhanyu requests an audience." Came the voice of Zhao Zhanyu from outside. The Prince of Zhao stood nervously beside him. With a creak, the courtyard door slowly opened, revealing Lao Bai, who quickly welcomed them. "Welcome, honored guests. Please come in. This the divine artifact." Zhao Wang had heard tales from the Prince of Jinnan describing some of the wonders found here, but seeing them in person was an even greater shock. The normally proud king now appeared exceedingly cautious. Hastily bowing to Lao Bai. "Thank you, senior." As they entered the courtyard, they beheld Li Yishi and Hu Qingyun. "We pay our respects to the young master. This is my father. During our last visit, we were in a hurry and brought no gifts. But this time we have brought some offerings for the young master. Please accept them," the Prince of Jinnan said quickly, retrieving several gifts from his storage ring. "This pearl is remarkable. It can serve as a source of illumination." The first item to catch Li Yishi's eye was a pearl the size of a fist, radiating a rich light energy, which he found immensely appealing. This is a treasured item of the Prince of Zhao. The demon core from a great demon of the Tianwu realm, imbued with profound light energy. Zhao Wang felt a pang of regret, but upon hearing Li Yishi express his fondness, he was relieved. However, he couldn't help but twitch slightly at the thought of such a precious treasure being used merely as a light source. Yet, reflecting on it, in the presence of an immortal, a mere Tianwu realm light bird's demon core indeed seemed trivial, serving only this function. The second item was contained within a jade vial, exuding a chilling aura. Li Yishi seized it and opened the vial, revealing a jelly-like liquid inside. This jelly. Zhao Wang was dumbfounded as Li Yishi poured the icy essence directly into his mouth, nearly causing Zhao Wang to exclaim in shock. The icy essence contained an extraordinarily terrifying power. Even a formidable being of the divine martial realm would find their soul frozen, leading to certain death. "It tastes delightful, though it could use a bit more," Li Yishi remarked with a hint of disappointment after swallowing, showing no signs of harm. It simply wasn't satisfying enough. Zhao Wang's face was a mixture of shock and disbelief that Li Yishi appeared unscathed. The third item was a box, which Li Yishi opened, his eyes lighting up. "Good medicine. I am in dire need of good medicine right now." "Thank you." With good medicine at hand, treating Qingyun's ailment would become significantly easier. Li Yishi smiled, as he had indeed been lacking in quality medicine recently. This moment, Zhao Wang's gaze shifted to Hu Qingyun, and upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted. He could distinctly sense the aura of a demon emanating from her, a remnant of the great demon's transformation, which would not dissipate anytime soon. Simultaneously, he was alarmed to discover that the heavenly tribulation power within Hu Qingyun had significantly diminished, and that power was being sealed by an enigmatic force, causing no harm to her whatsoever. Witnessing Li Yishi's extraordinary abilities, Zhao Wang gasped in awe, feeling an overwhelming reverence for him. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. He believed he had grasped the essence of Li Yishi's words. From the moment they entered, Zhao Wang and his son, the Prince of Jinnan, had been exceedingly cautious, fearing they might miss an opportunity. The Prince of Jinnan recalled how he had inadvertently missed the chance to partake in the fruits of Li Yishi's invitation to enjoy a melon. So now both were keenly attuned to every word he spoke. "Young master, we have no other treasures, but we do possess a wealth of medicinal herbs that we shall return immediately to procure some for you," Zhao Wang declared hastily. "That would be much appreciated." Li Yishi smiled. "Please wait a moment. We will fetch them right away." With that, Zhao Wang and Zhao Zhanyu hurried out of the courtyard, while the Prince of Jinnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father is truly remarkable. He instantly grasped the young master's intentions. Since the young master is in need of medicine, this is our grand opportunity. Let us go and gather the most precious and oldest herb from the Spirit Herb Valley to present to the young master. Ensuring his satisfaction, descending the mountain, Zhao Wang was filled with exhilaration, soaring into the air. Chapter 33, The Terror of Two Great Demons that you hold my royal decree. Go to the Spirit Herb Valley to gather medicine. We shall split our paths. I will retrieve the most precious herbs from the royal treasury, though we must ensure the young master's satisfaction. Zhao Wang Zhaoque said sternly, As you command. The Prince of Jinnan bowed to Zhaoque, both now serious in demeanor, for they recognized the gravity of the matter at hand, leaving no room for negligence. Young master, who are they? In the courtyard, Hu Qingyun beheld two individuals hastily departing, her eyes filled with trepidation. These two figures imposed an immense sense of dread upon her, and she simultaneously harbored concerns regarding certain matters. Her existence must not be revealed. Otherwise, it would spell disaster, bringing turmoil to Li Yishi and inciting warfare in this secluded paradise. At that moment, Hu Qingyun cautiously inquired, These two, the younger one is the Jinnan Wang of the Zhao kingdom, and the other is Jinnan Wang Zhao Jinyu's father, the sovereign of Zhao. Zhaoque, is it not? Li Yishi turned with a smile, dismissively replying, The Zhao Wang, you say? Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, a flicker of fear appeared in Hu Qingyun's eyes. Her palms were slick with perspiration, as a member of the Tianhu clan from Qingxiu Mountain. She had narrowly escaped the assaults of various factions seeking a treasured artifact. With the aid of countless clan members, she managed to flee to evade the relentless pursuit of those forces. Hu Qingyun had reluctantly undergone a forced tribulation, attempting to transform into a human to conceal her identity and evade detection. Naturally, upon witnessing the arrival of the Zhao Wang, she was engulfed by a profound sense of terror. Should the Zhao Wang inadvertently recognize her, it would spell calamity. Qingyun, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite pallid. Has your injury relapsed? Li Yishi inquired with concern. No, it's merely that I am frightened at the prospect of encountering such a significant figure as the Zhao Wang for the first time. Hu Qingyun stammered, acutely aware of the formidable presence of Li Yishi. She felt her emotions could not escape his perceptive gaze, and thus she spoke candidly. The Zhao Wang, the practitioners here, are exceedingly amiable, devoid of arrogance, and do not oppress the weak. There is little to fear. Over time, one becomes accustomed to it. Li Yishi turned and smiled again. Indeed. Hu Qingyun nodded slightly. Suddenly, deep within the mountains, two figures streaked through the air like lightning, leaving behind a sharp sound of rushing wind, before abruptly descending. One, with eyes shimmering with an unusual light, and the other, sniffing the air intently, spoke. Elder brother, that Tianhu has traversed the tribulation here. Its aura has vanished. Could it be dead? I sense the lingering traces of the heavenly tribulation. The other, with a grim expression, replied, Impossible. She possesses that treasured artifact. She would not perish so easily. It is undoubtedly by relying on that artifact that she successfully withstood the heavenly tribulation. It is an unparalleled treasure, and once obtained, heavenly tribulations will no longer pose a significant threat to us. The burly figure among them scoffed. Indeed, this is the thunder-devouring pearl. With it, we can face the tribulation. The might of heavenly tribulations will not be so daunting for our demon clan. The path ahead is unobstructed. The other, now wearing a greedy expression, remarked, Have you detected anything unusual here? Even if that Tianhu has successfully endured the tribulation, traces of demonic energy must remain. It cannot completely vanish. The burly demon's voice turned frigid. Indeed, there is demonic energy present, yet strangely, there is not a trace of it surrounding us, only a hint of mortal essence. The other demon, after sniffing the air, expressed confusion. Has someone been here? If I am not mistaken, the Tianhu has likely been rescued, cloaked by the essence of mortals to obscure its demonic aura. The burly demon smirked. Elder brother, you speak wisely. Let us proceed. They made their way towards Luoxianji. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, hope gleamed in their eyes. Elder brother, it is here. I can detect the aura of the gifted one. The burly demon exclaimed. Indeed, they have brought her here. Human cultivators would naturally be at a loss, but as members of the Hellhound clan, no scent can evade my keen sense of smell. That a hint of a canine visage appeared on his face. Brimming with excitement, let us ascend the mountain and seize the Tianhu. The thunder-devouring pearl shall belong to us. The two soared into the clouds, charging towards the peak. Halfway through their ascent, they abruptly halted. Exchanging wary glances, the To prevent the Tianhu, Hu Qingyun from escaping. They alighted in the woods, stealthily making their way towards the courtyard. However, after just a few steps, their eyes widened in shock, for before them stood two large mice. Upright on their hind legs, curiously observing the two demons. The two mice, engaged in conversation, remarked, "Big Mouse, have you ever seen such creatures? They appear utterly foreign, lacking the essence of our holy mountain. How did they infiltrate?" The second mouse, skeptical, replied, "Indeed, they bear no trace of our holy mountain's aura. They must be intruders from elsewhere. Look at their furtive demeanor. They are definitely not benign demons. Should we eliminate them?" The first mouse pondered. Stroking its chin, as the mice conversed, the expressions of the two demons shifted. "Elder brother, are these mice demon kings? I have never encountered such large rodents." One of the hellhounds remarked darkly to no, it is not that they are large. Rather, we have been diminished, reduced in size by their magic. The other demon trembled with fear. "What? They are indeed formidable beings from the myriad demon peak, and we have been shrunk by two mere mice. Little leopard, little black dog, what brings you here? Do you not know this is the holy mountain? What will you do if you disturb our esteemed guest?" The first mouse, visibly displeased, inquired to no, "Esteemed elder, we have taken a wrong turn and will depart immediately." The leopard demon stammered, swiftly turning to flee. It was not until they had escaped 100 miles that the two demons finally halted, panting heavily. "Elder brother, what shall we do? This place is too terrifying. We may not be able to obtain the thunder-devouring pearl," the hellhound lamented, his expression ashen. The leopard demon's eyes flickered with determination. "This is an opportunity we cannot afford to lose, that we must not act hastily. Let us contact the 10th demon ancestor. Even if we cannot acquire it, reporting our findings to the ancestor will surely yield some rewards. Let us go." Reluctantly, the two demons cast one last glance back and continued their hasty retreat, unwilling to linger in such perilous territory. Chapter 34. The brew of 100 flowers. A day later, Zhao Kuo and Zhao Jinyu returned with faces brimming with joy. "Lords, this is far too much," Li Yishi exclaimed, gazing at the dense array of precious herbs. Utterly bewildered, "No, it is not excessive. Our royal herb garden is abundant, esteemed guest. This is merely a small portion, that if you require more, we can gather additional herbs for you." Zhao Kuo quickly replied, his hands trembling with excitement. The two exchanged relieved glances, silently grateful that their guest was satisfied. Had he been displeased, they would have had to raid other factions for spiritual herbs. As nearly all the valuable herbs in Zhao Kingdom had been harvested, "This is sufficient. Why would I need so much? Much of it would go to waste, and I must plant them, for if they perish, their efficacy will diminish significantly," Li Yishi declared. "Old Bai, let us proceed to plant them." They headed towards the backyard. Zhao Kuo and Zhao Jinyu eagerly followed, but as they entered the rear garden, they nearly fell to their knees, sweat beaded on their foreheads, and they quickly recoiled in shock. "This is the 9 heavens resting soil," Zhao Kuo gasped. The 9 heavens resting soil possesses incredible abilities and is immensely precious. Even deities covet it. That To possess 9 heavens resting soil means that even if one suffers injuries or perishes, being buried within it can lead to rebirth after a century. That a single grain of this soil is equivalent to an entire world. Yet here, Li Yishi was using it to cultivate crops. Zhao Kuo felt as though his very soul were trembling in that moment. He yearned to transform into a precious herb, to be planted in this miraculous soil. "Father, is this truly 9 heavens resting soil?" Zhao Jinyu asked incredulously, having just narrowly escaped being crushed by its overwhelming aura. "Indeed, this is absolutely 9 heavens resting soil," Zhao Kuo exclaimed, nearly delirious with excitement. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Li Yishi remained blissfully unaware of the awe he inspired. With old Bai's assistance, he hurriedly planted the precious herbs. Those that had previously lacked vitality now surged with an overwhelming vigor. Brimming with spiritual energy. "That a tea tree?" Zhao Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, spotting the tea tree that Li Yishi had mentioned. In the backyard, a tiny stream meandered through, and within it, a singular tea tree thrived. The enlightenment tree? In Zhao Kuo's eyes, a brilliant glimmer flickered as he and his son hastily approached, eager to discover the extraordinary qualities of the tea tree. The stream appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet the moment Zhao Kuo's hand made contact with the water, the scene within his gaze transformed dramatically. He felt a colossal wave crashing towards him, propelling his body into the AI, or to his astonishment. He realized that 50 years of his lifespan had been abruptly stripped away, a strand of white hair appearing at his temples. "Father!" Zhao Jinyu exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically upon noticing the white hair. At that moment, Zhao Kuo was so taken aback that he hardly registered his son's voice, murmuring to himself, "No wonder such divine tea can flourish here. It turns out this tea tree does not merely grow in water. This stream is the river of time from the heavens above." Such a grand endeavor. To harness a portion of the river of time from the celestial realms to cultivate tea here, this technique surpasses our comprehension. Zhao Kuo was utterly astounded. The river of time, imbued with the power of rules and the essence of the Tao, was said to offer enlightenment to those who could navigate its depths, presenting both peril and boundless opportunities. The tea that thrived within such a river could hardly be ordinary. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Li Yishi inquired curiously as she approached, noticing Zhao Kuo drenched in sweat. "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Zhao Kuo," he replied hastily, eager to dismiss any notions of grandeur. "Very well. You have both worked hard in gathering spiritual herbs these past few days. Allow me to extend my hospitality." Li Yishi smiled warmly. She led Zhao Kuo and his son into the hall and instructed the old servant. "Old Bai, bring out the wine." "Certainly, master." Old Bai quickly poured each of them a cup to Li Yishi continued. "This is the 100 Flowers brew, crafted from a myriad of blossoms I gathered from the backyard. Fermented over the course of 49 days. Please indulge in its flavor." She spoke with utmost confidence regarding her brew, having been hailed as a wine sage by the system. "Thank you, young master." Zhao Kuo and his son, filled with excitement, raised their cups and drank deeply. With their eyes closed, they savored the enchanting aroma that spread through their mouths, igniting a fervor within them. Zhao Kuo trembled with exhilaration, for the 100 Flowers brew was not only delectable, but also a divine elixir. He felt the remnants of past ailments within him vanish instantly. His body rejuvenated and strengthened. 1 cup of this exquisite wine surpassed a decade of physical refinement. "How do you find the wine?" Li Yishi asked as she observed their rapture, her smile radiating confidence as she too took a hearty sip. "Excellent wine, my gratitude to you, young master," Zhao Kuo replied, his eyes sparkling with delight that I in his heart. A tempest of emotions churned as he reflected. "Truly, the young master is remarkable. He must have sensed my encounter with the waters of the river of time, recognizing my loss of years, thus gifting me this divine brew. Not only have I replenished my lost lifespan, but I have also saved 10 years of physical refinement. 10 years. How many of those does one possess, even if one is a cultivator? Today, in just a single day, I have gained a decade's worth of time over others that do you enjoy it." Li Yishi laughed heartily. "Indeed, this is divine wine. Having the fortune to taste even a single cup fills me with no regrets in this life." Zhao Kuo responded with a grin that a mere mortal such as myself, creating divine wine. "It is merely a display of skill," Li Yishi dismissed humbly. "Old Bai, since they appreciate it, allow them each a jar of 100 Flowers brew." Zhao Kuo could hardly believe his ears. "Young master, to be fortunate enough to savor such a divine elixir is already a tremendous opportunity. How could one take it away?" He protested urgently, despite his heart yearning for it. "Are you rejecting my goodwill? Should you consider me a friend, then take it with you. I can see you both are fond of wine," Li Yishi replied with a serious tone. "Today, having received such valuable spiritual herbs, I feel it is only right to reciprocate your kindness. Otherwise, it would be seen as ingratitude," he added, adopting a more earnest demeanor. "Then I must thank you, young master." The father and son trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the recognition from Li Yishi. The Zhao family practiced the heavens dominance body technique. With this jar of 100 Flowers brew, their strength could soar to formidable heights in a short span of time, a veritable leap towards greatness. "Young master, we shall take our leave now, so as not to intrude further," Zhao Kuo said, bowing deeply in farewell. "Nonsense. After assisting me so greatly today, you must at least stay for a meal before departing." There is no need to rush, Li Yishi insisted. Zhao Kuo glanced around, ultimately deciding to decline, and Li Yishi, seeing his determination, relented. The father and son exited the courtyard and descended the mountain peak. Yue, do you not feel you might have missed a golden opportunity? Zhao Kuo inquired, turning to his son. Not at all, father. Perhaps this is a test from the young master, as friends of his. We shall eventually receive our chances. The opportunity we gained today is already astonishing. To pursue further would be greedy, and I fear it could invoke his disdain. Thus, I believe you made the right choice in departing. Zhao Jinyu reflected thoughtfully. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The young master is no ordinary being. Should we be insatiable, it would surely displease him. His gift of wine was undoubtedly an indication that we may depart. Lingering further would be ungrateful, that we must remain clear-headed in his presence and strive to grasp his intentions. Understood? Zhao Kuo advised sternly. You should return to the Zhao Wang mansion. Prolonged absence may draw attention. Opportunities must be consumed to be deemed as such. Failing to absorb them might lead to calamity. He continued with earnest gravity. Your wisdom is noted, father, Zhao Jinyu replied, bowing deeply in respect. Zhao Kuo then took to the air, swiftly departing, followed closely by Zhao Jinyu. After the Zhao family left, various cultivators soared on their swords towards Luoxian Gathering. Venturing deeper into the mountains that in just a few days, Luoxian Gathering became a bustling hub, attracting cultivators of all kinds, immortal practitioners, demonic cultivators, and those who practice the ways of the beast that in this short span. Several skirmishes had erupted, causing Li Yishi to grow increasingly anxious. Historically, he had regarded cultivators as exceptionally benevolent. Yet recent events had stirred his heart with unease. Each glance at the figures soaring through the skies filled him with trepidation. What if they chose to enter his courtyard? Meanwhile, in these days, with Li Yishi's assistance, Hu Qingyan not only healed from her tribulations, but also experienced an extraordinary surge in her cultivation, rapidly achieving the foundation establishment and forming her golden core. Stepping into the realm of human Dan, the demonic aura that once enveloped her dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. Today, the courtyard was alive with small creatures gathering, as the sound of Hu Qingyan playing the zither filled the air. As the final note faded, Li Yishi let out a sigh and gazed skyward, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face. Although they had left the perilous ancient forbidden zone, the presence of cultivators now seemed to loom everywhere. As if they were searching for something. Should their quest yield no results, their wrath might very well fall upon him, leading to dire consequences that it appeared that he must embark on the next step, seeking a method of cultivation. In the ancient forbidden zone, it had been rare to encounter anyone, let alone cultivators. Yet, at Luoxian Gathering, countless practitioners thronged, making it easy to connect with others. Acquiring a method of cultivation should not be overly challenging. As long as he could cultivate, the strength of the method mattered little. Entering the ranks of cultivators while plotting for a more potent practice was a viable plan that Li Yishi pondered deeply. Ultimately resolving that he must secure a cultivation method, his gaze fell upon Hu Qingyan, and an idea sparked within him. Having witnessed her progress firsthand, he considered whether he could seek her guidance in his own cultivation. What was pride worth when his life was at stake? With a deep breath, Li Yishi approached Hu Qingyan, ready to speak. As Li Yishi approached with a grave expression, Hu Qingyan felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that this esteemed figure had uncovered something? Her heart raced at the thought of whether Li Yishi sought the thunder-devouring divine pearl. What should she do? Should she offer it or withhold it? Miss Hu, I have a humble request to make of you. I hope you will grant it, Li Yishi said as he stood before Hu Qingyan, bowing respectfully, his seriousness amplifying her tension. Young master, please feel free to command. Qingyan shall surely fulfill your wishes, Hu Qingyan replied hastily, bowing deeply, not daring to accept Li Yishi's grand gesture. Miss Hu, the truth is my greatest aspiration in this life is to embark on the path of cultivation. I beseech you to aid me in this endeavor. Li Yishi pressed on, his face earnest. This. Hu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, as if her hearing had betrayed her. The young master wished to cultivate and requested her guidance. Was this some kind of test? She pondered endlessly, yet could find no rationale. Meanwhile, Li Yishi was increasingly anxious, feeling overly presumptuous. After all, the methods of cultivation were exceedingly precious and not to be disseminated lightly. Miss Hu, I have overstepped. The techniques of cultivation should not be shared so carelessly. Li Yishi said with a bitter smile. In that moment, Hu Qingyun suddenly grasped the significance of the situation. The young master was undoubtedly testing whether she was willing to part with her family's cultivation techniques. To see if she was a person of gratitude and integrity. Would she conceal knowledge from him, especially considering the numerous opportunities he had bestowed upon her? If she were to withhold, he might cease his assistance. For who would nurture an ingrate? Young master, my life was saved by you. Everything belongs to you. Though the cultivation techniques are precious, they pale in comparison to your great kindness that I am willing to teach you the methods. And I shall hold nothing back, Hu Qingyun declared fervently. Chapter 36. The world of great figures is full of trials, Miss Hu. The methods of cultivation cannot be shared lightly. Every family and faction guards their techniques as if they were their very lives. Li Yishi replied, feeling it was inappropriate to exploit Hu Qingyun's goodwill for personal gain. No. My life was saved by you. My family has been annihilated, and you preserved the last vestige of the Hu lineage. I am the sole survivor and the rightful head of the family, capable of altering the clan's regulations. For a benefactor, mere cultivation techniques are trivial. Hu Qingyun is willing to impart these methods to you. Without any regrets, she insisted, kneeling down in desperation, her eyes filled with panic. Internally berating herself for her foolishness, she thought, how naive I am. The young master is a remarkable being. How could he care for mundane cultivation methods? This is a test. Today, I must impart the techniques to him, with no secrets withheld. Miss Hu, seeing her kneel, Li Yishi hurried to assist her, but she refused to rise until he granted permission for her to teach him the methods. Feeling guilt wash over him, Li Yishi ultimately conceded, realizing Hu Qingyun was too obstinate. Qingyun, please rise, that I will learn. Is that sufficient? He said, forcing a smile. Very well. Young master, today I shall teach you the method of cultivation. Our Hu family's technique is called the Purple Intent Royal Decision. Regarded as an upper-tier method, it emphasizes absorbing the morning sun's purple divine light to condense true essence and forge the golden elixir. Now, I will impart the operational methods of the Purple Intent Royal Decision to you, Hu Qingyun stated decisively. However, after an hour of her guidance, Li Yishi's face fell into despair. Was the cultivation method truly so arduous? Or was it merely his lack of aptitude? To this point, he had failed to successfully operate the technique even once. Young master, is there something unclear? Do not recklessly attempt to cultivate, Hu Qingyun urged. Her own anxiety peaking in the courtyard. The large black dog and the cat lay on the ground, watching the two with interest. The cat remarked, Black Emperor, the young master is indeed mischievous, but he possesses the supreme divine body. With an affinity for the Tao at nearly 100%, absorbing only chaotic divine energy. How could this mere Purple Intent Royal Decision possibly allow him to channel divine power? It's akin to a child attempting to move a mountain. This test is excessive. Just look at how nervous the girl is. The black dog wagged its tail and replied, What do you know? You, a great lion, cannot comprehend the essence of emotions that experience mortal life. One must endure joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Emotional trials must be faced. I believe the young master has taken a liking to this girl that he must tread carefully, lest he offend the matron and find himself in dire straits. The cat blinked. That makes sense, but the young master's approach to flirting is rather lacking. Suddenly, Li Yishi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Am I truly fated to be devoid of the ability to cultivate? He was certain he had grasped all the operational methods, yet found himself incapable of executing them. Young master, allow me to check your condition. Hu Qingyun, equally anxious, quickly began to sense his body. A moment later, her expression shifted, leaving her at a loss for words. Qingyun, do I have some issue with my constitution? Is it possible that I cannot cultivate? Li Yishi speculated, recalling the melodramatic tales of transmigrators who were inherently incapable of cultivation. Upon hearing his words, Hu Qingyun fixed her gaze on him and ultimately decided to speak the truth. Young master, you are inherently unable to cultivate. All your meridians are sealed and lifeless, rendering you ineligible for the path to immortality. Understanding dawned on her, realizing this was all a test. The young master, a divine being, could cultivate even amidst dire circumstances, having the ability to plant in the heavens and drink the essence of the 9 heavens. Even if one were born with sealed meridians, under divine intervention, they could be unsealed. That it became clear that the young master was testing her willingness to teach him the Hu family's cultivation techniques. Fortunately, she had conveyed the methods in detail, without any pretense, otherwise he might have been displeased. How could he concern himself with mundane cultivation methods when he had transcended such limitations? Li Yishi, unaware of Hu Qingyun's thoughts, felt a surge of despair at her revelation. However, he forced a smile and said, "This is fate. I am destined to be an ordinary person, so I shall continue living as one. Do not worry. This is my issue, not yours." Hu Qingyun dared not speak further, only bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Sighing in relief, she thought, now the young master should not cast me away. Given his capabilities, had I deceived him, I would have likely been expelled from the courtyard by now. The thunder-devouring divine pearl would undoubtedly have escaped his notice, or he would have taken it long ago. Hu Qingyun reflected on the trials that permeated the world of the great. Trials were indeed everywhere. Return to your cultivation. The outside world is perilous. Strengthening oneself is essential for survival, Li Yishi remarked, gazing at the cultivators beyond the courtyard. Yes, young master, Qingyun understands, she replied, a smile gracing her face. Finally, she had passed the young master's test, that he still cared for her. Here was the safest place for her, a celestial fox. She was the target of many, and venturing outside would surely lead to her demise. As Hu Qingyun retreated to her room, Li Yishi looked up at the sky, feeling utterly helpless. That I cannot cultivate after all. And no wonder the system did not teach me any cultivation methods. It all makes sense now. If that is the case, I shall embrace my humanity. With a sense of liberation, he seized upon her further and entered the house for a midday. In AP, Li Yishi dozed off. Small animals surrounded him in the courtyard, each with eager expressions, greedily absorbing the divine energy that permeated the air. The cultivators, under the influence of these supreme creatures, could not approach without consequence, their presence barely affecting the environment. Chapter 37. The ninth demon ancestor within the vast expanse of the demon domain. A towering peak pierced the clouds. This was the 10,000 demon peak, surrounded by mist and mystery. The leopard demon and hellhound hastened their steps until they reached the base of this great peak, their terror finally subsiding. "Brother, shall we go report to the ninth demon ancestor now?" At this moment, the hellhound cast a reluctant glance at his companion, expressing his discontent. "If we truly divulge the whereabouts of the heavenly fox, Hu Qingyun, to the ninth demon ancestor, we shall irrevocably forfeit our chance at the thunder-devouring pearl." Despite the situation, the hellhound was still hesitant to abandon hope. "Brother, those two formidable demons residing in the sacred mountain are certainly beyond our capacity to confront. Even if we were to rally other powerful demons to accompany us, the odds would still be perilous, and we might very well meet our demise in that accursed place. The atmosphere there is overwhelmingly terrifying. Now that we are aware of the heavenly fox's news, delivering this information to the ninth demon ancestor would ensure we do not suffer losses. Far better than courting death." The leopard demon recalled that scene, feeling a lingering dread, so terrifying it was. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, inexplicably, they had been reduced in size by the adversary's divine ability, without realizing it. The leopard demon, ever cautious, resolved against proceeding further. "Brother, let us seek an audience with the ninth demon ancestor without delay. That if we tarry, and the news of the heavenly fox leaks, we shall gain nothing from the ninth demon ancestor." The hellhound replied resolutely. "Very well. Let us go to see the ninth demon ancestor." The leopard demon nodded, and the two made their way to the 10,000 demons peak. However, at the moment the hellhound turned, a glint of malice flickered in the leopard demon's eyes. The true form of the leopard demon emerged, unleashing an aura of terror, and struck fiercely at the hellhound. With a thunderous crash, the leopard demon pierced through the hellhound's body, seizing the demon core in his grasp. "Why?" The hellhound roared in anguish, lying in a pool of blood. "Without you, I believe I can obtain greater benefits from the ninth demon ancestor. Go in peace." That a cold smirk crept across the leopard demon's lips as he crushed the demon core with force, leading to the hellhound's demise. With a swift motion, the leopard demon hastened towards the 10,000 demons peak. The peak resided the ninth demon ancestor, atop a mountain adorned with countless flowers, their intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air. Upon arrival, The leopard demon dared not step into the floral sea, instead bowing deeply in respect. Little demon seeks an audience with the ancestor. A chilling voice resonated from within the flower garden, emanating a formidable presence. What brings you here? Ancestor, I have discovered the whereabouts of the heavenly fox that escaped from Qingxiu Mountain, and I have come to relay this to you. The leopard demon replied with utmost reverence. Indeed, an unexpectedly surprised voice echoed through the void. That I in the next moment, a youth materialized from thin air, fixing his gaze upon the leopard demon. That he reached out a hand, seizing the leopard demon and drawing him into the floral expanse. The leopard demon vanished within a flower the size of a mountain, which concealed a palace. Atop the throne within that palace, a figure clad in azure surveyed the leopard demon with urgency. You claim to have found the heavenly fox's whereabouts. Is that correct? Yes, ancestor. The heavenly fox, utilizing the power of the thunder-devouring pearl, has traversed the ninefold thunder tribulation and was rescued by a mortal from Zhao country. Presently, it resides in Luoxianji of Zhao country. The leopard demon cautiously reported at IS that so. The icy voice of the azure figure fell, and with a swift motion, he grasped the leopard demon's body, causing it to explode, with the demon's soul captured in his grasp. The leopard demon had no time to scream before being consumed by the azure figure, who extracted the memories of the leopard demon. Indeed, you dared to conceal information. If it were simple, why would you seek me out? The ninth demon ancestor's voice was laced with disdain. Luoxianji, little heavenly fox, where do you think you are going? With a chilling laugh. The ninth demon ancestor's form vanished from the 10,000 demons' peak, but he traversed the forest with an appearance of slowness. Yet each step transported him miles away, rushing towards Luoxianji of Zhao country. In recent days, countless powerful beings roamed Luoxianji, some in pairs, others in groups, scouring the mountains beyond for news of the heavenly fox. Outside Luoxianji, an elder and a youth entered the locale. Supreme Elder, why do we not directly visit the young master? Inquired Tang Yin, puzzled as Tang Hai came to a halt. Wait, Tang Hai responded, his expression betraying no waves. Though he discreetly transmitted a warning to Tang Yin, there are formidable entities concealed here that we must tread carefully. As these individuals appear to be searching for that heavenly fox, who is in the young master's company, should we lead them to him? It may not concern the young master, but it could provoke his ire. Are there truly powerful beings hidden? Tang Yin's countenance shifted slightly, aware that Tang Hai had reached the earth martial realm. Thus, any perceived threat must be extraordinarily formidable. The Dio not look around aimlessly. The incoming entities are exceedingly powerful and may notice us. Tang Hai cautioned, alarmed by Tang Yin's wandering gaze. Tang Yin quickly composed himself. Supreme Elder, do you know who approaches? I do not know. Their aura is imbued with demonic energy, likely a terrifying demon clan powerhouse. With a sudden gust of demonic wind, a figure clad in azure appeared, his brows sharp as swords, eyes shimmering with starlight, radiating a profound and ominous aura. With each step, he traversed vast distances, and wherever he walked, vibrant vines and clusters of exquisite flowers blossomed, as if all nature welcomed him. With a smile, he mused, the thunder-devouring pearl can only realize its true value in my hands. That his words faded. The azure figure materialized before the courtyard of Liishi. Chapter 38. The terror of the demon ancestor. The man's gaze pierced through the courtyard, fixated on Hu Qingyun, who was cultivating within. Strange, why do I perceive her surroundings as hazy and unclear? It seems as though a veil of celestial secrets shrouds her. The azure figure furrowed his brow, but the more enigmatic it became, the more he felt the thunder-devouring pearl on Hu Qingyun was extraordinary, invigorating his spirit, that if he were to obtain the thunder-devouring pearl, he would undoubtedly transcend the ninefold thunder tribulation and achieve complete transformation. After a moment of contemplation, the azure figure's body erupted with azure radiance, only to swiftly return to tranquility. That in a flash of azure brilliance, he was no longer present, transfigured into a mandala flower, suspended in the air. Had Tang Hai been present, he would have been filled with trepidation, for this mandala flower, exuding an aura of chaos, was none other than the indomitable flower of the demon realm, the ninth demon ancestor. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious ninth demon ancestor of the 10,000 demons' peak would be none other than a mandala flower, for those who had not reached such heights in cultivation? The title ninth demon ancestor of the 10,000 demons peak might not even reveal its true essence. However, for those at the divine martial realm, the mention of the ninth demon ancestor resounded with thunderous clarity. The ninth demon ancestor was a title of reverence among the peak powers of the demon realm. Yet the tales of his exploits were seldom shared, primarily due to two monumental events. The first incident involved the mandala flower clashing with the eighth ancestor of the demon realm, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Some claim to have witnessed the mandala flower relentlessly pursuing the eighth ancestor, leaving the latter with no avenue of escape, though this remains to be substantiated. The second incident saw the mandala flower assaulting the human race's Tao Palace, nearly leading to its annihilation. At this moment, the mandala flower before Li Yixi's courtyard was none other than the ninth demon ancestor of the 10,000 demons peak. With the passage of time, the mandala flower had long since cast aside memories of those events, now singularly focused on the thunder-devouring pearl. After transforming back to its original form, the mandala flower did not act recklessly. Instead, it enveloped the courtyard with its spiritual energy, probing for any signs. Where is that so-called young master? The mandala flower failed to detect the presence of Li Yixi within the courtyard. The entire area lay desolate, save for a few ordinary little creatures and the cultivating Huqingyun. Naturally, the mandala flower did not believe that these small animals could surpass its own strength, let alone be so formidable that it could not sense them. Heaven is indeed assisting me, confirming that the courtyard was devoid of any presence. The mandala flower descended gracefully with a swish, drawing closer to the courtyard. The reason the mandala flower chose not to fly was primarily due to its uncertainty regarding the owner's cultivation level, although there was also a hint of guilty conscience. Even possessing the thunder-devouring pearl, it could not afford to let others know, lest it invite incessant troubles. Out of concern for its overwhelming ambitions, the mandala flower reduced its size several-fold while racing, making it difficult to discern without careful observation that in the blink of an eye, the mandala flower advanced straight into the center of the courtyard. It began to slither towards Huqingyun once more, but at that moment, it suddenly felt two waves of heat rush towards it. Raising its head, it beheld two massive rats. Are these the two formidable demon creatures encountered by the leopard and the hellhound? Merely two little rats, could they possibly pose a challenge to me? The mandala flower conveyed through sound. You two insignificant creatures, I have no desire to unleash a massacre upon mere ants. Depart swiftly. After transmitting its message, the mandala flower awaited the two rats to flee in panic. However, after the transmission, it quickly sensed that the pair showed no signs of retreat. Instead, the two rats gazed at it with wide-eyed curiosity, devoid of any trace of fear. Feeling slightly vexed, the mandala flower was about to speak when it suddenly heard two voices resounding in its mind. This mandala flower has become sentient. It can actually communicate. The younger rat exclaimed with astonishment. The elder rat chimed in, indeed, it must be sentient. Otherwise, how could it move about? Hey, little one, what brings you here? After the exchange, the mandala flower's lotus leaves erupted, as if struck by lightning, revealing a visage of shock and astonishment. The younger rat cautioned, don't frighten it. It looks rather adorable. With that, the little rat extended its delicate, rosy paw, eager to stroke the mandala flower. Witnessing this, the mandala flower erupted in fury. Impudent! With a tremor, the mandala flower unleashed an overwhelming wave of demonic energy, enveloping the space ahead. It possesses some strength. The younger rat exclaimed in astonishment, yet with gleeful anticipation. That moment, the mandala flower's power surged, its demonic aura rampaging forth, its might akin to an unfathomable ocean. Yet, just as the mandala flower's ferocity was on the brink of eruption, the elder rat, with disdain, raised a leg and struck. The mandala flower, caught off guard by the approaching rat's leg, felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon it. So swift it was almost imperceptible, forcefully repelling the gathered demonic energy. With a thunderous crash, the mandala flower was sent reeling. Dazed and disoriented, as if a colossal foot had struck its face, the violent impact sending it sprawling. What? How is this possible? The mandala flower's mind raced with disbelief, its form tumbling to the ground in disarray. How could this happen? It was engulfed in shock and horror, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. This is outrageous. Utterly outrageous. The mandala flower was driven into a frenzy that I, who traverse the realms, have never endured such a humiliation. Transforming into a figure clad in azure, its petals coalescing into a long sword, it aimed to strike with a celestial blade that would command the heavens. However, the fated strike met only emptiness. The mandala flower was struck by a wave of horror. It extended its senses, scanning the surroundings, yet found no trace of the rats. Interesting, it can wield swordplay, the voice of the elder rat echoed. The mandala flower, startled by the sound, turned pale. The azure figure realized its body had shrunk to the size of at that moment. A chilling memory from the leopard demon surged forth. Despite being the ninth demon ancestor, it felt no different from the leopard and the hellhound before the two rats, instilling a deep sense of dread. Previously, it had observed clearly that they were merely ordinary rats. Yet now they seemed to possess terrifying power. Most alarmingly, a cat and a dog appeared in the courtyard, their curious gazes fixated upon it. Though the cat and dog remained still, the mandala flower sensed its very soul quaking in trepidation. Those two must be unparalleled beings. Upon the cat's form, it faintly discerned 9 fearsome lion heads, while the dog's essence was inscrutable, exuding a presence that could shake the heavens. "Come here," the elder rat chuckled, lunging directly towards it. This seemingly innocuous swipe, however, concealed a dreadful truth, shrouded in the essence of the great Tao, darkening the skies. The ninth demon ancestor, face marked by terror, found itself unable to evade, falling into the rat's grasp. Its body trembled, its soul quaking. Chapter 39. This flower is truly perfect. This is bad. How could it be so powerful, stronger than the 8th demon ancestor? Break! The 9th demon ancestor roared, fear lacing its voice. Boundless terror consumed its thoughts, as a single rat's leg seemed to overshadow the heavens, instilling a profound panic. Yet, as an exalted being, as the 9th demon ancestor, it was proud and refused to submit so easily to the rat. Being the 9th demon ancestor, it possessed far more than mere tricks. With a roar of break, countless mandala flowers appeared from the darkness, and in the next moment, they detonated in unison, releasing an unimaginable energy that tore through the darkness. Shattering this small domain, the elder rat's ferocious attack was utterly obliterated. Before the 9th demon ancestor, light was restored. Damn it, where am I? Why is it so terrifying? I cannot remain. This thunder-devouring pearl is beyond my reach. Flee. The 9th demon ancestor's mind raced with thoughts of dread as it turned to escape the courtyard. Just leave it for fun. Just as the 9th demon ancestor believed it could evade. A delicate voice rang out. The little sparrow perched on the eaves sprang into action, appearing before the 9th demon ancestor and sweeping its wing towards it that moment. Terror filled the 9th demon ancestor's eyes. For the void before it splintered under the force of the sweep, threatening to shatter entirely. The 9th demon ancestor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as it desperately attempted to defend itself. Demonic soul, true form. The 9th demon ancestor roared in fury, consuming its demonic essence without hesitation. In the next moment, a golden mandala flower king emerged from the void, enveloped in golden radiance, its form expanding as a terrifying aura unfurled in the emptiness. This golden mandala flower king represented the 9th demon ancestor's true demonic essence. Prior to this moment, it had been ages since it had summoned its true form, but now it sensed the scent of death encroaching, feeling as if it stood but a step away from the gates of hell. Boom! The clash of attacks unleashed a soul-stirring pressure, causing the 9th demon ancestor's true form to explode, propelling its body backward. Wow! It coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder Rat, how weak you are! You nearly let it escape. Was that intentional? The little sparrow gazed at the 9th demon ancestor, who was hurtling back and spitting blood. With a bemused expression that a slip-up, the elder rat replied with a guileless smile. The 9th demon ancestor spat another mouthful of blood, this one born from sheer frustration. You insolent creature, you've embarrassed me. What am I to do? I am furious. The elder rat's expression was one of indignation. The body of the 9th demon ancestor shrank under the elder rat's influence, and the elder rat kicked it away once more. The confinement of the great Tao space turned the 9th demon ancestor's face ashen. for its movement speed had slowed 100-fold, leaving it unable to evade even the Elder Rat's casual kick. At that moment, it forgot to respond to the Elder Rat's insults. In a moment of panic, it felt as though death was imminent. In its grasp appeared a long sword, its life-bound weapon. Yet even drawing it now would be futile. Under the threat of death, it made the fateful decision to self-destruct the sword it had nurtured for millennia. The heart of the ninth demon ancestor bled at this moment. Only it knew the countless efforts it had poured into nurturing the sword over the years. Yet now, it had no choice but to self-destruct, for failure to do so would mean its demise. Boom! The self-detonation of the life-bound sword tore through the Elder Rat's confinement, and the ninth demon ancestor's form struggled to maintain its shape. Hurtling outwards, its body crashed into a basin of water, creating a resounding splash. What was that sound? Within the confines of the room, Liishi wore a perplexed expression. The fierce skirmish outside had been quelled by several demons. Yet no one anticipated that the ninth demon ancestor would act with such resolve, resorting to self-detonation of his life-bound sword. Upon hearing the commotion, Liishi stepped outside, only to find no one present. Save for an additional flower in the basin. What exquisite bloom is this? It is simply enchanting, Liishi mused, a smile gracing his lips as the flower bestowed upon him a sense of comfort. A soothing presence that was utterly delightful. Could it be the gentle caress of the breeze? This courtyard feels rather barren. Planting such flowers would surely add a touch of vibrancy. With a chuckle, he ambled towards the flower. Meanwhile, within the basin, the ninth demon ancestor was engulfed in sheer terror. He yearned to flee, desperately attempting to escape. Yet at that moment, he was gripped by thoughts of self-destruction. His mind overrun with horror. How could this be? Where on earth am I? Why do these demons surpass even my own prowess? Damn it, what manner of artifact is this? Why has it so thoroughly imprisoned me, rendering me utterly immobile? This is merely a water basin. How can it possess such power? Someone, tell me. The ninth demon ancestor shrieked in madness, but not a whisper escaped his lips. Once submerged in the basin, he found himself unable to even twitch a leaf, as if he had indeed transformed into a regal mandala flower, merely existing for the enjoyment of others. Splendid, splendid, truly magnificent, he thought, acknowledging that no pruning was necessary. Outside the basin, Liishi stroked his chin, marveling at the flower, unable to find a single flaw. It was simply too perfect that a mere mortal. How infuriating! A mere mortal dares to perceive me, the ancestor of demons, as a mere potted plant. Once I am free, I shall obliterate your entire lineage, ensuring you never find peace again. The ninth demon ancestor raged inwardly, furious that a being whose very breath could shatter the mundane had been reduced to a mere decorative piece. Meanwhile, Liishi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, oblivious to the wrath of the trapped ninth demon ancestor. Perfection! I must procure a more exquisite flower pot, he exclaimed to himself, reaching for the mandala flower. In an instant, he extracted the ninth demon ancestor from the basin. Last, I am free, finally liberated from this cursed artifact. Mortal, you are doomed. The ninth demon ancestor's heart raced with excitement, desperate to retaliate against Liishi. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically, for he realized that his body, held within Liishi's grasp, was utterly paralyzed and completely confined, his form rigid and unyielding. Chapter 40. A paradigm shift with a resounding thud. The mandala flower was unceremoniously cast onto the ground by Liishi. Despite its beauty, it remained a mere flower, and Liishi paid little heed to its fate, but he discovered that the bloom was flawless beyond reproach. Even as a cultivator renowned for his ability to nurture the finest specimens, the mandala flower appeared to him as a paragon of perfection. That a perfect flower deserves a perfect pot, he declared. Discarding the flower and rushing off in search of an appropriate vessel, the ninth demon ancestor lay discarded. He felt an overwhelming force crushing him, as if his very being was on the verge of shattering. The power that enveloped him sent shivers through his soul, rendering him unable to move even the slightest bit. This moment, the ninth demon ancestor was ensnared by a peculiar, profound energy that he had never encountered in his millennia of existence. It was not documented in any ancient texts. This energy extinguished any hope of escape. The ninth demon ancestor, He had once subdued the 8th demon ancestor and had traversed the sacred grounds of the human clan's Tao Palace, where powerful beings congregated. Yet the very essence left behind by Li Yishi had thoroughly subdued him. Who is this individual? The progenitor of humanity? It cannot be. He is but 20 springs old. What is this essence? Could it be the power of the immortals? Yet, how could such beings reside in this desolate place? Why has this come to pass? Is it all preordained? The thunder-devouring pearl appeared to offer me the hope of ascending to the pinnacle of demon immortality. Yet, just as it was within my grasp, I was subdued. Cursed fate. The 9th demon ancestor's heart felt as though it were bleeding, that he realized that he might forever be admired as a mere flower. For he could not contend with the overwhelming force of that essence. This should be a fitting match for you. As despair loomed over the 9th demon ancestor, Li Yishi returned, cradling an exquisite flower pot with a broad grin, evidently pleased with his find. What is this? The essence of the Tao. The 9th demon ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief upon spotting the flower pot, for he perceived Taoist rhythms emanating from it. The pot, measuring 1 meter in length and width, was square-shaped. Having been purchased from the falling immortal gathering, Li Yishi felt something was amiss. So he carved a phoenix poised to soar into the heavens upon its surface. Unbeknownst to him, the phoenix he had etched transformed the otherwise unremarkable flower pot into a divine artifact. The 9th demon ancestor was taken aback. Even a being of his caliber lacked the Taoist rhythms that now radiated from the flower pot in Li Yishi's hands. Leaving him eclipsed, with a smile, Li Yishi seized the notorious 9th demon ancestor and tossed him into the pot, filling it with nutrient-rich soil. Cursed humans! I shall slay you. What is this foul stench? As the soil fell upon him, the 9th demon ancestor's expression shifted drastically. His demonic eyes turned crimson, and he yearned to roar, yet no sound emerged. The binding power of the flower pot was far too formidable. Even as he felt humiliated by being buried in tainted soil, he could only suppress his fury. Now, this is perfection. Li Yishi clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied that moment. A voice echoed from outside. Did I ask the young master at home? Tang Hai seeks an audience. Outside the courtyard, Tang Hai and Tang Yin bowed respectfully, offering their greetings. With a creak, Li Yishi opened the door, spotting the two and immediately exclaiming, "Ah, it is you old acquaintances indeed. Come in and rest for a while. The weather is quite sweltering that I shall wash my hands. Old Bai, please attend to our guests," Li Yishi called out as he hurried to cleanse his hands, having gotten quite muddy from planting. "Please do come in." Old Bai's had popped out, smiling at the two. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Tang Hai and Tang Yin replied hastily, not daring to truly accept such a title. Upon entering the courtyard, the two were met with the sight of the newly planted flower. "Wow, this flower is simply perfect," Tang Yin exclaimed at first glance. The 9th demon ancestor, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was driven to the brink of madness upon hearing Tang Yin's words. Yet, confined as he was, he remained utterly silent, choosing instead to block out all sound, succumbing to despair. Why does this flower seem so familiar? And this essence, why does it feel so known to me? Unlike Tang Yin, Tang Hai was struck by a wave of recognition, feeling as if he had encountered this identical flower before, though he could not recall where. The essence emanating from it was equally familiar, yet he could not place it. As Tang Hai pondered, Li Yishi emerged, having washed his hands. "Tang Hai, Tang Yin, your timing could not be better. What do you think of this flower?" Li Yishi inquired with a satisfied grin. "Perfection," Tang Yin replied sincerely, devoid of any flattery. "Young master, where did you unearth this flower? It is too exquisite. Surely, there is none other like it in the world." Tang Yin expressed from the depths of his heart. Where it came from, I cannot say. Perhaps it was carried by the wind. It may have simply fallen from the heavens today, Li Yishi mused. Li Yishi casually remarked, Today. Upon hearing her words, Tang Hai seemed to recall something, muttering to himself incessantly. In the next moment, his expression twisted, his countenance drastically changed, and his legs trembled violently. It dawned on him why the fragrance of this flower felt so familiar. It was the same aura of demonic energy that had wafted past him before ascending the mount. That moment, he couldn't help but remember that terrifying figure, an entity capable of traversing vast distances in an instant. Simultaneously, he recalled where he had seen it before. During his time at the Tao Palace, He had encountered a painting depicting this very flower, which was regarded as a shameful depiction by the Tao Palace itself. For the great demon in the painting had nearly brought about its ruin. How could Tang Hai not be filled with dread? Such a formidable being had intruded into the young master's courtyard today, only to be instantly subdued and confined within the flower pot. The look in Tang Hai's eyes as he gazed at Li Yishi was fraught with terror. Chapter 41. In a casual gesture. Severing millennia of cultivation, young master. Do we have guests? At that moment, Hu Qingyun, who had been cultivating in the room, concluded her practice and stepped outside. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she emanated an aura of purity. With a smile gracing her lips and her long hair cascading to her waist, her eyes seemed to captivate the very soul. Yes, Qingyun, come here quickly. They assisted me on the day I saved you. Though you were unconscious at the time, you should thank them, Li Yishi said as he pointed towards the approaching Hu Qingyun, introducing her. Yes, young master. Hu Qingyun hurriedly approached and stood beside Li Yishi. Her demeanor cheerful. Qingyun, this is Tang Hai, the esteemed elder of the refining sect. Li Yishi gestured towards Tang Hai, smiling at Hu Qingyun. Qingyun, you have met Elder Tang. This is Tang Yin from the refining sect, whose talent is extraordinary and is my friend. Li Yishi continued with another smile. Qingyun, you have met young Master Tang, Hu Qingyun said, offering a respectful gesture, and no need for such formalities. Henceforth, we shall refer to each other as friends. Tang Hai and Tang Yin replied, not daring to truly accept such reverence from Hu Qingyun, who, despite being a transformed beast, currently possessed meager strength, akin to starting her cultivation anew. Yet in the presence of Li Yishi, she required neither overwhelming power nor remarkable lineage to be regarded as a figure of utmost nobility, not someone they could afford to offend or belittle. This, Tang Hai initially paid no heed to Hu Qingyun, but as she stood beside them, he felt a resonating buzz in his mind that it had only been half a month since their departure, yet now, with a casual sweep of his spiritual sense, he was horrified to discover that all the tribulation wounds within Hu Qingyun had completely healed. These tribulation wounds were said to be incurable, that he had previously speculated that Li Yishi might have employed immense magical power to seal Hu Qingyun's tribulation injuries. But the scene before him revealed that Li Yishi had directly healed her, leaving not a trace behind. The wounds had been entirely eradicated. Moreover, Hu Qingyun's foundational strength was now astonishingly formidable. Not only had her tribulation wounds healed, but she had also completed her foundational cultivation, forming her golden core, and it seemed that reaching the earth core realm was merely days away. Furthermore, Hu Qingyun radiated countless traces of Tao rhythm. Tang Hai was filled with both astonishment and envy. The Tao rhythm was an exceedingly precious and rare phenomenon. Yet, here was Hu Qingyun, a transformed beast, effortlessly absorbing it while remaining in the company of Li Yishi. Had they been so fortunate, they would have long since stood at the pinnacle of the world. After meeting Tang Hai and Tang Yin, Hu Qingyun's gaze fell upon the Mandala Flower King before her, and a look of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. Startled, she stumbled back several steps, her eyes wide with fear. She recognized that aura all too well, that on the day countless powerful beings had invaded Qingxiu Mountain. She had sensed this very presence. When it arrived, the Lord of Qingxiu had looked utterly despondent, urging her to flee with the thunder-devouring divine pearl. Hu Qingyun vividly recalled her aunt's words. The supreme demon domain. The ninth demon ancestor. The blooming mandala flower. The Tianu clan is doomed. Hurry, hurry, we must leave. The urgency and terror in her aunt's voice echoed in her mind. Her aunt, the sovereign of Qingxiu, was immensely powerful. Yet when sensing the ninth demon ancestor, she had been filled with despair. Now, here she was, feeling the very presence of the ninth demon ancestor. Could this be a fragment of its essence? Had it discovered her existence? What should she do? What should she do? In that moment, Hu Qingyun was utterly at a loss. Qingyun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me assist you back to your room. Li Yishi, noticing her condition, expressed concern and swiftly supported her. Young master, I'm fine. Young master, where did you procure this flower? It's so beautiful. Hu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This flower. Isn't it stunning? I'm not quite sure about its origins, that I found it in the courtyard when I came out of the room. It might have blown in from somewhere due to the strong wind. It captivated me with its beauty, so I decided to transplant it into a flower pot. Do you like it? Li Yishi smiled at Hu Qingyun. I do, young master. This flower is indeed breathtaking. I've never seen one so lovely, Hu Qingyun replied, unable to ascertain the situation, only managing a smile. Furthermore, she had come to understand over the past few days that Li Yishi was shrouded in mystery and possessed unparalleled strength, assuring her that he would not bring her harm. This flower is not only beautiful, but also fragrant. Come, let me adorn you with it. Li Yishi reached out and plucked a flower, placing it in Hu Qingyun's hair. This as Hu Qingyun felt the mandala flower resting in her hair. Her body involuntarily trembled. Her eyes filled with terror as she hurriedly averted her gaze from Li Yishi. The aura of the ninth demon ancestor was overwhelmingly familiar to her. At that moment, she was utterly certain that the flower before her was unequivocally the essence of the ninth demon ancestor, though she could not fathom how Li Yishi had accomplished this. The mandala flower, a millennium of leaves for 1,000 years of bloom, represented the ninth demon ancestor's cultivation. Yet, she witnessed Li Yishi so effortlessly dismantling the fruits of millennia of effort, despite the seemingly frail appearance of the mandala flower cultivated to such a level. It was an indomitable weapon, yet in Li Yishi's hands, it appeared feeble. Damn it, how could this be? The ninth demon ancestor, sealed within the flower pot, seethed with rage, its demon soul howling in fury, filled with resentment, despair, and terror. Li Yishi had so casually nullified its 1,000 years of cultivation. However, Li Yishi remained oblivious to all this. His gaze was solely fixed on the enchanting beauty before him. Indeed, truly beautiful, Li Yishi remarked, smiling at Hu Qingyun. Beside them, Tang Hai's lips twitched as he glanced at the ninth demon ancestor confined within the flower pot, now reduced to a mere roadside weed for the young master to court his beloved. Simultaneously, he felt a tremor within. Such was the might of an unparalleled existence that to win a mere smile from a single person could spell doom for a demon ancestor. Thank you, young master. Hu Qingyun blushed slightly under Li Yishi's gaze, feeling a touch of shyness. Come, let us all sit, Li Yishi said, making his way to the hall. The ninth demon ancestor, filled with terror within the flower pot, felt a weight lift from its heart as Li Yishi departed. That it was utterly terrified of Li Yishi, viewing him as a demonic figure. With a mere wave, he had severed its millennia of cultivation. Such a feat was beyond the comprehension of the ninth demon ancestor. Perhaps only an immortal could wield such power. Chapter 42. The shock of the Heavenly Star Palace's guardian in the Zhao Kingdom, the royal capital. A colossal spiritual vessel appeared in the void, emblazoned with 3 domineering characters. Heavenly Star Palace. The aura emanating from these words was terrifying, exuding a sense of dominance and ferocity, akin to the brilliance of the 9 heavens threatening to shatter the sky. Left Guardian, we have arrived at the royal capital of Zhao Kingdom. That a young man spoke respectfully to the middle-aged Taoist, who was meditating on the vessel, indicating the elevated status of the latter. Have we arrived? It has been many years since I last set foot in Zhao Kingdom. It has been over a century since I departed. The middle-aged Taoist, radiating a stellar aura, opened his eyes, which shimmered with the brilliance of stars, a smile gracing his lips. From the royal capital, a figure soared forth, bowing deeply to the spiritual vessel. Sun Tianxi's Wang Yun pays respect to the esteemed immortals of the Heavenly Star Palace. My lord requests your presence. Zhao Kuo had taken notice. The left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, Xing Yunzi, felt a flicker of amusement at the corners of his mouth. The spiritual vessel beneath his feet vanished in an instant, transforming into a bead that fell into his hand, leading the members of the Heavenly Star Palace towards the royal palace. Xing Yunzi remarked, "This king of Zhao is rather audacious. How dare such a mere ruler not come personally to greet the guardian?" Beside him, a disciple from the Heavenly Star Palace voiced his indignation. Is it not absurd? How can he be so dismissive? Never mind, there is no need to dwell on such trivialities, Xing Yunzi replied with a cold chuckle. King Zhao, I apologize for not being able to welcome you in person. May I inquire what brings you to our realm? Zhao Kuo, looking at the left guardian Xing Yunzi, laughed heartily. I am honored. Yet I must express my surprise at your visit. That it is indeed a celebration that the king has broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Xing Yunzi's expression flickered, and a smile graced his lips. It is merely coincidence. Please take your seat. Zhao Kui gestured grandly, inviting Xing Yunzi to sit. Pray tell, what brings you to Zhao today, as a kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Star Palace, if there is a matter at hand? I am at your service. Zhao Kui understood that the left guardian Xing Yunzi, as a significant figure in the Heavenly Star Palace, must have important business. It could not simply be a leisurely visit. Indeed, the king speaks plainly. Since you have inquired, I shall be forthright that a month ago, a message emerged from Qingxiu Mountain, by a stroke of fortune. The Lord of Qingxiu came into possession of a treasure known as the Thunder-Devouring Pearl, which possesses the terrifying ability to consume heavenly thunder. For practitioners like us, heavenly thunder is a formidable foe, a harbinger of death. Yet, this treasure can absorb it. Once this news was confirmed, various malevolent forces and powerful beings from the demon tribes surged into Qingxiu Mountain, annihilating the Qingxiu clan. Unfortunately, they could not seize the Thunder-Devouring Pearl, as it was stealthily taken away by a celestial fox from Qingxiu Mountain, who miraculously evaded that calamity. Recent intel suggests that this celestial fox may have traversed into Zhao's territory, utilizing the wondrous Thunder-Devouring Pearl to survive a cataclysmic tribulation and transform into a human form. Now, various factions are scouring the land for the whereabouts of this transformed fox, upon learning of their nefarious intentions. The Palace Master has mobilized the members of the Heavenly Star Palace to seek out the Celestial Fox's hiding place, hoping to find and protect her before she falls into the hands of those other factions. For her safety is paramount. Currently, it has come to my attention that numerous practitioners, demon hunters, and sorcerers are scouring Zhao for the Celestial Fox. Yet in Zhao, no one possesses the capability to unearth her whereabouts quite like you, my king. Thus, I have come seeking your assistance. Xing Yunzi conveyed all this in one breath. Searching for the Celestial Fox. Is that not akin to courting disaster? Zhao Kui retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The Celestial Fox is presently within the courtyard of Li Yishi, who possesses the means to capture her. Guardian, it is not that I refuse to comply, but as you can see, there are numerous factions present. Even if I were to issue a command, it would be challenging to locate the Celestial Fox. The do not be vexed, for we must certainly pursue this matter, though it may prove difficult to manage. We can only endeavor to do our best. Sensing the ire of the Heavenly Star Palace members rising, Zhao Kui quickly added, Queen, the left guardian has a fondness for fine wine. Please fetch my best wine so that we may drink and converse. Yes, your majesty, the queen replied, retreating to procure the wine. She instructed her maid, the left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace possesses an esteemed status and immense power. Today, the king has ordered a banquet of fine wine. This jar is hidden away, undoubtedly a rare vintage, so bring it forth with care. And be cautious. Do not offend the others from the Heavenly Star Palace. Before long, the queen returned, pouring exquisite wine for the two. Stepping aside, for even as Zhao's queen, she dared not overstep her bounds. Brother Zhao, I hope you do not mind my intrusion during this time. Come, let me toast to you. Xing Yunzi raised his cup in salute to Zhao Kui, who, having broken through to the heavenly martial realm, no longer underestimated him. Not at all, Brother Zhao. Zhao Kui replied, lifting his cup. You two have attained the heavenly martial realm. We are equals now, so no need for excess formality. Xing Yunzi downed his drink in one gulp. However, as the wine coursed down his throat, he felt as if struck by heavenly thunder, his body trembling violently, shock reflected in his eyes as he stared intently at the cup in his hand. The hand that gripped the cup shook uncontrollably, as he sensed an arcane power surging within him. Miraculously, some old ailments within his body began to heal, an achievement he had failed to accomplish despite countless precious medicines. His heart raced and roared with excitement. If his old ailments were healed, given time, he would surely break through to the earthly martial realm, elevating his status even further. Meanwhile, Zhao Kui also sensed something amiss with Xing Yunzi. His eyes narrowing in concern. Uncertain of the situation, he downed his wine as well, as the exquisite liquor slid down his throat. Zhao Kui's expression shifted. He finally understood why Xing Yunzi was so affected. It was the renowned 100-flower brew, gifted by Li Yishi. Damn it. Zhao Kui nearly exploded with rage that he had hidden the 100-flower brew so carefully, only to have it brought forth by the queen. At that moment, the queen realized something was amiss. Observing the tremors in Xing Yunzi's hand and the swirling power of starlight within his eyes, while his aura surged unexpectedly, the left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, with his exalted status, should not be in such a state of disarray. This was all contrary to reason, unless the wine in his hand was problematic, seriously problematic. The queen, being no ordinary person, spoke nervously to Zhao Kuo. "Your Majesty, is there something wrong with this wine?" When the queen's gaze fell upon Zhao Kuo, her shock deepened, causing her to swallow her words. She had learned that Zhao Kuo had been in seclusion, with no time for state affairs, yet she had no inkling that he had broken through to the heavenly martial realm. The revelation of Zhao Kuo's breakthrough astounded her, but at that moment, she also noticed a fierce and overwhelming aura surrounding him, a preternatural energy that was terrifyingly potent. Though the queen possessed a transcendent level of cultivation, she could sense that this energy could obliterate her in an instant. "Your Majesty, is there an issue with this wine?" The queen, now anxious and uncertain, transmitted her concerns to Zhao Kuo, fearing that any misstep could incite the ire of the left guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, bringing calamity upon Zhao. "Is there an issue?" "My dear queen, the issue is monumental," Zhao Kuo retorted. "Do you know what this wine is?" "This is the 100-flower brew, an elixir so rare that even the palace master of the Heavenly Star Palace cannot procure it. I hid it away so carefully, and yet you brought it forth. Do you have any idea how precious this brew is? It is worth countless times more than the entire kingdom of Zhao. Do you understand? This is infuriating. This is infuriating. You foolish spendthrift." Zhao Kuo berated, his fury palpable. "This divine brew was a gift from the young master, and it is what enabled me to break through to the heavenly martial realm. This is a celestial elixir. With it, I feel that my heaven and earth dominance body can reach its full potential. And yet, you have wasted a cup and exposed its existence." The queen's transmission had not only failed to alleviate the situation, but had instead ignited Zhao Kuo's wrath. Had Xing Yunzi not been present, Zhao Kuo would have risen in fury, not limiting himself to mere words. The 100-flower brew, a celestial concoction, assisting the king in reaching the heavenly martial realm. This was indeed a divine object. At that moment, the queen's mind buzzed with realization. She felt she had committed a grievous error that could bring disaster upon Zhao. "Oh, how foolish of me! I am doomed." Closing her eyes, the queen was engulfed in regret. Divine objects are both opportunities and potential calamities. Against the Heavenly Star Palace, how could Zhao hope to contend? In haste, she ordered that the 100-flower brew be replaced. Finally, Xing Yunzi exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him as a smile broke across his face. "Ha ha! Zhao Kuo, you are truly remarkable, willing to present such a divine treasure to share with me. Your sincerity and loyalty have not gone unnoticed by this guardian. Upon my return to the Celestial Star Palace, I shall undoubtedly report to the palace master, ensuring that the territory of the Zhao Kingdom is doubled." Xing Yunzi, holding a cup of wine, was filled with excitement, feeling that Zhao Kuo was exceedingly astute. Upon hearing Xing Yunzi's words, Zhao Kuo's lips twitched, inwardly cursing his own folly, yet he could only muster a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, Left Guardian, for your endorsement that I knew you would not forsake the Zhao Kingdom. After all, you are also a person of Zhao. The expansion of our territory is a glory that belongs to this land. This Zhao Kingdom is not solely Zhao Kuo's, but ours collectively. This celestial brew was fortuitously acquired by me in an ancient ruin. It was only after consuming this divine concoction that I was able to attain a breakthrough. That I have heard that the Left Guardian suffers from an old ailment, and this celestial brew possesses miraculous properties. Hence I have reserved a cup for you, as a token of respect. From this point onward, the Left Guardian shall surely soar to great heights as for the search for the Heavenly Fox. I shall ensure that the Celestial Patrol Department spares no effort in their pursuit." Zhao Kuo, deeply pained, swiftly diverted the conversation. However, the extraordinary nature of this celestial brew had already been witnessed by Xing Yunzi, who at that moment was hardly concerned with the Heavenly Fox or the Thunder-Devouring Pearl. Even if he were to possess the Thunder-Devouring Pearl, it was not something he could covet. Yet this celestial brew, a treasure only he knew of, was something he could desire. "Zhao brother, I wonder from which ruin this celestial brew was discovered. You truly possess remarkable fortune. This must be an item of the immortals." To be candid, I have sought countless divine pills, yet none could cure my old ailment, and this celestial brew has accomplished what they could not. It is undoubtedly a divine product. Xing Yunzi, no longer interested in the heavenly fox, was fixated on the 100 Flowers brew. What a curse! What should I do? At this moment, the queen was filled with regret, lamenting her grievous error. Left Guardian, that ruin is an ancient palace, drifting in the void. Had I known it would be so, I would have requested the Left Guardian to enter with me. Zhao Kuo chuckled. Ha ha! Ah, Zhao brother, your generosity is commendable. Did I raise my cup to you that a cold smirk appeared at the corners of Xing Yunzi's mouth as he lifted his cup. The wine just consumed had been procured by Zhao Kuo's queen. Having noticed the queen's unusual demeanor, Xing Yunzi naturally did not believe Zhao Kuo's words. Such fortune must have been a mistake. Otherwise, how could Zhao Kuo have been willing to share? It was impossible for him to have an inexhaustible supply. There was only one possibility. A mistake had indeed occurred. Xing Yunzi was elated. This visit to the Zhao kingdom had led him to unparalleled fortune that as for the heavenly fox. Xing Yunzi had nearly forgotten. What he desired was opportunity. Come, let us toast. Zhao Kuo remained unfazed, raising his cup in hearty drink. After sending Xing Yunzi off, Zhao Kuo turned to his queen, his chest heaving with rage. Your Majesty, it is my fault. The queen knelt, her face a mask of remorse. Humph. Begone, wasteful woman, depart. Zhao Kuo was furious, wishing he could take a life. When he had obtained the 100 Flowers brew, he had warned the king of the south that this treasure could also bring calamity, and it must be transformed into strength swiftly. Otherwise, if it were to be leaked, it would spell disaster for the Zhao kingdom. Yet, now issues had arisen on his end. Was this fate? Chapter 44. This place is terrifying, Left Guardian. Zhao Kuo has hidden his strength well, having unexpectedly broken through to the heavenly martial realm. With his prowess, it seems he will not fully cooperate with us regarding the thunder-devouring pearl. Back in the designated courtyard, an elder of the Celestial Star Palace, his eyes glinting with cold light, spoke to Xing Yunzi. No matter. Once the heavenly fox is discovered, it will lead to a fierce battle regardless of who finds it. However, I have uncovered a secret of Zhao Kuo, and I am even more intrigued by it. You have followed me for many years. You know how stubborn my old ailment is, resistant to divine pills. Yet today, during my time in the Zhao kingdom, a single cup of wine has healed me. This brew contains a profound power capable of forging the body. The enhancement it offers is terrifying, akin to a divine pill. Just one cup not only restored my foundation, but equates to a decade of arduous training and body refinement. Would you not agree that this wine is a treasure? As Xing Yunzi recalled that sensation, his eyes sparkled with greed. What, Guardian, did I hear correctly? 1 cup of wine is equivalent to 10 years of body refinement. How is this possible? How can such a miraculous wine exist in this world? The elder of the Celestial Star Palace stammered in disbelief, as if caught in a dream, that do not doubt my words. You are my trusted confidants, having followed me through thick and thin for many years. Otherwise, I would not share this with you that if we can acquire this celestial brew, our powers will ascend to an unimaginable level. And the Celestial Star Palace shall be our dominion. Do you understand? Xing Yunzi suddenly fixed his gaze upon the others, his eyes glimmering with a terrifying light. That we obey. The group responded, bowing. Now, what I require of you is no longer to investigate the whereabouts of the heavenly fox. Instead, I want you to mobilize every resource at your disposal to ascertain Zhao Kuo's recent activities. This treasure must have been recently acquired. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would have long since consumed and utilized it. We still have a chance. Do you comprehend? Xing Yunzi's voice was laced with longing. Yes, understood. The disciples of the Celestial Star Palace immediately arranged to investigate. Did I end the rooms? Soon only Xing Yunzi remained. Your Majesty, I was wrong. But now, Xing Yunzi will certainly not overlook the inquiry into the source of this treasure, and if he discovers it, we may be in trouble. The queen was in a state of frantic anxiety. What does it matter if you know? Do not think that even if Xing Yunzi or the Celestial Star Palace finds out about the young master, it would mean anything that if the young master is displeased. Even the Celestial Star Palace will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This was bestowed by the young master, not something obtained from any ruins. My only concern is that the young master may assume a mortal guise to experience the life of an ordinary person. If Xing Yunzi disrupts him and learns that I have made an error, it could lead to a rift between them. Yet, if we forcibly oppose the Celestial Star Palace, our strength is insufficient. Zhao Kuo's expression grew somber that a night passed without sleep, and at last, Xing Yunzi received news. Guardian, we have received a report. A month ago, the king of the south visited Zhao Wang, after which Zhao Wang disappeared, heading to a place called Luoxianji, and has apparently been in seclusion since his return. This treasure must have originated from Luoxianji. I have already dispatched our personnel there. Guardian, shall we proceed to Luoxianji now? The elder was now utterly ecstatic. Luoxianji, let us go at once. Xing Yunzi was filled with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. Upon investigation by the members of the Celestial Star Palace, only one unusual rumor emerged from Luoxianji. A divine physician resided there. His tales captivating all who heard them, that he lived solitary atop a mysterious mountain. Known to FEWT, the foot of the mountain, Xing Yunzi furrowed his brow, observing the peak. This place appeared unremarkable, devoid of formations or any aura of cultivation. Everything seemed ordinary. Yet this location remained unexplored. Let us ascend the mountain. Xing Yunzi ultimately resolved to investigate further. If no information was found, he would have to pursue leads concerning the king of the south and Zhao Wang. As Xing Yunzi approached the courtyard, he found Li Yishi and Hu Qingyun engrossed in a game of chess, imparting wisdom on Hu Qingyun's skills, oblivious to the presence of outsiders that the He and others gathered around. Absorbing the essence of the Tao. Just then, a flash of spiritual light surged through the backyard, capturing the attention of Xing Yunzi and his companions. Scanning with his soul power, he discovered that Li Yishi was merely immortal and paid him no mind. Instead, drawn to the spiritual light emanating from the backyard at go. The eyes of Xing Yunzi and his group sparkled with excitement as they stealthily entered the backyard, that the He cast a dismissive glance. Continuing his slumber and cultivation. What is that? A medicinal herb that has transformed into a demon. Here, the aura is stronger than many precious herbs. Have they all transformed? The elder accompanying Xing Yunzi was trembling with excitement at the sight. If we acquire and refine these precious herbs, our strength will surely undergo a terrifying enhancement. Seize them all. This must be the place of fortune. These should be ordinary herbs. Xing Yunzi's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scanned the surroundings with his soul power. Yes. The disciples and elders of the Celestial Star Palace immediately lunged toward the precious herbs, realizing that the demonized herbs were not easily obtained and required teamwork. However, just as their bodies surged forward, they had not yet approached the herbs, when upon reaching the 9 heavens resting soil, their forms exploded in an instant, erupting into a mist of blood. Is it an array? In this scene, Xing Yunzi and the only elder left beside him naturally sensed the ominous atmosphere. Their eyes filled with horror as they gazed towards that direction. The 7 supreme beings of the Tongtian realm had perished silently, an occurrence that was utterly chilling. Guardian, this place is too terrifying. What shall we do? The elder, whose strength barely reached the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, was now paralyzed with fear, no longer desiring any opportunities, only wishing to flee from this place. Silence. I shall go take a look. With a cautious demeanor, Xing Yunzi slowly approached the vicinity of the Jiutianzitu that as he drew near, he nearly collapsed, hastily retreating in terror, for he had felt as if a great mountain had fallen upon him. His mind shaken. After all, he was a being of the Tianwu realm, that am I unharmed. Yet the next moment, upon realizing he was indeed safe, a surge of joy filled Xing Yunzi. After another attempt, his gaze fell upon the Jiutianshitu, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. This is the Jiutianshitu, the legendary Jiutianshitu. Have I arrived in the divine realm? This is a supreme treasure, a true treasure. Guardian, save me, as Xing Yunzi was engulfed in astonishment. The elder, intent on escape, revealed a look of terror. His legs stepped into the stream, and his body began to age at an alarming rate, vanishing before Xing Yunzi's very eyes, who witnessed the elder decay into ashes at the very moment he turned around. Chapter 45. The Peril of Cultivation. What has happened? Why did he perish of old age? What lies over there? What could have so swiftly drained him of all vitality and lifespan, aging him from youth to senescence, and then to decay and disappearance within mere moments? Why? At this moment, Xing Yunzi, terrified, staggered back dozens of steps, His eyes filled with dread. He simply could not fathom why such an inexplicable event had occurred. Why? Could there be some malevolent entity in this place? Gasping for breath, his eyes overflowing with fear, he reflected upon his previous encounters in the ancient forbidden grounds, where he had witnessed bizarre occurrences. Here, he had witnessed his subordinate age into death. The horrifying scene lingered in his mind. Even as a being of the Tianwu realm, Xingyanzi was utterly terrified, his breathing akin to that of a bellows. Panting violently, gradually as his breath steadied, he began to regain his composure. Jiuqian Shitu, Jiuqian Shu. He repeatedly murmured, excitement igniting within his gaze that if he could take away even a grain of Jiuqian Shitu today, it would be an immense fortune. For this was a treasure coveted by both gods and demons alike. He had only heard of its description in ancient texts within the Tianqing Palace. At this moment, Xingyanzi appeared entranced, his eyes fixated solely on the Jiuqian Shitu. He yearned for it, an insatiable desire consuming him. Once he had calmed his racing heart, Xingyanzi cautiously approached the Jiuqian Shitu, withdrawing his weapon to begin excavating the soil. However, the instant his weapon made contact with the Jiuqian Shitu, he discovered that he could not budge it in the slightest, leaving no mark upon the ground. Indeed, it is a supreme treasure, the Jiuqian Shitu, a coveted object by both gods and demons, truly extraordinary. Rather than feeling disheartened, Xingyanzi was instead filled with exhilaration that he yearned to roar in triumph. Yet he sensed the abundance of treasures in this place and could not allow others to discover them. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and resumed his attempts to dig. Yet a minute later, his expression shifted entirely. Despite exerting all his might to excavate, he could still not move the Jiuqian Shitu even a fraction, merely leaving a faint trace upon the ground that began to slowly vanish. Why? How could this be? Why is the Jiuqian Shitu so unyielding? Faced with a mountain of treasure, yet unable to touch even the slightest. How could Xingyanzi not feel despair? He continued to murmur, Jiuqian Shitu, Jiuqian Shitu. What about that place over there? In his desperation, Xingyanzi recalled the spot where the elder had perished. He muttered, several lives were lost upon the Jiuqian Shitu. What opportunities might lie beyond? Surely they cannot be equally unattainable. With greedy eyes, Xingyanzi gazed towards that direction and cautiously approached the stream's edge. Daring not to venture closer, he tossed a treasured item into the stream. His gaze fixed intently upon it, he watched helplessly as the item decayed, witnessing the passage of time upon it. This the river of time? Impossible, this cannot be the river of time. The river of time exists above the 9 heavens. It cannot be here. Xingyanzi shook his head repeatedly, denying his own conjecture, yet he could not comprehend the scene before him. The next moment, his gaze fell upon a tea tree within the stream. What kind of tea tree is this? How marvelous! It is not decayed in this water. It must be a divine tree, a supreme treasure. Xingyanzi's eyes sparkled once more, his focus unwavering. However, mere minutes later, his eyes turned crimson, and he felt he might go mad, for he could not approach the tea tree, merely watching helplessly. Fool, fool, fool. If you cannot obtain this, will you not seek something else? A sparrow alighted, mocking Xingyanzi. Yes, there are other treasures here. I still have a chance to if enlightened. Xingyanzi regained his composure amidst his madness. Fool! That is the true treasure. Did you not see? It is the celestial peach. It is said that in the garden of the Queen Mother, there are 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bear small fruits that mature every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consume them. The next 1,200 bear fruit every 6,000 years, allowing ascension to those who partake. And the final 1,200, with purple veins and fine pits, bear fruit every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. This is it. The only pity is that it is not matured yet. However, even unripe, it is still a supreme treasure. The little sparrow flitted around Xingyanzi, chattering excitedly. Impossible! Such celestial beings cannot exist in this world. Xingyanzi refuted. What is impossible? Did you not see the Jiuqian Shitu? Did you not see the Wu Dao divine tea? Did you not see the river of time? All these exist. Why can the celestial peach not exist? The sparrow laughed. This time, Xingyanzi was truly moved. The celestial peach, which matures every 3,000 years, grants immortality. Every 6,000 years, it allows ascension and eternal life. and every 9,000 years, it provides longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. All of this shattered his understanding, driving him once more into madness that I must obtain the celestial peach. With a whoosh, Xingyunzi transformed into a streak of starlight, hurtling towards a peach tree, his eyes brimming with madness. However, while he approached swiftly, he retreated even faster. Before he could get close to the peach tree, a branch struck him away, nearly shattering his body. The celestial peach. It must be the celestial peach. The divine tree possesses spirit. Under the sparrow's relentless provocation, Xingyunzi's gaze darted around, yet he could not disturb anything in the surrounding garden. Half an hour later, he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of insanity. Ha ha ha! I have reached the celestial realm. I have seen the celestial peach. I have seen the divine soil. I have seen the river of time. I have seen, babbling incoherently, Xingyunzi wandered aimlessly, lost in his delirium. What kind of madman is this? How annoying. Cultivation is truly perilous. This one seems to have lost his way. While playing chess, Li Yishi glanced up, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. The big black dog cast a glance. Eyeing the exuberant little sparrow, utterly speechless, he had come to understand the situation. Encountering the little sparrow had sparked a greed within him, and it was no surprise he had gone mad. Continue sleeping then. Chapter 46. The Terrified Queen Xingyun. Although I am not versed in cultivation, I believe you must proceed methodically. Haste may lead to unforeseen accidents or even madness, Li Yishi said with utmost seriousness. That I will heed your words, my lord. Beside him, Hu Qingyun nodded eagerly and glanced at the erratic Xingyunzi. A wave of trepidation washing over her, it became abundantly clear that one must never rush in the pursuit of cultivation. This was a lesson imparted by the young master. At the foot of the mountain, the couple Zhao Kuo and his wife hurriedly approached, their faces etched with anxiety. Zhao Kuo's eyes were cold as ice, his heart racing with distress. How could Xingyunzi have discovered his whereabouts overnight? Enraged, Zhao Kuo had unleashed a torrent of bloodshed within the royal palace, realizing that many among his ranks were not genuinely loyal to him, but rather to the Heavenly Star Palace. Seizing this opportunity, he had conducted a thorough purge. Zhao Kuo's sole concern was that Xingyunzi's arrival at Luoxian gathering might disturb Li Yishi's peace. That would be utterly unacceptable. Your Majesty, look. Just as Zhao Kuo was consumed by anxiety, the queen's gaze fell upon the distant void. In that very moment, a figure emerged, frenzied and wild-eyed, with blood-red irises, behaving like a beggar. Despite the tattered state of his robe, it was unmistakably the guardian attire of the Heavenly Star Palace. The Queen of Zhao, witnessing this scene, was filled with disbelief. She could scarcely trust her own eyes. It was indeed a person from the Heavenly Star Palace. Yet, the garment belonged solely to Xingyunzi, the only guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace in Zhao at that moment. She was unable to comprehend the sight before her, her heart quaking at the implications. The guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, a figure of immense stature, had seemingly lost his sanity overnight. What are you staring at? What is there to see? Zhao Kuo, visibly agitated, paid no heed to the queen's words. His mind was preoccupied with the potential repercussions if the Heavenly Star Palace's emissary provoked the young master. He did not bother to mask his displeasure towards the queen's remarks. No, Your Majesty, look over there. Isn't that Xingyunzi from the Heavenly Star Palace? Undeterred by Zhao Kuo's rebuke, the queen pointed out again. Xingyunzi? How could that possibly be him? Zhao Kuo dismissed the notion nonchalantly. However, upon a casual glance, his gaze abruptly fixated upon Xingyunzi. This is indeed Xingyunzi, that he has gone mad. But how could this be? Is it possible that he ventured to the sacred mountain and provoked the young master, resulting in his current state? It must be so, without a doubt. Who is the young master, after all? Merely the guardian of the Heavenly Star Palace, Xingyunzi. Provoking him is a death wish. This must be the young master's punishment. A self-inflicted demise. Zhao Kuo's face twisted in disdain at the mere thought of such a character daring to challenge the young master. Your Majesty, is the young master you speak of truly that formidable? The queen, her voice trembling with fear, inquired that at present, the emissaries from the Heavenly Star Palace in Zhao may face total annihilation, that if that were to happen, the Heavenly Star Palace would surely be enraged and dispatch others to Zhao. How shall we respond? The queen's gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kuo, filled with trepidation. The fear of the Heavenly Star Palace was not a fleeting sentiment. They had suppressed all for hundreds of years. Fear not. I have stated before that the Heavenly Star Palace is indeed a formidable entity, yet before the young master, it is but a mere shadow. Should they provoke him, if the young master were to take offense, it would spell doom for the Heavenly Star Palace. Let us move on. Enough of this discussion. We must pay our respects to the young master. Now that we are at Luosian gathering, failing to pay our respects would surely anger him. Zhao Kuo's expression turned grave, and with a change of demeanor, his royal robes transformed into the attire of a common nobleman as he led his queen towards the sacred mountain. Zhao Kuo pays his respects to the young master. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Kuo bowed deeply, calling out, "Creak!" The courtyard door opened, and Lao Bai S had appeared. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, it is the Zhao King. Please come in. You are here to visit the young master, I presume? The young master is currently resting, that I shall awaken him once he stirs. The young master is asleep?" Zhao Kuo's expression tightened at this revelation. He raised his gaze to the sky, anxiety gnawing at him further. It was the height of midday, a time for enjoyment, yet Li Yishi was asleep. How could Zhao Kuo not feel apprehensive? Surely the young master does not wish to see me. Perhaps he has learned of my inadvertent disclosure of his whereabouts, which led to the foolhardy Xing Yunzi confronting him. It must be so. It must. Otherwise, the young master had never declined to meet anyone during their previous visits. Damn the Heavenly Star Palace. Fury and anxiety filled Zhao Kuo's eyes. Lao Bai, standing by the door, looked puzzled and, noticing Zhao Kuo's silence, asked, "Zhao King, why do you not come inside? Shall I go wake the young master?" Hearing Lao Bai's suggestion, Zhao Kuo's face drained of color. Panic gripping him, he stammered, No, the young master is resting. I cannot disturb him. Might I inquire if you have any knowledge of the young master's discontent of late?" Desperately seeking information from Lao Bai to mend his relationship with Li Yishi, Zhao Kuo pressed on. "The young master has been displeased of late." "You say so, Zhao King. Indeed, there is something that if you could resolve it, the young master would likely be pleased." Lao Bai pondered before responding. Upon hearing Lao Bai's words, Zhao Kuo's spirits lifted, and he bowed even lower. "What is it?" "It would be my honor to serve the young master. It is nothing grave, really. Just that countless cultivators have been flying about in the heavens lately. Each time the young master sees them, he sighs, as if feeling unwell, and his expression soured. If Zhao King could find a way to drive these cultivators away, the young master would undoubtedly be pleased," Lao Bai said with a grin. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I take my leave now. I know what to do," Zhao Kuo exclaimed, hurrying away. Lao Bai intended to say more, but upon seeing Zhao Kuo's hurried departure, he could only close the door with a puzzled expression. "Why such haste?" "Your Majesty." "Who is that?" The queen, having left the sacred mountain, asked, her face pale. That it was only now that she dared to speak. The spirit attendant beside the young master assists him with household matters and acts as steward. "That I know what you wish to ask, and I shall tell you. That is an unparalleled divine weapon. A truly fearsome artifact which the young master treats as a mere servant. Now do you grasp the young master's terror?" Zhao Kuo's voice was frigid. Chapter 47. This world is dangerous. Cultivate many friendships, Your Majesty. I am doomed, utterly doomed. If only I could quell the young master's wrath. I shall leave matters in your hands, that I am indeed doomed. The queen, once high and mighty, now lay prostrate before Zhao Kuo, trembling in fear, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her mind was inundated with the image of that divine artifact, a blend of horror, dread, and regret consuming her thoughts. Enough. Do you understand fear now? But to what end? In the past, the young master welcomed your visits with a smile. Yet today, as you have seen, he does not wish to see me. The young master's capabilities are boundless. What is it that he does not know? How could anyone conceal anything from him? What you have witnessed is merely one of the young master's casual acquaintances. The water he drinks is the divine liquid from the 9 heavens. The soil he cultivates is the coveted essence fought for by gods and demons, and the tea he sips is grown in the river of time. At that moment, Zhao Kuo's face was a mask of rage, unleashing the pent-up fury he had harbored. Previously, he had been filled with trepidation, lacking the heart or time to chastise his queen. Now that he could breathe, he would not hold back. After venting his frustrations, his chest heaved violently. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please, punish me." The queen's expression was one of despair. "Punish you? If punishment is to be death, then since you are still alive, hold your tongue." Fortunately, the esteemed elder granted us a chance. This opportunity must have been subtly indicated by the young master, urging us to atone for our shortcomings that in recent days, a multitude of cultivators has flooded into Zhao, while the young master has been experiencing life at Luoxian Gathering. Initially, it was of little concern, but with the appearance of that wretched Xing Yunzi, the young master has truly become enraged that we must find a way to expel these intruders from Zhao. Surely the young master will not hold us accountable. A glimmer of hope appeared on Zhao Kuo's face. Indeed, the esteemed elder must have been signaling us. This is an excellent opportunity. Yet, Your Majesty, is it not exceedingly difficult? Xing Yunzi has mentioned that the Heavenly Star Palace has come here due to discovering a thunder-devouring pearl on Qingxiu Mountain. After the destruction of Qingxiu Mountain, it was taken away by a small demon of Qingxiu. The strength of Qingxiu Mountain far surpasses that of Zhao. If they were annihilated, how can we possibly deter these cultivators? Killing them would be an endless endeavor. After the queen's moment of joy, a shadow of despair once again crossed her face. The thought of expelling these individuals seemed almost impossible. The thunder-devouring pearl, a treasure of unparalleled worth, was something they would never relinquish easily. Moreover, Zhao State was merely a small nation. This matter, while undoubtedly troublesome, was not without resolution. That if the young master was displeased, it was imperative that this issue be resolved. The Prince of the South should have already broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Let us visit him first, for he may possess a solution. The expression of King Zhao shifted as he contemplated. The Prince of the South was his son, renowned for his unparalleled wisdom. At this moment, he thought of Zhao Zhanyu, who had also achieved the heavenly martial realm, a feat that seemed implausible. The queen shook her head resolutely. "What do you know? Yuer was the first to be acquainted with the young master. The opportunities he has encountered are beyond your imagination. Furthermore, Yuer has also received a jar of 100-flower brew. His innate talent is extraordinary, surpassing even mine, that I have broken through to the heavenly martial realm. So it is certain that Yuer can as well. Let us go see Yudan in the courtyard." Li Yishi, who had spent the night in relentless cultivation and had bled in despair, slowly opened his eyes, fatigue evident in his gaze. Although he had come to understand that he could not cultivate, he believed in the adage that persistence could break stone, that he had been secretly practicing for days, yet his efforts had yielded no results. This last attempt had ended in failure, and now, exhausted, he had just awoken. The world was perilous. Otherwise, with a house and a beautiful woman, even without the ability to cultivate, life would still be satisfactory. Liishi couldn't help but sigh. Now he realized that a wasted body was indeed just that, a waste. All the talk of persistence was but a joke that he no longer intended to cultivate. He had made numerous acquaintances with influential figures, and perhaps with their support, he could live a decent life. Creak! Li Yishi pushed open the door, and as he beheld the sunlight outside, the gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by a smile. "Young master, you are awake. Not long ago, King Zhao came by," Lao Bai said, approaching to report. "What? King Zhao came? Why didn't you wake me? I must go immediately. How can I let King Zhao wait for me? I am but a commoner, and although King Zhao is exceedingly humble, he is still a king, far beyond our comparison. Where is he? I will meet him at once." That Liishi's face was filled with urgency. These days, cultivators were everywhere. It was essential to establish a close relationship with King Zhao. "Let us go. I told him you were napping, so King Zhao left. He said he would visit again in the future," Lao Bai replied, sensing Li Yishi's concern for King Zhao. "What? He left? Why didn't you stay?" Li Yishi's anger began to surface. "Young master, I hadn't finished speaking before King Zhao departed. Perhaps he had urgent matters, as he left in quite a hurry." Lao Bai hurriedly explained. That's so? Lao Bai. We are merely ordinary people, and these are all powerful figures that in this world. Strength reigns supreme. Do you understand? We must cultivate friendships. Prepare yourself. I'm going out for a stroll, Li Yishi said after a moment of contemplation. "As you wish, young master." Lao Bai quickly set about preparing attired, the Prince of the South's estate. Zhao Kuo and the queen arrived, and Zhao Zhanyu hurried out to pay his respects, welcoming Zhao Kuo and the others inside. "Father, what brings you to my residence? If there is something to convey, you would have gone to the capital to see you," Zhao Zhanyu said hurriedly. Zhao Kuo raised his hand to interrupt that we have come today due to certain developments. After the arrival of the Heavenly Star Palace in Zhao State, your mother made an oversight and revealed the 100-flower brew, which was consumed by the Heavenly Star Palace's protector, Xing Yunzi. This individual is insatiably greedy and, within a night, traced the source of the brew back to the young master's residence. Although the others from the Heavenly Star Palace perished, Xing Yunzi has gone mad. Yet it seems the young master is displeased. The young master has afforded us an opportunity to redeem ourselves, but it is a difficult task. Hence I sought you out, for you are resourceful and may have a solution. Zhao Kuo furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as if a mountain weighed heavily upon him. The burden was suffocating. Addressing this matter meant confronting cultivators within a radius of millions. "Father, this situation is indeed precarious. Although we have both broken through to the heavenly martial realm, and with the royal family's earthly overlord body, we could barely manage. It would only be temporary. Such actions would only invite the gaze of other transcendent forces, placing Zhao State under even greater pressure. Thus, this is the least favorable course of action. These individuals seek the thunder-devouring pearl, a treasure of supreme value and no one would relinquish it easily." Zhao Zhanyu frowned. What if we had someone impersonate another to seize the thunder-devouring pearl? That could divert the attention of those forces. The queen quickly interjected, "That plan is promising. What do you think, at this moment?" King Zhao's eyes lit up. "It seems unwise." While the idea appears sound, the thunder-devouring pearl was taken from Zhao State. Countless forces will undoubtedly fixate on us, monitoring our every move that if we were to visit the young master, they would surely notice something amiss. Moreover, the Sky Fox is right beside the young master. Should they discover the Sky Fox, they would inevitably think of the thunder-devouring pearl. This would disrupt the young master's life entirely. And his anger would not be a trivial matter. Our opportunity would likely come to an end, and if the young master were truly enraged, Zhao State would share the same fate. Upon hearing the queen's strategy, Zhao Zhanyu quickly objected that you speaks wisely. You are indeed resourceful. If we were to proceed as such, we would likely face an even graver crisis. The queen's complexion paled in fear to you. What suggestions do you have? At this moment, King Zhao wore a serious expression, filled with tension and dread. Could we truly let this opportunity slip away? King Zhao was unwilling to concede, and similarly, the Prince of the South, Zhao Zhanyu, was reluctant to yield. Within a mere month, a jar of 100-flower brew had nearly saved him 2 centuries of cultivation time, propelling him to an unimaginable realm, the Inli Ishi. He saw the hope of immortality. How could he give up? "Father, attracting the attention of cultivators from a radius of millions is something Zhao State cannot dare to do, but it is not impossible." Zhao Zhanyu's eyes brightened. "Father, there are others beside us by the young master's side." Zhao Kuo's eyes glimmered with realization that Do you mean we should involve the refining sect and the fiery blaze sect in this? King Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Precisely, we shall draw them into our scheme. And they will do so with great enthusiasm. Zhao Zhanyu chuckled at while the refining sect is immensely powerful, capable of contending with the Heavenly Star Palace, the fiery blaze sect seems rather weak. What significant impact could they have? The queen appeared puzzled. Mother, you should have heard of the near extinction of the fiery blaze sect. Their continued existence is thanks to the young master's intervention that I suspect the sect master has acquired numerous opportunities and has likely broken through to the earthly martial realm, surpassing us in strength. His wife should also have reached the heavenly martial realm that as it stands. The most formidable person in Zhao State is no longer you, but rather the sect master of the fiery blaze sect. Yun Xiao. Zhao Zhanyu felt compelled to share this information with his mother. What? Yun Xiao has possibly broken through to the earthly martial realm. How could that be? The queen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Do not concern yourself with your mother. These matters are highly confidential, and she naturally is not privy to them, though we can inform her later. For now, let us discuss how to proceed and arrange this situation. King Zhao spoke with eager anticipation. Father, aside from you, me, and mother, as well as the individual from the refining sect, no one knows of Yun Zhao's advancement to the 5th realm that we will stage a performance. Creating a false Sky Fox. When we go to slay the Sky Fox, Yun Xiao can masquerade as a mysterious figure to eliminate it and seize the thunder-devouring pearl. In that moment, the various forces will find it difficult to perceive the truth that if we are given time, our strength will undoubtedly grow once more. At that point, with the three great forces allied, even if countless cultivators converge upon Zhao's state. What then? Can we not withstand them? Zhao Zhenyu smiled. Excellent. You truly are resourceful. Let us proceed as such. I will contact the refining sect and Yun Xiao immediately. King Zhao hurriedly departed. At Luo Xinji, a man and his dog descended the mountain. Clad in white, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, a voice called out, "Young master, you have arrived. Please come to my humble abode. Last time, you saved my daughter and my wife, and I have yet to properly express our gratitude." A couple looked at Li Yishi, their faces filled with joy. Had it not been for Li Yishi that day, their daughter might have lost her life. "Thank you, young master, for saving her life." The little girl hurriedly approached to pay her respects. "It was but a small effort. As a healer, it is my duty to save lives. May the child enjoy a long and prosperous life." Li Yishi replied with a warm smile. "You are too humble, young master. Allow me to pour you some water. Today, I must express my gratitude and take a sip of water." The middle-aged man wore an expression of warm enthusiasm. "Well, since there is nothing to attend to today, I shall not hesitate to intrude." Li Yishi smiled as she addressed him. "Young master, please have some water." A little girl, brimming with joy, approached with a cup of water. "Thank you." Gazing at the little girl, Li Yishi's face lit up with delight. Such a sensible and adorable child. At that moment, an urgent voice pierced through the air, and a figure burst in, gasping heavily, clearly having run a great distance. Upon entering, the man shouted, Brother Wang, it's terrible. Your sister is in labor, and the doctor is at a loss. You must see her at once." "What? Difficult labor? How could this be?" "Young master, you are a divine doctor. Please save my sister." The middle-aged man, his face etched with despair, turned his pleading gaze towards Li Yishi and quickly knelt before her. In that instant, his only hope rested upon Li Yishi's ability to rescue his sister. In an era where medical technology was primitive, difficult labor often spelled certain death. To save even one life would be a monumental blessing. "Very well. I shall accompany you to see." Li Yishi understood the gravity of the situation and promptly assisted the man to his feet. Following him, after a brief period, they arrived at the scene. There, a young man knelt on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, while the woman on the bed had already succumbed to her fate, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Sister. The Wang family man instantly broke down in tears, mourning the loss of his sister. Li Yishi examined the woman's eyes, noticing the perspiration on her forehead, and urgently declared, "Wait, she is not dead yet. There is still hope. Quickly, prepare an oil lamp for me. I need to sterilize and perform surgery immediately. Otherwise, she truly will perish." Li Yishi spun around, bellowing, Chapter 49. The young master, a divine being. "Surgery? What's surgery?" The crowd was filled with confusion upon hearing Li Yishi's words. None understood the meaning of surgery. This term was foreign to them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The middle-aged man, aware of Li Yishi's formidable skills, anxiously inquired, eager to assist her. "Surgery is surgery. Why ask so many questions? Hurry and prepare as I have instructed, and if we waste any more time, your sister will indeed die." Li Yishi shouted, "Quickly, prepare the oil lamp." The woman's husband, in a fit of despair, shouted, "What? She is already dead. How can there be hope for surgery? Do you even know what surgery entails?" In recent days, with so many cultivators in the bustling area of Luoxianji, the commotion naturally caught the attention of several onlookers, who were drawn to Li Yishi's presence. "Look, it's clear. This mortal is amusing. How can one who is dead still be saved? Is he a deity?" One person scoffed. "Let us observe and see what unfolds. We shall have our answer soon." The three men exchanged cynical smiles as they watched the scene unfold. As the oil lamp was brought forth, Li Yishi retrieved a surgical knife, began sterilizing it, and commanded, "Midwife, prepare hot water." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yishi commenced the cesarean section. "You fiend, my wife is dead, and you dare not spare her? I will fight you." The young man's eyes reddened at the sight of Li Yishi's actions. "Silence. Do you truly wish for your wife and child to perish? Who is the doctor here? You or I?" Li Ishi turned and shouted, silencing the young man to brother-in-law. Please trust the young master. Trust him. The middle-aged man quickly restrained his brother-in-law. Ignoring the commotion, Li Ishi continued with the surgery, and soon a child was cradled in her arms. The crowd remained uncertain of Li Ishi's intentions. They watched as she produced a golden needle, piercing it into the child's acupoint on the head and gently patting the child's backside. The infant expelled a quantity of impurities from its mouth, and in the next moment, let out a wail. He lives, my child. The young man exclaimed, I will cherish our child and raise him well. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced the crying infant. Stand back. Who claimed she was dead? Did I say that? She can still be saved. Are you intentionally being obtuse? Li Ishi replied, exasperated. Still salvageable. The crowd was rendered speechless, including the cultivators, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had already considered it miraculous that the child had been saved. But now Li Ishi claimed the woman still had a chance. They stared at her in astonishment. Yet, Li Ishi had no time to heed the bewildered gazes of others. She pressed on with the surgery, suturing the woman's wounds. Unbeknownst to her, as she stitched, an enigmatic force worked upon the injury, healing it at an alarming rate. Almost immediately after the suturing, the bleeding ceased. The next moment, Li Ishi produced the golden needle again, piercing it into the woman's head acupoint to perform acupuncture. The woman had fainted from asphyxiation during labor, but now, with the acupoints unblocked and the power of the golden needle aiding her, she would awaken. Li Ishi was exceedingly confident in her medical skills. This was merely a minor procedure for her. Though the system had not instructed her in cultivation, her medical expertise had reached an extraordinary level. In the following moment, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, albeit very weakly. She lives. My wife lives. The young man's eyes sparkled with joy. Sister, sister. The middle-aged man also wept tears of joy. Do not shout. She has lost too much blood. Although she has been saved, her condition is still precarious. You must care for her diligently to help her recover, Li Ishi urged, waving her hand. Thud. As soon as Li Ishi finished speaking, the young man knelt before her. Thank you, divine doctor. Were it not for your intervention, my wife and child would have perished today. Please, allow me to bow to you. The young man was overwhelmed with gratitude. A physician's duty is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Now, hurry and attend to your wife and child. Li Ishi assisted him to his feet. Divine, truly divine. He has indeed saved her. What sorcery is this? Could he really be a divine doctor? One of the cultivators exclaimed in shock. In a corner, the members of the demon-slaying guard wore expressions of astonishment. Young master, he is indeed a divine being. This must be the work of a celestial. These individuals had received orders from Prince Zhao to keep a close watch on Li Ishi. Should anyone dare to disrespect her, they would face dire consequences. Today, they had followed her and witnessed this miraculous scene. This person is certainly extraordinary. Capturing him may reveal the secrets of his healing prowess. After recovering from their shock, several cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cold intent. After bidding farewell, a smile graced Li Ishi's lips. Saving a life outweighed the construction of 7 pagodas. She felt a sense of purpose in her medical practice. Unbeknownst to her, several cultivators had stealthily followed. Their lips curled into cruel smiles. In their eyes, capturing a mere mortal would be an effortless task. However, just as they were about to act, the large dog following Li Ishi suddenly turned and shot them a glance. In that instant, with a flicker of ghostly light, several figures crumbled to ashes, not even having the chance to let out a terrified scream. Damn the blood fiend sect. How dare they show disrespect to the young master? He is not someone they can provoke. Even without action, just a thought could lead to their demise. The members of the demon-slaying guard stated coldly. Captain, the prince instructed that should anyone disrespect the young master, they must be dealt with ruthlessly. Should we report to the prince and mobilize against the blood fiend sect? They have grown exceedingly bold, one young man remarked icily. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Zhanyu of the Jingnan Wangfu's expression turned frigid. Damn the blood fiend sect. They are courting death. Gather the men. We shall go to obliterate the blood fiend sect. Zayas Henyu's voice seemed to emanate from an ancient frigid abyss, sending shivers through the very soul. Chapter 50. One stroke to vanquish 1,000 demons within the realm of Luoxianji. Li Yishi continued to wander with his loyal black dog. Unbeknownst to him, the disciples of the Dija sect sought to capture him. Li Yishi's reputation as an immortal physician had spread far and wide throughout Luoxianji, celebrated and revered by all. His extraordinary medical methods had paved the way for a groundbreaking approach to healing. Prior to this, no one across the continent had ever witnessed such miraculous techniques that could save countless lives. However, at this moment, Li Yishi remained blissfully unaware of his own renown. After a period of wandering, feeling somewhat fatigued, he and his canine companion entered a tea house. "Esteemed guest, please come this way," called the attendant. Clad in flowing white garments, Li Yishi appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens. A mere glance from the patrons was enough to inspire an inexplicable sense of reverence, prompting the attendant to hurriedly serve tea. "Esteemed guest, this is your tea," the attendant said with a respectful demeanor. "Here is the payment for the tea," Li Yishi replied, quickly producing a few pieces of silver. "Esteemed guest, today the scion of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, has reserved the entire tea house to host a gathering for the young elites of the surrounding 100 miles. All expenses are covered, and you are indeed a distinguished guest invited by young Master Xiao." The attendant's tone was tinged with nervousness. Firstly, Li Yishi's appearance clearly marked him as someone of noble lineage, someone who should not be offended, and he exuded an inexplicable warmth, devoid of arrogance. Secondly, Xiao Zhan hailed from the esteemed Xiao family, known for its lineage of practitioners. Despite Xiao Zhan's inability to cultivate himself, he remained a figure of immense respect. His love for poetry and literature had endeared him to the family patriarch. Today, as he gathered various young masters and scholars, the attendant was anxious to retain Li Yishi's presence. "Fearing the repercussions of offending Xiao Zhan, that I was unaware that this establishment was reserved. My apologies. I shall take my leave," Li Yishi responded, his expression one of regret as he prepared to depart. At that moment, Xiao Zhan, who had just entered the tea house, overheard Li Yishi's words that a cursory glance in their direction initially stirred annoyance at the presence of others in the tea house. But upon beholding Li Yishi's ethereal visage, he was instantly captivated, as if struck by divine light, that Li Yishi resembled a celestial being from a painting, exuding grace and elegance. Addressing Li Yishi with utmost politeness, Xiao Zhan inquired, "May I ask your name, esteemed friend?" "I am Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family. Today, I have gathered friends for a celebration, and you, with your refined demeanor, embody the qualities of a true gentleman. I would be honored to invite you to join us, should you be so inclined. Young Master Xiao, you are too kind, that I am merely a rustic individual, that it would be impolite to refuse your invitation. However, I am curious whether today's gathering is simply for the camaraderie of friends, or if there are other matters at hand." Li Yishi replied with a smile, contemplating the worthiness of associating with these individuals. If they were brash and arrogant, he would rather avoid the potential for trouble to as a mere mortal without any backing. He preferred to remain discreet. "Indeed, you speak candidly. This tea gathering is not solely for friendship. I have recently discovered that Luoxianji, which had previously remained distant from the ancient mountains, has been infiltrated by powerful monsters leading ferocious beasts into the nearby ranges. The resulting chaos has brought untold suffering to the common folk. Thus, I have organized this gathering to raise funds for their relief, while also hosting a small literary event." Xiao Zhan explained that, "I understand. Since it is a matter of aiding the common people, I, as a humble countryman, shall contribute what I can that a scholar, when impoverished, may uphold his own integrity, and when prosperous, ought to benefit the world," Li Yishi replied with a smile, deeply impressed by Xiao Zhan's noble intentions. Upon hearing this, Li Yishi felt a strong admiration for Xiao Zhan. This individual was indeed worthy of friendship, and Li Yishi recognized that he was in need of allies. Xiao Zhan struck him as a person of integrity. "May I inquire about your name, esteemed sir? Today I have learned much from you," Xiao Zhan said, bowing respectfully to Li Yishi. "I am Li Yishi, a humble man of the countryside, with only a modicum of literary knowledge." Li Yishi replied, returning the bow. "Your words today have illuminated my life's purpose, that my family is a lineage of practitioners, yet I am unable to cultivate. Until now, I have only accomplished trivial matters from this day forth. I shall strive to discover my true path," Xiao Zhan declared seriously, prompting Li Yishi to feel somewhat helpless. After bowing, Xiao Zhan again inclined his head towards Li Yishi, saying, Your wisdom has resonated with me profoundly. Might you be willing to inscribe your words for me, so that I may hang them in my study and reflect upon them daily? Xiao Zhan's gaze was filled with earnest hope. Very well, I shall indulge you, Li Yishi replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was merely a phrase, after all. Yet, seeing Xiao Zhan's unwavering seriousness, he felt it unkind to refuse. Attendant, quickly bring forth the ink, brush, and paper. I shall prepare the ink myself. Xiao Zhan instructed eagerly. As this small literary gathering unfolded, many young masters began to arrive, curious about the identity of Li Yishi, who remained an enigma to them. With the brush in hand, Li Yishi's demeanor transformed, exuding a presence akin to a sage. Each character that flowed from his brush seemed to possess an enchanting allure, captivating the attention of all present. As the atmosphere in the tea house shifted, a majestic figure appeared in the ethereal realm above, radiating an aura of righteousness, capable of sweeping away countless demons with a single stroke. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Look, there is an immortal in the sky. Indeed, it is true. The crowd in Luoxianji stood in awe, utterly astonished. Regrettably, the visage of this ethereal figure remained obscured, as if belonging to another realm. It seemed to depict a battlefield where myriad demons roamed, only to be vanquished by the brush of a scholar wielding an aura of righteousness. Esteemed guest, it is truly you, exclaimed the demon-slaying guard, who had been silently following Li Yishi. Their expressions shifted dramatically, for the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yishi. Unbeknownst to the gathered throng, across the continent, the ethereal manifestations of revered academies began to appear, bowing towards the southern expanse, an event unprecedented in history. Across the Tianzhou domain and the western celestial dojo, a Buddha opened his eyes, gazing towards the southern region. The sword Dao Hall, a spectral sword pierced the heavens, while in the demon god palace, an unparalleled demon god awakened, eyes filled with trepidation. In the desolate demon domain, a powerful demon knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, in the humble Confucian sanctum, an elder wept tears of joy, for the revival of the literary path heralded the construction of a righteous era. Chapter 51. Ink penetrating the wood. The righteousness of Confucianism and Taoism, the numerous supreme forces across Tianzhou were stirred, yet the Zhao kingdom remained oblivious, as did the inhabitants of Luoxianji. All present were enraptured by the celestial figure that had materialized above. Their hearts swayed by its grandeur, its overwhelming presence, and the righteous aura of the scholar, compelling them to bow in homage, draped in a scholar's robe with a long sword at his waist. A jade pendant struck against the scabbard in the gentle breeze, producing an enigmatic melody. The scholar, without drawing his sword, merely harnessed the spiritual energy to form a brush that swept away the demons. The robe billowed in the wind, hair dancing freely, a sight beyond mere words to describe. As news of these events reached the palace of Zhao, the reclusive king Zhao Kuo was jolted from his meditative state. Shocked into re-emergence, in the tea house, Li Yishi remained blissfully unaware. Upon completing his final stroke, he set down the brush, surveying his work with satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Today, I am grateful for your gift of words. Esteemed young master, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled with reverence, as if perceiving the ethereal figures of sages, his heart overwhelmed with awe. His gaze towards Li Yishi transformed into one of profound respect, enveloping him in an aura of talent. Esteemed guest, might you visit my Xiao family? I wish to express my gratitude, Xiao Zhan implored, urgency lacing his tone as he dismissed those around him. Alas, I cannot. Young Master Xiao is hosting a gathering today, and I do not wish to intrude. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I would be delighted to engage in conversation, Li Yishi replied, recalling his companion, Hu Qingyan at home, eager to avoid leaving her alone. The Xiao family shall see you off, esteemed guest, Xiao Zhan said, his respect for Li Yishi reaching newfound heights, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Only after Li Yishi had departed did Xiao Zhan exhale deeply, his heart racing with excitement. This talent. It must be talent, without a doubt. Gazing at the characters inscribed before him, Xiao Zhan's heart surged with exhilaration that he longed to roar with joy. Yet, as his hand reached for the inscription, his expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? At this moment, Xiao Zhan once again astonished all. Although he was unable to cultivate Over the years, he had received the affection of his family, consuming countless precious medicines which rendered his physique extraordinarily robust. Yet today, he found himself unable to lift even a single painting, the words inscribed upon it weighing as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was indeed a case of one word worth 1,000 pounds. Young master, he must be a sage. He is certainly a sage in this world. The elegance and refinement that once adorned Xiao Zhan seemed to vanish, replaced by an inexplicable shock. Taking a deep breath, he commanded the servants in the distance. Hurry, return to the family at the swiftest pace, and inform my father that I have an urgent matter of utmost importance that requires his presence at the tea-house. Move with utmost speed and do not disclose this to anyone. Xiao Zhan spoke with a grave expression. Yes, young master. The servants of the Xiao family hastily exited the tea-house, rushing towards the Xiao residence. At this moment, Xiao Zhan removed the long robe from his body and covered the painting on the table. Having completed these actions, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Though he appeared to have eased his tension, in reality, Xiao Zhan remained utterly vigilant, his mind tumultuous with thoughts. Talent, it was indeed talent. The young master was unexpectedly an extraordinary figure, a sage of Confucianism and Taoism. And within the strokes of the writing lay an unfathomable depth of talent that I cannot cultivate. But I can cultivate my talent. The righteous spirit of Confucianism and Taoism can slay myriad demons, sweep away countless evils, and bury the gods and demons. This moment, Xiao Zhan's heart trembled violently, his heartbeat racing, and his eyes glimmering with brilliance that he had never anticipated that such a day would arrive. Confucianism and Taoism had languished for millennia, and now he was witnessing a glimmer of hope, an infinite dawn. The servants of the Xiao family hurriedly entered the estate. Master, young Master Xiao Zhan has an urgent matter and insists you come to the tea-house personally. And it must be quick. We cannot afford to let any information leak, nor can we delay. The servant spoke with an air of urgency, still panting heavily, as if he had not paused for a moment. What on earth is so urgent that Zhaner is in such a hurry? Xiao Zhan's father frowned and inquired that I do not know, but the young master seems exceedingly anxious today that it appears to be related to a person, someone who has written a piece of calligraphy for him. The servant quickly replied after some thought. Calligraphy, calligraphy. Xiao Zhan's father murmured to himself, as if struck by a revelation, his expression changing drastically. Previously, a sage's phantom had appeared above the falling immortal gathering, with a single stroke capable of sweeping away countless demons, leaving an indelible aura of righteousness that shocked innumerable cultivators. Upon hearing about the calligraphy, Xiao Zhan's father was taken aback. Despite the improbability, he rushed toward the tea-house, for that direction led straight to it. The Xiao family was not far from the tea-house, and Xiao Zhan's father traversed the air. Landing outside the tea-house within mere minutes, he saw Xiao Zhan moving restlessly within, urgency radiating from him, and hurried inside to Zhaner. What could possibly be so urgent? Xiao Zhan's father quickly asked, his eyes glinting with an unusual light as he looked at his son with hope. Father, this is not a place to discuss such matters. Let us take the calligraphy home first. Xiao Zhan urged, feeling uneasy even with his father present, as they had yet to secure the item. Very well. Xiao Zhan's father was about to retrieve the painting when his expression suddenly shifted. The painting before him was astonishingly heavy. What kind of treasure is this? A wave of shock coursed through Xiao Zhan's father, who hastily summoned his inner power to stow the calligraphy away. Zhaner, we must leave. His urgency intensified, as he now understood why Xiao Zhan had been so insistent on his presence. This was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Father, wait. However, just as Xiao Zhan was about to leave, his body froze, his eyes filled with horror. Zhaner, what is the matter? Xiao Zhan's father inquired anxiously, truly perplexed by his son's sudden change. Father, look at the table, Xiao Zhan exclaimed in a state of shock. What? In the next moment, Xiao Zhan's father stood utterly stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief that on the table, a line of words was inscribed. In poverty, one preserves oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world, deeply etched, emanating an aura of profundity. This is the Tao rhyme, the rhyme of Confucianism and Taoism. Xiao Zhan's father was genuinely astonished. How terrifying was this? Merely writing a few characters not only penetrated the wood, but also contained the essence of the Tao. Something exceedingly arcane, that we must go to at this moment. Xiao Zhan's father felt turmoil within. He was not merely shocked but also exceedingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead that if this were discovered, it would spell disaster for the Xiao family, potentially leading to their ruin. Even after experiencing countless storms, he could not suppress his trembling. Chapter 52, Provoking the Young Master, leading to annihilation. As Xiao Zhan and his father departed, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. The tables in the tea house followed them into the air. Observing their retreating figures, the onlookers were left utterly perplexed that Xiao Zhan truly so impoverished. Within the palace of Zhao State, news poured in, and Zhao Kuo lamented. It must be that the young master has taken some action. Otherwise, this commotion would not have arisen. That I wonder how things are faring there. You has arranged for the demon-slaying guards. So news should arrive shortly. How powerful is the young master? Could he possibly be proficient in myriad paths? The Wind Temple trembled imperceptibly, as the astonishing stroke seemed to evoke something from the young master. Confucianism and Taoism have declined for ages. Could the young master truly be a great figure of this tradition? No, it must be more than just Confucianism and Taoism. He might be adept in all paths. Zhao Kuo was filled with immense excitement, realizing he had encountered an unparalleled existence at the ground-shattering gate. The Southern King Zhao Zhanyu, accompanied by the elite forces of the Southern King's residence, descended upon the ground-shattering gate. Who dares to intrude upon my ground-shattering gate? Our domain is not one that just anyone can traverse. Roars of fury echoed within the ground-shattering gate. Simultaneously, figures emerged, their expressions icy as they regarded the Southern King and his entourage. So it is you, Southern King. You have quite the audacity. Does Zhao State seek to annihilate my ground-shattering gate? The gatekeeper of the ground-shattering gate looked upon Zhao Zhanyu with derision, his disdain palpable in his words. Though the ground-shattering gate was a nefarious faction, it had grown increasingly powerful over the century, to the extent that Zhao State could no longer obliterate them. In his eyes, the prospect of Zhao State trying to eradicate them was even more implausible. While he was wary of Zhao Kuo, Zhao Zhanyu was merely a junior in his view, and he did not regard him with any seriousness. Thus, upon his appearance, he could only offer scornful mockery. You have guessed correctly. Today, I have come to annihilate your ground-shattering gate. Do you truly believe I lack the capability to do so? The Southern King Zhao Zhanyu's voice was chilling, his gaze locked onto the gatekeeper of the ground-shattering gate with deadly intent. Annihilate my ground-shattering gate. Zhao Zhanyu, are you certain about that? Your father Zhao Kuo is nearly here, and to eradicate my ground-shattering gate, your Zhao State would suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, Zhao Kuo would have arrived earlier. Are you truly certain? The gatekeeper looked upon them with scorn. That I will be waiting for you, but I advise you to consult with your father before coming here. That's so. Ground-shattering gate. You are far too arrogant. Do you think you require my father to dispose of you? Before I kill you, allow me to explain the reason to you, so you won't die without understanding. The disciples of the ground-shattering gate conspired to harm the young master. Today, the ground-shattering gate shall be annihilated. With that command, Zhao Zhanyu's voice resonated, and a multitude of formidable figures charged towards the ground-shattering gate. Humph! A mere junior seeks to obliterate my ground-shattering gate. Today, I shall be the one to slay you. The gatekeeper of the ground-shattering gate transformed into a shadow, lunging toward Zhao Zhu. That a ghostly blade was unsheathed, slicing through the air with an overwhelming malevolence aimed directly at Zhao Zhanyu. The blade's energy carried with it an unfathomable dark aura. Morphing into a sinister dragon, the tyrant of the world, perish. The voice of Zhao Zhanyu emanated with an icy coldness, a chilling terror that swept through the in an instant. A colossal phantom appeared in the void, enveloped in boundless golden light, exuding an unparalleled dominance that crushed all in its path, as if it were the sole sovereign of the universe. The dark dragon formed from the blade's energy was instantly shattered by the overwhelming aura of the heavenly tyrant. At this moment, the gatekeeper of the ground-shattering gate felt a shuddering fear. His internal energy nearly dissipated, and he stared in terror at the golden tyrannical figure suspended in the sky, murmuring in despair. How is this possible? How could this be? This is the heavenly tyrant of the Zhao family, but it should be impossible for the heavenly tyrant to reach such a realm. How did he achieve this? At this moment, despair etched across his face. He was once the unrivaled master of the cosmos, commanding authority over all. Yet now, following the cataclysmic upheaval of the world, he found himself unable to successfully cultivate, leaving behind only a legend. Astonishingly, he now witnessed the escape. I am no match for him. The current leader of the Earth Fiend sect, trembling with terror, dared not confront Zhao Jinyu, that in an instant he turned to flee, expending his vital essence as he transformed into a shadow of blood, employing the sinister art of blood escape. Death, Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu stood in the void, looking down with disdain at the paralyzed leader of the Earth Fiend sect. Delivering a brutal punch, the force of his strike was cataclysmic, his presence that of a sovereign of the heavens, that an overwhelming aura radiated from him. The pressure of the Tao erupting forth, the terrifying imprint of his fist descended like a mountain from the void, ruthless and merciless, as if to rend apart all existence, burying everything beneath its weight, suppressing all in its path. The moment the dreadful pressure locked onto the leader of the Earth Fiend sect, his body became utterly rigid, as if ensnared, unable to move. The celestial martial realm. How could this be possible? Prince of the South, I am willing to be your servant. Spare my life that I surrender. The leader of the Earth Fiend sect howled in desperation. To offend the young master is to invite annihilation. In heaven and on earth, none dare to spare you. The Prince of the South, Zhao Jinyu, wore an expression of cold indifference, and the leader of the Earth Fiend sect faced Zhao Jinyu's devastating punch. Succumbing to utter hopelessness, boom! In the next moment, a cataclysmic sound erupted within the Earth Fiend sect. The once mighty leader of the Earth Fiend sect was obliterated, both body and soul annihilated. Simultaneously, the Grand Hall of the Earth Fiend sect was reduced to ruins. This single punch slaughtered over a dozen elders of the sect, and flee. The remaining members of the Earth Fiend sect were paralyzed with terror, witnessing the golden figure in the void, their very souls trembling in fear. The once dominant, ruthless, and bloodthirsty Earth Fiend sect became a relic of history beneath a single punch. The prince is invincible. The prince is invincible. The elite of the Demon Slayer Guard, their eyes wide with shock, erupted into excited roars. The century-long psychological pressure exerted by the Earth Fiend sect dissipated entirely, as they surged forward to slay the remaining disciples of the sect, the Prince of the South. Having vanquished the leader and over a dozen elders of the Earth Fiend sect, retracted his cosmic aura, coldly observing the ensuing slaughter below. With a chilling tone, he declared, I am unworthy to be the disciple of the young master. Yet he is my master, my eternal master. Those who harm my master shall be met with relentless retribution. To provoke the young master is to invite obliteration, with an air of inexorable coldness. Soon the Earth Fiend sect was entirely annihilated, a once evil force now consigned to the annals of history. Let us depart, the Prince of the South instructed, before stepping into the void and vanishing. Chapter 53, Neil, Wretched Child in the Falling Immortal Gathering. Following the safe return of Xiao Zhan and his father, they immediately sealed the hidden chamber. After ensuring there were no oversights, the father and son finally relaxed, their breaths heavy and labored. They exchanged glances, excitement and exhilaration reflected in their eyes, their hearts racing wildly. Once their breathing steadied, Xiao Zhan's father turned his gaze to him. Do you know what transpired in the skies above Falling Immortal Gathering today? His eyes sparkled with fervor, fixated intently on Xiao Zhan, his body trembling with anticipation. Father, what happened? Was it something significant? Xiao Zhan inquired, a grave expression overtaking his features. Upon entering the tea house, I was utterly astonished by the young master and knew nothing else. Could something monumental have occurred today? Let us not dwell on that for now, Dejaner. Do you still recall the appearance of that young master? Xiao Zhan's father pressed, his excitement palpable as he sought to ascertain whether the young master Xiao Zhan mentioned was indeed connected to the figure that had appeared in the void. If so, it would signal Xiao Zhan's rise to prominence. Initially, he would not have entertained such thoughts, but after witnessing the resonance of Confucian Tao, he could not help but reconsider, seeing the fervent expression on his father's face. Xiao Zhan felt a sense of relief, sensing it was not a bad omen. Otherwise, his father would not exhibit such fervor. Although uncertain, he replied earnestly, Of course I remember. The young master's visage is etched into my mind. He must be an extraordinary individual. Very well. Now, draw an image of that young master for me to see, Xiao Zhan's father urged excitedly. Father, What if the young master is not of your acquaintance? Xiao Zhan queried, puzzled by his father's fervor and eager to discern the identity of the young master. Enough with the trivialities. Just draw, his father retorted, his impatience evident at this moment. Xiao Zhan, feeling somewhat exasperated, complied. Though unable to cultivate, he possessed remarkable talent in painting and calligraphy. Taking up his brush, he swiftly produced a portrait on the rice paper. Dressed in white as snow, exuding elegance and grace, he resembled a celestial being. Yes, that is him. Thud. In a moment of bewilderment, Xiao Zhan's father suddenly knelt before the portrait, bowing deeply, awe and reverence flooding his eyes. Father, what are you doing? Xiao Zhan rushed to assist him. Silence. What do you understand? His father admonished. Wretched child, quickly kneel and pay your respects to the young master. This is your opportunity. You must kneel. Father, please explain why I must kneel. Xiao Zhan protested, still bewildered. Do you not know what extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the skies above falling immortal gathering today? His father demanded, his gaze fixed intensely upon his son, reiterating his inquiry. Father, please tell me what this phenomenon was and how it relates to kneeling before the young master's portrait. That I understand that the young master is undoubtedly a powerful figure. But we cannot kneel without cause, Xiao Zhan insisted stubbornly. Wretched child, kneel. Xiao Zhan's father unleashed a surge of energy, forcefully compelling Xiao Zhan to kneel. Once Xiao Zhan was subdued, his father finally exhaled, slowly explaining. Today, in the skies above falling immortal gathering, an ancient battlefield manifested, teeming with countless demons. True demons, not the mere wicked entities we know. These demons hail from the demon realm, immensely powerful and unrestrained, that a mere shadow of these true demons could send shivers through one's soul. Yet amidst this phenomenon, a figure appeared, traversing the void, wielding a brush, vanquishing the myriad demons with each stroke. Do you comprehend the level of cultivation required for such feats? That realm surpasses our understanding. Furthermore, the figure in the phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the young master you depicted, at least 90% similar. The 10% difference lies not in appearance, but rather in the fact that we could not discern the face of the figure in the phenomenon. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan's father was filled with trepidation and reverence. Father, the young master remained within the tea house. He could not have ventured forth to battle the demons. Please do not tell me that a fragment of the young master has traversed to the demon realm. And the scene there coincidentally manifested as an illusion above falling immortal gathering. Xiao Zhan replied, feeling somewhat constrained by his father's forceful insistence. However, at that moment, Xiao Zhan's heart began to believe in Li Yishi. How could a mere mortal comprehend the capabilities of a supreme being? Only an unparalleled existence could achieve such mastery with mere words, infused with the essence of the Tao, particularly the Confucian Tao. Moreover, why would the young master bestow you with such wisdom? Xiao Zhan's father asked, perplexed. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan fell in a deep contemplation, murmuring, Today, I reserve the tea house to host a small literary gathering, intending to use this opportunity to donate some funds to aid the common folk who have suffered at the hands of demon beasts. By chance, the young master appeared in the tea house. His extraordinary demeanor captivated me, and I invited him to participate in the gathering. When he inquired about my intentions, I shared my purpose of donating to the needy. He smiled and remarked, when impoverished, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should aid the world. Father, could it be that the young master recognized my concern for the common people, and, seeing my inability to cultivate, bestowed upon me the wisdom of the Confucian Tao? At this moment, Xiao Zhan's understanding crystallized, his eyes widening in realization. Indeed, it all makes sense now. This must be the case, his father exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. This explains everything. The essence of Confucianism lies in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, forgiveness, loyalty, and filial piety. Your words embody benevolence and righteousness, and it is only natural for the young master to have been pleased and granted you this opportunity. Genre, since the formidable one has disguised himself as a young master, there must be a reason behind it. Henceforth, let us refer to him as the young master. Although you lack the qualifications to become his disciple, and he would never accept you as such, you must kneel in reverence, for this is the grace of imparting knowledge. Otherwise, it would be deemed an act of outrageous defiance, and the Xiao family cannot tolerate such individuals. That moment, Xiao Zhan's father spoke with utmost severity. Yes, father, I understand. I shall kneel. Xiao Zhan respectfully bowed before the portrait, murmuring, "Thank you, young master, for bestowing the way." Upon completing the bow, Xiao Zhan again bowed to the calligraphy and then to the table. Chapter 54. What is the young master implying? In the mountains, a fleeting shadow vanished in an instant that a furious roar erupted. "Tianhu, where do you think you're fleeing?" The roar echoed through the void, reverberating in the mountains and causing numerous figures to hastily turn and gaze in that direction. Indeed, amidst the void, a young girl in a white dress was recklessly fleeing, pursued by a colossal shadow of a Tianhu. The girl turned and, with a sword strike filled with hatred, cleaved through the figure of a cultivator, disintegrating it. "Tianhu, leave behind the thunder-devouring divine pearl." Zhao Zhenyu's body surged forth, a large hand-like shadow grasping towards the Tianhu. "Umph, King of the South, the thunder-devouring divine pearl is not something your Zhao kingdom can covet. Even I have come, so retreat." A massive warhammer came crashing from miles away, obliterating Zhao Zhenyu's hand. That a stooped figure appeared, stepping through the air in just a few strides. He stood amidst the mountains, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura. "Tang Hai, this is the territory of my Zhao kingdom." Zhao Zhenyu declared furiously. "Yes, that's so, King of the South. Perhaps even your father would not dare to be so brazen before me." Tang Hai retorted coldly. "Then give it a try. Heaven and earth, overlord body, the King of the South," Zhao Zhenyu roared, transforming into a golden kingly warrior, clashing with Tang Hai. The terrifying aura seemed poised to rend the void itself, causing the surrounding mountains to shatter in an instant. "Hee, the thunder-devouring divine pearl, I shall graciously accept." Suddenly, the void split open, revealing a figure shrouded in flames, who directly captured the Tianhu the next moment. The Tianhu exploded in his grasp, leaving behind only a pearl, the thunder-devouring divine pearl. "Who are you? Impudent!" Tang Hai and the King of the South roared in unison, rushing towards the fiery figure, only to be repelled by a single blow. That moment, a vine suddenly appeared in the void, piercing through the air, attacking the fiery figure. "Eighth demon ancestor, if your true form were here, I would still hold some trepidation. But a mere avatar like you should roll away." Heavenly flame. A fearsome hand of flame appeared, incinerating the massive vine. Turning, the figure vanished in an instant. "Who are you?" In the void, a colossal shadow of a vine emerged, obscuring the sky and howling in the direction the fiery figure had departed, brimming with endless murderous intent. "Damn it!" Tang Hai and Zhao Zhenyu seethed with rage. With no other choice, they too left the mountains. In the falling immortal gathering, Tang Hai, Zhao Zhenyu, and the King of the South descended, soon joined by Yun Xiao, clad in white. Indeed, I did not expect the 8th Demon Clan to intervene yesterday. This makes things even more perfect. Today, most cultivators have departed, allowing the falling immortal gathering some peace. Tang Hai remarked with a smile. "Brother Tang, you truly know how to speak with sarcasm. It seems I am fortunate. If the true form of the 8th Demon Clan had appeared yesterday, my Yun Xiao would have been doomed." Yun Xiao jested. "Enough of this. Let us meet the young master." This matter has finally reached a satisfying conclusion. Having resolved this significant issue, the four ascended the mountain, heading towards the courtyard. Zhao Zhenyu, Zhao Kuo, Tang Hai, Yun Xiao seek an audience with the young master. The four arrived before the courtyard, bowing respectfully. Creak. The courtyard door swung open. This time Li Yishi personally came to greet them. "Everyone, please come in." Li Yishi's face was adorned with a warm smile. Over these days, with their absence, Li Yishi had felt a persistent unease. The world was fraught with danger, and forging good relations with these individuals was essential for survival. Hence, upon hearing their voices, Li Yishi immediately stopped Old Bai and opened the door himself. Seeing the smile on Li Yishi's face, each of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the young master was finally pleased. "Thank you, young master. We are sorry to intrude today." The four exchanged glances, hastily stepping into the courtyard. Today, Li Yishi was indeed in high spirits, after sensing the fierce battle in the depths of the mountains yesterday. The sky today seemed almost devoid of cultivators, lifting Li Yishi's mood considerably. "Gentlemen, please take a seat. Old Bai is preparing a meal. Today, we shall drink until we are intoxicated." Now that the atmosphere had calmed significantly, With cultivators seemingly vanished, there were no worries. Everyone must indulge to their heart's content. The Ishi was determined to celebrate in style, expressing his excitement. "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. They discreetly glanced at Zhao Kuo, giving him a thumbs up. Zhao Kuo secretly rejoiced, thinking, the task entrusted by the young master is finally completed. Seeing the young master so pleased, I should be forgiven. It seems that in the future, when visiting the young master, I must carefully comprehend the underlying meaning of his words. "Qin Yun, please serve the wine," Li Yishi instructed Hu Qingyun. "Yes, young master." Hu Qingyun smiled obediently. Pouring wine for everyone. "This is 100-flower brew. Tang Lao, Yun Zongzhu. You two have yet to savor it. Do taste my craftsmanship," Li Yishi said with a smile. "Thank you, young master, for the wine." Upon hearing that it was 100-flower brew, Tang Hai and Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Their legs trembled beneath the table, their minds roaring with delight. 100-flower brew, 100-flower brew, we have finally obtained it. The two had learned about 100-flower brew from Zhao Kuo and his father during their journey. And now they could hardly contain their excitement. 1 cup of 100-flower brew was worth 10 years of body refinement. Their physiques were relatively weaker, and receiving such an opportunity was overwhelmingly thrilling. The two raised their cups and drank heartily, closing their eyes and clenching their fists to savor the fragrance of the wine. That a profound aura coursed through their bodies, causing both to shudder. When they opened their eyes again, they feigned nonchalance, but internally, they were engulfed in tumultuous waves. Before Li Yishi, they merely put on a facade of calm. "Young master, this is exquisite wine," Yun Xiao exclaimed. "I have never tasted such fine wine before." He quickly added, "Young master, this wine is truly divine. As it flows down my throat, I feel as if I am floating to the heavens. This wine may surpass even the celestial brews of the immortal realm." Tang Hai chimed in eagerly. Yun Xiao glanced at Tang Hai, suddenly finding him rather cheesy. If you like it, drink another cup. Qin Yun, fill the cups." Li Yishi laughed heartily, showing no reluctance towards their praise. Having received the title of wine immortal from the system, Li Yishi had full confidence in his brewing skills, knowing they were not exaggerating. After another cup, Li Yishi's face turned slightly red, and he sighed. While we can raise our cups in joy, those who suffer are indeed pitiable." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four immediately changed, each of them silently wondering. "Young master, what are you implying?" Yun Xiao spoke up. "Young master, do you harbor some concerns? We wonder if we might assist you in any way." Tang Hai quickly added, "Young master, is there something troubling you?" They all inquired, their gazes fixed intently on Li Yishi. Li Yishi, regaining his composure, quickly smiled. "It's nothing. Let us continue drinking. That it's just that during my descents, I've witnessed many common folk tragically perishing at the hands of demon beasts. My abilities are insufficient to alleviate their woes." Chapter 55. Everyone, I have come to a realization that it's nothing. Let us continue drinking. That it's just that during my descents, I've witnessed many common folk tragically perishing at the hands of demon beasts. My abilities are insufficient to alleviate their woes. In that moment, even while savoring the 100-flower brew, the four began to lose focus. Though the wine was exquisite, accomplishing good deeds held greater significance. Understanding the true essence of the young master's words became paramount. If they could not grasp it now, they might never have the opportunity again. Thus, the instantly Ishi's words fell, the four began to contemplate, delving into the profound meaning behind the young master's sentiments. As those words echoed persistently in their minds. "Gentlemen, with demon beasts running rampant, many commoners have met tragic ends. Does the young master imply that we should alleviate their suffering?" Zhao Kuo suggested. "This is indeed the territory of your Zhao kingdom. Perhaps you should dispatch strong troops to secure this area and vigorously develop the falling immortal gathering, ensuring the people can live in peace and prosperity." Tang Hai spoke while drinking. He communicated telepathically with the others that to alleviate the people's woes seems fitting, but would that not hinder the young master's experience of life? He pondered. With a heavy military presence, the mundane aspects of life would surely be altered. While the common folk may find peace, the environment would change considerably. The young master might choose to depart, and that is something we cannot entertain. Should he leave, we would all be sorely disappointed. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao hastily transmitted a warning. Indeed, that is absolutely unacceptable. We have yet to comprehend the young master's true intent. Let us all reflect more deeply. Zhao Jinyu spoke with a tone of solemnity. With Li Yixi's departure, nothing we do will hold any significance. The consensus among the crowd was that Li Yixi absolutely could not leave this place. Everyone, what seems to be the matter? Let's raise a toast. Seeing the silence among the others, Li Yixi quickly chimed in with a smile. These are all distinguished figures. It is imperative to ensure their satisfaction with food and drink. Otherwise, when the time comes to seek their assistance, it may prove challenging to approach them, and even if I do, they might be unwilling to lend a hand. Thus, Li Yixi believed it was essential to establish a solid foundation for their relationships. Today, Li Yixi was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to ensure that everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Young master, the dishes are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy, Old Bai announced as he presented the meal, bowing graciously. Everyone, let us eat. Drink and converse. Li Yixi extended his hand, hastily inviting a few individuals, confident in Old Bai's culinary skills. Indeed, young master. The group laughed as they discreetly communicated through their thoughts, paying little heed to the dishes. Casually sampling a few items before placing them into their mouths, as the flavors exploded upon tasting, their eyes widened in delight. The taste was superior to any delicacies they had previously encountered. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, a subtle smile graced Li Yixi's face. He had anticipated their reactions. The scarcity of spices in this world made the abundance of flavors here all the more remarkable, resulting in dishes that were nothing short of aromatic. The next moment, the expressions of the four individuals shifted dramatically, their eyes locking onto one another, filled with astonishment. Dao rhythm. This dish actually contains Dao rhythm. Am I imagining things? Yun Xiao communicated uncertainly that it is indeed Dao rhythm. There is no mistake, another affirmed. Young master's kindness is beyond repayment. Tang Hai and the others felt a surge of emotion, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. They regarded Li Yixi with even greater reverence, each lost in speculation about the nature of Li Yixi's existence and the means by which he had infused such profound essence into the dishes, an utterly unfathomable feat. How is the flavor? Everyone, today I encourage you all to indulge and enjoy to the fullest. Witnessing their captivated expressions, Li Yixi's heart soared. Capturing their hearts through their appetites would deepen their bond. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Li Yixi's words, the four individuals' eyes sparkled as they eagerly raised their cups and began to feast voraciously. Li Yixi watched in astonishment as they devoured their food with fervor. Internally, he chastised himself. These individuals are the leaders of great powers. Why do they eat as if they have been starved in a prison for years? Their lack of decorum was astonishing. Utterly disregarding their own images, Li Yixi felt at a loss for words, resorting to silently enjoying his meal. Fearing that if he did not eat quickly, there would be nothing left. Meanwhile, Hu Qingyun observed the young master's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The young master is truly immersing himself in the lives of mortals. Completely forgetting the divine nature of the food he is consuming in this world, the appearance of something infused with Dao rhythm would typically lead to bloodshed over competition. Yet here, without the need for slaughter, who would willingly let such an opportunity slip away? At that moment, Hu Qingyun felt an even greater sense of reverence for Li Yixi, though she could not comprehend his actions. She sensed a deeper meaning in his immersion in the mundane. It's all gone, that I'm so full. The individuals glanced at the empty plates, feeling a tad embarrassed, hastily setting down their chopsticks. Thank you for the grand feast. Young master, they managed to smile. What grand feast? The outside world is fraught with danger. Cultivators and beasts roam freely, making it impossible to hunt, so there is hardly any meat to be had. If there were meat, I would treat you all to hot pot. Now that would be delightful. Li Yixi's thoughts wandered to hot pot, and his mouth watered at the mere idea. Hunting for hot pot, you say? The four exchanged knowing glances. And at that moment, Zhao Jinyu's eyes sparkled with insight. Everyone, I have understood. I finally grasped the meaning behind the young master's words that he quickly communicated his realization, his eyes alight with excitement. Zhao Jinyu, what exactly have you understood? Please share with us. Tang Hai, Yun Xiao and the others were filled with urgency to comprehend the true meaning of Li Yishi's words represented an opportunity in their eyes. If the young master was pleased, there would surely be rewards. At that moment, Zhao Kuo's eyes brimmed with joy as he reflected, I truly have a remarkable son. Everyone, this is not the place for such discussions that we have feasted well. Did you not notice the young master yawning? He must be preparing for a midday rest, and we should not intrude. Once we are outside, I will explain how we should proceed. We need everyone's cooperation, Zhao Jinyu urged. Zhao Jinyu, you remind us. It is indeed our rudeness. This is the young master's domain, and we cannot continue to disturb him after receiving such a boon. The four quickly rose. Young master, we have matters to attend to and shall not intrude on your rest. We take our leave. Wait, why not stay a little longer? Perhaps enjoy some fruits? Li Yishi was taken aback. This is all rather hasty, isn't it? Are cultivators truly so pressed for time? Chapter 56, Slaying the Great Demon Young Master. No need for that we shall visit you again on another day. Today, we have already intruded enough. There is no need for you to see us off. The four hastily exited the courtyard. Once outside, Zhao Jinyu exhaled a long breath, his expression grave. That was close. Thankfully, I noticed the young master yawning, signaling us to leave. Otherwise, he might have been displeased. Zhao Jinyu, you are indeed astute. The young master's mention of post-meal fruits was likely a test to see if we are greedy. Tang Hai, feeling the pressure, took a deep breath. His own comprehension was lacking, leaving much room for improvement, and no wonder I have been living like a dog for so many years, despite being hundreds of years old. My cultivation has been surpassed by Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao silently reminded himself to remain vigilant and attuned to the young master's every word and action. Suddenly, Yun Xiao asked, Zhao Jinyu, you mentioned you comprehended the true meaning of the young master's words. What is it? Please tell us. Yes, Zhao Jinyu. What exactly did you comprehend? In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. At that moment, Zhao Jinyu felt a surge of pride, a smile creeping onto his lips. Everyone, the young master has made his intentions abundantly clear. How have you not grasped the essence of his words? Even I, someone as slow-witted as I am, have understood. Zhao Kuo's face darkened, his eyes widening in impatience. Speak up. You are driving me mad. Zhao Jinyu chuckled sheepishly. Young master expressed his concern earlier, lamenting the dangers outside, with cultivators and beasts running rampant, making hunting impossible, and thus the scarcity of meat, that he stated that if there were meat, he would treat us to hot pot, which would be delightful. In truth, the young master feared we might be too dull to comprehend his words, which is why he offered that final hint. Now, do you see? The young master's true intention is not for us to station a large army, to secure Luosian gathering, or to develop it vigorously. Rather, he wishes to address the root of the issue, slay the demons. How profound the young master is. Do you really think he intends to hunt mere beasts? The targets of his hunts are undoubtedly those great demons. Once we eradicate the great demons, do you think the lesser beasts will dare to remain? As Zhao Jinyu's words settled, the group collectively experienced an epiphany, realizing that being close to the young master necessitated constant vigilance and adaptability to the tests he presented if they were to focus on development. The young master would likely become enraged. They gazed at Zhao Jinyu with expressions of gratitude. Thank you, Zhao Jinyu. Yun Xiao clasped his fists, even though his cultivation far surpassed Zhao Jinyu's. Thank me for what? The king of Jinan appeared somewhat bewildered. Fool, was I not just praising you? Have you exhausted all your insight in the presence of the young master? Slaying the great demons and presenting them to the young master will undoubtedly yield a significant opportunity. Zhao Kuo, filled with exasperation, declared, Everyone, when shall we set forth? In Tang Hai's grip, a warhammer materialized, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. In his eyes, those great demons deserve death, and their 9 clans should be exterminated. There is no rush. We have only just acquired the Dao Rhyme and have yet to fully digest it. Moreover, while eliminating the great demons is straightforward, we must consider the repercussions of their absence. Those demons will wreak havoc, endangering lives. This could incite the young master's wrath. Zhao Kuo hastily added, Today, we shall focus on cultivation while I summon an army of 100,000 to hunt down the beasts within a 100-mile radius, preventing any potential chaos. The next day, at the break of dawn, the 4 entered the mountains that I in Zhao Kuo's hand. A spatial artifact emerged, and in the next moment, 100,000 fierce soldiers from the Zhao kingdom materialized within the mountain range. Their eyes brimming with murderous intent, exuding an aura that seemed to swallow the heavens. Zhao Kuo coldly proclaimed, "The beasts run rampant, causing countless deaths among the citizens of Zhao. Today, let us eradicate them all. With their blood, we shall honor those who perished." A chorus of battle cries resonated through the skies. Onward, the four pressed deeper into the mountains. Only they could contend with the great demons, within a vast lava cave. The darkness was dispelled by torches, revealing hundreds of demons gathered within, reveling in their libations. "Thank you, Lord Jin Tian, for bringing me along. Otherwise, I would still be unaware of the human experience." A thunderous laugh echoed through the cave as a demon with a tiger's head and a human body raised a cup filled with human blood. "Tiger Howl King, we are all brothers. How could I forget you? I have gathered intel that the outside world is a small kingdom known as Zhao. The mightiest among them is merely at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Barely our equal, unable to manage this remote area of Zhao. It is a pity that the celestial fox has been slain by a powerful figure. Had we obtained the thunder-devouring pearl, it would have been a fortuitous opportunity. Nevertheless, it is still acceptable. Most cultivators have withdrawn, and none can hinder our enjoyment. Come, Tiger Howl King, let us drink to that." The thunderous demon king, brimming with pride, raised his cup and drank deeply. Within the cave, the remaining humans trembled violently, their eyes filled with terror, their faces devoid of color, their expressions becoming vacant. Monsters, perish! At that moment, the incoming figure of Yunxiao sensed the scene within the cave. His eyes turning cold, filled with murderous intent. His gaze had transformed blood red. Humans were being treated like cattle. Now he understood why the young master was enraged. Indeed, the beasts were nothing but savages. They deserved to die. Chapter 57. The emergence of Dahe. The Yunxiao's voice was frigid, and the cave instantly felt like a frozen wasteland, as if time itself had been sealed for eons, an atmosphere chilling to the bone. The previously boisterous demons were now struck with horror, their expressions turning icy. "Who dares to disturb my banquet?" The thunderous demon king rose, his voice equally chilling, while the Tiger Howl King wore a disdainful smirk beside him. "A cultivator. The blood of cultivators should taste even better. Since it has come to me, I shall indulge." The irate Tiger Howl King, filled with scorn, lunged at Yunxiao, transforming into a colossal black tiger, its massive form exuding an earth-shattering power, crushed nearby rocks beneath its presence, sending debris hurtling toward Yunxiao. Before even reaching him, the enormous paw descended like a shadow to strike. However, in the face of such a demon king, Yunxiao's gaze remained icy that a flame suddenly erupted before the Tiger Howl King, incinerating its form to ash. This is not good. Who is this person? I have never heard of him. His strength has reached the martial celestial realm, far beyond my current capabilities. Witnessing the Tiger Howl King's swift demise, the thunderous demon king transformed into a massive azure water buffalo, burrowing into a deep pool within the cave. The overwhelming demonic aura dissipated instantly. "Damn it, there is actually a passage here." That Yunxiao's expression darkened. Demons have their own ways, and the thunderous demon king's true form was that of a Qilin water buffalo. Once it entered the water, it would be nearly impossible to track. Determined, Yunxiao annihilated the demons within the cave, soaring into the air, his gaze fixed on the surrounding mountains, his soul force erupting like a tidal wave, searching every inch of land. Useless to let that water buffalo escape. Such prime prey. The young master will surely delight in it. Just as Yunxiao's expression turned grim, a lazy-looking earth dog appeared in the void that moment. The dog began to speak human words, startling Yunxiao, who quickly recognized it as Dahe. "Little lad, demons have their own paths. They are not easily caught. That if I hadn't sensed the aura of the Qilin water buffalo, today's feast would have been lost." The Qilin water buffalo possesses the bloodline of the azure sky bull python, an exquisite prize. Dahe paid no mind to Yunxiao's expression, continuing to speak. Suddenly, the king of Jinan, Zhao Kuo, and Tang Hai arrived just in time to hear Dahe refer to himself as this emperor, causing their expressions to turn tense. "Come, little ones, follow me," Dahe commanded, darting through the void. Although it seemed slow, its speed was akin to a bolt of lightning, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye. The four were left trembling in fear. In the next moment, their expressions shifted again, for the Earth Dog suddenly expanded into a terrifying form, resembling a divine being of the heavens. That Dahe's true form emerged, transforming into an imposing demon, exuding a formidable aura. A portal appeared atop its head, pitch black and reminiscent of a gateway to hell. Within the vast river before them, the silhouette of the Chilean water buffalo became visible to Dahe, rendering it unable to hide. In the next instant, Dahe casually struck the ground. Boom! The massive river was severed in an instant, exposing the elusive Chilean water buffalo that had been concealed beneath the water. Roar! The Chilean water buffalo, sensing its impending doom, felt its heart race. That it awakened some ancient bloodline, adept at concealing its presence, capable of evading even the demons of the demon realm. Yet, before this terrifying entity, it found itself utterly exposed, and in its despair was struck dead by Dahe. Little ones, this Chilean water buffalo is yours. Remember, it is you who has slain it, understood? Dahe warned that my young master, lost in reminiscence, wishes to experience the life of mortals. None shall disturb him, or face dire consequences. The final words sent chills through the four as the murderous intent surged toward the skies, scattering the dark clouds above. Elder, we understand. Tang Hai and the others felt their souls tremble at that moment. That is good. The reason I intervened is your incompetence. The flesh and blood of the Chilean water buffalo are exceptionally delectable. Otherwise, I would not have bothered. Remember, this is your kill, not mine. After leaving this remark, Dahe reverted to his earth dog form, and a rift appeared in the void, through which he vanished, wagging his tail. With Dahe's departure, the four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror. Only then did they dare to breathe freely. The weight of the previous moment had nearly crushed them. That instant, they comprehended their own insignificance, feeling as if Dahe were the heavens, and they mere specks of dust. King Zhao, the elder, referred to himself as an emperor. What level of cultivation does he possess? Yun Shao pondered, gazing at the river severed by Dahe's whim, his eyes filled with horror. Furthermore, the bizarre black portal on Dahe's forehead left him trembling at the thought. Before that portal, they felt like transparent beings, stripped of any semblance of privacy. Who knows? The elder follows the young master. How could we fathom his abilities? The young master must be an immortal, else such a terrifying presence would not accompany him. Zhao Wang's heart raced as he contemplated the notion that if the young master truly hailed from the celestial realm, then the elder who proclaimed himself emperor must indeed be a celestial emperor. At this thought, the souls of the four trembled violently, and they collectively inhaled sharply, striving to quell their tumultuous emotions. After exchanging glances, they carefully retrieved the corpse of the Qinglin water buffalo, determined to avoid any damage whatsoever. Did you all heed the elder's words? Tang Hai inquired coldly. This is our kill. The fear of unforeseen consequences loomed ominously. Indeed, they all nodded, turning towards Luoc Xianji, their bodies trembling despite their efforts to suppress their anxiety. Meanwhile, the river lay still, leaving behind an immense chasm, akin to the gaping maw of a celestial beast ready to devour the heavens and the earth. Chapter 58. The pot bestows the voice of the Tao with the Qinglin water buffalo's carcass in tow. The four hurried to the base of the sacred mountain. After a cautious exchange of glances, they made their way to the courtyard. They were greeted by Lao Bai, and upon seeing the large black beast sleeping in the corner, their expressions turned to one of sheer terror as they struggled to contain their emotions. Before Li Yishi had the chance to speak, the four hastily exclaimed, "Young master, we heard you hadn't hunted for a while. So we ventured into the mountains and brought back a Qinglin water buffalo. It is said that its meat is exceptionally tender. We hope you will enjoy it." Tang Hai spoke with remarkable rapidity, delivering the entire message in one breath. Boom! The colossal corpse of the Qinglin water buffalo appeared in the courtyard. By heavens! This is a monster! They gasped in awe. Truly, for cultivators, a demon beast was merely a delicacy. Witnessing the immense Qinglin water buffalo, Li Yishi was taken aback that on ordinary days, he could only hunt deer or rabbits. Yet today, these individuals have presented him with a gigantic demon beast. Though lifeless, the imposing presence of the Qinglin water buffalo still exuded a certain pressure. The azure spiritual flakes, shimmering with a cold light, indicated that this formidable creature was far from ordinary. Overwhelmed, Li Yishi swiftly stifled his astonishment, reminding himself not to appear too inadequate in front of these cultivators. After all, how could he hope to forge friendships if he displayed weakness? Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "Goodness, this delicacy must be exquisite. Lao Bai, do prepare your knife quickly. Tonight, we shall have hot pot." With a grand gesture, he commanded Lao Bai, who promptly acknowledged, "Yes, young master, did I assure you, tonight's feast will delight you." Lao Bai expertly explored the body of the Qinglin water buffalo, and in his hands a battle axe materialized. The axe was entirely black, emanating an aura of unmatched sharpness, with a fearsome black dragon intricately carved into the handle. Did I ask this a divine weapon? The moment they laid eyes on the dragon-slaying battle axe, the four were left in utter astonishment, sensing that within this axe resided an unparalleled ferocity. They had worried whether they could breach the Qinglin water buffalo's protective armor. "Let us proceed. You have all worked hard to bring me such a delightful treat. Anyone who leaves tonight would be disrespecting me, Li Yishi," he declared with a chuckle. The four, who had initially intended to take their leave, found themselves frozen in place, their expressions betraying their trepidation. "Young master, how can you so effortlessly discern our thoughts?" they exclaimed in shock, hastily bowing. "Then we shall not intrude on your time today," they conceded, feeling as if they were standing on the edge of a blade. Unsure of how to act, compelled to follow Li Yishi's lead, Lao Bai worked swiftly, his movements fluid and graceful, as he transformed the Qinglin water buffalo's meat into delicate slices, presenting them to the group in no time. Following that, a black, lotus-like vessel was placed before them. Upon seeing the black lotus, while the others remained composed, Yun Zhao's eyes widened in sheer terror, and his body quivered violently. "Yun Zhongzhu, what troubles you?" Tang Hai inquired urgently. "That black lotus is the very embodiment of the Black Lotus Demon King that nearly annihilated my Lihua sect, that I never imagined I would encounter it here, devoid of any malevolent aura." Yun Xiao replied, genuinely shaken. This black lotus had once posed a grave threat to the Lihua sect. Just recalling it sent shivers down his spine. Yet, witnessing it here, purged of its dark essence, was a revelation. At the center of the black lotus, a flame flickered, evidently sculpted from the formidable Black Lotus Demon King, transformed into a furnace. "What? Is this truly the embodiment of the Black Lotus Demon King?" Tang Hai exclaimed, equally astounded. Although merely a figure of the heavenly realm, the Black Lotus Demon King was undeniably fearsome, hinting at a significant origin. That I in the next moment, an enormous pot descended onto the Black Lotus. And as Yun Xiao beheld the lotus's core, the phantom of the Black Lotus Demon King emerged, exhaling flames. Soon after, an array of vegetables was laid out before them, and the sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The vegetables were arranged impeccably, the thinly sliced meat interspersed with vibrant reds and whites, resembling exquisite works of art that instantly stimulated their appetites. That I asked this what the young master refers to as hot pot. How does one partake? They pondered, swallowing audibly. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the black lotus heated up, and the dual-flavored broth began to bubble, revealing a mesmerizing interplay of red and white. "What is this pot?" Yun Xiao and the others stood in awe, witnessing the pot manifest intricate threads of arcane principles before their eyes, coalescing into a Tai Chi diagram. "This is the way of Tai Chi. I am certain it is the way of Tai Chi." In the next instant, a voice resonated in their ears. "From the one comes the two, from the two comes the three, and from the three comes all things. Thus, the infinite gives rise to the Tai Chi, which in turn births the two forms, and the fusion of yin and yang produces all beings. Through the merging of yin and yang, all things are born, perpetually evolving according to this principle, leading to endless transformations, establishing the way of heaven, the way of earth, and the way of man." The profound echoes of the Tao reverberated within their minds, and in that fleeting moment, they felt as though they had traversed through the ages. When the resonance faded and clarity returned, they realized it was but the blink of an eye. Astonished, they reflected, "Truly, the young master is remarkable. Even the pot for boiling soup imparts the essence of the Tao." As normalcy returned, they grasped their chopsticks, uncertain of how to proceed. Yun Xiao, mustering his courage, inquired, "Young master, How does one consume this hot pot? Li Yishi smiled gently. It is quite simple. Just grasp the ingredients and swirl them in the boiling broth for a moment. As he spoke, he demonstrated. The spiciness erupted in his mouth, a delightful combination of heat and flavor that was utterly divine. Li Yishi closed his eyes momentarily, savoring the experience. Please, help yourselves, he encouraged, opening his eyes to gaze at the others. Thank you, young master. The group imitated Li Yishi, picking up translucent slices of Qinglin beef, dipping them into the pot, and bringing them to their mouths. The explosion of spiciness and heat overwhelmed their senses. Their eyes sparkled with delight as they became utterly captivated by the flavors of the hot pot. Chapter 59. The vitality of Tao rhythm, the boiling heat, and the fiery spices tantalized their taste buds, creating a truly exquisite experience. As they dined, the four discreetly focused on the pot, hoping to rekindle the resonance of the Tao. Should they hear it once more, it would surely be an unparalleled opportunity. After tasting the spiciness, Tang Hai's gaze shifted towards the clear broth that he picked up a piece of vegetable, swirled it briefly, and placed it in his mouth, where the juices mingled with the broth, offering an extraordinary flavor. To Ian the next moment, an enigmatic force surged within him, brimming with vitality. His cells, akin to desiccated wood in spring, greedily absorbed this profound energy, causing Tang Hai to tremble with excitement. This vegetable contained the rhythm of vitality. How extraordinary! At that instant, Tang Hai's eyes shone brightly. Noticing that the other three were oblivious, a hint of exhilaration danced upon his lips as he mused. Indeed, the young master's presence is fraught with trials. They are all fixated on the pot, yearning to hear the echoes of the Tao once more, that we find ourselves irresistibly drawn to the Qinglin water buffalo, a creature of ancient ferocity, and its meat brims with formidable spiritual energy. Little did we anticipate that the second opportunity would lie hidden within these seemingly ordinary vegetables, that we are all practitioners, who have subsisted primarily on the flesh of demonic beasts for many years, as it is only their meat that can provide the necessary sustenance for our bodies, while vegetables have been largely overlooked. To my surprise, today I, Tang Hai, have encountered such a fortuitous opportunity. It is unlikely that I shall visit here frequently, nor is there a reason to pay a visit. This chance, however, must be seized with utmost diligence. I hope that after absorbing the essence of these life-giving Tao rhythms, I may return to seclude myself in cultivation, blending with the heavens and earth, and ultimately stepping into the realm of divine martial prowess. Filled with joy, Tang Hai immediately lowered his head and began to devour the food voraciously. His actions caught the attention of Zhao Kuo, who had been entirely focused on the pot, hoping to hear the profound sounds of the Tao once more. After much effort, despair washed over his face. Believing his comprehension to be limited, as he withdrew his thoughts, he happened to witness Tang Hai's peculiar scene. As practitioners, we predominantly consume meat, and Zhao Kuo was no exception. Yet, Tang Hai's strange affection for the vegetables before him was utterly baffling. Why aren't you eating the meat? This is Qinglin beef. We may never have the chance to taste it again in our lifetimes. Zhao Kuo inquired, puzzled. That no worries. You carry on. I've been feeling a bit overheated lately, so consuming more vegetables is beneficial for my health. Please continue without concern for me, Tang Hai replied with a smile. Afterward, he hastily resumed his frenzied eating. The vegetables were scarce, and should Zhao Kuo notice, he would gain yet another competitor. Observing Tang Hai's actions, Zhao Kuo blinked in confusion. When did Tang Hai undergo such a transformation? For a practitioner, experiencing an imbalance of heat was unfathomable. Something must be amiss. There must be an issue. That he too picked up a leaf of vegetable, dipped it in the pot, and placed it in his mouth. In the next moment, a surge of vitality erupted within him, nearly causing Zhao Kuo's eyes to pop out in shock. He exclaimed involuntarily. What is wrong? Is there a problem? Upon seeing Zhao Kuo's sudden alarm, Li Yishi furrowed her brow, wondering if something was indeed amiss. That couldn't be possible. Old Bai was an astute and formidable robot. Surely nothing could go wrong with the meal. However, Li Yishi's frown startled Zhao Kuo, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Young master, there is no problem. No problem at all. This meal is the most delicious I have ever had. Please allow me to pay my respects. Zhao Kuo exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Young master, it is exquisite. Thank you for the invitation, he repeated fervently. Seeing Li Yishi's frown, the others hastily chimed in, silently admonishing, Zhao, Kuoits merely a meal. What is there to be so grateful for? Li Yishi's brow knitted further. These individuals were all powerful figures. Yet they seemed perpetually unreliable. Young master, I have lost my composure. Zhao Kuo quickly forced a smile that resembled a grimace, hastily apologizing, not daring to breathe too heavily as he cast a furtive glance toward Dehei. I am a fool. Even Dehei has sternly warned me. The young master is immersed in certain memories, experiencing the life of a mortal, and I have inadvertently crossed a significant boundary. Truly, it is lamentable. Tang Hai should have warned me. This is, after all, the essence of life as Tao rhythm. There is no need for alarm. Please eat your fill. Indulge without restraint. Li Yishi smiled. Thank you, young master. Zhao Kuo took a deep breath and began to seize the vegetables, catching the attention of Yun Xiao and Zhao Jinyu. Upon tasting the vegetables, their eyes brightened with excitement, feeling themselves enveloped in the vitality of the Tao rhythms, their hearts soaring with joy. After finishing their meal, the group hurriedly took their leave. As they descended the mountain, Tang Hai and Yun Xiao clasped their fists toward Zhao Jinyu and his son, expressing their gratitude for the opportunity today. If it weren't for your invitation to partake in the Tianhu plan, these fortuitous encounters would have been beyond our reach. Should you require our assistance in the future, we would not hesitate to traverse any perilous terrain. You flatter us. We are merely acquaintances of the young master, my son, and I cannot be too greedy. You two shall likely break through again upon your return. Congratulations, and until we meet again. Zhao Kuo and his son returned the gesture. After parting ways, father and son hurried back, confident that this seclusion would lead to a breakthrough. At the Xiaojia and the Falling Immortal gathering, the door of the secret chamber slowly creaked open. Outside, Xiaozhan's father, who had been vigilantly guarding the chamber, was filled with excitement, intently watching the interior. In the next moment, Xiaozhan, clad in splendid attire, emerged from the chamber, his entire aura transformed. He exuded an air of both grace and unmatched brilliance. An aura of scholarly refinement enveloped him, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. The demeanor of a gentleman, suffused with a majestic spirit, Xiaozhan's father was overwhelmed with joy. His son, who had never been able to cultivate and was deemed the least promising, had today stepped into the long-lost path of Confucianism. After days of seclusion, he had cultivated a breath of righteous energy. Father, I have succeeded. A gentle smile graced Xiaozhan's face. My son, from this day forth, you shall be the hope of the Xia family. That if we could receive the young master's guidance once more, the future would be unimaginable, his father exclaimed with elation. Father, receiving the young master's bestowed opportunities is already a great fortune for the Xia family. It is truly rare to meet such an esteemed individual, Xiaozhan replied, shaking his head. My son, you cannot be so certain. Upon hearing his son's words, a smile crept upon Xiaozhan's father's lips. Father, is the young master still in the Falling Immortal gathering? Has he not left? I must go and express my gratitude for his bestowal of the Tao, Xiaozhan said with a serious expression. Chapter 60, Adored by Others. Young Master Li, my son, while I have indeed been guarding the secret chamber, I have also dispatched members of our Xia family to seek out the young master's whereabouts. That I bring you good news. According to the latest information collected, the young master has been in the Falling Immortal gathering for some time. His origins are shrouded in mystery, a fact that only underscores his formidable nature. Our Xia family has resided in the Falling Immortal gathering for a decade, during which we have come to know everything in the vicinity. Yet, the young master's residence has remained an enigma, a massive canyon known as the Soul Burial Abyss, a place so profound it instills terror. However, since the young master's arrival, the Soul Burial Abyss has vanished without a trace, replaced by a towering mountain that bears no signs of any formation or barrier. Even to us practitioners, my son, do you understand what this signifies? It indicates that this colossal mountain was relocated here through some extraordinary power, without causing the slightest disturbance to the Falling Immortal gathering. Such an ability can only belong to a being of unparalleled existence, Xiaozhan's father stated solemnly. Father, to possess the power to move mountains and fill seas requires an unimaginable strength. Xiaozhan replied, his mind buzzing, eyes wide with shock and horror. The thought of such power was indeed terrifying. My son, the young master is undoubtedly in the Falling Immortal gathering. However, you must remember this one crucial point. Do not let a single mistake occur. Xiaozhan's father fixed a serious gaze upon his son, repeating himself gravely. His expression was unusually solemn, and Xiaozhan felt as though his father was facing a life-and-death decision, exhibiting utmost caution in all his memories. Xiaozhan had never seen his father display such gravity before. "Father, please speak. I shall remember it steadfastly and will not forget a single word," Xiaozhan assured, taking a deep breath. "Listen well, my son. You must remember my words carefully, for they may determine the fate of our Xiao lineage in recent days. I have gathered countless pieces of intelligence and details, culminating in one conclusion. The young master is experiencing a mortal life. At present, he is transformed entirely into an ordinary human being, lacking even a hint of the aura of a practitioner, fully engaging in the experience of his surroundings as a mortal. The young master's transformation into a mortal must carry profound significance that we cannot fathom. If you inadvertently disrupt his experience of mortal life, his wrath would render the Xiao lineage without any possibility of survival." Xiaozhan's father said with utmost seriousness, "That I understand, father, that I shall remember the young master's words." Xiaozhan replied, observing the flecks of gray in his father's hair, making a solemn promise that a gentleman's promise is as weighty as a mountain. "It is good that you comprehend. The young master may appear at any moment in the falling immortal gathering. You should seek to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Since he has bestowed the Tao upon you, he must harbor some goodwill towards you," Xiaozhan's father concluded, his eyes filled with hope. "Father, I shall take my leave," Xiaozhan said, bowing respectfully before stepping out of the Xiao family. His gaze turned toward the distant, majestic peaks, an expression of anticipation lighting up his eyes. After breakfast, Li Yishi gazed skyward, a smile gracing her lips. "Qin Yun, today the sky is clear and bright. It is truly delightful. You have yet to leave this place, have you? Today, let us take a stroll, experience the life of mortals, and engage with more people. It will surely bring about a different sensation." Li Yishi's lips curled into a gentle smile in this moment. Life felt truly splendid, far superior to the desolation of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Here, there was no need to live in constant fear. One could occasionally stroll about and experience the world of cultivation. "Thank you, my lord." Huqinya nodded eagerly at Li Wai. That instant, she felt as though something within her mind had been unlocked, rendering her thoughts remarkably clear, as if a window were slowly opening. Her very soul had been elevated at this moment. She realized a profound truth. She was a demon, even after transcending the heavenly tribulation and transforming into a human. It was merely the first step. Here, she would never truly grasp the essence of humanity. Huqinya understood that her days of seclusion and cultivation were not beneficial. The presence of such a noble figure as Li Yishi, whom the entire continent might revere and worship, still experienced the mundane life of mortals as a newly transformed celestial fox. Having encountered so few people, she realized the necessity of broader interaction as a wise sage once stated. To achieve divinity, one must first embrace humanity. Indeed, Li Yishi was a remarkable individual in this moment. Huqinya felt immense gratitude and profound reverence for him. Over the past few days, she sensed that every word of Li Yishi carried deep significance. Under his guidance, her cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. The falling immortal gathering was particularly lively today, bustling with activity. Some individuals began preparing lanterns that Li Gongzi has arrived. Li Gongzi has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and everyone turned, hurrying to surround Li Yishi, their faces alight with joy to Li Gongzi. "It has been several days since we last met. Thank you for saving my wife and child." At this moment, a young man appeared, grasping Li Yishi's hand, his eyes nearly brimming with tears of gratitude. "There is no need for such formality. It is the duty of a healer to save lives. It is simply what a healer ought to do." Li Yishi replied with a smile that he recognized this man as the one whose wife had faced complications during childbirth. "My lord, this is a life-saving grace. I, Qiansheng, must repay you Li Gongzi. Do you have time to share a story today?" "I adore your tales. Those told by the master are rather dull," chimed in a group of children who approached with cheerful smiles. Meng Hao pays his respects to my lord. At that moment, Meng Hao squeezed through the crowd, bowing to Li Yishi. "Meng Xiong, you need only call me by my name," Li Yishi responded. Meng Hao was a physician from the Falling Immortal Gathering S medical institution, and Li Yishi had previously offered him guidance in the art of healing. My lord, I dare not. Your teachings are akin to the nurturing of a second parent. Hence, I must address you as my lord. Meng Hao insisted. My lord. Do you have time today to visit my clinic? He asked, his face a mix of hope and anxiety. Meng Hao understood the formidable nature of Li Yishi. Even a casual suggestion had led Tang Yin to condense a battle spirit and attain unparalleled inheritance. If Li Yishi were to offer him guidance, it would surely propel his medical skills to new heights. Behind them, Hu Qingyun observed this scene, a smile gracing her lips. My lord is indeed beloved by all. At that moment in the distance, Xiao Zhan approached, his eyes filled with hope. He had finally encountered the sage and hurried over, eager for another opportunity to receive Li Yishi's wisdom. Scholar Xiao Zhan pays his respects to my lord. He bowed deeply, displaying utmost reverence. Xiao Gongzi, Li Yishi replied, it has been several days since we last met. You seem remarkably transformed, exuding an extraordinary aura. Xiao Zhan, feeling the weight of Li Yishi's gaze, expressed, all of this is a gift from my lord. I wonder if you might visit my home for a chat, allowing me to extend my humble hospitality. Very well. I would be honored, Li Yishi said, a smile gracing his lips. The Xiao family was indeed a lineage of cultivators. How could he refuse an opportunity to forge connections? This was an excellent chance to cultivate friendships, particularly with fellow practitioners. Please, my lord, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement as he hurriedly led the way. Chapter 61. The Methods of a Celestial Being. As Li Yishi arrived before Xiao Zhan's residence, a multitude of figures surged forth to greet him, their eyes brimming with hope and respect. Among them stood Xiao Changfeng, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation evident on his face. We pay our respects to Li Gongzi. The crowd spoke in unison, bowing deeply, their gazes filled with sincerity and reverence. Devoid of any pretense. Please, no need for such formalities. Rise, Li Yishi responded, taken aback. These were cultivators. As a mere mortal, how could he accept such honors? My father, Xiao Changfeng, Xiao Zhan quickly introduced. Greetings, Patriarch Xiao, that I am Li Yishi. I apologize for the intrusion, he said, hastily cupping his hands in salute. No intrusion at all. Please come in. Xiao Changfeng beamed. Inwardly ecstatic, he wished for nothing more than for Li Yishi to reside with them permanently. As for Li Yishi's gesture of respect, he deftly sidestepped it, his heart racing with anxiety. His bow must surely be a test of whether I am the sort who is oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Unaware of rank and status, Xiao Changfeng thought, quickly sending a mental message to Xiao Zhan de Junner. Remember, our Lord is experiencing the life of a mortal. He is but a mortal, understand? At this moment, he remained deeply concerned, anxious that something untoward might occur, and felt compelled to reiterate his instructions. Father, I understand, and I will remember. Xiao Zhan replied hastily. As they entered the Xiao residence, Li Yishi's attention was immediately captured by a bonsai in the courtyard, his eyes sparkling with interest. This tree is quite remarkable. It possesses great potential, he mused, reaching out to touch the bonsai, utterly charmed by it. Xiao Zhan opened his mouth to respond, but was left speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on the small tree before him. Xiao Changfeng wore a similar expression, both men dumbstruck by the unfolding scene. The moment Li Yishi's hand made contact with the tree, an aura of profound mystery enveloped it. The most powerful members of the Xiao family stood frozen in astonishment. Those who had previously dismissed Li Yishi were now wide-eyed, nearly kneeling in awe. Dao Yun. It must be Dao Yun. How terrifying. My lord can bestow Dao Yun with a mere flick of his hand. Xiao Changfeng's heart raced, his mind reeling. Tio bestowed Dao Yun so effortlessly. What level of existence was this? A celestial being? It must be the methods of a celestial. A mere mortal could never achieve such feats. Xiao Changfeng had always found Li Yishi intimidating, but he had never imagined his prowess reached such heights. Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and the others shifted again. For the small tree had moved, a tender branch wrapping around Li Yishi's finger. Boom! At that instant, the Xiao family felt as though a thunderclap had shattered within their minds, leaving them stunned. The entire household fell into an eerie silence, each person fixating on the small tree, their hearts in turmoil. The tree had awakened its intelligence. The Lord could casually enlighten living beings? How terrifying! In the next heartbeat, the spiritual energy in the Shao courtyard surged toward the small tree, which absorbed it voraciously. Alarmed, Li Yishi swiftly withdrew his hand. Patriarch Shao, I was reckless. I had no idea this tree had attained intelligence. He said, his heart racing with anxiety, that he silently lamented, reflecting on the dangers of encountering a sentient tree in the wild. Indeed, a cultivator's family is formidable. I had not expected that even a seemingly ordinary tree in the courtyard could possess such intelligence. How perilous! Li Yishi took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, striving to maintain his composure. That my lord is indeed an extraordinary figure. In your eyes, all beings are equal. That I once thought your saving me was mere coincidence. It seems you treat all living things with such regard. Hu Qingyun gazed at Li Yishi, her admiration palpable. Xiao Changfeng, startled by Li Yishi's words, quickly regained his composure, suppressing his own trepidation. That my lord, I had not anticipated that this tree would awaken its intelligence today. I hope it did not frighten you, he said, a hint of anxiety in his tone. That no harm done, Tio enter the Shao family. One must be virtuous. Otherwise, how could the patriarch harbor a malevolent spirit? Li Yishi reassured him with a smile. The IT is indeed an eye-opening experience. Far removed from our mundane existence. That my lord, it is quite windy outside. Please come inside to rest, Xiao Zhan suggested, taking a deep breath. Summoning his courage. Very well. Li Yishi's astonished gaze fell upon the small tree as she stepped into the room. Outside, the elders of the Shao family, sensing the situation, prudently remained at a distance, their hearts filled with utmost trepidation towards Li Yishi. Third brother, you must have cultivated this bonsai. Are you not aware that it is a tree that has awakened its consciousness? One of the elders of the Shao family, with a fearful expression, remarked as Li Yishi entered the room, casting a wary glance at the tree, unable to comprehend the preceding events. That is now the time for such discussions. Previously, it was merely an ordinary bonsai. Its awakening was solely due to the influence of young Master Li. Did you not witness that it was young Master Li who bestowed enlightenment upon it? Today, let me make it clear. Should anyone offend or disrespect young Master Li, they shall be deemed a traitor of the Shao family. With no chance of mercy, Xiao Changfeng stated coldly. Upon finishing, he hastily followed Li Yishi into the room. What? Can one so casually bestow enlightenment upon an ordinary tree? Is he a celestial being? The elder stood there, dumbfounded, astonishment mingling with doubt. That it was simply too incredible. That moment. A remarkably aged man appeared, exuding an aura of decay, glancing over with a frigid demeanor. Dare you approach and test the mysterious aura encircling the small tree? Ancestor. Upon seeing the stooped elder, the others regarded him with utmost reverence, but he was the most powerful figure of the Shao family, and they had not anticipated his arrival. The elder's expression shifted as he nervously approached the small tree. And in the next instant he stood there stupefied as he felt the long-standing bottleneck that had confounded him for ages shatter. But he quickly retreated, addressing the stooped elder. Ancestor, I acknowledge my transgression. I am at your mercy. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Shaken by Li Yishi's prowess to go, guard the gate for 10 years, the elder commanded, devoid of any emotional nuance. As you wish, Ancestor. The old man sighed, suppressing any hint of dissatisfaction, and hurriedly set about replacing a guard of the Shao family. The others quickly departed, fearing they would disturb Li Yishi. Chapter 62. The trouble spoken of by Celestials can be resolved in just 3 minutes. After the crowd dispersed, the elder of the Shao family fixed his gaze upon the bonsai, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, while his heart was tumultuous with shock, muttering to himself, could it be that the young master is a celestial being? With a mere gesture, he can bestow the essence of the Tao, transforming an ordinary bonsai into a divine tree and awakening its consciousness. That if my conjecture is correct, this previously unremarkable tree has now become a divine tree of enlightenment. A coveted treasure sought after by the mightiest of beings across the realms. Henceforth, it shall be the supreme treasure of the Shao family, and this place will become a sacred ground for us. At that moment, the elder of the Shao family trembled with excitement, his very soul quaking that he understood the value of a divine tree of enlightenment. It was a rare existence in the universe that could not be quantified by mere monetary terms. capable of transforming into an unparalleled great demon and becoming a formidable force. The stooped old man took a deep breath, managing to quell the excitement within as he slowly made his way to the hall. "Ancestor, what brings you here?" Xiao Chongfeng asked, equally astonished, never expecting the elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Sanqiong, to emerge from seclusion at such a moment. Xiao Sanqiong had been severely injured a century ago and had spent nearly the entire century in seclusion, clinging to his last vestiges of life, preparing to lend his strength to the Xiao family should a crisis of extermination arise. For 100 years, he had survived with the aid of treasures, and none dared to disturb him. "Chongfeng, have you not called out to the ancestor upon the arrival of our guest?" Xiao Sanqiong playfully chided, showing no sign of reproach towards Xiao Chongfeng, his gaze landing upon Li Yishi. At this moment, Xiao Chongfeng was extremely anxious and quickly transmitted a message to the elder. "Ancestor, the young master can casually bestow enlightenment upon a tree. He must be an unparalleled master. However, he currently presents himself as an ordinary person. Please do not offend him, and refrain from revealing his extraordinary cultivation." Xiao Sanqiong did not even glance at Xiao Chongfeng as he responded. "I am aware that the young master can effortlessly transform a bonsai into a divine tree of enlightenment. This surely surpasses the capabilities of celestial beings. The fact that he can interact with you all in such a manner indicates that he prefers to remain hidden from the world, seeking to experience the lives of mortals." Having lived for several centuries, Xiao Sanqiong had encountered countless masters, recognizing that some possessed peculiar temperaments, that he understood that Li Yishi would never choose to live as a master. Otherwise, how could he engage with mortals? "Old man, Xiao Sanqiong pays his respects to the young master. I apologize for not welcoming you upon your arrival at my humble abode. Please forgive my oversight." Xiao Sanqiong approached Li Yishi, bowing respectfully, his heart filled with trepidation and no offense taken. "I am but an ordinary mortal, and it is already a great honor to visit the Xiao family. How could I trouble you?" Li Yishi replied with a smile, inwardly marveling at the amiability and kindness typical of cultivators. Indeed, in the next moment, Li Yishi's brow furrowed. Upon seeing this, the members of the Xiao family were struck with anxiety, their souls trembling with fear. "Young master, you bear an injury that nearly claims your life. Why have you yet to seek treatment?" Li Yishi remarked, observing Xiao Sanqiong with a furrowed brow. "This injury is quite severe. If my senses do not deceive me, it has persisted for nearly a century. That you have survived until now is truly fortunate." Indeed, the expressions of the Xiao family shifted dramatically as they gazed at Li Yishi in astonishment. Xiao Sanqiong's injury was indeed a remnant of the battle from a century ago, a secret that had never been disclosed by the Xiao family. Yet, Li Yishi had merely cast a glance at Xiao Sanqiong and not only discerned his injury, but also the duration of its affliction, leaving everyone in a state of shock and unease. Upon hearing Li Yishi's words, Xiao Zhan's expression brightened, and he nervously turned to Li Yishi, mustering the courage to ask, "Young master, is there still hope for my ancestor's recovery?" Xiao Zhan was aware that the elder's injury was deemed incurable, but with Li Yishi's unfathomable capabilities, he clung to a glimmer of hope. This was the last hope for the Xiao family. "It can be treated. It's not an incurable affliction. It's merely a bit troublesome," Li Yishi replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Indeed. Hearing Li Yishi's words, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Chongfeng, and Xiao Sanqiong's expressions changed dramatically. With a thud, Xiao Zhan fell to his knees before Li Yishi, his voice trembling as he implored, "Young master, my ancestor's time is limited. I beseech you to intervene and save him. The Xiao family is willing to serve you with our lives, that we are prepared to dedicate our lives to you." Xiao Chongfeng hastily followed suit and knelt. Xiao Sanqiong, however, displayed greater composure, addressing Li Yishi. "Young master, I am but a worthless life. How could I burden you? Please rise. The young master has indicated that it will be quite troublesome, which undoubtedly means it will be a significant challenge. I am well aware of the severity of this injury." Xiao Sanqiong chuckled lightly, finding some solace in the Xiao family's connection with Li Yishi. Moreover, with the divine tree of enlightenment in their possession, it would undoubtedly aid the younger generation of the Xiao family in their growth. Thus, he did not place as much weight on his own life. Xiao Sanqiong had also become significantly more carefree, having come to terms with the fact that countless resources had been expended on his cultivation. Those resources would undoubtedly nurture numerous strong individuals among the younger generation. Especially with the assistance of the divine tree Dada. I merely stated that it may be somewhat difficult, not that it is incurable. That Aishi quickly helped both men to their feet, offering a helpless smile. However, he couldn't help but regard Xiao Zhan and his father with newfound respect. Such loyalty and righteousness were qualities worthy of his friendship. Rest assured, the young master will undoubtedly heal you, the Hu Qingyun hastily interjected. Her confidence in Li Yishi unwavering in her heart. She believed the young master can heal even the injuries from a heavenly tribulation. Surely, this affliction can also be cured. This belief was something Hu Qingyun held with great conviction. Old master, please have a seat, Li Yishi instructed Xiao Sanqiong. Indeed, young master, is there nothing that needs to be prepared? Xiao Sanqiong questioned, somewhat perplexed. Given the gravity of the injury, he assumed that even if it could be treated, considerable preparations would be necessary. Moreover, he had just heard Li Yishi mention it would be somewhat troublesome. When a celestial being spoke of difficulty, he could only imagine the extent of the challenge. No need for preparations. It may cause some discomfort, but you must endure it. I will require approximately 3 minutes, that Li Yishi replied, furrowing his brow. As Li Yishi's words fell, Xiao Sanqiong and the others felt as though they had misheard. Such a grave injury, one that had persisted for a century, could be treated in just 3 minutes. Is there an issue? Everyone? Li Yishi inquired, noticing their stunned expressions, his brow furrowing in confusion, but he found it perplexing why they were looking at him in such a manner. Young master, there is no issue. Several individuals observed that Li Yishi appeared to be angry, their faces reflecting palpable anxiety. In a state of heightened excitement, Xiao Sanqiong suppressed his emotions and promptly seated himself in the hall. Brimming with anticipation. Chapter 63. Xiao Sanqiong's recovery. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng beheld the ancestral figure of the Xiao family seated in meditation. Their eyes filled with fervor as they turned toward Li Yishi. Their hearts raced with exhilaration, their hands clenched tightly, nails digging into their palms without a hint of awareness. All eyes anxiously fixated on Li Yishi that moment. Li Yishi retrieved a set of golden needles from his sleeve, slowly unfurling them in preparation for the acupuncture procedure. His gaze turned exceptionally serious, and in an instant, an indescribable aura enveloped him. With a swift motion, the golden needles were extracted with lightning speed, precisely piercing Xiao Sanqiong's acupoints. The movements were fluid and graceful, yet as the number of needles increased, Li Yishi's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, the speed of his actions gradually decelerating, his focus sharpening with every passing moment. All 108 golden needles were expertly inserted into the acupoints, and the next instant, they began to tremble violently. The tremors were extraordinarily rhythmic, and profound energies coiled around the needles, flowing into Xiao Sanqiong's acupoints. Seated cross-legged, Xiao Sanqiong gritted his teeth against the pain, finally realizing just how excruciating the discomfort that Li Yishi had mentioned truly was. In his agony, he nearly let out a cry of exhilaration. For within him lay numerous injuries, remnants of profound paths that lingered, unable to be expelled. Yet to his astonishment, Xiao Sanqiong discovered that the energies within him, under the assault of the golden needle's arcane power, were instantaneously obliterated, akin to ice meeting a raging fire. What further astonished him was the revelation that this mysterious force contained a vitality that surged forth, rapidly mending Xiao Sanqiong's wounds. This essence of renewal astonishingly revived the cells within him that had previously succumbed to decay. His body, which had begun to rot, erupted with a terrifying vigor in that fleeting moment, a vitality that even surpassed his state before injury. Xiao Sanqiong's heart surged tumultuously, words failing to capture the depth of his excitement. Thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him in awe of Li Yishi's existence. Such formidable methods could only belong to an immortal, capable of effortlessly dispelling the profound energies within him. Energies that were, after all, profound. Furthermore, his body, once on the brink of decay, had been rejuvenated. Was this the power of an immortal? As time elapsed, Xiao Sanqiong's entire being trembled violently. Tears nearly streamed down his face, for after a century of suppression, the release was indescribable. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "The aura of my ancestor has grown stronger. That decaying energy has vanished. though Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng were unaware of Xiao Sangqiong's precise condition. They could not contain their astonishment as they sensed the once corrupt energy within their ancestor dissipating at an alarming rate, replaced by a robust vitality. Xiao Sangqiong, once hunched and frail, now stood tall, his once dull white hair gaining a newfound luster. With Li Yixi's command, the golden needles were swiftly withdrawn from Xiao Sangqiong's acupoints and collected. With a sudden gasp, Xiao Sangqiong expelled a mouthful of dark blood. His injuries completely healed. The oppressive energies within him gradually revived. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Li Yixi. With a thud, Xiao Sangqiong knelt before Li Yixi, tears streaming down his face. "Young master, I am eternally grateful for your gift of life that I end this lifetime. The Xiao family will serve you loyally. Whatever you require, even at the cost of our lives, we shall comply without hesitation." At that moment, kneeling upon the ground, Xiao Sangqiong trembled with overwhelming emotion no need for such extremes. "Rise. You are not in danger now. Spare me the talk of death, that if you were to die, all my efforts would be in vain." "Live well," Li Yixi urged, assisting Xiao Sangqiong to his feet with a serious expression. Internally, Li Yixi was equally exhilarated. The name Xiao Sangqiong indeed bore weight. Despite bearing such grievous injuries, he had survived for a century, indicating his formidable strength. With this connection, Li Yixi had gained an ally, and he hoped this individual was not ungrateful. Despite his excitement, Li Yixi maintained his composure, casually remarking, "By your command, my lord." Xiao Sangqiong halted abruptly. His expression complex my strength pales in comparison to yours. "Young master, it is but a jest that I am but a trivial existence before you, that if you regard me as a formidable foe, I fear I would be obliterated by a mere breath." Nevertheless, Xiao Sangqiong understood that his life had been saved by Li Yixi, and such a promise was one he felt compelled to honor. While he could not aid Li Yixi against formidable enemies, he could certainly eliminate minor obstacles. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Changfeng, witnessing the imposing figure standing before Li Yixi, were overwhelmed with excitement, their bodies quaking in anticipation. Xiao Changfeng's heart trembled as he remarked, "Young master is indeed an immortal. To him, trouble seemed but a mere flick of the wrist. Zhaner, cherish the gift of the path bestowed upon you by the young master," Xiao Changfeng added, upon hearing his father's words. Xiao Zhan responded swiftly, "Father, I understand that exhausted that is there any water?" Li Yixi inquired, feeling parched and casting a nervous glance at Xiao Changfeng, my lord, please forgive me." Xiao Changfeng immediately prepared to fetch water. Xiao Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had not even prepared a single cup of water. If Li Yixi were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for him. Head of the Xiao family, there is no need for such anxiety. It is merely a cup of water, that a delay is of no consequence. Li Yixi chuckled. Internally, he marveled at the remarkable kindness he received from these practitioners upon their meeting. Before long, Xiao Changfeng personally presented tea, my lord, please enjoy. Xiao Changfeng was visibly anxious. Head of the Xiao family, do sit. How could I drink tea while you remain standing? Li Yixi smiled, noticing Xiao Changfeng's posture. Yes, my lord, I shall sit at once, Xiao Changfeng replied, hastily taking a seat my lord, in gratitude for saving my life. Xiao Sangqiong is unsure how to repay you. I possess an item I hope you will find agreeable. Once his emotions settled, Xiao Sangqiong cautiously produced a fist-sized orb from his bosom and presented it to Li Yixi. Chapter 64. The Saintess of the Star Palace. As Li Yixi gazed at the orb being offered by Xiao Sangqiong, curiosity piqued within him. What treasure could this possibly be? This is a heritage crystal. How did the ancestor acquire it? This is the Xiao family's treasured heirloom. As Li Yixi examined the crystal, Xiao Changfeng's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Sangqiong, astonished. Yet, upon reflection, he understood this was the only item of value the Xiao family could present to Li Yixi. All else would scarcely catch his interest. The heritage crystal had been brought back at great cost, with Xiao Sangqiong enduring significant injury to procure it. Now that his wounds had healed, gifting it to the young master could serve as a means of settling the karmic debt. Interesting, Li Yixi mused, his interest piqued upon receiving the heritage crystal. For within the crystal, a vivid scene began to unfold, depicting a series of ever-changing landscapes where figures engaged in fierce combat. Among them, One individual wielded a blade with unparalleled ferocity, as if it were the sole weapon in existence. With each strike, the very heavens seemed to change color, and the myriad techniques employed were executed with a devastating flair. Observing this spectacle, Liishi felt as though he were watching a film projected by a projector. In his delight, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The crystal contained only this singular scene, which felt rather monotonous. Shouts Sangxiong, "Can this image be altered? It would be splendid if it could display other scenes, perhaps something like Journey to the West. The children would surely enjoy that." Liishi inquired. And upon hearing her words, Shouts Sangxiong was about to explain that this was a heritage crystal, irreplaceable, and a technique of the Tiandao Taoist 81 heavenly moves. However, he was taken aback to discover that the image within the heritage crystal had been utterly erased. In the next moment, a scene materialized. An extraordinary monkey appeared, with 3 heads and 6 arms, clad in golden battle armor, wielding a long staff, engaging in a fierce battle in all directions, with a breath into his palm. Countless monkey figures emerged before him, showcasing a terrifying display of supernatural powers. Witnessing this spectacle, Shao Sangxiong felt his mind go blank. The treasure he held so dearly had been obliterated by Liishi. Simultaneously, an overwhelming shock coursed through him. What was this vision? Could it possibly be from the celestial realm? The display of powers was so fearsome that he felt akin to an ant. Was this a disturbance in the heavenly palace? Beside him, Xiao Changfeng stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Having gathered information about Liishi, he was aware of the stories she shared. Beyond his shock, he was captivated by the sight before him, as the aura emanating from it made his very soul tremble, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of shattering. Such a remarkable item. Indeed, I find it delightful. With this, I shall no longer have to narrate tales to the children. This object can even sense my thoughts and record them. Truly miraculous. Liishi hastily tucked the heritage crystal in her bosom. Xiao Sangxiong opened his mouth, but no words came forth. Internally, he lamented the vast chasm between himself and the young master. To him, it was an unparalleled treasure. Yet in the eyes of the young master, it was merely a toy for amusing children. The world of the young master was indeed beyond his comprehension. After Liishi secured the heritage crystal, a radiant smile adorned her face. Upon leaving the Shao family with Uqinyun, Liishi envisioned the scenes from Journey to the West, and in an instant, the entirety of the tale was inscribed within the crystal. She then presented the crystal to the storyteller. In a secluded gorge within the Zhao kingdom, the void suddenly split open, revealing a portal through which a figure emerged. Is this truly the Zhao kingdom? Have I not teleported incorrectly? Once the void portal vanished, the cloaked figure unveiled a beautiful visage. It was a woman. The next moment, she soared outward, entering a town and directly into a loft. As she appeared, those within the loft hurriedly knelt before her, exclaiming, "We pay homage to the Holy Maiden." Their eyes were filled with reverence. Tang Chuchu regarded these individuals coldly, inquiring, "What is the situation? Why did the envoy from the Star Palace perish in Zhao, leaving only the sole lantern of the Protector unextinguished? Yet we cannot reach the Protector." Replying to the Holy Maiden, "The Protector has gone mad." A figure within the loft spoke nervously. "What? You say the Protector is insane? How can this be? Are you certain of your information? What level of cultivation does the left Protector possess?" Tang Chuchu's voice chilled the air. The cultivation of Xingyunzi was formidable, yet these individuals claimed he had lost his sanity. A notion Tang Chuchu found hard to believe. She fixed her icy gaze upon them. "Holy Maiden, we swear to the heavenly Tao, if we speak one false word, we shall never reincarnate," they hastily pledged. Tang Chuchu, the daughter of the Star Palace's master, held an esteemed status. These individuals were merely secret scouts of the Star Palace in Zhao, tasked with monitoring potential dissent. Mad. How could this be possible? The oath of the heavenly Tao was the most fearsome vow in this world. If false, one would surely face retribution. At this moment, Tang Chuchu no longer doubted their words, yet she still found it hard to accept that Xingyunzi had gone mad. The matter was rife with discrepancies. Based on the situation of the soul lanterns from the Star Palace, she knew that aside from Xingyunzi, the others had almost all perished in quick succession. Had they ventured into some perilous location? Have you ascertained where the left Protector first appeared after going mad? Tang Chuchu inquired, her gaze piercing through those before her. replying to the Holy Maiden. The Left Protector's first appearance after madness was in a remote area of Zhao, a place called Luoxianji, that we are uncertain why, but according to reports, the Left Protector first appeared in the royal city. Then the next day in Luoxianji, but by that time, he was already mad. Tang Chuchu furrowed her brows, disregarding these individuals as she set forth for Luoxianji. Luoxianji was indeed exceedingly remote, merely a small town. Upon entering, Tang Chuchu was astonished by the sight before her. As her spiritual sense swept across the area, she noted that all the townsfolk had gathered in one location, and upon rushing over, she discovered they were captivated by a series of wondrous images. Is this truly a heritage crystal? Tang Chuchu was struck with shock. How precious was such a crystal, yet it lay discarded here. The scene before her was mesmerizing, leaving her utterly astounded. What is this? Could it possibly depict scenes from the ancient era? At this moment, Tang Chuchu was filled with exhilaration. Chapter 65. The Holy Maiden seeks an audience before the storyteller's tea house. The crowd was entranced. Among them, Tang Chuchu transitioned from curiosity to horror, feeling her own insignificance within the unfolding imagery. Esteemed guests, the day has grown late, and we shall conclude for today. Tomorrow, we shall continue. The storyteller announced, stepping out with a smile. The heritage crystal was collected by him as well. Alas, how has time passed so swiftly? I must arrive early tomorrow. Excitement filled the eyes of the crowd. Indeed, the day was growing late, and they had to return, leaving reluctantly to tea this moment. Tang Chuchu regained her composure and, seeing the crowd disperse, quickly approached the storyteller. Bowing before you, I am Tang Chuchu, daughter of the Star Palace's master. She knelt before the storyteller, her eyes filled with respect. The Star Palace. Upon hearing Tang Chuchu's words, the storyteller's mind buzzed, momentarily clouding his thoughts that he was aware of the Star Palace, a transcendent force governing numerous kingdoms. And here was Tang Chuchu, the daughter of its master, the Holy Maiden herself, kneeling before him, that in an instant, he was rendered speechless that a figure of such stature was before him, a mere storyteller. Esteemed elder, if I have been presumptuous, I beg your pardon. Noticing the storyteller's silence, Tang Chuchu felt a tremor of fear. Could it be that I have offended you? I hope you will not hold it against me this moment. Tang Chuchu recalled the images she had witnessed, her heart racing. Beads of sweat began to form on her brow. To leave a legacy within a heritage crystal required profound mastery, and the duration of the recorded legacy was greatly influenced by the strength of the individual leaving it. The length of the images she had seen left her astounded. In her view, the storyteller must be an unparalleled expert to achieve such a feat. Today, as she awaited a response, the storyteller, regaining his senses after hearing Tang Chuchu's words, was suddenly overcome with fear and knelt before her. Holy Maiden, I am merely a humble storyteller, that if I have unknowingly offended you, I beg your forgiveness, that I am to blame, but my family is innocent. The storyteller's face bore a look of sheer terror, his body shaking violently as beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Seeing the storyteller's reaction, Tang Chuchu was taken aback and hurriedly helped him to his feet. Esteemed elder, you are a transcendent being. How could I harbor any ulterior motives? Your ability to leave such formidable images indicates that your cultivation is extraordinary. Tang Chuchu felt an overwhelming anxiety. Is this what you refer to? This is not mine. It was given to me by the young master, a gift from him. The storyteller, realizing that Tang Chuchu meant no harm, took a deep breath and slowly produced the crystal from his robe. The young master? May I inquire as to which young master this is and where he resides? Tang Chuchu, upon hearing the storyteller's words, breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier moment when he knelt had nearly left her in shock. Now, she felt somewhat at ease, grateful that the storyteller was not an unparalleled master. However, her curiosity regarding the young master mentioned by the storyteller had only intensified. Esteemed Holy Maiden, young Master Li resides atop that distant mountain. He has already returned, and he is not an unparalleled master. He is just an ordinary person, as we all know. The master hastily elucidated, his heart gripped by fear that Tang Chuchu might blame him for not clarifying matters, leading to his demise. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he hurriedly recounted everything he knew about Li Wai. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Tang Chuchu felt a twinge of unease. The master's assertion that Li Yishi was merely immortal was hard for her to accept. The terrifying images left within the legacy crystal suggested otherwise, indicating that he was undoubtedly a person of extraordinary power. The only conceivable explanation was that he wished to keep his identity concealed while experiencing the life of a commoner. With a deep breath, Tang Chuchu set her path towards the sacred mountain. Upon reaching the courtyard, she performed a respectful bow, announcing, "This is Tang Chuchu of the Tianqing Palace, seeking an audience with the young master." Her voice trembled slightly, aware of her audacity in approaching Li Yishi, whom she barely knew, without any valid reason for her visit. Just as her anxiety peaked, the courtyard door creaked opened. Chu Qingyan glanced at Tang Chuchu and smiled. "My dear girl, please come in. It is already evening, and the air is quite chilly." "Thank you," Tang Chuchu replied hurriedly, bowing deeply as she followed Hu Qingyan into the courtyard. "I am Hu Qingyan. May I ask your name?" "Young lady?" she inquired with a smile. "You must be here to see the young master, Hu elder sister. My name is Tang Chuchu. You may call me Chuchu. I was utterly captivated by the story recounted by the young master today, which is why I have come to pay my respects." Tang Chuchu introduced herself, her nerves palpable. "Are you referring to the journey to the west? That tale is indeed magnificent, unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Perhaps it belongs to the celestial realm." Hu Qingyan responded with a grin. At that moment, Li Yishi emerged from the room, and upon seeing Tang Chuchu, he smiled. "Young master, this girl has been enchanted by your story and has come to pay her respects." Hu Qingyan informed him. "Tang Chuchu of Tianqing Palace. I pay my respects to the young master," Tang Chuchu said, bowing hurriedly, her heart racing with trepidation, uncertain of how Li Yishi would respond to her uninvited visit. Yet, she felt that failing to pay her respects to such an esteemed individual would be a grave disrespect, and no need for such formality. "Please, have a seat. My dear Chuchu, you appear to have traveled quite a distance. I imagine you must be thirsty." "Qingyun, fetch a cup of water for Chuchu," Li Yishi said, casting a glance at Tang Chuchu before instructing Hu Qingyan. Tang Chuchu felt a slight flush on her cheeks. After her relentless journey from Tianqing Palace, she indeed felt parched. Taking the water from Hu Qingyan, she gulped it down eagerly. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, her expression suddenly changed, for she sensed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupting within her. This energy, remarkably pure, coursed through her entire being, with her pores greedily absorbing it. Tang Chuchu was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. In that brief moment, she had completed a body-forging process. Alarmed, she quickly sealed the energy. Aware that if left unchecked, she could achieve far more than merely one forging. However, she felt her seal would not last long, and in a state of urgency, she bowed to Li Yishi, saying, "Thank you, young master, for the water. Chuchu must return to Tianqing Palace immediately. I shall take my leave and hope to visit you again. I asked Chuchu in such a hurry. Please wait a moment. The journey back to Tianqing Palace is quite lengthy. Qingyan, prepare a bottle of water for Chuchu. She will need it." Li Yishi instructed upon noticing Tang Chuchu's travel-worn appearance. No, young master, there is no need." Tang Chuchu protested vigorously upon hearing his words. "Chuchu, do not refuse. You will need it. Take it with you," Li Yishi insisted, placing the bottle into her hands. "Thank you, young master." "Chuchu bids farewell," Tang Chuchu said, her body trembling slightly with excitement as she hurriedly left the courtyard. Once distanced from the sacred mountain, Tang Chuchu quickly halted, producing a flying sword that swiftly carved a tunnel into the mountainside. As she sat cross-legged, the seal within her body shattered in an instant, unleashing an explosion of pure spiritual energy. In a brief moment, Tang Chuchu was astounded to realize she had completed over 20 body forging processes, pushing her stellar body to its zenith. In the next heartbeat, a surge of stellar power manifested within her, swirling around her. "I have actually completed the forging of the stellar body, and furthermore, awakened the great stellar body. What kind of water was that? What manner of being is the young master?" She pondered in awe, a mixture of joy and trepidation flooding her being. Within the affiliated kingdom of Tianqing Palace, a fearsome presence lurked, compelling her to inform her father. Over the years, she had expended countless resources in her pursuit of body forging, achieving only a few instances. Yet now, with merely a cup of water, she had accomplished so much. How could she not be astonished? Her form transformed into radiant starlight as she soared through the skies. Tianqing Palace was perched upon a colossal, floating meteorite, infused with boundless stellar energy, which had led to its establishment in this location. Upon the expansive grounds of the palace, countless individuals gathered, their eyes shimmering with hope as they gazed upon the treasure pagoda, suspended in midair. Surrounding the pagoda, a dense aura of stellar energy enveloped it, transforming the spiritual mist into a delicate vapor that shrouded its structure. From within the pagoda, waves of terrifying power emanated intermittently, instilling a sense of dread. "Elder, do you believe the sect master will break through this time?" a disciple asked, his expression solemn. "Without a doubt. The sect master has devoted over a century to prepare for this breakthrough, expending an unimaginable amount of resources. He will certainly succeed. Once he achieves this, our Tianqing Palace shall ascend in rank," an elder replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. At that moment, inside the pagoda, a middle-aged man, eyes closed in deep meditation, suddenly opened them. A terrifying force of stellar energy radiated from his gaze. His left eye resembled a luminous moon, while his right mirrored a blazing sun. The stellar energy pulsating outward as he inhaled. The stellar energy and spiritual mist surrounding the pagoda were swiftly drawn into his mouth. Outside the pagoda, a shocking scene unfolded as a vortex materialized atop it, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. In the next instant, the spiritual energy surrounding the pagoda was entirely consumed. Inside, the middle-aged man felt fluctuations of energy surging within him. His expression was one of exhilaration. He had prepared for this moment for over a century, braving countless dangers and life-threatening crises, and today he was on the cusp of fulfilling his aspiration. If he could attain the divine martial realm, the Tianqing Palace would elevate its standing. However, in the next moment, the man's countenance shifted dramatically. After absorbing a vast amount of stellar energy and spiritual power, he found his Tao body straining under the pressure, threatening to collapse, numerous cracks appearing upon its surface. The physical body is the foundation of a cultivator. Without it, the soul cannot endure. Is heaven conspiring against me? Despair clouded Tang Jiang's eyes. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended outside Tianqing Palace, her beautiful eyes gleaming with joy. It was the returning Tang Chuchu. "Elder, is my father about to break through?" After more than a century. If he enters the divine martial realm, our Tianqing Palace will reap immeasurable benefits, Tang Chuchu exclaimed with delight. "Quickly, elders, prepare the precious elixirs. My physical body cannot withstand this," a frantic voice echoed from within the pagoda. "Belonging to Tang Jiang, what? How could this be? The sect master has completed 18 body forges, shaping the stellar Tao body. How can he still lack the strength to break through?" The elders outside nearly lost their wits. "Swiftly, bring forth the supreme elixirs from within the sect," they urged, panic-stricken. Should Tang Jiang fail, it would spell catastrophe for Tianqing Palace, as surrounding forces would undoubtedly seek to consume it. This moment, the atmosphere within Tianqing Palace was rife with anxiety. One after another, precious elixirs were delivered into the pagoda, absorbed by Tang Jiang. As he consumed 7 millennium-grade elixirs, the elders were consumed by worry, uncertain whether it would be enough to support his breakthrough. For Tianqing Palace could no longer provide any further treasures to aid him. It's still not enough. Is heaven truly intent on my demise? Tang Jiang had despaired completely. "Father, hold on," Tang Chuchu cried out in desperation. Tears brimming in her eyes. In the next moment, a voice filled with despair emanated from the pagoda. "Esteemed elders, it is all fated. I, Tang, am destined to fail this time. After my demise, you must evacuate this place. This celestial stone is not yours to occupy." The air was thick with despair and reluctance. A century of preparation had ultimately been in vain. In her moment of hopelessness, Tang Chuchu suddenly remembered the bottle of water within her storage ring. A glimmer of hope flickered in her despairing eyes. Surely a single cup of this water could assist her in forging her body countless times, and it would undoubtedly aid her father. "Father, please drink it." In her frantic urgency, Tang Chuchu hurled the water bottle into the pagoda. Tang Jiang caught it, only to discover it was merely a bottle of water, his expression of anticipation once again shrouded by despair. A bitter smile graced his lips. Drinking this water from his daughter before his demise wasn't so bad after all. He consumed every drop from the bottle. He set the bottle down. A brilliant light sparkled in his eyes, and they widened in astonishment. What? What is this? Could it be the legendary Jyotian spirit liquid? At that moment, Tang Jianghe was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In the next instant, as he activated his cultivation technique, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The Tao body, which had been on the verge of collapse, was finally subdued under the relentless forging of his form, managing to contain the chaotic forces of the heavens and earth within him. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded within the pagoda. Above, a cloud descended upon the structure. The rules had conspired to bless him. His father had broken through that moment. Tang Chuchu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. The previously despondent elders and disciples of the Tianqing Palace once again shone with brilliance in their eyes. Congratulations to the sect for entering the divine martial realm. Their cheers reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 67. The Test of the Tao Heart. A figure emerged from the pagoda, surrounded by the power of the stars. An aura so formidable it was nearly blinding. Congratulations, Sect Master. On the Tao platform, the elders and disciples hurriedly knelt in reverence. Everyone, today I, Tang, have made a breakthrough. From this day forth, the threats from surrounding forces shall no longer loom over us. However, my realm is not yet stabilized. We must remain vigilant against potential attacks from other factions that it is perilous, and we must guard the Star Palace that we are willing to serve the sect until death. With those words, the figures departed. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Jianghe's gaze fell upon Tang Chuchu. Although speaking of instability was merely a formality, he was eager to inquire about her, with eyes shimmering like stars. He beckoned, "Chuchu, come here." With a wave of his hand, Tang Chuchu was drawn into the pagoda that as soon as she entered, Tang Jianghe eagerly questioned, "Chuchu, you are truly my treasure. In this critical moment, without the Jyotian spirit liquid you obtained, I would have surely failed. Where did you find this Jyotian spirit liquid?" Tang Jianghe gazed at his daughter, overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling. The Jyotian spirit liquid. He never imagined he would possess such a treasure. At that moment, Tang Chuchu composed herself and replied, "Father, it was gifted to me by the young master." Tang Chuchu was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Li Yishi would bestow such a precious item upon her. "The young master? Which young master?" Tang Jianghe asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Father, the young master must be an extraordinary figure, as he had already foreseen your potential failure in breaking through." Remembering Li Yishi, Tang Chuchu grew increasingly fearful and refrained from answering her father's question, her mind replaying the words he had spoken when she left. "Miss Chuchu, do not refuse. You will need it, so take it with you." In that moment, Li Yishi's words echoed in Tang Chuchu's mind, deepening her reverence for him. How could he predict everything? "What do you mean? Which master predicted my failure? How can that be? Is he some sort of deity?" Tang Jianghe laughed at the thought, believing his daughter had been deceived. "Father, the young master truly foreknew." Tang Chuchu recounted every detail of her experience to Tang Jianghe without omission upon hearing her tale. Tang Jianghe was utterly stunned, staring at Tang Chuchu in disbelief. "Chuchu, are you telling the truth? The young master was able to leave such a long vision within the inheritance crystal? A single cup of water helped you complete the forging of the star body. Did the young master say anything to you before you left?" At that moment, Tang Jianghe's heart raced with trepidation. Li Yishi, separated by countless miles, had known that he would require the Jyotian spirit liquid to break through. The sheer magnitude of this revelation left him in shock. "Father, this is all true. How could Chuchu deceive you?" Tang Chuchu's breath quickened as she reflected on the day's astonishing events, pondering if the young master might truly be an immortal. With Tang Chuchu's repeated confirmations, Tang Jianghe exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. Could it be that such a transcendent existence as the young master resides in Zhao country, one who knows both the past and the future? How terrifying! After taking a deep breath, Tang Jianghe turned to Tang Chuchu, saying, "Chuchu, my life was given by the young master, and this extraordinary opportunity must be repaid. Come, we shall visit the sacred mountain to pay our respects to the young master and express our gratitude for his life-saving grace." At that moment, Tang Jianghe's expression turned grave. "Yes, father." Tang Chuchu took a deep breath, feeling incredibly tense, intimidated by Li Yishi's celestial abilities. Tang Jianghe dared not linger, leading his daughter directly towards Zhao country. Upon reaching the courtyard, he took a deep breath before respectfully stating, Tang Jianghe seeks an audience with the young master. During their journey, Tang Chuchu had shared much with Tang Jianghe, cautioning him that Li Yishi had taken on a mortal guise to experience life. Old Bai opened the courtyard door, welcoming the father and daughter into the premises. That as they followed Old Bai, Tang Jianghe and Tang Chuchu trembled violently, gazing in awe at Old Bai's back, hardly daring to breathe. Inside the courtyard, Hu Qingyun sat before a chessboard, contemplating a difficult endgame, her brow furrowed. Tang Jianghe cast a casual glance at the board, and his expression instantly changed. That a dreadful pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, he witnessed Hu Qingyun's frown transform into a smile as she placed a white piece upon the board, dissipating the overwhelming pressure that had nearly crushed his spirit. Huff, huff, huff. At that moment, Tang Jianghe's eyes were filled with astonishment, gasping for air, still shaken by the earlier scene. Sister Qingyun. Tang Chuchu, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, called out excitedly upon seeing Hu Qingyun smile. Chuchu, Hu Qingyun responded, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Sister Qingyun, is the young master not at home? Tang Chuchu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. The young master is currently occupied, Hu Qingyun replied. Chuchu, may I ask who this is? Hu Qingyun's gaze shifted to Tang Jianghe, sensing a formidable aura emanating from him. I am Tang Jianghe, Chuchu's father. I pay my respects to Miss Qingyun, Tang Jianghe said, hastily bowing. That he knew the people by the young master's side were no ordinary individuals. The earlier chess match had nearly shattered his Dao heart. Sister Qingyun, do you enjoy playing chess? Your skills must be quite remarkable, Tang Chuchu inquired curiously, glancing at the board. Chuchu, my chess skills are rather lacking. The young master has been guiding me daily, and today I managed to solve the endgame he set up. According to him, I have merely entered the threshold. My skills are indeed quite poor. Hu Qingyun said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Boom. As Hu Qingyun finished speaking, Tang Jianghe felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder. His respect for Li Yishi grew immensely. His chess skills were unparalleled. Yet the earlier endgame had nearly broken his Dao heart. Yet Hu Qingyun, who had managed to solve it, claimed to have merely entered the threshold. At that moment, Tang Jianghe recognized the profundity of the chess game. It contained an inquiry into the Dao heart. Chapter 68. Could it be that the young master knows the past and the future? As the master of the Tianqing Palace, Tang Jianghe had seen much, yet everything here left him utterly astonished. Has Chuchu arrived? Just then, Li Yishi emerged from the room, spotting Tang Chuchu and smiling. Chuchu greets the young master. Tang Jianghe greets the young master. The father and daughter hurriedly bowed to Li Yishi. Young master, this is my father, Tang Jianghe, the master of the Tianqing Palace. Tang Chuchu quickly introduced that. So you are Master Tang. That a pleasure to meet you. Please have a seat, Li Yishi said with a warm smile, gesturing for Tang Jianghe to take a seat. Chuchu, you should sit as well. You have arrived at the perfect time. Today Old Bai has prepared a pot of soup for you to taste. Li Yishi continued, his smile remaining humble. Thank you, young master. We apologize for disturbing you today. At this moment, Tang Jianghe remained exceedingly reserved, for he could discern not the slightest trace of aura emanating from Li Yishi, who appeared as ordinary as any mortal. However, Tang Jianghe was acutely aware that Li Yishi possessed the uncanny ability to effortlessly conjure terrifyingly long images from the ancestral crystal. That was truly unfathomable. His strength was undoubtedly celestial. Had he been able to sense Li Yishi's presence, perhaps Tang Jianghe would have felt a modicum of composure. Young master, the soup is ready. Esteemed guest, please indulge, Old Bai announced as he placed the soup down, bowing graciously with utmost gentlemanly demeanor. Thank you, senior, Tang Jianghe and Tang Chuchu hurriedly responded. Tang Gongzhu, Miss Chuchu, Old Bai is merely a robot, managing household chores, not a senior, Li Yishi remarked, somewhat speechless. That it seemed that anyone who encountered Old Bai considered him a spirit of the vessel. Indeed, young master, the two nodded fervently, constantly reminding themselves that the young master had assumed the guise of a mortal and that discussions of practitioners were to be avoided. This being was evidently a formidable vessel spirit, enveloped in the essence of the Tao, yet the young master referred to him as merely a robot, a supreme vessel spirit, revered like an ancestor, reduced to the role of a servant. How could they not be astonished? Observing the two's perfunctory demeanor, Li Yishi chose not to elaborate further, having grown somewhat numb to their reactions. You two, how about savoring old Bai's culinary artistry? Li Yishi invited them to dine. Thank you, young master, they replied, feeling immensely honored as they gazed at the pristine, translucent soup that exuded a captivating fragrance, instantly igniting their appetites. Gently sipping a small mouthful, the flavorful essence erupted on their palates, prompting them to involuntarily close their eyes and relish the experience. However, in the next moment, an enigmatic aura surged from their bodies, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The essence of the Tao. It is the essence of the Tao. Tang Jianhe exclaimed inwardly, utterly astounded. Yet he resolutely suppressed his inner excitement, hastily closing his eyes to refine the Tao's essence, elated at this fortuitous opportunity. Tang Chuchu's state was hardly better. Do you two enjoy it? If so, do partake of more soup. Li Yishi observed their closed-eyed reverie, feeling a surge of joy. Indeed, the finest method of befriending these practitioners was to capture their appetites. Thank you, young master. Tang Jianhe and his daughter were engulfed in tumultuous emotions. They had not anticipated that the soup Li Yishi regularly consumed contained such profound Tao essence. Dahe, it's time to eat, old Bai's voice rang out, drawing the attention of Tang Jianhe and his daughter. They turned to see a pot of soup meant for a dog. Dahe glanced over, shifting slightly to obscure the view of the father and daughter. The two were left in shock, realizing they were outdone by a mere dog. After the meal, Tang Jianhe and Tang Chuchu were brimming with excitement, having accumulated an abundance of Tao essence. Old Bai, dispose of this soup. Clean up, Li Yishi casually instructed. Dispose of it, at that moment, upon hearing Li Yishi's words. Tang Jianhe felt as if his mind was buzzing. Such divine soup was to be discarded. The thought pained him profoundly, and gathering his courage, he implored, Young master, I have never tasted soup of such quality in my life. Might I take some with me? After speaking, Tang Jianhe felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. Tang Gongzhu, if you wish to take it, do so. Old Bai, package it for Tang Gongzhu, Li Yishi replied with delight. Realizing that Tang Jianhe was remarkably easy to win over through his appetite, making future camaraderie all the more feasible. Sighing, Li Yishi recalled the large azure-scaled water buffalo, lamenting its unfortunate fate in the current heat, which would hinder preservation. Noticing Li Yishi's sigh, Tang Jianhe promptly inquired, Young master, is there something troubling you? Nothing much, merely reflecting on the fortunate acquisition of a superb beast, but the warmth poses a threat to its preservation. How I wish I had an artifact for proper storage, Li Yishi sighed again. Tang Jianhe felt helpless, as he too could conceive no solution. After some conversation, Tang Jianhe and Tang Chuchu bid farewell to Tianqing Palace. Upon entering the teleportation array, a flicker of light enveloped them, and they emerged. Tang Jianhe gazed at the soup he held, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Do we pay our respects to the palace master? The elders of Tianqing Palace hastily bowed. There is no need for formality. Come forth. This palace master has encountered a great fortuity and shall share it with you. Tang Jianhe smiled mysteriously. Did a great fortuity? The elders' eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurried to keep pace with Tang Jianhe. However, upon opening the container, they were met with a pot of soup, leaving them utterly perplexed regarding its connection to a great fortuity. Esteemed elders, do give it a try, Tang Jianhe said, keen to observe their astonishment without revealing too much. Of course, palace master. The elders hesitated but complied, serving themselves modestly. Yet upon tasting the soup, they began to tremble violently. Palace master, what manner of soup is this? They exclaimed, their faces a portrait of shock, as they continued to consume it with fervor, even engaging in disputes over portions. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. Tang Jianhe shook his head, fully aware of the need for discretion regarding Li Yishi's identity. After finishing the soup, one elder suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Palace master, there is a matter I forgot to report. In the extreme north of the bitter cold lands, an ancient relic has emerged, yet the formation surrounding it is exceedingly formidable and difficult to crack. Shui Tianxi has invited you to collaborate in breaking the formation. The extreme north of the bitter cold lands. Upon hearing this news, Tang Jianhe's expression stiffened. Utterly stunned, he mused inwardly. Could it be that the young master truly possesses the celestial ability to perceive past and future? The emergence of a relic in the extreme north. Could it possibly contain what the young master seeks? Furthermore, the extreme north lies to the north, while the young master had been seated facing south. Could that have been a hint to me? In this moment, Tang Jianghe recalled Li Yixi's sigh when preparing to depart, expressing a need for an artifact capable of freezing. Chapter 69. Could it be that the young master intended for me to witness this? Palace Master, what troubles you? The elders of Tianqing Palace asked, observing Tang Jianghe's rapt attention to the news of the ancient relic in the extreme north. Nothing of consequence, that I merely recalled some matters that seemed too extraordinary. Tang Jianghe inhaled deeply, his countenance filled with awe. Seeing Tang Jianghe's demeanor, the elders urged, Palace Master, what has transpired? We are willing to serve the Tianqing Palace with our lives. The gravity in their expressions intensified. Realizing their solemnity, Tang Jianghe decided to disclose, esteemed ones, today I visited an extraordinary figure. Upon departing, this sage gazed toward the north and expressed a need for an artifact capable of freezing. You suppose this sage possesses knowledge of past and future, directing me to retrieve such a treasure. The soup you just consumed was obtained from this sage. Furthermore, this sage foresaw my impending failure to break through and instructed Chu-Chu to bring back an item, which ultimately aided my breakthrough. This must surely be a sign from the sage. Tang Jianghe regarded the elders with a serious expression. Palace Master, could it be that your breakthrough was due to the vial of water brought back by Chu-Chu? Upon hearing Tang Jianghe's declaration, the elders were filled with astonishment. T.O. possessed the ability to foresee past and future. What kind of being could that be? Even if it were mere coincidence that the sage assisted Tang Jianghe's breakthrough, how could such a fortuitous event transpire? They understood well that the ancient relic in the extreme north had only recently appeared and that Shui Tianci had not invited many individuals. Moreover, the matter was shrouded in secrecy. Yet, how could a sage foresee such occurrences? The atmosphere grew tense as the elders realized the implications of the sage's guidance. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for Tianqing Palace. They must secure the treasures within the ancient relic and present them to the young master. Palace Master, we shall accompany you to the extreme north of the bitter cold lands, that we must ensure that we acquire the treasures without any mishaps. The elders asserted, their expressions grave. Agreed that we shall set forth together, and without fail, we must accomplish this task as directed by the young master. Tang Jianghe resolved, inhaling deeply as he prepared to lead the formidable forces of Tianqing Palace to the extreme north. Esteemed elders, this matter concerns the future of our Tianqing Palace. We must execute the young master's directives flawlessly. Tang Jianghe's gaze swept across the assembly. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall assist the palace master in this endeavor. They vowed, hastily pledging their oaths. Esteemed ones, let us not delay, that we must depart at once. Tang Jianghe dared not delay for even a moment, leading the group hastily into the teleportation array. After 3 days, the members of Tianqing Palace finally arrived at the extreme north. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was blanketed in white, with nearly everything frozen. Even among them, the weakest possessed the formidable strength of the earth martial realm. Yet here, they were compelled to circulate their energy to resist the piercing cold. The sky had remained unchanged for centuries, with heavy snow never ceasing. Palace Master, according to the coordinates provided by Shui Tianci, if we proceed another 1,000 miles to the extreme north, we will reach the ancient ruins, one of the elders of Tianqing Palace said with a grave expression. Everyone, we must proceed without any mistakes. Once we activate the ancient ruins, it will inevitably be a contest of strength for the treasures. Shui Tianci is also a martial god, and his cultivation may even surpass mine. We hold no advantage. Tang Jianghe looked at the crowd and reiterated his orders. Palace Master, we understand, the elders replied cautiously. Then let us move forward. With a swift motion, Tang Jianghe tore through the void, leading the group into the spatial rift. In the extreme north, a colossal phantom appeared in the sky. The figure was a woman clad in white, emanating a terrifying chill that enveloped the surroundings. Below her, a massive mountain loomed, where numerous individuals had gathered. Their expressions grave. At the forefront stood none other than Shui Tianci. Suddenly, the void split open, and Tang Jianghe, along with the members of Tianqing Palace, descended before the icy peak. Palace Master, you have arrived, Shui Tianxi greeted with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. Indeed, Brother Tianxi, have there been any discoveries? Is the formation truly as dreadful as rumored? Tang Jianghe inquired urgently. Indeed, the formation is exceedingly formidable that if we do not dismantle it and attempt to force our way through, even those at the martial god level are doomed to perish. That my ancestor from the Shui family, also a martial god, was directly torn apart by the power of the formation upon entry. This place is undoubtedly an ancient and terrifying ruin. The strength of the formation indicates the might of its master, and there must be invaluable treasures within. However, breaking this formation will be incredibly challenging. This time, I have also invited Xianling Daoist that I wonder if we will be able to successfully breach the formation. Shui Tianxi spoke with a serious demeanor. Brother Tianxi has invited Xianling Daoist. Upon hearing this, Tang Jianghe's brows furrowed. Xianling Daoist is renowned for his unparalleled mastery of formations, with profound skills beyond measure. Tang Jianghe had not anticipated that Shui Tianxi would invite Xianling Daoist, clearly indicating the formation's unusual complexity. Brother Tianxi, Brother Tang, a voice suddenly resonated, and two figures emerged, traversing the air. Greetings, Xianling Daoist. Tang Jianghe and Shui Tianxi greeted with smiles. Xianling Daoist, who is this beside you? Tang Jianghe asked, noticing another martial god-level expert accompanying Xianling Daoist. Feeling a twinge of anxiety. Even if they managed to break the formation, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. This is my friend, Bai Sanren, Xianling Daoist casually introduced before eagerly exclaiming, Brother Tianxi. Where is the formation? Let us proceed immediately. Xianling Daoist, this way please. Shui Tianxi led the group hastily through an icy tunnel, arriving at the entrance of the ruins. Before them stood an enormous bronze ancient door, radiating an aura of extreme antiquity. Before this bronze door were 81 ancient beast statues, which together formed a terrifyingly powerful formation. Upon seeing the formation, Tang Jianghe's expression shifted as he glanced at the statues. Feeling an uncanny familiarity, their arrangement mirrored the remnants he had witnessed in Li Yishi's courtyard. Tang Jianghe was profoundly shaken. Could it be that the young master had intentionally allowed him to see this? Chapter 70. Breaking the formation. At this moment, Tang Jianghe's body trembled slightly. However, the members of Tianqing Palace stood at the back, oblivious to this scene. Yet, a few elders of Tianqing Palace noticed Tang Jianghe's unusual demeanor and quietly conveyed their concerns. Palace Master, what is wrong? Hearing the elders' words, Tang Jianghe took a deep breath, suppressing his inner shock, and transmitted. Elders, we have truly encountered a supreme being that I suspect the young master may be an immortal. Otherwise, how could he have predicted everything? This formation is identical to the chessboard I saw in the courtyard of a master, undoubtedly meant to teach me how to dismantle this formation. Everything here is part of the young master's scheme. After speaking, Tang Jianghe remained in a state of disbelief. What? Palace Master, do you truly mean what you say? The elders of Tianqing Palace were filled with incredulity. Palace Master, should we wait for these individuals to leave before we attempt to breach the formation and enter the ruins? One elder suggested excitedly. Impossible. Such a powerful ruin. Shui Tianxi will undoubtedly not give up. Even the ancestor of the Shui family perished here. Having witnessed the strength of this place, Shui Tianxi will be determined to break the formation. Tang Jianghe replied with a serious expression. Let us observe whether Xianling Daoist can break the formation, that if he cannot, I will intervene, that if Shui Tianxi invites an even more formidable presence, we will be unable to contend for the treasures within the ruins. And we will not fulfill the master's instructions, that we shall obey your command. Palace Master. The members of Tianqing Palace replied, their eyes gleaming with fervor, that if they could truly forge a connection with that supreme being, Tianqing Palace would undoubtedly take a significant leap forward, perhaps even receiving guidance to break through their limitations. At this moment, before the bronze door, Xianling Daoist surveyed the ancient statues with a grave expression, channeling his energy to slowly adjust the position of one statue. Seeing Xianling Daoist's actions, Tang Jianghe shook his head, thinking it was a grave error. Just as Tang Jianghe shook his head, when Xianling Daoist moved 3 statues, a terrifying backlash from the formation struck, sending him flying. Despite being at the martial god level, Xianling Daoist was severely injured by the formation's power, spitting blood. Xianling Daoist, what happened? Shui Tianxi's expression changed with urgency. He had not anticipated that even Xianling Daoist could not breach the formation. Cough, cough. Xianling Daoist coughed again, blood spilling forth, his expression heavy as he murmured, "It cannot be that it cannot be that I was certain I was correct." Why did this happen at this moment? Xianling Daoist appeared almost possessed, his eyes reflecting madness. He believed he had made no mistakes, yet he was met with the formation's backlash. Xianling Daoist, can you continue? Shui Tianxi asked, his face growing increasingly pale. Brother Tianxi, this formation is truly terrifying. I am gravely injured and unable to continue breaking the formation for the time being. Xianling Daoist lamented. What shall we do, Brother Tang? Do you see anything? Shui Tianxi, feeling helpless, turned to Tang Jianghe. I shall give it a try. Tang Jianghe took a deep breath and approached the formation that I in his mind. He recalled Hu Qingyun's method for breaking formations. After channeling his energy, he moved a lion head statue before the bronze ancient door 3 spaces that I in the next moment. The formidable formation was instantly shattered, and the enormous bronze door, the weight of which was unfathomable, slowly creaked open. What? So that's how it is, truly marvelous, beyond words. Xianling Daoist, seated on the ground and recovering, exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Tang Jianghe dismantle the formation. The other members of Tianqing Palace could not help but inhale sharply at this moment. They once again recognized the terrifying prowess of that master, who, despite being thousands of miles away, had comprehended everything here, subtly guiding the palace master to break the formation. Brother Tang is indeed formidable. But within the ruins, we shall rely on our own abilities, Shui Tianxi remarked, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. You are correct, Brother Tianxi. Inside the ruins, it will be a matter of our own capabilities, Tang Jianghe replied with a cold smile. He understood that once the ruins were activated, there would be no room for friendship. It would be a contest of strength that in the next moment, Shui Tianxi led the experts of the Shui family. Swiftly entering the bronze door, Tang Jianghe glanced at them before also stepping inside. Within the door lay a series of mysterious ice corridors, resembling a labyrinth. Tang Jianghe chose one and ventured into the ice passage. Not long after entering, a terrifying ancient beast of the ice martial realm appeared within the corridor, charging directly at the members of Tianqing Palace, an ancient ice beast. Upon seeing the beast, Tang Jianghe's expression grew exceedingly grave. The group joined forces, and after a minute of intense battle, they managed to slay the ancient beast, albeit at great cost to their energy. Their faces turned solemn as they said, "Palace Master, it seems this treasure will not be easily obtained." The elder of the Tianqing Palace, one of whom had his arm torn off by the ancient beast, appeared exceedingly pallid. "Be cautious," Tang Jianghe urged, suppressing the terror that surged within him, an hour later. After countless fierce battles, Tang Jianghe and his companions entered the Hall of Profound Ice. Within the hall lay a colossal jade box of profound ice. Upon catching sight of it, Tang Jianghe was overwhelmed with excitement. It is indeed a jade box of profound ice. This is undeniably the item that the young master requires. The young master is truly extraordinary, capable of foreseeing that such a treasure exists within this ruin. At that moment, Tang Jianghe's expression was filled with exhilaration and astonishment in the next moment, several figures also entered the hall. "Brother Tang, you are indeed remarkable, arriving here before me," Su Tianxi, covered in blood, remarked coldly. His gaze fixated on the jade box with delight. This is a jade box forged from 9 heavens profound ice. From another passage, a robed wanderer appeared. Upon seeing the jade box at the center of the hall, he trembled with excitement. What? This was crafted from 9 heavens profound ice. Tang Jianghe and his companions felt their hearts race. 9 heavens profound ice was a divine material. The fact that someone possessed the audacity to create such a massive jade box from it was astounding. 9 heavens profound ice was renowned for its ability to suppress inner demons, allowing cultivators to make rapid progress. Cultivators must not only seek ways to enhance their cultivation, but also find methods to subdue their inner demons. Not all practitioners of the sinister path were bloodthirsty. Many simply chose rapid cultivation methods, unable to restrain their inner darkness, thus becoming masters of the evil way. Chapter 71. Is it my lack of perception? The 3 great realms of divine martial arts converged in one place. Apart from the robed wanderer who stood alone, both the Tianqing Palace and the Su family had numerous warriors of the Earth martial realm. After losing the Xianling Daoist, the robed wanderer had become the weakest among them. Brother Tang, now that we are all here, the Su family and your Tianqing Palace are the most formidable forces. However, if we were to engage in a battle that leaves us both severely weakened, it would only benefit the robed wanderer. Previously, there was a Xianling Daoist, but he is now gravely injured and cannot fight. Let us unite to eliminate the robed wanderer first, and then we can compete. Su Tianxi's voice resonated in Tang Jianghe's ears. Agreed. Hearing Su Tianxi's words, Tang Jianghe did not refuse that Su Tianxi was not wrong. Perhaps after disposing of the robed wanderer, they would engage in a ruthless battle, leaving no chance for the other. But for now, the robed wanderer had to be dealt with first. Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment. Su Tianxi and Tang Jianghe struck simultaneously, charging towards the robed wanderer. Damn it. Witnessing their combined assault, the robed wanderer's expression soured. His cultivation was comparable to theirs, yet as a lone practitioner, his mastery of magical power was inferior to theirs. Already the weakest, he found himself unable to withstand their attacks, and his face contorted in despair that in an instant, both attackers unleashed their lethal strikes. A sword and a knife aimed at him. The robed wanderer could only desperately defend himself against these terrifying blows to survive. Indestructible true qi, he roared, his eyes bloodshot, pouring every ounce of his energy into activating his indestructible true qi that a golden barrier enveloped his body. Slicing sounds echoed as the knife and sword struck, producing a deafening cacophony. The robed wanderer's indestructible true qi was instantly shattered. He was sent hurtling backward, his body marred by deep cuts that exposed bone, as the force of the rules penetrated him, rendering him incapable of further combat. Fortunately, he had managed to preserve his life to that moment. Su Tianxi, having breached the robed wanderer's defenses, turned to Tang Jianghe and unleashed another deadly strike. The blade's energy spread like a tempest, infused with boundless destructive power, aiming directly at Tang Jianghe. The overwhelming pressure engulfed Tang Jianghe, a divine martial realm expert. Upon sensing the dreadful blade energy, Tang Jianghe's expression shifted dramatically, that he had never anticipated that there existed another divine martial realm expert among the Su family. Puff! Despite Tang Jianghe's full defense, having just deflected Su Tianxi's strike, he found himself unable to withstand this even more ferocious blow. His body was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his complexion paling. Turning to see the person who had attacked him, Tang Jianghe's expression darkened, that he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Su Tianxi's father was not dead after all. Brother Tang, my apologies. Su Tianxi's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. Tianxi, kill them. Once we obtain the nine heavens' profound ice, no one will know of our actions. Otherwise, we may face trouble later, Su Tianxi's father stated coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Damn it. At that moment, the elders of the Tianqing Palace were taken aback, hastily positioning themselves in front of Tang Jianghe, prepared to fight to the death. It cannot be. It cannot be. The young master knows everything that transpires here. How could he not have foreseen this? Is this a test for me? But facing two divine martial realm experts, and given my injuries, how can I possibly contend? What have I overlooked? What hint did the young master provide that I failed to grasp? Tang Jianghe frantically recalled every moment spent in Li Yishi's courtyard, that he was in a state of utter desperation, for the two divine martial realm experts were already upon him, and the elders could not possibly hold them off. What have I missed? Tang Jianghe felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. Old Bai chopping firewood, that he recalled Old Bai's movements. That was not an axe technique. It was a sword technique. Indeed, the young master is a divine being, Tang Jianghe exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of delight as a starry light sparkled in his eyes. In that instant, the rhythms of the Tao flowed within him. And he surged forward, unleashing a sword strike. As the sword was drawn, an immense wave of sword energy filled the hall. In that moment, it seemed as though there existed nothing else but this one sword. The sword light surged, as if it sought to pierce through the very heavens. What sword technique is this? The father and son Su Tianxi, charging forward, were filled with terror and trepidation. They were aware of the Tianqing Palace. Yet they had never encountered such a formidable sword strike within its confines. The sudden turn of events left their expressions drastically altered, eyes filled with horror. They sensed that this sword could not possibly be blocked. Slicing sounds echoed as the sword energy cleaved through the air. Su Tianxi and his father stared wide-eyed as their bodies fell stiffly from the air, blood gushing from their throats, with a single strike. Two divine martial realm experts were slain, puff. Forcing the sword strike, Tang Jianghe also coughed up blood. However, witnessing the lifeless forms of the two, a smile crept onto his lips. The young master truly foresaw everything. Had I comprehended that sword from the beginning, I would not have been injured. My lack of understanding is to blame. The young master is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Tang Jianghe's eyes shone with astonishment. Master! After Tang Jianghe swiftly dispatched the two divine martial realm experts, several elders from the Tianqing Palace rushed over, their faces etched with concern. That it is nothing, that it is merely my own lack of comprehension. I forgot the sword the young master bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I would not have been injured, Tang Jianghe said to the gathered elders with a wry smile. Master, which esteemed figure bestowed upon you such a fearsome sword technique? This sword is indeed terrifying.